Dragon God Supreme Chapter 1207 to Chapter 1288. In the following few days, Feng Wuchen's group searched for treasures everywhere and harvested countless treasures. The trip to the heavenly tomb made them return with a bountiful harvest. Just the blood essence of a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse was enough to make them extremely ecstatic, let alone the many natural treasures. After 7 days of treasure hunting ended, White Soul picked up Feng Wuchen and the rest at the entrance and left. Blacksmith Guild Main Hall. I believe Lord Feng must have gained a lot in the trip to the heavenly tomb. I wonder if you encountered any danger? White Soul asked respectfully with a smile. We indeed gained a lot in the heavenly tomb. There are treasures everywhere. Apart from encountering a late-stage heaven monarch ancient fierce beast, there were no other dangers. We didn't go deep in to avoid alarming the celestial deity realm fierce beasts, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. President, Lord Feng's strength is very powerful. He could kill a late-stage heaven monarch fierce beast as an initial stage heaven monarch. Sherpatian said agitatedly. Recalling the incomparably thrilling scene at that time, he was still somewhat afraid now. That's right. He was fine even after being hit by an ancient fierce beast. Lu Tianyu continued to add. Hearing that, Xianxia smiled and said, Lord Feng is the Sky Shadow Pavilion's gold medal assassin. Of course, his strength is powerful. It's good that you can come back safely. White Soul nodded. Sherpatian and the rest did not mention the matter of the Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse's abode. After all, Feng Wuchen instructed them not to leak anything. President, I still have other important matters. I'll take my leave first. After a simple chat, Feng Wuchen got up and took his leave. It's for Tianming's matter, right? Lord Feng, take care, White Soul said respectfully and personally sent Feng Wuchen out of the main hall. Lord Feng, take care, Yang Qianxiao and the rest said respectfully one after another. After Feng Wuchen left, White Soul ordered, Meng Hun, protect Lord Feng in secret. Ensure that Lord Feng returns to the Sky Shadow Pavilion safely. Yes. Meng Hun's respectful voice came from the palace. Meng Hun was a celestial deity realm powerhouse in the Blacksmith Guild. His strength was very ferocious. Protecting Feng Wuchen in secret was absolutely no problem. After leaving the Craftsman's Guild, Feng Wuchen rushed back to the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion in the Spirit Capital. Tianming was already anxiously waiting at the Sky Shadow Pavilion, pacing back and forth, waiting for Feng Wuchen to return. Sir Tianming, what happened to you? Why was he in such a hurry? Did something happen? Qing Lu asked doubtfully. He had never seen Tianming so anxious and restless. It's okay. Wait for Kazakage to come back. Tianming replied casually. Waiting for Kazakage? Qing Lu was stunned. Didn't he just go to the Craftsman's Guild to look for Feng Wuchen not long ago? Why aren't you back yet? Tianming asked anxiously as he paced back and forth, completely ignoring Qing Lu. Don't worry, Kazakage is on his way back. Shadow slowly walked out of the hall. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Qing Lu and Tianming hurriedly bowed respectfully. Shadow said faintly, even old man can't say if Kazakage has the confidence to revive Ling Er. Don't get your hopes up. I know, but we have to try no matter what. Tianming replied respectfully. What? Revive Ling Er? Qing Lu's expression changed drastically as his entire body stiffened. Kazakage has this kind of ability? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Qing Lu asked, Pavilion Master, does Kazakage really have the ability to revive the dead? Old man doesn't know either, but he said there's hope, so it should be possible. Otherwise, Kazakage wouldn't have said that. Shadow shook her head slightly. How is this possible? Qing Lu was shocked again. He couldn't imagine it at all. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen's speed was astonishing. At this time, he had already arrived at the border between the Heaven Capital and the Spirit Capital. Ling Er's soul is strong, and her body is still in the ice coffin. With her flesh, blood, and soul, using the evil dragon god's secret art and soul power, I should be able to reform Ling Er's soul body. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself as he flew. Master can concoct a powerful soul condensing pill. Dragon God Sword's tool soul transmitted. Ling is only 4 years old. She can't withstand the power of any pill. Even if it's spirit liquid, it has to be very gentle. Soul condensing pill won't work. Ling's body has been sealed in ice for decades and is very weak. She needs a very gentle fire element to expel the cold. Any carelessness will damage her body. Feng Wuchen shook his head with a serious expression. A 4-year-old child's body is too weak. I'm afraid it will be difficult to expel the cold. After being sealed in ice for decades, her body has already deteriorated. The body is a small matter. The main thing is her soul body. As long as she can reform her soul body, she won't have to worry about not having a body. Feng Wuchen frowned. Whoosh. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, just as Feng Wuchen stepped into the spirit capital's Earth stage, a terrifying purple electric light burst out from a mountain peak below. It was as fast as lightning, and wherever it passed, the void would tremble. Middle stage Heaven Monarch. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and dodged the electric light attack immediately. He glanced at the source of the attack with his cold eyes. A middle-aged man slowly flew over from the mountain peak, and a biting cold murderous aura was emitted. He didn't come with good intentions. You're not weak. Feng Wuchen sized up the man. You must be Feng Ying? The middle-aged man asked indifferently as he sized up Feng Wuchen with his cold eyes. Haven't you already guessed it? Feng Wuchen didn't show any fear. He smiled and said, let me guess. Apart from the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace, only the Luli sect and the Moon God Palace want to kill me. The Luli sect was massacred by me, and the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace wouldn't send a middle-stage Heaven Monarch to kill me. You should be from the Moon God Palace. You guessed right. The middle-aged man replied indifferently. Qiu Qingshan sent you to kill me? Feng Wuchen asked. Is there a difference? The man asked coldly. Feng Wuchen said coldly, of course there is a difference. If Qiu Qingshan sent you to kill me, this debt will be on him. When the time comes, I will kill my way to the Moon God Palace and take his life. If Qiu Qingshan didn't send you, then I will massacre the Moon God Palace. How arrogant. Give me your life. The man shouted coldly. His eyes squinted and flashed with a fierce murderous aura. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, the man suddenly stepped on the void. There was a strong and ear-piercing boom. His figure rushed at Feng Wuchen as fast as lightning. His aura was majestic, and his attack was fierce. Buzz. Extremely powerful energy burst out from the man's body. His aura instantly soared to the late-stage Heaven Monarch realm. Oh? Not simple. You can actually increase your strength to such a level. No wonder you have the guts to kill me. Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised, but that was all. Buzz. At the same time, he circulated the Heaven Dao Divine Power and the third stage of the Supreme Body. Golden light burst out, and a monstrous aura swept out violently. Immediately after, he took out the Qilin battle armor and the Dragon God gloves. Feng Wuchen's aura instantly soared to the late-stage Heaven Monarch realm. Late-stage Heaven Monarch realm. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Qiu Qingshan sent you here to send you to your death. Feng Wuchen said coldly. The soul-stirring murderous aura burst out as Feng Wuchen shot out fiercely. End of this chapter. Boom. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two of them fiercely punched each other. Boom. Extremely violent energy swept out wildly, causing the space within a radius of 3,000 meters to violently tremble. Moreover, spiderweb-like cracks had been torn open. In the fierce collision, the two were evenly matched. It seems like your strength has improved a lot. The middle-aged man said coldly. Since he was from the Moon God Palace, he had some understanding of Feng Wuchen's strength. Cut the crap. I'm in a hurry. Show me your true strength. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly and looked at the man with contempt. That will depend on your ability. The middle-aged man said fiercely. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's mouth curved into a dangerous arc. Their fists collided and suddenly burst out with an even more powerful force. The man who sensed it frowned slightly and wanted to use his strength to resist. But he was still one step too late. Boom. The sudden burst of power sent the man flying with a loud bang. An early-stage heaven monarch has such domineering strength. The middle-aged man was shocked as the blood in his body surged. Fortunately, the man reacted quickly. Even if he used his strength, he would have been injured. Feng Ying's strength is indeed not simple. I have to go all out. The middle-aged man frowned and said to himself. Is this enough? Feng Wuchen sneered and asked. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he began to use all the strength in his body. A bright purple light burst out, the void shook, and the fierce air waves were like a storm. I want to see if the famous gold assassin, Feng Ying, is as strong as the rumors say. The middle-aged man said coldly, confident in his own strength. Boom! The middle-aged man shot out again at a speed several times faster than before. His figure was completely invisible, and only a loud bang could be heard. His attacks were extremely ruthless. Feng Wuchen was fearless. He activated all his power and shot out, unwilling to be outdone. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz. An intense hand-to-hand combat unfolded. The two of them relied on their astonishing speed to collide head-on. Deafening explosions rang out incessantly. Destructive energy ripples surged wildly, and pitch-black cracks appeared in the surrounding space one after another. His physical body is very strong. My attacks are completely useless. The middle-aged man was shocked. Only after the real fight did he realize how powerful Feng Wuchen was. In the intense hand-to-hand combat, not only did the middle-aged man not gain the upper hand, but he was also suppressed by Feng Wuchen. His punches and kicks sent out waves of stinging pain. Boom. Buzz. The fierce battle ended with a clash of palms. Both of them retreated. I really didn't expect the Moon God Palace to have such an expert like you. This force isn't any weaker than a regular late-stage heaven monarch. Feng Wuchen sneered and praised. What he said was the truth. Let's end the warm-up here. I don't have time to waste with you. We'll decide the outcome with one move. If you lose, I'll kill you. Feng Wuchen said coldly, as if he was certain that he could defeat the middle-aged man. Really? You say it as if you can kill me at any time. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? The middle-aged man said fiercely. His eyes flickered with cold killing intent. Feng Wuchen's contempt had already infuriated him. Take out your strongest spell. We'll decide the outcome with one move. Feng Wuchen said coldly, looking very confident. Bang! As he spoke, he activated the black fire with a thought. It danced on the sword finger, and a powerful force was condensed on the sword finger. A monstrous aura swept out violently. Burning sky finger. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly and pointed his sword finger at the sky. A black light as thick as an arm burst out with the power to pierce through heaven and earth. The attack was extremely overbearing. Come on then. The middle-aged man suddenly roared, and his aura surged crazily. Pah! The middle-aged man put his palms together and took out an immortal artifact. His aura surged rapidly, and the fierce force was like a raging wave. Immortal art. 9 layers Mystic Slash. The middle-aged man activated all the strength in his body and shouted. A terrifying force condensed on his right arm, and it burst out with dazzling purple light. Swish. Buzz, buzz. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a huge energy slash shot out fiercely. The intense sonic boom was extremely ear-piercing. Wherever it passed, a crack as thick as an arm was torn out along the path of the energy slash. The attack was extremely violent. Chi. The two terrifying energies collided in an instant, but there wasn't a loud sound. The overbearing black light actually penetrated the huge energy slash. What? Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. Boom. PFFF. The black light that carried the power to pierce through heaven and earth instantly penetrated the energy slash. Immediately after, there was a loud sound as the energy slash exploded. The middle-aged man suffered a backlash and spurted out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The middle-aged man looked at the black light with extreme horror. He activated all his strength and even took out an immortal artifact. His combat strength was definitely comparable to the late-stage heaven monarch realm. However, even with such powerful strength, it couldn't compete with Feng Wuchen's black light. It was simply powerless. The black light that penetrated the energy slash was still charging towards the middle-aged man with terrifying power. It was like a black lightning bolt. Swish! Chi! The black light was as fast as lightning and pierced through the man's chest at lightning speed. The man's body shook, and he spurted out another mouthful of blood. The terrifying black fire was still crazily devouring the man's strength and burning through his flesh. It was extremely painful just by looking at it, let alone the man experiencing it personally. Rumble! The terrifying black light hit a towering mountain in the distance. There was a loud rumble, and a huge hole was pierced through the huge mountain, causing it to collapse. What kind of technique is this? This is impossible. The middle-aged man couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen's strength was so terrifying. The burning sky finger was activated by the black fire, Heaven Dao's divine power, and the third stage of the supreme body. Its power had long surpassed the immortal technique. Hence, it was normal for the man to be unable to resist. If the middle-aged man could withstand it, he must be in the heaven god realm. To be honest, you're very strong, but I'm stronger. Looking at the middle-aged man in despair, Feng Wuchen sneered and flew away. For so many years, I cultivated with all my might to have today's strength. Opponents of the same cultivation level can't resist my strength at all. I can even fight a late-stage heaven monarch. Why? Why am I so weak in front of him? The middle-aged man fell, feeling extremely indignant. All his efforts were defeated by Feng Wuchen in one move. How can he have such powerful combat strength? Could it be that he put in more effort than me? The middle-aged man said indignantly. His eyes were filled with despair and indignation. It wasn't that the man was weak, but that Feng Wuchen was too strong. In the end, his body fell into the cliff. End of chapter. Whoosh! After the battle ended, a black shadow appeared. It was none other than Xianxia Han, the great commander of the Moon God Palace. He only used one move. Is he that strong? Looking at the falling middle-aged man, Xianxia Han frowned slightly. His dark eyes flashed with a touch of seriousness. Xianxia Han was in the late stage of the heavenly monarch realm, so he was stronger than the middle-aged man. You must be Meng Han of the Craftsman Guild, right? Show yourself, Xianxia Han suddenly said in an extremely cold voice. Whoosh! As soon as Xianxia Han's voice fell, a black shadow appeared. It was a middle-aged man with long white hair, wearing a black brocade robe. He was expressionless and looked very cold. As expected of the great commander of the Moon God Palace. This man was Meng Han of the Craftsman Guild. The two of them had been secretly watching the battle between Feng Wuchen and the middle-aged man. The reason why Xianxia Han didn't help was because of Meng Han's existence. Meng Han's restraint made Xianxia Han not dare to act rashly. Glancing at Meng Han coldly, Xianxia Han said in a gloomy voice, "The Craftsman Guild is really bold to make an enemy of the Spirit Emperor. I'm just following orders. How dare I make an enemy of the Spirit Emperor?" Meng Han said expressionlessly. By Han? Xianxia Han narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, "It seems that the Craftsman Guild doesn't need to exist anymore." Meng Han didn't answer. His figure flashed and disappeared. After the heavenly sovereign fell asleep, these traitors became more and more rampant. Xianxia Han was furious. The veins on his face bulged, making him look very scary. "Second brother, rest in peace. I will avenge you," Xianxia Han said fiercely, clenching his fists. After killing the Moon God Palace expert with one move, Feng Wuchen had returned to the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion in the Spirit Capital. "Pavilion Master, Feng Ying is back." An assassin entered the main hall to report. "That's great. He's finally back." Tian Ming was overjoyed. He rushed out of the hall with excitement and anticipation. "Pavilion Master, is it really possible to bring the dead back to life?" Qing Lu was still shocked. "That depends on the situation." Ying Han smiled faintly and walked out of the hall. Feng Wuchen had just arrived at the Sun and Moon Lake when Tian Ming rushed out of the main hall. "Kazakage. You're finally back. Quick, I've already prepared a gentle spirit liquid. Quickly try and see if you can condense Ling Er's soul body." Tianming shouted excitedly. Seeing Tianming's impatient look, Feng Wuchen smiled helplessly. Feng Wuchen could also understand Tianming's feelings. If it were anyone else, they would be as anxious as Tianming. Don't worry, big brother Tianming. You can't be careless about condensing Ling Er's soul. You need to do it step by step, said Feng Wuchen with a smile. Right. He couldn't afford to be careless. We can't be careless. Tianming hurriedly nodded. He was even more excited when he saw Feng Wuchen's confident smile. If he didn't have enough confidence, how could Feng Wuchen smile? Kazakage, this is a gentle spirit liquid that I asked a heaven-grade alchemist to refine. The medicinal power is very weak, but it can expel the cold from Ling Er's body. Tianming quickly handed a jade bottle to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen glanced at the spirit liquid and shook his head. Big brother Tianming, this spirit liquid won't work. It has too many impurities. You know that Ling Er has been in the ice coffin for decades. Her body is already frozen. This spirit liquid won't work. She needs a purer spirit liquid. A purer spirit liquid? Tianming said anxiously. Where are we going to find it? The powerful alchemists of the Saint Manor are nowhere to be found. The best alchemists in Lingdu are only in the heaven grade. Don't worry, big brother Tianming. The spirit liquid isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is to condense Ling Er's soul. Ling Er's body has been frozen for decades. Even if the cold can be expelled, I'm afraid there will be many sequelae. Feng Wuchen said seriously. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, so, I plan to rebuild Ling Er's body. It's not difficult for an alchemist. The difficult part is that it will be difficult to integrate the newly condensed soul into the new body. Inghun nodded slightly and said, Kazakage is right. It's old man's negligence. Kazakage, you're an alchemist? Qinglu asked in shock, his eyes wide open. Yes. Feng Wuchen nodded. You. Aren't you an alchemist and an inscriptionist? Tianming asked in shock, looking at Feng Wuchen with a stiff expression. Can't an alchemist be an alchemist? Feng Wuchen asked. A divine-grade alchemist. An inscriptionist, and now an alchemist. Qinglu was completely stunned on the spot. After a while, Feng Wuchen's group arrived at Tianming's palace. Big brother Tianming, leave Ling Er's remnant soul to me. Feng Wuchen said. Tianming bent his hand, and a faint blue halo appeared in his palm. The aura was very weak. Looking at the extremely weak, almost negligible soul, Feng Wuchen's heart suddenly felt like it had been hit by something. Moved, his eyes couldn't help but redden. This was a great father. In order to save his daughter, that weak wisp of soul had been preserved perfectly for decades. Even if it was an extremely slim chance, Tianming didn't give up. Urging his soul power, Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the weak soul floated into Feng Wuchen's hand. Nourished by Feng Wuchen's soul power, the faint blue light of Ling Er's weak soul suddenly became stronger. Wind shadow, please. Tianming said with a trembling voice. At this moment, he was very nervous and very expectant. I'll do my best. Feng Wuchen nodded. Because of Tianming's love for his daughter, Feng Wuchen would use up all his soul power to condense Ling Er's soul. Under Feng Wuchen's control, the faint blue soul floated in the air. Feng Wuchen sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands. His soul power suddenly increased, and the aura of the faint blue soul in the air slowly became stronger. Feng Wuchen's hand gestures changed constantly, and one after another, domineering and vigorous soul power after another was released. The aura of the faint blue soul skyrocketed again. As time passed, 2 hours later, the faint blue soul began to wriggle, and slowly transformed into an illusory figure. It was the figure of a little girl. Ling Er. Seeing the familiar little girl, Tianming's tears fell, and his heart was filled with excitement. Tianming had waited for decades, and finally, this day had come. It actually condensed. Qinglu was dumbfounded, and his heart was filled with shock. Feng Wuchen was completely using his vigorous soul power to forcefully strengthen Ling Er's soul. Soon, as his soul power was greatly consumed, Feng Wuchen's face gradually turned pale. Seeing Feng Wuchen's pale face, Ying Han frowned and thought, it seems that condensing a soul consumes a lot of soul power. Even a sky immortal rank soul power is so strenuous. Wind Shadow. You must hold on. Tianming looked on nervously, and his breathing was suppressed. He knew that this was the most critical moment. End of chapter. Condensing a soul body was something any powerful blacksmith could do. But for a soul as weak as Ling Er's, even a heavenly immortal grade blacksmith couldn't do it. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen's powerful soul power, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Feng Wuchen, who was constantly urging his soul power, had his face twitching and beads of sweat rolling down his face. Forcibly condensing a weak soul body would consume a lot of soul power. Even though Feng Wuchen's soul power had reached the Xiantian grade, it was still quite strenuous. Tianming was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He was secretly worried that Feng Wuchen wouldn't be able to hold on. After all, he had already condensed Ling Er's soul body. If he couldn't hold on now, wouldn't all his efforts be wasted? Tianming prayed in his heart. Big brother Tianming, open the ice coffin. Quick! Feng Wuchen suddenly said anxiously after an unknown amount of time. Tianming did as he was told. With a wave of his hand, the ice coffin opened. Feng Wuchen suddenly waved his hand and Ling Er's body, which had been frozen for dozens of years, flew out from the ice coffin and floated at the same height as the soul body. Using Ling Er's flesh to fuse with the soul body? Even a heavenly immortal grade alchemist couldn't do it. Wind Shadow actually dared to take the risk. Ying Han said in shock. Feng Wuchen once again urged his soul power and formed a seal with his hands. Master, if you continue to consume your soul power, you won't be able to hold on. Nian Luanqi's worried voice came. Shut up. Feng Wuchen scolded. Nian Luanqi, don't disturb Master. Master knows what he's doing. Long Shenjian scolded. In the air, the soul body and the corpse slowly spun faster and faster. The light blue light became more and more intense. Pooh! Suddenly, Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood and his face became paler. Master! Nian Luanqi and the Qilin battle armor soul panicked. Wind Shadow! The sudden scene scared Tianming so much that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The pavilion master of the Sky Shadow Pavilion, Ying Han, could no longer sit still. His face was filled with worry, but there was nothing he could do. The Sky Shadow Pavilion only had assassins and no alchemists. There was no one who could help Feng Wuchen. I'm fine, don't worry. Feng Wuchen said strenuously. His aura was already very weak, and he could collapse at any time. Feng Wuchen hastily retrieved the bone-wrought spirit crystal he obtained from the heavenly tomb and swallowed it. The bone-wrought spirit crystal instantly transformed into a violent soul power for Feng Wuchen to absorb. The soul power he had just recovered was instantly urged out by Feng Wuchen, providing a steady stream for Ling Er's soul to absorb. The soul and corpse that were spinning faster were now completely covered by the resplendent light blue light. No one knew what was happening inside. However, judging from the aura of her soul body, Ling Er's soul body was constantly growing stronger. Kazakage, you must hold on. Tianming nervously stared at the blue light and then stared at Feng Wuchen. Hold on. Hold on. Qing Lu's expression became nervous as well, and he kept praying in his heart. When the last of Feng Wuchen's soul power was exhausted, he was completely weak, and his hands that were supporting him fell down. Pooh! After a while, Feng Wuchen spat out another mouthful of blood due to the excessive consumption of his soul power. Ling Er's soul body, which was constantly growing, also stopped at this moment. Kazakage! Tianming and Ying Han shouted in panic. Master! The Year-Will ruler and dragon god sword turned pale with fright. Did it fail? Qing Lu stared blankly at the light blue light that was still spinning. Kazakage! Kazakage! Are you okay? Don't scare me. Even if it failed, I won't blame you. You don't have to risk your life like this. Tianming hurriedly supported the collapsed Feng Wuchen, panicking and anxious. Feng Wuchen's incomparably pale face revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. It was unknown whether it was a bitter smile or something else. In short, he was so weak that he couldn't speak. Kazakage! Quickly take this pill. Tianming panicked as he took out a healing pill and fed it to Feng Wuchen. Pavilion Master, how is Kazakage? Seeing that Feng Wuchen seemed to have lost consciousness, Qing Lu couldn't help but ask. He overused his soul power, but his injuries aren't serious. His life isn't in danger. After checking on Feng Wuchen's situation, Ying Han couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that he's fine. Kazakage has already done his best. Even if he can't save Ling it's fine. Tianming also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he said that, he was still extremely disappointed. Ling was about to resurrect and appear in front of him, but at the crucial moment, Feng Wuchen couldn't support himself and collapsed. How could Tianming not be disappointed? However, Feng Wuchen had already done his best, so Tianming naturally wouldn't blame him. Something's not right. Ling soul body's aura hasn't weakened. Ying Han suddenly said, her gaze fixed on the light blue light that was still spinning. What? Tianming and Qing Lu both hurriedly looked at the light blue light. Without Feng Wuchen's support, the aura of Ling soul body hadn't weakened and seemed to have stabilized. Pavilion Master, what's going on? Did it fail or succeed? Tianming asked anxiously, his mood very complicated. Old man isn't sure either, but even if it failed, at least Ling soul body has strengthened. There's no need to worry about her soul dissipating. Ying Han frowned. She also didn't understand the situation. After a while, the light blue ball of light that was spinning slowly dissipated, and its spinning speed gradually slowed down. When the light blue light completely dissipated, Ling body had already disappeared, leaving behind only an illusory soul body. It was Ling soul body. Ling soul body was in a state of deep sleep and didn't open her eyes. Ling Looking at the little girl, Tianming's tears once again fell. This is indeed Ling complete soul body. There's no mistake. Ying Han said with absolute certainty. Did it succeed? Qing Lu looked at Ling soul body with a face full of shock. Fortunately, it didn't, disgrace. Feng Wuchen's extremely weak voice sounded. Wind Shadow, are you feeling better? Tianming hurriedly asked with concern. Fortunately, it didn't disgrace? Does that mean it succeeded? Qing Lu looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Ling soul body has been successfully formed. Feng Wuchen said with difficulty. Wind Shadow, is what you said true? Did it really succeed? Tianming asked excitedly, looking at Ling soul body with tears in his eyes. Not long after, Ling eyes suddenly squirmed a few times. It moved. Ling eyes moved. Tianming was ecstatic, so excited that his whole body trembled. Slowly, Ling eyes opened. Ling Tianming shouted excitedly. Hearing the familiar voice, Ling looked at Tianming and blinked her big, watery eyes. Soon after, she smiled happily. Daddy! My baby girl! My baby girl! Tianming cried tears of joy, unable to control his emotions. The crisp sound of Daddy melted Tianming's heart instantly, and his tears flowed uncontrollably. After decades of waiting, the day that Ling came back from the dead had finally arrived. End of chapter. Daddy, why are you crying? With a face full of innocence, Ling childish voice made people who heard it cry uncontrollably. Daddy, don't cry, don't cry. Tianming hurriedly wiped away his tears, happily looking at his precious daughter who had finally spoken. A familiar voice, a familiar daddy. Tianming had waited for dozens of years. He couldn't believe that he would hear his daughter call him daddy again. Ling was only 4 years old. She was just a little girl, but she was mercilessly killed. For dozens of years, Tianming had lived in hatred. Every time he thought of Ling murder, Tianming felt so much pain that he wished he was dead. However, his belief in reviving Ling had allowed him to endure. Today, when his daughter called him daddy, all the pain Tianming had suffered for dozens of years instantly vanished. It could be said that after suffering came happiness. Seeing Ling innocent smile, Ying Han and Qing Lu couldn't help but smile. They were truly happy for Tianming. Ru Meng, do you see? Ling has been resurrected. Ling has been resurrected. You can rest in peace. I will take good care of Ling until she grows up. Tianming was so happy that he cried. His tears couldn't help but fall again. However, he quickly wiped them clean. Tianming didn't want his daughter to see him so unhappy. Daddy. Ling happily ran over to Tianming, wanting a hug from Tianming. However, Ling soul passed through Tianming's body and fell to the ground. Ling Tianming cried out in shock, his heart aching. Ling was still a soul. He could see but not touch her. Ling who had missed, couldn't help but cry. Ling don't cry. Daddy is here. Tianming quickly went forward, instinctively reaching out to hug Ling However, he couldn't touch her. Only then did Tianming react. Big brother Tianming, try again. Feng Wuchen swallowed the bone-corroding spirit crystal and used his recovered soul strength to make Ling soul materialize. Thank you. Thank you. Tianming looked at Feng Wuchen gratefully and quickly picked up the crying Ling Ling don't cry. Daddy is here. Let Daddy hug you, Tianming comforted and carefully hugged Ling Daddy, when is Mother coming back? Ling asked, blinking her big eyes. Ling memories were still stuck decades ago, and the image of her mother was very clear in her mind. Your mother went to buy delicious food for Ling She's not back yet. Tianming felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Ling come down quickly. Grandpa will take you out to play. Yinghun smiled kindly. Ling this is Grandpa Yinghun. Call him Grandpa. Tianming pointed at Yinghun and smiled. Grandpa Shadow Soul, Ling called out. This is Uncle Qinglu. Call him Uncle. Tianming pointed at Qinglu. Uncle Qinglu. Ling childish voice was very pleasant to listen to, but her speech was not very accurate. This is Uncle Wind Shadow. Tianming pointed at Feng Wuchen. Uncle Wind Shadow. Ling come out to play with Grandpa. Let your daddy rest. Yinghun held Ling little hand and walked out of the palace. Ling was not afraid of strangers. Instead, she was very bold. Thank you, Wind Shadow. Thank you. I will never forget this great kindness. Tianming quickly bowed to Feng Wuchen and thanked him. He almost knelt down. Big brother Tianming, you are too serious. You saved my life before. This is what I should do. Feng Wuchen took some healing pills and bone-rotting spirit crystals. Feng Wuchen gradually recovered. In order to condense Ling soul body, you even gave up your life. I am unable to repay this kindness. If you need me in the future, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, I, Tianming, will not refuse. Tianming cupped his fists and bowed. Really? Feng Wuchen looked at Tianming. Really? Tianming nodded heavily. Good. Big brother Tianming, go to the Chamber of Commerce and bring back some herbs. Tomorrow, we will reforge Ling body. Feng Wuchen wrote down the required herbs and handed them to Tianming. Tomorrow? Tianming was startled and quickly said, that won't do. You have to rest well. Ling soul body has already recovered. It won't hurt to wait a few more days. I will be fully recovered by tomorrow. Don't worry. Bring back the herbs as soon as possible. I will go back and rest. Feng Wuchen smiled. Good. Qinglu, bring Wind Shadow back to rest. Tianming quickly said and left the palace. Yes, Lord Tianming. Qinglu respectfully said. Condensing such a weak soul body, even a heavenly immortal rank alchemist can't do it. I didn't expect you to do it. It's really incredible. Qinglu praised while supporting Feng Wuchen. It's just luck. Feng Wuchen grinned. Qinglu shook his head and said, sometimes luck is also a kind of strength. Not to mention, this is your strength. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Feng Wuchen's injuries weren't serious. It was just that he overused his soul force. As long as he entered the 7th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, one day was enough. For Feng Wuchen to fully recover. Ling is resurrected. Ling is resurrected. Tianming, who left the palace, shouted in ecstasy in the Sky Shadow Pavilion. What? Ling is resurrected? What's going on with Lord Tianming? What resurrection? Did he go crazy? Did I hear wrong? Ling has been frozen for dozens of years. How can she be resurrected? Has Lord Tianming gone crazy from missing his daughter? Could something have happened to him? The assassins of the Sky Shadow Pavilion were surprised and puzzled. The gold-ranked assassins and heaven-ranked assassins came out one after another. Lord Tianming, what's wrong with you? He too asked in astonishment. He seemed to think that Tianming had really gone crazy. Ling is resurrected. Her soul has already condensed, and she's still calling me daddy. Tianming said excitedly. Lord Tianming, this. Looking at the excited Tianming, Chasing Wave wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly changed and he froze on the spot. Daddy, where are you going? At this moment, Ying-hun was walking over with a little girl. The little girl ran toward Tianming energetically with her daddy in her mouth. Ling stay here obediently and accompany Grandpa Ying-hun. Daddy will go out and buy something delicious for Ling Tianming smiled happily. This is Ling. Soul body. A materialized soul body. Daddy? Am I seeing things? Ling is really resurrected. It's really Ling How is this possible? How can Ling soul body be condensed? What's going on? Is it an illusion? When the assassins of the Sky Shadow Pavilion saw Ling soul body, they were all shocked. They stared at the lively Ling with their mouths agape. No one dared to believe that Ling who had been frozen for dozens of years and only had a weak soul, could condense a soul body again. That's right. It's Wind Shadow. It must be Wind Shadow. He's a divine-grade equipment forger with heaven immortal-grade soul power. There's also someone who has the ability to condense Ling soul body. That's right. It must be Wind Shadow. It can't be wrong. End of chapter. Spirit Domain Chamber of Commerce. Third Elder. Third Elder. Sky Shadow Pavilion's first-class assassin is here. A guard rushed into the main hall in a panic to report. First-class assassin? Xiao Sanfeng was stunned at first, then quickly walked out of the main hall. A first-class assassin was not ordinary, so Xiao Sanfeng naturally had to receive him personally. Tianming? Xiao Sanfeng came to the main hall and found that the visitor was Tianming. Xiao Sanfeng couldn't help but be a little surprised. As a first-class assassin of Sky Shadow Pavilion, Tianming usually didn't appear in front of the public, but now he was in the Chamber of Commerce. Elder Qiao. Tianming politely cupped his fists with a happy smile. Sky Shadow Pavilion's first-class assassin coming to the Chamber of Commerce, what a rare guest. Xiao Sanfeng smiled happily and quickly went to greet him. They had just met 7 days ago at the Craftsman's Guild, so he didn't expect to see him again so soon. I'm here to buy some herbs. Tianming smiled politely. Knowing that Xiao Sanfeng was Feng Wuchen's disciple, Tianming naturally had to be polite. I see. Xiao Sanfeng nodded. The herbs you want are ready. At this time, a beautiful maid respectfully handed Tianming a storage ring. Xiao Sanfeng accidentally saw the name of a herb on the list and was secretly puzzled. Soul-condensing snow lotus? What does Tianming want with this herb? He's not an alchemist, so this herb is useless to him. Although Xiao Sanfeng was an alchemist, he knew quite a bit about herbs. Although puzzled, Xiao Sanfeng didn't ask any more questions. By the way, does Master have a way to condense Ling soul? Xiao Sanfeng asked with concern. Xiao Sanfeng had heard about Ling from Bai Hun. Hearing this, Tianming's face lit up with a bright smile and said excitedly, Wind Shadow has successfully helped Ling condense her soul. Ling has been resurrected. Wind Shadow asked me to buy these herbs to help Ling rebuild her body. What? Master has already helped Ling condense her soul? Is it that easy? Xiao Sanfeng was shocked. He had just returned from the heavenly tomb, but he had already condensed Ling soul. Reforge a body? Xiao Sanfeng was dumbfounded. Xiao Sanfeng said in disbelief, Master, isn't this too terrifying? It only takes a day to condense a soul body? Elder Chiao, farewell. Tianming cupped his fists and hurriedly left the Chamber of Commerce. Wait, reforge my body? After Tianming left, Xiao Sanfeng suddenly came back to his senses and exclaimed, isn't it only possible for alchemists to reforge the body? Master, could it be that he's also an alchemist? Xiao Sanfeng was scared stiff by his own guess. A divine-grade weapon refiner and an alchemist at the same time, how terrifying was that? I don't think that's possible. Xiao Sanfeng stuttered. The next day, Sky Shadow Pavilion. On the 7th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen had fully recovered. Because he had overused his soul power, now that he had recovered, Feng Wuchen's soul power had grown a little stronger. Overusing my soul power really doesn't feel good. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for condensing Ling Er's soul body, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have suffered so much. With a thought, Feng Wuchen left Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Uncle Wind Shadow. As soon as he left the pagoda, Ling Er's crisp and pleasant voice came from outside the palace. This little girl. Feng Wuchen grinned and walked out of the palace quickly. Outside the palace, Shadow Soul, Tianming, and Ling Er were walking towards the palace. Ling Er ran in front, lively. Feng Wuchen came out of the main hall, and the first thing he saw was Ling Er. Wind Shadow, how's your recovery? Tianming quickly asked. I've recovered completely. Feng Wuchen smiled. What? Recovered completely? So fast? Tianming's eyes widened. He was secretly shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying recovery speed. Feng Wuchen had exhausted his soul power and was even injured. But in one night, he had recovered completely. If it were any other alchemist, they wouldn't be able to recover completely in less than half a month. Even Shadow Soul was secretly shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying recovery speed. Come in. That's right, Brother Tianming, are the herbs ready? Feng Wuchen asked as he invited Shadow Soul and Tianming in. Tianming recovered from his shock and quickly said, it's ready. After condensing a soul body, rebuilding a physical body is relatively easy. For powerful alchemists, this isn't a difficult matter. As long as your soul power is strong enough, you can start now. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Feng Wuchen was quite confident about this point. Great! Tianming was incomparably excited. Once Ling Er rebuilt her body, that would be a true resurrection. Feng Wuchen slowly squatted down and smiled at Ling Er. Ling Er, in a moment Uncle will show you a magic trick. You have to be obedient. Okay. Ling Er innocently nodded her little head. Feng Wuchen took out the herbs from Tianming's storage ring. He urged his crow fire and soul power at the same time, and a black flame ignited in his palm. Dozens of herbs floated above his palm. Feng Wuchen continuously poured his soul power into them. Just like this, he calcined the herbs with one hand. This magical alchemy technique immediately stunned Shadow Soul and Tianming. With a flip of his palm, a pill emitting golden light was already floating above Feng Wuchen's palm. Pills through thought. This is alchemy? How is this possible? Tianming's eyes almost popped out. He was shocked and in disbelief. Tianming had never seen an alchemist who didn't use a pill furnace to refine. Pills. Even more so, he had never seen someone who could refine a pill with a flip of his hand. This was simply conjured, not refined. Could this be the legendary pills through thought? It can't be wrong. Only divine-grade alchemists have the chance to comprehend this ability. Shadow Soul was shocked for a long time before exclaiming, his old face full of shock. What kind of world had Shadow Soul not seen? But he had never seen a pills through thought divine ability. Wow. Seeing the magical scene and the pill emitting golden light, Ling Er couldn't help but exclaim. Ling Er, is it beautiful? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Beautiful. Beautiful. Ling Er excitedly jumped up. Wind Shadow, the pill is refined? Tianming asked in shock. His expression was stiff as he stared at the pill in Feng Wuchen's palm. This is a special body casting pill. Ling Er is young and has no strength. Ling Er can't bear normal body casting pills, Feng Wuchen said as he waved his hand. Ling Er's soul floated up. Feng Wuchen urged his soul power and guided the body-casting pill's medicinal power into Ling Er's soul. Bright golden light slowly enveloped Ling Er's soul and finally disappeared. Feng Wuchen formed a seal with both hands that kept changing. He guided the body-casting pill's medicinal power into Ling Er's soul. Bright golden light enveloped the hall. Tianming and Shadow Soul's gazes were attracted as they watched expectantly. End of chapter. Life Aura. Inside the palace, as time passed, a life aura began to spread out from the resplendent golden light. Tianming's face instantly revealed an ecstatic smile. When I condensed Ling Er's soul body, I already fused with her flesh and blood, so it won't take too long to cast her body. Ling Er will soon come back from the dead, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile without any pressure. Feng Wuchen only needed to use his soul power to guide the body-casting pill's medicinal power into Ling Er's soul body, then use some secret techniques to help Ling Er complete the casting process. Come back from the dead. Ling Er. Tianming was extremely excited. Sky Shadow Pavilion will be lively from now on. Yinghun smiled happily, her old face revealing a kind smile. Hearing this, Tianming smiled bitterly and said, Pavilion Master, I've troubled you. You can't say that. Since Ling Er calls me grandfather, then she is my granddaughter. She can accompany old man and make the deserted Sky Shadow Pavilion lively. Yinghun smiled happily. With Ling Er, Sky Shadow Pavilion will indeed be more lively, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. As time passed, under their expectant gazes, the resplendent golden light gradually dissipated, and Ling Er's figure appeared before their eyes. Ling Er. Seeing the little girl who came back from the dead and had flesh and blood, Tianming cried tears of joy and immediately rushed forward to protect Ling Er. My precious daughter, you're finally alive. Daddy, why are you crying again? Ling Er didn't know what had happened at all. She only saw Tianming crying. Daddy, don't cry. Don't cry. Tianming suppressed the joy in his heart and smiled. Ling Er, who had cast her body, was very cute. Her pink skin made people want to kiss her. Ling Er, come, let Grandpa hug you. Yinghun quickly walked forward, her old face full of joy. She quickly snatched Ling Er from Tianming's hands and smiled happily. Ling Er is so obedient. Big brother Tianming, Ling Er has come back from the dead. My mission is complete. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Wind Shadow. Thank you. Thank you for saving Ling Er. Tianming thanked him gratefully. Tianming didn't know how to repay this kindness, but he would repay it with his actions. The grace of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. You don't have to thank me. I just did what I could. I still have other things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and turned to leave. Ling Er, Grandpa will take you out to play, Yinghun said happily, treating her like his own granddaughter. Ling Er. Ling Er really came back to life. I've already reforged my body. This is simply a miracle. I can't believe that after being frozen for decades, Kazekage can still resurrect him. The Kazekage is so bright. It's too terrifying. After the cute and obedient Ling Er was truly resurrected, the assassins of the Sky Shadow Pavilion were once again shocked. This was the first time they had seen a divine ability that could bring someone back from the dead. After leaving Sky Shadow Pavilion, Feng Wuchen rushed to the Spirit Domain Chamber of Commerce. Welcome, Lord Feng. At the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce, seeing Feng Wuchen arrive, the guard immediately saluted respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Hey! It's Kazekage of Sky Shadow Pavilion. The divine grade craftsman. That's right. It's Kazekage. It's already spread throughout Spirit Capital that he's a divine grade craftsman. Let's go in and take a look. Who knows, we might be able to get a powerful immortal weapon. Feng Wuchen's appearance quickly attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, a large number of cultivators were already rushing toward the Chamber of Commerce. Third Elder, Lord Feng is here. A guard immediately reported to Xiao Sanfeng. Master is here? Xiao Sanfeng immediately put down his teacup and disappeared in a flash. With Feng Wuchen's current status, Xiao Sanfeng could not influence him. Moreover, he was his master. Xiao Sanfeng quickly arrived at the Chamber of Commerce's main hall. At this moment, a maid was serving Feng Wuchen. Lord Feng. Xiao Sanfeng hurriedly saluted respectfully. In front of outsiders, he still had to respectfully address Feng Wuchen as Lord Feng. Third Elder, does the Chamber of Commerce have God's spiritual stones? Feng Wuchen asked straightforwardly. Feng Wuchen's God's spiritual stones had been used up in the human world. Previously, he was in a hurry to help Tianming condense Ling Er's soul body. Feng Wuchen left in a hurry and forgot to ask at the Craftsman's Guild. God's spiritual stones? Xiao Sanfeng frowned slightly, then shook his head and said, God's spiritual stones are extremely precious and rare. The Chamber of Commerce does not have such a treasure. God's spiritual stones are used to refine divine weapons. Perhaps only the Craftsman's Guild has them. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Sanfeng suddenly reacted. His old face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, Lord Feng wants to refine divine weapons? Xiao Sanfeng immediately lowered his voice and stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. Master is indeed a divine-grade craftsman. Otherwise, how could he refine divine weapons? Xiao Sanfeng's heart was in turmoil. He was extremely shocked. Previously, Xiao Sanfeng was not sure about Feng Wuchen's realm. Now that he heard Feng Wuchen say it with his own mouth, Xiao Sanfeng was completely convinced that Feng Wuchen was a divine-grade craftsman. It seems that the God's spiritual stones of the heaven realm are also very precious and rare. Feng Wuchen secretly said. Do you know where Spirit Capital can find them? Feng Wuchen asked. There are none in Spirit Capital. Other than the Craftsman's Guild, I don't know where else to find them. Xiao Sanfeng suppressed the shock in his heart and shook his head with a wry smile. Lord Feng, I will send someone to the guild to ask immediately. Seeing that Feng Wuchen seemed to be very anxious, Xiao Sanfeng quickly said. Feng Wuchen stopped him and said, No need, I will go by myself. At the Craftsman's Conference, I promised Senior Su Xian that I would pay a visit. Lord Feng, please be careful. Xiao Sanfeng said respectfully, worried that the powerhouses of Moon God's palace would surround Feng Wuchen. By the way, Lord Feng, how is Ling Er now? President Bai also told us about Ling Er, Xiao Sanfeng suddenly asked. Ling Er is fine. She has already condensed her soul body and reconstructed her body. Feng Wuchen replied simply. What? She reconstructed her body? Xiao Sanfeng was extremely shocked, his old eyes bulging. Condensing her soul body in one day and directly reconstructing her body the next day. How terrifying was the speed? Lord Feng is an alchemist? Xiao Sanfeng forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, how could you reconstruct Ling Er's body? Craftsmen don't have this ability. Feng Wuchen asked with a smile, then left the guild. Xiao Sanfeng's whole body stiffened. Although he had already guessed it, hearing it from Feng Wuchen's mouth still shocked him. Reporting to Great Commander, Wind Shadow has left the guild. At the entrance of the guild street, a man transmitted his voice, his eyes fixed on Feng Wuchen. As soon as Feng Wuchen walked out of the guild, he sensed that something was wrong. Glancing at the entrance of the street from the corner of his eyes, the corners of his mouth curled into a dangerous arc, and then he left. Follow him and report Wind Shadow's whereabouts. This great commander will be there soon. Jiang Shuihan's cold and murderous voice rang out. Reporting to Great Commander, Feng Wuchen has left the guild. Reporting to Great Commander, Feng Wuchen is flying in the direction of Heaven Capital. End of chapter. What a persistent ghost. Feng Wuchen sneered in his heart. When he was in the Chamber of Commerce, he had already noticed that someone was spying on him. Feng Wuchen didn't even need to guess to know that it was someone from the Moon God Palace. Swish! Feng Wuchen suddenly sped up, and with a strong sonic boom, he disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen wanted to find a high-grade divine spiritual stone to refine a divine artifact, and he didn't have time to waste. Reporting to Commander. Feng Ying has arrived at Heaven Capital. Feng Wuchen's whereabouts along the way were reported to Jiang Shuihan by the people who were following him. Feng Ying. Feng Wuchen, who had just stepped into Heaven Capital, suddenly heard a cold voice, and an extremely majestic aura descended from the sky. Peak of the late-stage Heaven Monarch realm. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, and his expression became dignified. Behind. Feng Wuchen suddenly turned around. Feng Wuchen turned around, and there was already a voice behind him at a terrifying speed. Even Feng Wuchen couldn't detect this person's appearance in the first place, which was enough to prove that this person was strong and had a high cultivation. The person who came was none other than the commander of the Moon God Palace, Jiang Shuihan. A monstrous aura erupted from Jiang Shuihan's body, full of deterrence, and made people feel frightened. This person is very strong, and I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Feng Wuchen frowned, looking at Jiang Shuihan while trying to recall. Right, I saw him at the artifact refining conference. This person was beside Qiu Qingshan at that time. Feng Wuchen quickly remembered, but he didn't know Jiang Shuihan's identity. Feng Ying, your name has been like thunder in heaven capital recently. Jiang Shuihan said coldly, staring at Feng Wuchen with cold eyes. That feeling was like being stared at by a ferocious poisonous snake. Jiang Shuihan's eyes were very scary. A divine artifact refiner is indeed a miracle in the heaven realm, but this so-called divine artifact refiner, I'm sorry, but I never thought of him. Jiang Shuihan said proudly. This person's strength is quite strong. Feng Wuchen frowned as he thought to himself, but he could tell from Jiang Shuihan's aura and pressure. Jiang Shuihan's strength was indeed very strong. If he didn't have some ability, how could he have become the commander of Moon God Palace? There was no one in the spirit realm who did not know of Jiang Shuihan's fame. He was definitely an existence that caused people to tremble in fear upon hearing his name. Jiang Shuihan had once defeated 3 late-stage heavenly monarchs by himself and was hailed as the strongest heavenly monarch in spirit realm. Countless people in spirit domain guessed that Jiang Shuihan's strength had already reached the half-god realm. I know you're from the Moon God Palace. I've seen you at the artifact refining conference. Tell me your name, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Jiang Shuihan. Great General of the Moon God Palace. Jiang Shuihan coldly replied. Swish. Swish. In a short while, dozens of Heaven Monarch Realm experts flashed over. It seemed that Jiang Shuihan had come with the intention of killing Feng Wuchen. So you're the great general of the Moon God Palace. Your identity is not simple. No wonder you're so strong, Feng Wuchen said coldly as he glanced at the dozens of Heaven Monarch Realm experts. Looking at Jiang Shuihan's terrifying lineup, he had to kill Feng Wuchen today. Wind Shadow, you can't escape today. I'll destroy you completely. Jiang Shuihan said coldly, looking as if he was certain that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. Are you bullying me with numbers? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Humph. I know you're strong, but I have more than enough people to kill you. You should feel honored that I'm going to deal with you personally. Jiang Shuihan said coldly. An extremely violent aura swept out like a storm, full of deterrence. You're that confident? Feng Wuchen's mouth curved into a dangerous arc. Buzz. Jiang Shuihan didn't waste any more words. He immediately activated the strength of a peak late-stage Heaven Monarch and burst it out without holding back. A bright green light shot into the sky, and an extremely terrifying power rolled out like a landslide. The space shook violently, and the ferocious aura was suffocating. Seal off the surroundings. Don't give Wind Shadow any chance to escape. Jiang Shuihan shouted. Even if he was confident that he could kill Feng Wuchen, he still had to prepare a foolproof plan. Yes, great general. Dozens of Heaven Monarch Realm experts flashed to the surroundings and sealed off Feng Wuchen's escape route. Dozens of Heaven Monarchs was indeed a terrifying lineup, but Feng Wuchen didn't care and didn't take it to heart. Not simple. I actually feel threatened by this power. Feng Wuchen frowned and said to himself. He was secretly amazed by Jiang Shuihan's strength. Buzz, in the face of such a powerful enemy, Feng Wuchen activated all his strength and took out the Qilin armor and Dragon God gloves. A monstrous aura burst out, and Feng Wuchen's aura instantly soared to the late-stage Heaven Monarch realm. Late-stage Heaven Monarch realm. It's divine power. 2 Tier 9 divine artifacts. No, it's 3. The jade pendant on the gloves is also a divine artifact. Wind Shadow actually increased his combat strength by 2 levels in an instant. A Tier 9 divine artifact. It's terrifying. We don't have any chance of winning against him. Dozens of Heaven Monarch Realm experts were all shocked by the power that Feng Wuchen burst out. Their eyes were filled with fear. I've never seen Wind Shadow's divine power, but I'm sure it's divine power. This is probably the legendary Heaven Dao divine power. This person's identity is definitely not simple. Jiang Shuihan thought to himself. However, Jiang Shuihan didn't care about Feng Wuchen's background. He had to die today. Boom, Jiang Shuihan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He suddenly stepped on the void, and there was a loud boom. His figure burst out with a speed that exceeded the speed of sound and disappeared in a flash. So fast. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Jiang Shuihan arrived in the blink of an eye. There was a loud boom, and the violent power blasted a huge spiderweb-like crack in the void. The void, within a radius of several thousand feet, shook violently. Instant transmission? Jiang Shuihan frowned slightly. The terrifying punch missed. Feng Wuchen used instant transmission to dodge in a thrilling manner. Swish, boom, in the next second, instant transmission was used again. Feng Wuchen instantly appeared behind Jiang Shuihan and fiercely punched. There was a loud boom and it landed solidly on Jiang Shuihan's back. What? But when the punch landed, Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. The domineering punch couldn't even shake Jiang Shuihan in the slightest. Humph. What's so great about having a divine artifact? I'm known as the strongest heaven monarch in the spirit domain. With your little strength, you can't deal with me. Jiang Shuihan sneered contemptuously. Feng Wuchen's fierce punch couldn't hurt Jiang Shuihan at all. This person's physical body is very strong, and he has defensive armor. As expected of the Moon God Palace's general. Feng Wuchen frowned and immediately retreated, wisely distancing himself. End of chapter. Show me what you're really capable of. Show me your black flames and show me what you're made of. Jiang Shuihan slowly turned around and sneered as he looked at Feng Wuchen coldly. Although instant transmission is amazing, your strength can't break through my defense. I can totally ignore it. Jiang Shuihan smiled coldly as he stepped into the void and walked towards Feng Wuchen. Facing an opponent with a strong physical body and strong defense, Feng Wuchen felt a lot of pressure. With my current cultivation, I can't do anything to him. If I can't break through his defense, it's useless no matter how fast I am. I need to find his weakness. Feng Wuchen frowned. Swish. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom, Feng Wuchen used teleportation to attack again. However, every punch and kick that landed on Jiang Shuihan's body was useless. It's useless. You won't be able to break through my defense with just strength. I know that your physical body is rather strong, perhaps even stronger than mine. However, your strength is too weak. Jiang Shuihan crossed his arms in front of his chest and allowed Feng Wuchen to attack. Jiang Shuihan's defense was like the Golden Bell shield. There were no blind spots. As expected of the Moon God Palace's great general. Your strength is indeed strong, but what's the use? Can you kill me? With just you trash, who can stop me if I want to leave? Feng Wuchen suddenly sneered. Hearing this, Jiang Shuihan's face darkened. His eyes narrowed, and his murderous aura increased several times. What Feng Wuchen said was reasonable. Instant transmission was amazing and powerful. If Feng Wuchen wanted to leave, Jiang Shuihan and the others couldn't do anything. You can't run. Jiang Shuihan said darkly. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered. I'll destroy your hope now. Jiang Shuihan said in a low voice. His hands gathered a terrifying power and he suddenly put his palms together. Clap. Clap. Clap, clap. The dozens of heavenly monarchs scattered around also put their palms together and used all their strength. Colorful energy rays shot into the sky. Xianming Tianluo boundary. Open. Jiang Shuihan and the dozens of Heaven Monarch realm martial experts yelled out in unison. Immediately after, the colorful energy spread out rapidly and intertwined with each other. Finally, it condensed into a terrifying barrier that was 30 kilometers in size. So they sent so many Heaven Monarch experts to set up a barrier to prevent me from escaping. They really came prepared. Feng Wuchen thought to himself and frowned slightly. Wind Shadow, if you can break this barrier, feel free to escape. Jiang Shuihan coldly said. As he spoke, his figure had already fiercely shot out once again. Boom, Feng Wuchen shot out without any hesitation, showing no signs of fear. You overestimate yourself. Seeing that Feng Wuchen intended to meet force with force, a hint of disdain appeared on Jiang Shuihan's face. Boom. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided. There was an earth-shattering boom. Jiang Shuihan's violent and frightening strength sent Feng Wuchen flying with a single blow. You're really strong. Feng Wuchen was shocked. His blood and qi churned violently, and he almost vomited blood. He used all his strength to meet Jiang Shuihan's fist head-on, but it couldn't shake him at all. With such tyrannical strength, it was no wonder that Jiang Shuihan dared to boast in front of Meng Hun. Idiot, you can't break this domain chief's defense, but you still dare to meet me head-on. You're courting death. Jiang Shuihan was even more disdainful. Domain chief, kill him. Domain chief, we can't let Wind Shadow live. Kill him. Dozens of Heaven Monarch realm martial experts shouted. Feng Wuchen's existence was too great a threat to them. Staring coldly at Feng Wuchen, Jiang Shuihan said, however, with your early-stage Heaven Monarch realm, you can withstand my strength. You're indeed not simple. You should be proud. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shuihan once again activated his terrifying strength. A violent aura erupted, and the space within a radius of several thousand feet shook again. Wind Shadow, give me your life. Jiang Shuihan shouted. His hands formed a seal, and the power gathered was extremely terrifying. Celestial Art. Thousand Saber Cleave. Jiang Shuihan suddenly shouted and slashed at Feng Wuchen. A huge green energy slash that was several thousand feet long rushed toward Feng Wuchen with the power to split Mount Hua. Wherever it passed, a large patch of pitch-black cracks began to explode. It was aggressive and unstoppable. Black fire. Bang. Feng Wuchen immediately activated the black fire and the Heaven Dao divine power at the same time. The domineering power gathered on his sword finger, and it was suffused with terrifying energy. Its power was monstrous. Burning Sky Finger. Feng Wuchen shouted and pointed his sword finger in the air. A black light that was as thick as an arm shot out like lightning, carrying the power to pierce through heaven and earth. It was breathtaking and terrifying. This is the skill that killed Second Brother. This terrifying aura has already surpassed the celestial art. Jiang Shuihan frowned slightly. He could feel the terrifying power contained in the burning sky finger. What kind of power is that? What a terrifying aura. It makes one's soul tremble. This brat is really scary. If we don't get rid of him now and let him increase his cultivation, I'm afraid even the great commander won't be able to deal with him. The dozens of heaven monarchs who were watching the battle all had pale faces that were filled with terror. Rumble. Pfft. In the blink of an eye, the two extremely terrifying forces collided and exploded. The explosion was deafening and earth-shattering. The terrifying energy ripples from the explosion swept out crazily, causing Feng Wuchen to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body shot out without warning. Master. Nian Huai and the other artifact souls were shocked. In the fierce collision, Feng Wuchen was obviously at a disadvantage. It's actually so powerful. No wonder Second Brother couldn't resist. Jiang Shuihan was shocked. Even though he wasn't injured, he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. His blood was churning. After experiencing it personally, Jiang Shuihan realized how terrifying the burning sky finger was. Destructive explosive energy poured down in torrents, instantly raising the mountain below to the ground. Even the massive barrier began to tremble. Feng Wuchen, who flew thousands of meters away, was seriously injured. His face was pale. The burning sky finger didn't injure him. His defense is stronger than I thought. It seems like I'm not his match with my current strength. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. If the burning sky finger didn't injure Jiang Shuihan, Feng Wuchen's other techniques probably wouldn't be able to hurt Jiang Shuihan either. As expected of the Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassin. You're the first heaven monarch who can force me to retreat. Feng Ying, use whatever other powerful techniques you have. I'll see how long you can last. Jiang Shuihan's shout came from afar. His battle intent was overflowing. Buzz, buzz. The terrifying aura and power burst out again. The ferocious aura was like a raging wave. Immortal technique. Overturning C-thousand clouds palm. Jiang Shuihan shouted again. Tens of thousands of terrifying green energy palm prints condensed around his body. The intense pressure was suffocating. The violent attack made people unable to resist. End of chapter. Jiang Shuihan's attack was extremely fierce, and the violent power seemed to be able to destroy the world. Jiang Shuihan didn't hesitate at all. As soon as he shouted, he blasted out a fierce palm. Thousands of terrifying palm prints blasted towards Feng Wuchen at the same time. The unstoppable fierce attack tore the space apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feng Ying, if you don't have a more powerful art, then die. Then prepare to die. Jiang Shuihan shouted. Feng Wuchen stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. With a flash of golden light, the dragon god sword appeared out of thin air. Feng Wuchen's aura surged again. It was majestic and overflowing. More divine artifacts? Jiang Shuihan frowned slightly. Another 9th-tier divine artifact. There are even more divine artifacts. Heavens! 4 divine artifacts. Where did Feng Ying get these divine artifacts? And they are the rarest divine swords. The dozens of Heaven Monarch experts who were watching the battle gasped in horror. Their faces were extremely pale. Heaven Dao divine power was injected into the dragon god sword. The sword body burst out with a dazzling radiance. A soul-stirring sword intent swept out ferociously. The sword finger slid on the sword body and instantly ignited with black flames. It turned into a black flaming sword that was filled with a terrifying energy aura. Soul-extinguishing sword art. God-slaying. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. The dragon god sword was filled with intense sword-light energy. It was extremely domineering, and the soul-stirring sword intent soared into the sky. Swish, buzz. Buzz, as soon as he shouted, Feng Wuchen held the dragon god sword tightly with both hands and swept it out. There was a strong sonic boom. A huge black sword light broke through the sky. Everywhere it passed, pitch-black cracks were torn apart. The immortal art fused with the black flames to create such a fierce and domineering power. This kid is indeed not simple. It is my first time encountering such a strong opponent. Furthermore, he is only at the early stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. If I don't get rid of this kid, he will definitely threaten the Moon God Palace in the future. Jiang Shuihan frowned. The killing intent in his eyes grew colder. Gulp, seeing Feng Wuchen's domineering black sword light, the dozens of Heaven Monarchs who were watching the battle were scared out of their wits. They were so frightened that they couldn't speak. Boom. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two terrifying forces collided in front of dozens of Heaven Monarchs' horrified eyes. There was a loud explosion, and an extremely terrifying force swept out crazily, causing the void to shake violently. Its power is indeed stronger, but unfortunately, it's still too weak. Jiang Shuihan laughed coldly. Jiang Shuihan's expression remained unchanged in the face of Feng Wuchen's terrifying sword aura. Pooh! Feng Wuchen was no match for the ferocious collision between the two terrifying forces. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his injuries instantly worsened. The power of the 10,000 palm imprint was extremely terrifying. It forcefully suppressed Feng Wuchen's sword light and completely gained the upper hand. Devour! Feng Wuchen abruptly shouted. The black flame suddenly soared and began to frantically devour the power of Jiang Shuihan's palm. Oh? It can even devour energy? Jiang Shuihan's expression changed slightly as he was extremely surprised. Soon after, he shouted, "This domain chief will break your sword ray right now. Let's see how you're going to devour it." As he shouted, Jiang Shuihan once again activated his power. An even more terrifying power poured into the palm print. Finally, he shouted, "Break! Rumble! Pooh!" The terrifying force of the collision suddenly exploded. The deafening explosion swept through the surrounding mountains. The destructive energy of the explosion shook Feng Wuchen so much that he spat out another mouthful of blood. His body shot out like a cannonball. On the other hand, Jiang Shuihan was only sent flying a few hundred meters. He was still completely unharmed. It's indeed not simple. This is the first time I've seen such a domineering sword art. Xianxia was shocked. The fierce collision caused the blood in his body to surge violently again. What a strong defense. Even my sword art can't hurt him. Feng Wuchen was shocked as he slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Feng Wuchen's combat power was indeed terrifying. However, he was only at the late stage of the Heaven Monarch realm at most. Compared to Xianxia, he was still much weaker. What a pity. You still can't break through my defense. Xianxia, who had stabilized his body, sneered at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's injuries were very serious. His aura had weakened by more than half, and his face was as pale as paper. Master, Xianxia's strength is close to the Heaven God realm. You are not his match. There is no need to continue fighting. The Dragon God Sword's voice came. The Dragon God Sword is right. Master, you will only have the strength to contend with him after you break through to the middle stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. You should escape first. Buzz, buzz. Feng Wuchen acted as if he didn't hear it. He endured his injuries and forcefully activated the power of the Golden Dragon Seal Martial Soul. He merged it with the Heaven Dao Divine Power and burst out a terrifying force. Oh? You can still activate such a powerful force with such serious injuries. Wind Shadow, you are really not simple. Xianxia was surprised. He didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be able to continue fighting. The 10 ancient powers were activated and merged with the Heaven Dao Divine Power. Feng Wuchen's aura surged crazily. What? It can still increase? Xianxia's face finally showed shock and disbelief. What kind of power is this? Can you feel it? There are so many types of power. How is this possible? Where did Wind Shadow get so many mysterious and powerful powers? Furthermore, there is an ancient aura. Wind Shadow's aura is getting more and more terrifying. He can still burst out such a terrifying power with such serious injuries. Is he a monster? The dozens of Heaven Monarchs who were watching the battle were scared out of their wits again. They were so frightened that their bodies were trembling. Bang! Activating the black flames, Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the Dragon God Sword flew into the sky. The sword body was balanced, and the tip of the sword was facing outwards. It was emitting a tyrannical sword radiance. The monster sword intent was almost suffocating. Swish! Buzz, buzz! Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the Dragon God Sword suddenly shot out. The sonic boom was so intense that it was ear-piercing and shook the void. Humph! Xianxia snorted coldly and viciously. He condensed a terrifying power in his hands. There was a burst of green light, and the violent aura swept out again. Xianxia yelled, "This is your last chance, right? Watch as this general shatters your hope." Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Heaven Burning Dragon Divine Fist. At the same time, Feng Wuchen suddenly yelled and took out the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen's aura surged crazily again. The fist that was bursting with black light instantly became 3 times stronger. Sensing that Feng Wuchen's strength had increased by 3 times, Xianxia suddenly looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. What? Xianxia's expression stiffened. He said in disbelief, "How is this possible? His strength has increased by 3 times. Another divine artifact. Heavens! 5 divine artifacts. This is a divine artifact that can increase one's combat strength. It has increased by 3 times. Such terrifying power. Feng Wuchen's aura is already close to the peak of the late-stage Heaven Monarch realm. The dozens of Heaven Monarchs were even more terrified. Their bodies were trembling violently. I want to see if your defense is really unbreakable. Feng Wuchen said extremely viciously and immediately blasted out a fierce punch. End of chapter. Heaven Burning Divine Dragon Fist. Feng Wuchen roared as he condensed 3 times the power. His fists blasted out mercilessly, and the vast aura was enough to shake one's soul. Xianxia felt a strong threat from the monstrous power of his master. Xianxia could feel the terrifying power contained in Feng Wuchen's fists. Celestial Art. Raging Thunder Seal. The moment Feng Wuchen unleashed his ferocious attack, Jiang Shuihan immediately used all his strength to execute the celestial art. A huge green energy seal condensed above his head. The surface of the seal was surrounded by electricity, and it was filled with a terrifying aura. Clang, when Jiang Shuihan was condensing the energy seal, the dragon god sword was already attacking fiercely. With a crisp clang, it was blocked by a tyrannical and violent force. Get lost! Jiang Shuihan roared and forcefully sent the dragon god sword flying. Staring at Feng Wuchen with a fierce gaze, Jiang Shuihan waved his hand, and a huge and terrifying energy seal flew out. Jiang Shuihan shouted, "This domain chief wants to see how strong your tripled combat power is." In the next second, Feng Wuchen's even more ferocious attack came one after another. Boom! 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 Buzz! Buzz! In an instant, Feng Wuchen blasted out thousands of fist seals, which continuously bombarded the huge energy seal. The attack speed of the fist seals was astonishing, and a series of explosions shook the heavens and earth. The energy ripples from the collision were like raging waves, and the void violently shook and exploded. The huge and terrifying energy seal was actually forced back. It's actually so powerful. Jiang Shuihan was shocked. Feng Wuchen's attack was extremely violent. The dozens of Heaven Monarch experts who were watching the battle were all shocked by this spectacular and shocking scene. They were extremely frightened. Boom! 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 Hiss! Hiss! Feng Wuchen roared and bombarded the huge energy seal crazily. Large cracks began to appear on the huge energy seal. What? This is impossible. How can he be so powerful? Seeing the huge cracks on the energy seal, Jiang Shuihan's face changed again, and he was even more shocked. Feng Wuchen's ferocious attack was getting stronger with each wave. Pooh! Not long after, Jiang Shuihan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already powerless to endure this domineering and ferocious force. Jiang Shuihan spat out blood. This meant that Feng Wuchen's strength was enough to break through his defenses. Bastard! Jiang Shuihan cursed in horror, his face contorted. As the strongest Heaven Monarch in the Heaven Realm, he was actually injured by a junior in the early stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. It was simply a great humiliation. Feng Wuchen's violent bombardment continued. Thousands of fist imprints were no joke, and it was as if he was determined to beat Jiang Shuihan to death. Great Commander! Seeing Jiang Shuihan vomit blood, the dozens of heavenly monarchs turned pale with fright and couldn't help but cry out. How is this possible? Great Commander is the strongest Heaven Monarch in the Heaven Domain. How could he be injured by Feng Ying? It's too scary. Kazakage's strength was too terrifying. 5 divine artifacts. And a divine artifact that can increase one's battle prowess by 3 times. An early-stage Heaven Monarch realm expert with 5 divine artifacts. Is he really that powerful? Dozens of Heaven Monarchs were extremely terrified. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a devil. Humph. It seems like this is also your limit. Feng Wuchen sneered and continued his violent and ferocious attacks. Boom. 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 Buzz. Buzz. At this time, the huge energy seal had already begun to crumble. It was no longer able to withstand Feng Wuchen's violent bombardment. Staring at Feng Wuchen with a ferocious gaze, Jiang Shuihan shouted angrily, "Brat, you are indeed amazing. But don't forget that you are seriously injured. This great commander wants to see how you can withstand this power." The moment Jiang Shuihan finished speaking, the furious Jiang Shuihan suddenly roared, "Explode!" What? Feng Wuchen's pale face suddenly changed. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. As soon as Jiang Shuihan's roar fell, the huge energy seal that was about to crumble suddenly exploded. The loud rumbling sound echoed throughout the mountain range. The extremely terrifying explosive energy swept out violently. Feng Wuchen's fist seal collided with it, causing Feng Wuchen to spit out blood on the spot. Jiang Shuihan was also affected by the explosive energy and also spat out a mouthful of blood. The huge barrier shook violently. Even if the power wasn't enough to break through the barrier, dozens of Heaven Monarchs outside the barrier were frightened and retreated in fear. Jiang Shuihan detonated the energy seal because he felt that he could withstand this power, but Feng Wuchen, who was seriously injured, couldn't withstand it. Even if he was seriously injured, even if Feng Wuchen wasn't, he could still make Feng Wuchen stay. The terrifying explosive energy completely engulfed Feng Wuchen and Jiang Shuihan. They couldn't be seen anymore. The dozens of heaven monarchs didn't know what happened to them. A few minutes later, the explosive energy ripples gradually dissipated. High in the sky, Feng Wuchen and Jiang Shuihan's figures gradually appeared. Jiang Shuihan was seriously injured. His body was covered in blood, and his aura was weak. Feng Wuchen's injuries were even more serious. His face was as pale as paper, and he was in a sorry state. He couldn't fight anymore. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was still floating in the sky because of the support of the Qilin armor's artifact soul. Its black wings were slowly flapping. This bastard! Feng Wuchen cursed in his mind. If Jiang Shuihan hadn't detonated the energy seal, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have been so severely injured. He might even have had a chance to turn the situation around. Commander! Seeing the severely injured Jiang Shuihan, the dozens of heaven monarchs sucked in a cold breath. In the spirit realm, there was no heaven monarch who could injure Jiang Shuihan to this extent. However, Feng Wuchen's appearance not only severely injured Jiang Shuihan, but also almost killed him. Humph! Wind Shadow, it's time for you to die. Jiang Shuihan sneered as he endured his injuries. Anyone could see that Feng Wuchen, whose aura was very weak, had lost the ability to fight. Anyone could kill him. On the other hand, although Jiang Shuihan was severely injured, he could still fight. Suppressing the surging blood in his body, Jiang Shuihan roared and rushed toward Feng Wuchen. Swoosh! At this moment, a strong sonic boom was heard. Feng Wuchen's divine sword. Jiang Shuihan's expression changed. The severely injured Jiang Shuihan didn't dare to face the dragon god's sword head-on. He could only dodge it. Master, your injuries are very serious. Run! The artifact. Soul of the dragon god's sword said. Universe Pagoda, give your power to Master. The Qilin armor shouted. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda flashed with golden light and turned into an illusory human figure. It flashed and entered Feng Wuchen's body. The artifact soul. Jiang Shuihan's expression changed again. Master, hang in there. Run! The Universe Pagoda said as it poured its power into Feng Wuchen's body. Thank goodness you guys are here. Otherwise, I'd be dead for sure. Feng Wuchen grinned. Feng Wuchen glanced at Jiang Shuihan coldly and said, Jiang Shuihan, I'll let you go today. The next time I see you, it'll be your death. Don't even think about escaping. Jiang Shuihan shouted angrily and shot out with all his might. Space travel. With a thought, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared into the void. End of chapter. Boom. Buzz. The moment Feng Wuchen disappeared, Jiang Shuihan threw out a punch. A loud explosion shook the void. But he was still half a step too late. Feng Wuchen had already disappeared. This is impossible. He can't have escaped from the barrier. Jiang Shuihan gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression. Dozens of heaven monarchs looked left and right, but they couldn't see Feng Wuchen at all. Feng Wuchen had disappeared into thin air. Wind Shadow, he disappeared. What kind of movement skill is that? How could he have escaped from the barrier? Did he use teleportation to hide? It's impossible to escape from such a powerful barrier. Dozens of heaven monarchs were stunned. No one could believe that Feng Wuchen had disappeared into thin air. Preposterous. Outrageous. Jiang Shuihan was furious and roared crazily. Feng Wuchen was seriously injured and had completely lost his ability to fight. In everyone's opinion, Feng Wuchen was definitely going to die today. However, no one had expected that the cooked duck would fly away. If one didn't look after the cooked duck, it could really fly away. Go after him. Wind Shadow is seriously injured. He can't have escaped far. Go after him. The furious Jiang Shuihan roared. He looked very scary. Dozens of heaven monarchs immediately scattered and chased after him. Jiang Shuihan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. As the commander of the Moon God Palace and the strongest heaven monarch in the spirit field, not only did he fail to kill Feng Wuchen, but he also let the seriously injured Feng Wuchen escape. This was undoubtedly a joke. If he couldn't even catch the seriously injured Feng Wuchen, how could he still have the face to see others? Wind Shadow. I will never forgive you. Jiang Shuihan gritted his teeth and roared, venting his anger crazily. After venting his anger, Jiang Shuihan took out an elixir and sat cross-legged in the void to heal his injuries. Feng Wuchen, who had escaped from the barrier, had already arrived at another deep mountain. He found a hidden place and directly entered the 7th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to heal his injuries. In this battle, Feng Wuchen could be said to have exhausted all of his strength. He even brought out 5 divine artifacts, but he was still unable to defeat Jiang Shuihan. Feng Wuchen laboriously took out the Blood Spirit Reincarnation Pill and Yin Yang Restoration Pill and swallowed them, entering a state of recuperation. That was close, I almost lost my life. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, completely relieved. As expected of the great general of the Moon God Palace. He truly deserves to be called the strongest heavenly monarch in the spirit realm. However, this is only temporary. When I reach the middle stage of the heavenly monarch realm, the title of the strongest heavenly monarch will change hands, Feng Wuchen thought to himself as a cold smile appeared on his face. Master, they've caught up. A voice came from the universe tower. Hide your aura well. They won't find out. Feng Wuchen transmitted, not worried at all. Feng Wuchen indeed didn't escape far. He was deep in the mountains nearby. When I recover, it will be the time of their death. Feng Wuchen thought fiercely. Dozens of heavenly monarchs were currently trekking in the surrounding mountains, but to their disappointment, they couldn't sense Feng Wuchen's aura at all. Isn't Feng Ying's movement technique too terrifying? We couldn't find him nearby at all. Under the Heaven God realm, I'm afraid that other than the great commander, no one else can deal with him. Stop talking nonsense and find him quickly. If he escapes, we'll be in trouble in the future. Thinking back to the battle just now, the heavenly monarchs were still terrified. A few hours later, in the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen's injuries and strength recovered at an astonishing rate. His pale face gradually recovered its color. In a few more hours, my injuries will be more or less healed. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. A few hours had passed on the 7th floor of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, but only about an hour had passed in the outside world. Master, there are 6 heavenly monarchs nearby. A voice came from the universe pagoda. Hearing this, the corner of Feng Wuchen's mouth rose slightly. He sneered and said, since they want to kill me, then don't blame me for not being polite. In the blink of an eye, another few hours had passed, and Feng Wuchen's injuries were almost healed. After the battle just now, after recovering from my injuries, I feel that my cultivation has improved a little. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Clenching his fists, Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed fiercely and said, Jiang Shuihan's injuries won't recover without 3 to 5 days. I'll take this opportunity to kill the heavenly monarch of the Moon God Palace. If he doesn't leave, Feng Wuchen directly exited the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. From the beginning to the end, it only took 12 hours, but only a little more than 2 hours had passed in the outside world. The heavenly monarchs of the Moon God Palace were still tracking Feng Wuchen in the mountains. We've searched everywhere. Feng Ying has probably escaped back to the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Let's go back. Can he really escape with such serious injuries? Even with the help of the artifact soul, he can't go far. The heavenly monarchs were discussing. Are you looking for me? Just as the heavenly monarchs were talking, a sneer suddenly came from behind them, and this sneer instantly made them tremble. Feng Ying. The 5 heavenly monarchs were shocked and turned around at the same time. They would never forget Feng Wuchen's voice for the rest of their lives. But the moment they turned around and saw Feng Wuchen, they were in complete despair. How is this possible? How can your injuries recover so quickly? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. His injuries are so serious that it will take at least half a month to recover. It's only been 2 hours. It's impossible to recover so quickly. Devil. He is the devil. The 5 heavenly monarchs were scared out of their wits. They couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen had recovered from his injuries. All of you deserve to die. Feng Wuchen said coldly. A biting cold murderous aura swept out violently, and a dagger appeared in his hand out of thin air. The assassin's dagger from the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Be careful. The 5 heavenly monarchs were shocked and quickly circulated their strength to resist. Unfortunately, they were still one step too late. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish, Feng Wuchen instantly flashed out. Cold light flashed, and the 5 heavenly monarchs were all killed on the spot. In the face of Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed, they had no chance to resist at all. You can't kill me. Now, it's my turn to kill you. Feng Wuchen said viciously as he glanced at the mountain where the battle was originally. Jiang Shuihan is really here. It's time for you to die. Feng Wuchen immediately flashed and disappeared. Every time Feng Wuchen appeared, several heavenly monarchs were killed. They all died in fear. Feng Wuchen's appearance was their nightmare. Jiang Shuihan, who was recuperating, suddenly sensed something. His closed eyes suddenly opened. They are all dead. What's going on? Jiang Shuihan frowned and was puzzled. He couldn't help but panic when he suddenly couldn't sense the aura of his subordinates. Jiang Shuihan was very puzzled. Who exactly was it that could kill dozens of heavenly monarchs in such a short time? Jiang Shuihan. Just as Jiang Shuihan was puzzled, he suddenly heard Feng Wuchen's cold voice. Feng Ying. Jiang Shuihan's expression changed greatly. End of chapter. Wind Shadow. A strong sense of uneasiness welled up in Jiang Shuihan's heart as he panicked. Whoosh. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared out of thin air within the barrier, just a few dozen meters away from Jiang Shuihan. It's only been 2 hours, yet your injuries haven't recovered much. Feng Wuchen looked at Jiang Shuihan with a mocking expression. The moment Jiang Shuihan saw Feng Wuchen, his eyes widened in shock. His expression stiffened, and he couldn't say a word. Let me tell you a piece of good news. The subordinates you brought were all killed by me. Feng Wuchen sneered as he looked at Jiang Shuihan with a playful expression. Jiang Shuihan was dumbfounded, and his body remained motionless. What? Are you surprised? Can't believe that my injuries have already recovered? Feng Wuchen asked coldly as he looked at the shocked Jiang Shuihan. How could your injuries? Jiang Shuihan was stunned. Feng Wuchen's injuries had already recovered to 80%. If he wanted to, he could use the regeneration divine art to heal him in an instant. In 2 hours, with the help of pills, Jiang Shuihan had only recovered to 20%, but Feng Wuchen had almost fully recovered. How could he believe this? Jiang Shuihan, it's time for you to die, Feng Wuchen said viciously as he flipped the dagger in his hand and threw it without hesitation. Jiang Shuihan was shocked and immediately retreated. Jiang Shuihan's injuries were serious, and he was no match for Feng Wuchen. This damn brat, what's going on? How could his injuries recover so quickly? Jiang Shuihan was flustered and angry. He couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Even if he swallowed pills and elixirs in 2 hours, he would still need time to absorb them. You can't run, Feng Wuchen sneered. With a thought, he used teleportation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not good. Jiang Shuihan's expression changed as he tried to dodge. Unfortunately, Jiang Shuihan's speed was no longer as terrifying as when he was at his peak. Boom. Pooh. When Feng Wuchen reappeared, without waiting for Jiang Shuihan to react, there was a sudden explosion. The tyrannical power caused Jiang Shuihan to spit out a mouthful of blood. The injuries he had just recovered from worsened once more. Killing you and 36 heavenly lords is enough to weaken the Moon God Palace. I wonder if Qiu Qingshan will die of anger if he knows about this, Feng Wuchen sneered. What the hell is going on? His strength has actually recovered. Jiang Shuihan was puzzled. It was one thing for Feng Wuchen to recover from his injuries, but he had also recovered the energy he had expended during the battle. This was beyond Jiang Shuihan's comprehension. Swish, boom, just as Jiang Shuihan steadied himself, there was another loud explosion. Jiang Shuihan spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying. After 2 heavy punches, Jiang Shuihan's injuries worsened. His body was shaking. What last words do you have? Speak. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared behind Jiang Shuihan like a ghost. Jiang Shuihan was startled and hastily retreated. Humph. You want to kill me? Dream on. Don't forget that I didn't use any Dharma treasures from beginning to end. Do you really think that's all I've got? Jiang Shuihan said fiercely. He looked at Feng Wuchen from the corner of his eyes. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen didn't show any fear. Even if Jiang Shuihan had a powerful Dharma treasure, Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid at all. Jiang Shuihan was seriously injured and had expended a lot of energy. Even if he used a Dharma treasure now, it would be useless. A powerful force burst out from Jiang Shuihan's body. There was a flash of green light, but his aura was much weaker than before. With a thought, Jiang Shuihan took out a blue light bead. It was a heaven-grade immortal artifact. It quickly strengthened Jiang Shuihan's aura. Jiang Shuihan, you're already at the end of your rope. There's no point in resisting. Feng Wuchen sneered. He didn't take Jiang Shuihan's immortal artifact seriously at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared on Jiang Shuihan's left side. Jiang Shuihan suddenly looked to his left, but Feng Wuchen's figure had disappeared again. You're stupid. Or perhaps you're too conceited. You actually dared to stay when you're seriously injured. It seems like the heavens want to cut off your path of retreat. Feng Wuchen's voice strangely sounded from Jiang Shuihan's right side. Jiang Shuihan couldn't figure out Feng Wuchen's position. His face twitched violently. Come out if you have the guts. Jiang Shuihan growled. Aren't I right here? Feng Wuchen's figure strangely appeared in front of Jiang Shuihan. Go to hell. Jiang Shuihan was startled at first. Then, he roared and blasted a palm at Feng Wuchen. Boom. The moment Jiang Shuihan attacked, Feng Wuchen disappeared again. This time, his fist hit the air. Ah. Come out. Come out. The furious Jiang Shuihan roared. Chi. At that moment, a dagger suddenly pierced through Jiang Shuihan's heart. Jiang Shuihan's body shook violently. Bastard. Jiang Shuihan looked at his chest in horror. Fresh blood was gushing out. When a person roars, they're venting the anger in their heart. But this is often the most fatal flaw. Feng Wuchen's cold voice came from behind him. This domain chief actually died in your hands. Jiang Shuihan snarled. At this moment, no one knew if Jiang Shuihan had a trace of regret in his heart. He regretted coming to kill Feng Wuchen. To be honest, you're the strongest opponent I've ever met. But it's a pity that you're too conceited and too stupid. This is often a fatal existence. Feng Wuchen sneered as he slowly pulled out his dagger. Feng Wuchen knew better than anyone the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountain. So, if he had the chance, he would never let Jiang Shuihan escape. How did you recover from your injuries and strength? It can't be so fast. Jiang Shuihan asked. He wanted to know before he died. Seeing that you're a strong opponent, and also to let you die with grievances, I won't tell you. Even if you become a ghost after death, you'll be angered to death. This way, I'll be at ease. Your storage ring is mine. Feng Wuchen sneered as he took Jiang Shuihan's storage ring. You. Jiang Shuihan was so angry that his organs were trembling. Unfortunately, Jiang Shuihan's aura was slowly dissipating. He couldn't be saved. Even if he didn't die, he would be angered to death by Feng Wuchen's words. You could have lived, but you didn't take advantage of it. I'll send you on your way. Looking at the falling Jiang Shuihan, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a wisp of black fire flew out. Bang! Jiang Shuihan's body burst into black flames and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. The domain chief of the Moon God Palace, the strongest heavenly monarch of the spirit realm, had fallen. From now on, I'm the strongest heavenly monarch of the spirit realm. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed and flew away. Jiang Shuihan and 36 heavenly monarchs were killed. Once the Moon God Palace was alerted, Qiu Qingshan would be furious. At that time, there would be even more trouble. End of chapter. Blacksmith's Guild. Even if the blacksmith's guild doesn't have the divine spiritual stone, there should be a way to find it. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. At this time, he had already arrived at the entrance of the guild. The divine spiritual stone was a treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. It was very rare, even in the heaven realm. In the human realm, Feng Wuchen only obtained the divine spiritual stone by chance. There was none in other places. Stop looking. How can you enter a place like the Blacksmith's Guild just by looking? Hurry up and leave. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Right at this time, an ear-piercing voice came into Feng Wuchen's ears. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen turned his head to look. A young master swaggered over with a few guards. His face was arrogant and condescending. Are you talking to me? Feng Wuchen looked at the young man and asked expressionlessly. The young man looked left and right, then sneered and said, Are your eyes on your butt? Is there anyone else other than you at such a big guild entrance? Go go go, don't speak in front of our young master. A guard said arrogantly and wanted to push Feng Wuchen to the side. Bang! Pfft! Feng Wuchen's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He took the initiative and punched the man's chest. With a bang, the domineering force sent the guard flying. He even spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the street. Good boy, you have some ability. Kill him for me. Seeing that the guard was heavily injured, the young man's face suddenly became fierce. 6 or 7 guards rushed out without saying a word, looking aggressive. Bang bang bang. Pft, pft, pft. Feng Wuchen was expressionless. His figure suddenly disappeared. In the next second, the 6 to 7 guards were all sent flying. They had no idea what happened. His cold gaze swept towards the young man. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, If you don't want to die, you better get lost immediately. If you kneel down and kowtow to me now and admit your mistake, I might spare your life. The young man said gloomily. As he spoke, he had already rushed out fiercely. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Wang Feng, stop. You're using your power to bully others again. At that moment, a clear and arrogant voice rang out. Wang Feng's face suddenly changed. He immediately withdrew his killer move, and the power he had activated disappeared. Brother, how should I address you? Have you eaten? It was all a misunderstanding, hee hee. His originally gloomy face instantly turned into a smiling face. With a friendly look, he placed his hand on Feng Wuchen's shoulder and asked about his well-being. Feng Wuchen was expressionless. He was too lazy to respond, treating Wang Feng as heir. Qing Wu, you misunderstood. I am just making friends. Wang Feng looked at the source of the voice with a bright smile. On the street, a beautiful young woman slowly walked over, her cold eyes staring at Wang Feng. The woman was dressed in a green muslin dress. She was youthful, beautiful, and lovely. She was full of killing intent towards all men. The woman in green was Yang Qinggu, the daughter of the Yang clan. She was followed by a Heaven Monarch realm guard. Is it a misunderstanding? If you weren't using your power to bully others, would he have injured your Wang clan guard? Yang Qinggu said coldly. The cold air around her made people tremble. Wang Feng quickly walked up and explained, Qinggu, it's not what you think. I just wanted to test the strength of this brother. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Are we brothers? After finishing his words, he glanced at Feng Wuchen and gave Feng Wuchen a signal. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen ignored him and was unmoved. This stinking brat. Wang Feng was furious. He didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be so unappreciative. However, Wang Feng didn't dare to flip out in front of Yang Qinggu. Yang Qinggu glanced at Feng Wuchen, snorted at Wang Feng, and entered the guild. Stinking brat, just you wait. Wang Feng glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely and threatened him. He immediately chased after Yang Qinggu. Feng Wuchen ignored him again and followed him into the guild. Indeed, not everyone could enter the Craftsman's Guild. The Craftsman's Guild wasn't a chamber of commerce. It didn't have anything except magic treasures and weapons, which were quite expensive. After all, there was only one Craftsman's Guild in the spirit realm. Therefore, without enough heaven spirit stones or a certain status, no one dared to enter, lest they embarrass themselves. If one wanted to buy a celestial artifact, one couldn't just buy a celestial artifact with heaven spirit stones. In the guild hall, a beautiful maid came forward and greeted them respectfully. Welcome, Miss Yang and young Master Wang. Take me to see the celestial artifact jade bracelet. Thank you. Yang Qinggu smiled softly. She was very polite and made people feel comfortable. Miss Yang, please. The maid said respectfully and was about to lead Yang Qinggu forward. However, the moment the maid finished speaking, she inadvertently saw Feng Wuchen walk in. The guild guards guarding the guild hall also saw Feng Wuchen at the same time. At that moment, their expressions changed drastically. The guild guards wanted to go forward and welcome him. But at that moment, Wang Feng also happened to see Feng Wuchen. Anger surged in his heart, but he didn't dare to fly into a rage in front of Yang Qinggu. Brother, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you that this isn't a place for you? Look at them. Which one of them isn't someone with status? I'm doing this for your own good. Go back to where you came from. Wang Feng persuaded with good intentions. Yang Qinggu glanced at Wang Feng coldly. Wang Feng trembled in fear and immediately shut up. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, how do you know that this isn't a place for me? Brother, take a good look. That's the eldest disciple of Fire Cloud Hall, that's the young master of Ba Huang City, that's the young master of Huangyun City's Han family, and this is the daughter of Tiandu's Yang family. And I'm the young master of Wang family. Tell me, who isn't someone with status? What about you? What's your identity? Wang Feng pointed at them one by one and introduced them to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, you want to know my identity? When the guild guards and maids heard this, their expressions changed again. A few of them wanted to go forward and stop him. Feng Wuchen lightly shook his head at the guards, indicating that they shouldn't interfere. Yang Qinggu noticed the expression of the maid in front of her and immediately frowned. Her beautiful eyes then looked at the other maids and guards. She realized that their expressions had also become very ugly. What's going on? Yang Qinggu suspiciously looked at Feng Wuchen and then at Wang Feng. She realized that the guards were looking at Wang Feng with angry eyes. This made her even more confused. Young Master Wang is probably in trouble. This kid's background isn't simple. A man slightly frowned. He seemed to have noticed the expressions of the guards and maids. Oh? What a big tone. Why don't you tell me, this young master wants to know your identity? Wang Feng asked curiously. In his heart, he had already decided to ruthlessly step on Feng Wuchen and trample on Feng Wuchen's dignity. End of chapter, then I'll tell you now. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a mocking sneer as he suddenly flashed out. Boom. PFFF. Wang Feng did not expect this sudden attack. Although he had sensed it, he was unable to dodge it in time. With a loud explosion, the overbearing power shook Wang Feng, causing him to spit out blood. His body was sent flying, crashing into the exquisite wooden shelf that contained the treasures. So fast. This person's strength is unfathomable. I can't even tell his cultivation level, and he actually dared to attack in the guild. Yang Qinggu frowned again as she was secretly shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength. Wang Feng was also at the early stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. If Feng Wuchen could make him spit out blood with one punch, his strength was at least at the Heaven Monarch realm. What shocked Yang Qinggu even more was that Feng Wuchen actually dared to injure someone in such a sacred place like the Blacksmith Guild. There was dead silence in the guild hall as everyone looked at Feng Wuchen with shocked eyes. Firstly, they were shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength and terrifying speed. Secondly, they were shocked by Feng Wuchen's guts. Not only did he injure Wang Feng, but he actually dared to attack in the guild. He simply ignored the existence of the guild and broke the rules of the guild. The guild guards didn't interfere as they were all watching the show. Now you know who I am? Feng Wuchen asked expressionlessly. Bastard! How dare you sneak attack me? Wang Feng was furious and couldn't bear it anymore. A terrifying murderous aura burst out as he crazily rushed towards Feng Wuchen. The injured Wang Feng didn't affect him much as his speed and strength were still strong. Wang Feng, stop! Yang Qinggu quickly shouted, but she couldn't stop the furious Wang Feng. Wang Feng arrived in the blink of an eye and punched at Feng Wuchen ferociously as if he wanted to kill Feng Wuchen with one punch. Bang! Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change as he countered with a punch on the spot. There was a loud explosion as the fierce force swept out like a gale. What? How is this possible? What Wang Feng could not believe was that his ferocious punch was easily blocked by Feng Wuchen, who did not even frown. Humph! Feng Wuchen sneered contemptuously. Seeing Feng Wuchen's disdainful look, Wang Feng was furious. His face instantly turned sinister, and his veins bulged. A terrifying power began to erupt. To be able to resist Wang Feng's power with just his physical strength, this kid is not simple. He is very strong. An old man frowned as he sized up Feng Wuchen. He didn't even use his heavenly origin energy, yet he was able to block Wang Feng's attack with a single punch. This person's cultivation is above Wang Feng's. The guild prohibits fighting, but the guards don't care. This person must have a powerful background, one of the young masters said with a grim expression. The usually arrogant and despotic Wang Feng has finally kicked an iron plate this time. This kid is very strong. Moreover, his background is not simple. I want to see how Wang Feng is going to deal with this. Another young master sneered inwardly. Although the people present knew Wang Feng, no one stood out to help him. They were not stupid. How could a sacred place like the guild allow fighting? Once they started fighting, they would break the guild's rules. No matter how strong they were, they would not dare to offend the blacksmith guild. Another point was that when Feng Wuchen injured Wang Feng, none of the guild guards stopped him. This was very unusual. There was only one possibility. Feng Wuchen's identity was so terrifying that the guild was afraid of him. Wang Feng! Stop! Yang Qinggu shouted again. She knew that if the fight continued, Wang Feng's life would be in danger. However, Wang Feng was so angry that he did not listen to her. Brat! How dare you look down on me? Die! Wang Feng roared ferociously. The moment he retracted his fist, he threw out another punch. Bang, poof, buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen still did not move from his original position. He did not activate any power. He merely retracted his fist and threw it out again. With a loud bang, Wang Feng spat out blood and flew backward. The terrifying power spread out and shook the hall. A huge spiderweb-like crack appeared on the ground. This fierce head-on collision caused Wang Feng to be seriously injured. This is impossible. He did not even activate his power. He can injure me with just his physical body. This is impossible. Wang Feng was shocked. He could not believe that a man younger than him would have such terrifying strength. In the guild hall, Yang Qinggu and the rest were shocked. Many of them had their eyes wide open. Wang Feng attacked with all his might, but he could not defeat Feng Wuchen's physical strength. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's strength! Wang Feng was seriously injured, but the guild guards still did not move. Anyone could see that Feng Wuchen's background was not simple. The guild hall was dead silent. No one spoke. Even Yang Qinggu did not dare to speak carelessly. With such a big commotion, the guild blacksmiths and even the deacon elders would have come out. However, no one could see them now. The higher-ups of the blacksmith guild already knew. When Feng Wuchen appeared in the guild hall, the guards had already gone to report to them. It was just that no one intervened. What are you doing? Didn't you see him hit someone? Take him down. The seriously injured Wang Feng was furious. He did not realize that something was wrong. Instead, he roared at the guild guards. Even so, the guild guards still did not move. They did not even look at Wang Feng. Who is he? There are not many people who can control the guild, but I have never seen this person. Yang Qinggu was curious about Feng Wuchen. It was a pity that they did not attend the blacksmith conference and did not know Feng Wuchen's identity. Perhaps only the higher-ups of their forces knew. Wang Feng struggled to get up. He glared at Feng Wuchen and formed a seal. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, don't even think about leaving the guild alive today." Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. With Feng Wuchen's current strength, even without the blacksmith guild, he was not afraid of the Wang family. Wang Feng sent the news back to the Wang family. Since the guild did not care, he would use the Wang family's power. Stupid guy. Yang Qinggu scolded in her heart. She could see that Wang Feng was going to ask for help. The others in the hall were looking forward to it. After the higher-ups of the Wang family received the news, they rushed to the blacksmith guild immediately. In a short while, a strong aura spread over. The Wang family head, Wang Chongshan, is here. Someone said in shock. Who hurt my son? Before he arrived, his angry voice was already heard in the blacksmith guild. Brat, even if the guild doesn't care, the Wang family will. I'll see how you die. Wang Feng said fiercely. He could not wait to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Is that so? Feng Wuchen was still fearless. Soon, Wang Chongshan and the three elders of the Wang family stormed into the hall. Everyone in the hall was frightened. Father! It's him! It's him! Kill him! Wang Feng came to the door with serious injuries. He pointed at Feng Wuchen and shouted angrily. End of chapter. Now that Wang Chongshan is here, it's time to find out who this kid is. The show is about to begin. Everyone in the hall looked at Wang Chongshan, who was fuming with anger. Seeing that Wang Feng was seriously injured, Wang Chongshan's face twitched and he was enraged. This is outrageous. Wang Chongshan was furious. Father! Kill him! Wang Feng pointed at Feng Wuchen and roared. Wang Chongshan looked in the direction that Wang Feng was pointing at and was about to fly into a rage. However, when he saw Feng Wuchen's back, his expression froze and he froze on the spot. The three elders of the Wang family were shocked when they saw Feng Wuchen's back. Feng Wuchen had shocked everyone in the equipment refining convention. They could recognize him even by looking at his back. The expressions of Wang Chongshan and the three elders were all seen by everyone in the hall. Just as I expected. A young man frowned and seemed to have guessed the result. Yang Qinggu frowned and said to herself, looks like Uncle Wang knows who this person is. Father, elders, what's wrong? With you? Do it. Kill him. Seeing the stiff expressions of Wang Chongshan and the three elders, Wang Feng started to panic and seemed to have realized something. Feng Wuchen turned around slowly and looked at Wang Feng. He said expressionlessly, kill me? Let's see if he dares to. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Chongshan saw Feng Wuchen's face and said in a trembling voice, Feng. Lord Feng. He knelt down in horror. Lord Feng. The three elders also knelt down in horror. Seeing this, the expressions of the crowd changed greatly. However, the two words that came out of Wang Chongshan's mouth were like thunder that exploded in their ears. Even though they had guessed that Feng Wuchen had a powerful background, they had never expected him to be the famous divine-grade equipment refiner in Heaven Capital. What? He's Lord Feng? A divine-grade weapon refiner. Yang Qingwu's eyes widened as she looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. They had never seen Feng Wuchen before, but they all knew of the reputation of the divine-grade weapon forger, Lord Feng. Feng Wuchen's fame could be said to have shaken the entire Tiandu. There was no one who did not know of him. He is the Wind Shadow, Lord Feng. Oh my god. Was he the divine-grade weapon refiner? And he's a gold-ranked assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion. It can't be? A divine-grade weapon refiner is so young? Feng. Lord Feng. He is Lord Feng. Everyone in the hall was extremely shocked and terrified. They were all dumbstruck and trembling all over. They finally understood why Feng Wuchen dared to make a move in the guild and why none of the guild guards intervened. With the transcendent status of a divine-grade armament master, how would the people from the armament guild dare to interfere, not to mention the guards? Even if the White Soul came, it would have to be respectful. Feng. Lord Feng. Wang Feng was terrified. He had never felt such fear before. At that moment, Wang Feng only felt that the whole world was collapsing. Wang Feng's face was pale. He was scared out of his wits as he trembled and knelt down. Wang Feng finally knew what kind of person he had offended. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Wang Feng also knew that he was going to die today. Even if Wang Chongshan and the others were here, they would not be able to save his life. Wang Chongshan did not need to ask to guess what had happened. He knew his son better than anyone else. He was arrogant and domineering, causing trouble everywhere. Now, he did not need to think to know that Wang Feng had offended Feng Wuchen and was injured by Feng Wuchen. In the end, he sent a message back to the Wang family to ask for help. Other than that, there could not be any other reason. This bastard! How dare he offend Lord Feng? Wang Chongshan was angry and frightened. He wanted to slap Wang Feng, this unfilial son, to death. Wang Chongshan did not dare to plead for mercy. After all, Wang Feng was in the wrong first. If he offended Feng Wuchen by pleading for mercy, the entire Wang family would be destroyed. News of Wind Shadow's deeds had already spread to Heaven Capital. Moreover, Feng Wuchen now had another identity as a divine-grade armament master. Who would dare to offend him? The hall was silent again. No one dared to make a sound. At the same time, they were secretly glad that they did not interfere. Greetings, Lord Feng. At this moment, White Soul, Yan Xianxia, and the other higher-ups of the Armament Guild appeared in the hall, breaking the silence. White Soul and the others were very respectful to Feng Wuchen. President Bai, 3 elders, Deacon Elder. Feng Wuchen turned around and smiled politely, ignoring Wang Chongshan and the others. Wang Chongshan, the 3 elders, and Wang Feng had been kneeling on the ground. They did not dare to get up. Everyone in the hall had already guessed why White Soul and the others had chosen to appear at this moment. Lord Feng, is there something important? White Soul asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said, there is indeed something. President Bai, please plead for mercy for our Wang family. Wang Chongshan panicked. He did not dare to plead with Feng Wuchen, so he could only ask White Soul for help. Lord Feng, please. White Soul made a gesture of invitation and personally led Feng Wuchen to the main palace at the back, completely ignoring Wang Chongshan and the others. In this situation, who would dare to interfere? Who would not be afraid of offending a divine-grade armament master, even if the Wang family had some relations with the Armament Guild? Compared to Feng Wuchen, these relations were worthless. It's over. It's over. Wang Chongshan was in despair. After Feng Wuchen and the others left the hall, the terrified Wang Feng hurriedly said, Father, let's run away. We'll definitely die if we stay. Shut up. Wang Chongshan suddenly scolded. You bastard. How dare you offend Lord Feng? Are you only going to be satisfied if you kill our Wang family? Wang Chongshan knew that there was no way he could escape. As long as Feng Wuchen gave the order, the Armament Guild would not hesitate to send out experts to kill them, and even massacre the entire Wang family. Instead, it was better to stay obediently. Perhaps there was still a chance. How would I know that he's Lord Feng? If I knew, I wouldn't dare to offend him even if I had 10,000 guts. Wang Feng said fearfully. Bastard. Wang Chongshan was furious. I'll kill you, bastard. Master. You can't. You can't. An elder hurriedly stopped him. Wang Chongshan shouted, let go. Don't stop me. Father, are you crazy? I'm your son. Wang Feng shouted in panic. Shut up. Wang Chongshan scolded. He was extremely agitated. Yang Qinggu also stopped him. Uncle Wang, if you kill him, the Wang family will die. Let's see how Lord Feng will deal with it first. Qinggu, help me beg for mercy, help me beg for mercy. I know I'm wrong, I'll definitely change in the future. Wang Feng looked at Yang Qinggu. I can't help you. Yang Qinggu shook her head heartlessly. Yang Qinggu did not dare to make a decision on her own, lest she offended Feng Wuchen. No matter how strong the Yang family was, they were not as strong as the Armament Guild. Father, think of a way. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Wang Feng said fearfully. He was so scared that tears flowed down his face. End of chapter. Inside the Guildmaster's palace, as White Soul respectfully received Feng Wuchen, the other artificers hurried to the Guildmaster's palace. None of them dared to neglect the arrival of a divine-ranked artificer. Guild leader White, does the guild have divine spiritual stones? Feng Wuchen asked after taking a sip of tea. Divine spiritual stones? White Soul, Yang Qianxiao, and the others were stunned. They exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Suppressing his shock, White Soul looked at Feng Wuchen and hurriedly asked, is Lord Feng planning to forge a divine weapon? When they heard the words divine spiritual stones, their first reaction was that Feng Wuchen was planning to forge a divine weapon, Divine spiritual stones were essential to forging a divine weapon. Meicham Feng Wuchen nodded, not bothering to hide the truth. Since White Soul and the others insisted that Feng Wuchen was a divine-ranked artificer, and Feng Wuchen couldn't deny it, Feng Wuchen had no choice but to accept it. Lord Feng is going to forge a divine weapon. White Soul and the others couldn't help but grow excited when they saw Feng Wuchen nodding. Does the guild have divine spiritual stones? Feng Wuchen asked. Yang Qianxiao nodded excitedly. Yes. Yes. We've always had divine spiritual stones. No one in the heavenly world can forge a divine weapon, so the guild has always kept them. Phew. That's good. Feng Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the guild wouldn't have any divine spiritual stones. Lord Wind, the guild has 6 divine spiritual stones, each of which is over 10,000 years old. Will that be enough? White Soul asked, suppressing the ecstasy in his heart. One is enough, Sure Feng said. Feng Wuchen said. Hearing that the godly spiritual stone was over 10,000 years old, Feng Wuchen became excited. The older a divine spiritual stone was, the purer the energy it contained. It would also be easier to forge a divine weapon. Lord Feng, please wait a moment. I'll go get it right away. Yang Qianxiao excitedly ran out of the hall. Lord Feng, how confident are you in refining a divine artifact? The deacon elder asked anxiously. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said with a smile, I don't know either. It's not easy to refine a divine tool. If I'm not careful, I might even lose my life. Indeed, refining a heaven immortal grade immortal artifact is extremely dangerous. The old man almost lost his life 3 years ago. Bai Hun nodded in agreement. Thinking back to the scene back then, he still felt some lingering fear. Refining is indeed dangerous, but as long as you are careful, there won't be any danger, Feng Wuchen said calmly, as if refining a god tool didn't affect him at all. Pausing for a moment, Feng Wuchen continued, refining tools are ever-changing, but in the end, it can't be separated from soul power, true fire, materials, and a powerful refining technique. Lord Feng, you're right. Bai Hun and the other refiners nodded. In front of Feng Wuchen, even if they knew that Feng Wuchen was talking nonsense, they could only nod. Taking advantage of the time, Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and dozens of refining materials floated in the air. Pung! With a thought, the black flame appeared, burning and dancing on his palm. Refining tools requires a calm heart. The amount of materials must be precise, the control of fire must be skillful, and the control of soul power must be skillful. All of these are crucial. The reason why refining immortal and divine artifacts is so difficult is because too much of their energy dissipates. Feng Wuchen said as he merged his soul power into the black flame. With a flip of his hand, a beautiful scene appeared. Dozens of refining materials gathered on Feng Wuchen's palm like fairies dancing. In a moment, the dozens of refining materials melted into a liquid and merged into one. Bai Hun and the others were dumbfounded as they stared unblinkingly at Feng Wuchen's palm. In the blink of an eye, blue light flashed from Feng Wuchen's palm, and an extremely terrifying aura swept out. The artifact creation ability was displayed once again. A perfect blue orb floated above Feng Wuchen's palm. Heavenly immortal grade immortal artifact. Seeing the ability again, Bai Hun and the others were still shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. This time, Feng Wuchen was refining a heavenly immortal grade immortal artifact. This was a powerful immortal artifact that even Bai Hun couldn't refine. Feng Wuchen's heavenly immortal grade immortal artifact had an extremely powerful aura. It was the best amongst heavenly immortal grade artifacts. Soon, Yang Qianxiao ran into the hall excitedly, but he was a step too late. The refining process was already over. Heavenly immortal grade immortal artifact. Yang Qianxiao was extremely shocked. His old face stiffened as he stared at the orb with wide eyes. Next, Feng Wuchen gave some simple pointers to Bai Hun and the others. He imparted some refining experience, which made Bai Hun and the others feel enlightened and benefited greatly. Especially Bai Hun, after listening to Feng Wuchen's pointers, he felt enlightened and was extremely excited. Thank you, Lord Feng, for your pointers. Bai Hun and the others bowed excitedly. Lord Feng, this divine spiritual stone is the oldest. Xianxia said respectfully as he handed the divine spiritual stone to Feng Wuchen. Thank you, Grand Elder. Feng Wuchen thanked him. He looked at the divine spiritual stone and felt the energy contained within it. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, the divine spiritual stones of the heavenly realm are too powerful. The divine artifacts refined from them will definitely be very powerful. With the divine spiritual stone in hand, Feng Wuchen could start refining divine artifacts. He was looking forward to the birth of a new divine artifact. The fire poison is also one of the reasons for the failure of refining. The existence of the fire poison will affect your cultivation level. You need to expel the fire poison frequently. Alright, let's talk again in the future. I still have other things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, then got up and left. Bai Hun and the others hurriedly got up to send Feng Wuchen off. When they returned to the hall, Wang Chongshan and the others were still kneeling there. No one dared to get up. Yang Qingguo and the others were also waiting in the hall. No one left. Seeing Feng Wuchen come out, Wang Feng's heart skipped a beat. The fear on his face became more and more intense, and his body trembled. Everyone's expression also became respectful. No one knew how Feng Wuchen was going to deal with Wang Feng. Feng. Lord Feng, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. Lord Feng, please spare my life. Wang Feng cowed out in fear and begged for mercy. Feng Wuchen ignored him and did not even look at him. President, 3 elders, farewell. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists at Bai Hun and the others, then left the hall. Wang Chongshan and the others in the hall were stunned. Feng Wuchen left just like that? He did not intend to punish Wang Feng? What's wrong with Lord Feng? He doesn't intend to punish Wang Feng? Lord Feng really left. Feng Wuchen did not punish Wang Feng, nor did he say that he would not punish Wang Feng. However, he left the guild just like that, which confused everyone. He's not going to kill me? This? Wang Feng stared blankly at Feng Wuchen who left the hall. He could not believe it. President Bai, this is... Wang Chongshan looked at Bai Hun in confusion. He did not know what was going on. Bai Hun said coldly, from today onwards, Wang Feng is not allowed to step into the Weapon Craftsman's Guild. End of chapter. Thank you, Lord Feng, for sparing my life. Thank you, Lord Feng, for sparing my life. Wang Feng kowtowed to express his gratitude, and the fear in his heart lessened. He was so terrified that even his own father wouldn't be able to save him. Thank you, President Bai, for pleading for my family. Wang Chongshan also quickly expressed his gratitude. In his opinion, Feng Wuchen didn't hold a grudge against Wang Feng because Bai Hun helped him. Patriarch Wang, you don't have to thank old man. It's not that the old man helped you, but that Lord Feng didn't hold a grudge against your family, Bai Hun said slowly. Patriarch Wang, discipline Wang Feng well. He will cause trouble in the divine capital in the future. He offended Lord Feng today, and he is lucky to be alive. Don't make the same mistake again, Yan Qianzhao said. Yes. I will discipline him strictly. Wang Chongshan nodded. Feng Wuchen didn't hold a grudge against him, and Wang Chongshan was completely relieved. In the main hall of the Moon God Palace. Palace Lord, there is no news of the Great Commander, but the heavenly monarchs that the Great Commander brought out are all dead. They are at the border of the spirit capital and the divine capital, a heavenly monarch reported respectfully. All dead? Qiu Qingshan was stunned and asked in disbelief, are you sure they are all dead? Yes, a total of 36 people have been brought back, but there is no news of the Great Commander, the heavenly monarch replied respectfully. All 36 heavenly monarchs are dead? The Grand Elder of the Moon God Palace couldn't sit still, and his old face was filled with horror. Yes, they were all killed in one blow. The method was very cruel. Judging from the wounds, the weapon was a dagger. It should be Feng Ying, the heavenly monarch replied. How is that possible? The Great Commander is the strongest heavenly monarch in the spirit capital. No matter how strong Feng Ying is, he is no match for the Great Commander. Not to mention that there were 36 heavenly monarchs. How could they all be dead? Qiu Qingshan was shocked again and quickly got up and walked out of the main hall. In the square outside the hall, 36 bodies were laid out in 6 rows. They were all heavenly monarchs. The members of the Moon God Palace were all terrified. 36 heaven monarchs were sent out, but all of them died and returned. After checking the wound, Lu Yuntian frowned. It was indeed a dagger, but I'm not sure if it was wind shadow. However, it definitely has something to do with the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Qiao Qingshan's face was incomparably ferocious. A terrifying murderous aura swept out violently as he roared furiously, "How dare you kill 36 heavenly monarchs of my Moon God Palace? How dare you?" Although the Moon God Palace wasn't a major force in the spirit realm, the death of 36 heavenly monarchs was enough to greatly weaken the Moon God Palace. There's no news about Great Commander and he hasn't come back yet. I'm afraid he's dead. But with Feng Ying's strength, it's impossible for him to kill Great Commander. Maybe Sky Shadow Pavilion sent experts to help Feng Ying. Lu Yuntian frowned. 36 heaven monarchs were killed. If Jiang Shuihan was still alive, he would either bring Feng Wuchen's head back or be dead. Immediately bring their corpses to the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. This palace master will go ask for instructions from the Spirit Emperor right now. Qiao Qingshan shouted angrily. He could no longer bear it. 36 heaven monarchs were killed, and Jiang Shuihan's whereabouts were unknown. How could Qiao Qingshan sit still? Divine Capital City. After leaving the Craftsmen's Guild, Feng Wuchen came to the capital city. The capital city was a bustling metropolis with a large area and a large population. There were countless experts and geniuses. The capital city is the most prosperous place in the divine capital. There are many major forces scattered around. Behind the capital city is the Heavenly Master's immortal abode, which should be that mountain. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself as he walked on the streets of the capital city. He looked at the towering mountain peak that pierced through the clouds behind the capital city. Senior Su Xian is really something. If I didn't ask around, I wouldn't have known that he was the master of the Heavenly Master's immortal abode. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. During the spirit realm's heyday, the Sage Manor was popular with alchemy, the Craftsmen's Guild was popular with forging weapons, and the Heavenly Master's immortal abode was popular with refining runes. The 3 transcendental forces were famous in the heaven realm, and their disciples were all over the heaven realm. They were existences that the 8 great celestial emperors feared. Unfortunately, they couldn't defeat the celestial venerables. Feng Wuchen muttered. The Heavenly Master's immortal abode was definitely not below the Craftsmen's Guild. After the crafting conference ended, Feng Wuchen agreed to visit Su Xian today, so he specially came to the capital city. The Heavenly Master's immortal abode gathered all the inscriptionists in the spirit realm. They are definitely powerful. Feng Wuchen was looking forward to it. On the streets, Feng Wuchen found that there were many inscriptionists. He was puzzled and said, "Senior Su Xian asked me to visit today, and there are so many inscriptionists in the capital city. I wonder what's going on." Feng Wuchen didn't think too much about it. Anyway, he would know when he reached the Heavenly Master's immortal abode. Feng Wuchen was eating in a restaurant in the capital city. He would only be energetic after eating and drinking. Feng Wuchen had just sat down when he heard the conversation of the 3 people at the table next to him. "Little sister, eat quickly. We will go up the mountain when we are full. If you and second brother can enter the Heavenly Master's immortal abode, we can be considered to have made it." A man laughed happily. "Big brother, do we really have a chance to enter the Heavenly Master's immortal abode?" A beautiful girl in her early 20s asked. Her pretty face didn't look happy at all. The young man smiled. "Little sister, you have to have confidence in yourself. I believe that you can do it. With little sister's talent, you should be able to do it." Another young man smiled. "Excuse me, why are there so many people at the Heavenly Master's immortal abode today?" Feng Wuchen, who was at the table next to them, suddenly asked. Hearing this, the young man smiled politely. "The Heavenly Master's immortal abode is recruiting disciples today. The 3 of us are also going to take the test. Come, brother, please sit." "Thank you." Feng Wuchen thanked. "So, they are recruiting disciples. No wonder there are so many people in the capital city." "You don't know?" the young woman asked in surprise. Feng Wuchen smiled. "I just arrived at the capital city and was invited to the Heavenly Master's immortal abode by a friend. But, I don't know about this. So that's the case. Come with us later, we will bring you up the mountain. The young woman smiled mischievously. Thank you. Feng Wuchen thanked. I am Don Huangqing. This is my second brother, Don Huangshan. This is my little sister, Don Huangyu. How should I address you? Don Huangqing asked politely. He was very friendly. Feng Wuchen could tell that Don Huangshan and Don Huangyu were both inscriptionists. However, they were only at the spirit grade. I am Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen replied politely. Spirit grade inscriptionists? Humph, with your little bit of soul energy, just save it. Don't embarrass yourselves at the Heavenly Master's immortal abode. Just when Feng Wuchen was conversing with Don Huangqing and the others, an ear-piercing cold laughter suddenly rang out. What did you say? Don Huangshan immediately stood up in anger. Second brother, don't be rash. This is the capital city, don't cause trouble. Don Huangqing berated in a low voice. The Heavenly Master's immortal abode is only recruiting genius inscriptionists. With just the two of you, you can't even enter the immortal abode. Hurry up and go home. The mocking cold laughter rang out again. End of this chapter. We don't know you and we didn't offend you. Why do you have to speak so maliciously? Don Huangqing frowned and looked at the young man who spoke. The young man poured a cup of wine and said in disdain, I'm doing this for your own good. Since you are weak, why do you have to go and embarrass yourselves? You speak as if you are very powerful. Aren't you just an immortal grade inscriptionist? What's so great about that? Don Huangyu said coldly. Spirit grade inscriptionists are indeed too weak. If you want to enter Celestial Master's Matter, you have to be at least at the immortal grade. Celestial Master's Matter has strict requirements. Not just anyone can enter. The other people beside the young man also mocked him. Although my sister isn't at the immortal grade, her talent isn't inferior to any of you. Don Huangshan shouted angrily. Talent? She is already at the spirit grade and you are talking to me about talent? If she really has talent, she should be at the immortal grade at the very least. The young man said in disdain. Haha. The others couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? At this moment, a handsome man walked down from the second floor of the restaurant. Heaven grade inscriptionist. Don Huangshan and Don Huangyu's expressions changed. Big brother Zhong. The immortal grade inscriptionists hurriedly stood up and greeted respectfully. A man then said respectfully, Big brother Zhong, the two of them also want to enter Celestial Master's Matter. I advise them not to go and embarrass yourselves. Spirit grade inscriptionists don't have the qualifications at all. Spirit grade inscriptionists? The man who was addressed as Big Brother Zhong looked at Feng Wuchen's table. After that, he said proudly, I am Zhong Yun, a heaven-grade inscriptionist from Celestial Master's Matter. I will tell you very clearly that without immortal-grade inscriptionists, you can't enter Celestial Master's Matter. You guys better go back. Disciple of Celestial Master's Matter? The expressions of Don Huangqing and the other two changed. Zhong Yun was dressed in a white brocade. He had an extraordinary bearing and a trace of cold arrogance on his face. Did you hear that? I told you guys not to go up the mountain for your own good. Quickly go back. The young man from before. When he saw Don Huangqing and the other two's expressions, he felt even more complacent. Don Huangqing and the other two instantly lost their arrogance. They were dealt a heavy blow and had nothing to retort. Since the disciples of the Celestial Master's immortal estate had already spoken, Don Huangqing and the others naturally had no hope. Having a low cultivation realm doesn't mean that one doesn't have talent. Having a high cultivation realm doesn't mean that one's talent is very high. It's just a matter of time. Don't be discouraged, there's still hope. Let's go and give it a try first. Feng Wuchen patted Don Huangqing's shoulder and consoled him with a smile. Give it a try? The young man glanced at Feng Wuchen with disdain and sneered, You can't even enter the mountain gate and you still want to try? Do you think the Celestial Master's immortal abode is your home? You really overestimate yourself, another man said disdainfully. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. How would you know if you don't try? It's about time. Let's go, Zhong Yun said coldly, ignoring Feng Wuchen and the others. Humph. Why are you so arrogant? Seeing how arrogant Zhong Yun was, Dong Huangyu pouted and spoke in a low voice. As though he heard Dong Huangyu's words, Zhong Yun coldly spoke, it's useless to envy trash. Humph. You are the trash. Don't think that you are very impressive. Don't look down on others. Dong Huangyu shouted, her face filled with anger and unwillingness. Dong Huangyu was an impatient person. How could she endure Zhong Yun's insults? Is that so? Then let me tell you guys clearly. Without my permission, none of you can think about ascending the mountain. Zhong Yun coldly spoke. After that, he walked out of the inn. You. Dong Huangyu was so angry that she stomped her feet. However, there was nothing she could do to Zhong Yun. After offending Big Brother Zhong, all of you can forget about entering the Celestial Master's immortal abode. A young man rejoiced in Dong Huangyu's misfortune and coldly laughed. Fine, we won't enter then. Is it very impressive? Dong Huangyu angrily shouted. She was so angry that her cheeks were puffed up. Little sister, forget it. There's always a way out. Since we can't enter the Celestial Master's immortal abode, let's find another way out. Dong Huangqing hurriedly persuaded. They basically couldn't win against Zhong Yun. Feng Wuchen, who was at the side, smiled and said, don't be discouraged. I know someone from the Celestial Master's immortal abode. There's no harm in giving it a try. In the entire spirit realm, there's only one Celestial Master's immortal abode. If you miss this chance, your cultivation will be greatly affected. Many thanks, Brother Feng. Dong Huangqing was instantly overjoyed when he heard that. Brother Dong Huang, you are too polite. Feng Wuchen smiled. Big Brother Feng, is the person you know stronger than that arrogant bastard? Dong Huangyu looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Of course. Feng Wuchen smiled and replied. That's great. I'm just worried that he will play tricks. Even if we meet the requirements, he will still reject us. Dong Huangyu smiled. Feng Wuchen's reply caused her to be completely at ease. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, that person earlier said that it's about time. Let's go up the mountain as well. In the capital city, many inscriptionists of the younger generation started to head towards the Heavenly Master's immortal manor. Feng Wuchen's group was among them as well. Some were in groups while some were alone. The majority of inscriptionists were at the spirit grade. There were fewer immortal grade inscriptionists. In fact, there were even some heaven grade inscriptionists with extremely high talent. Such a high flight of stairs, how long are we going to climb? Feng Wuchen's group arrived at the foot of the mountain. When they saw the majestic flight of stairs leading to the peak, Dong Huangyu was dumbfounded. I've long heard that the Heavenly Master's immortal manor has a flight of stairs leading to the heavens. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's indeed true. It's truly majestic. Dong Huangqing spoke excitedly. It is indeed majestic. Feng Wuchen also nodded in admiration. The majesty of the Heavenly Master's immortal manor wasn't much inferior to the Weaponsmith Guild. At the foot of the mountain, the disciples of the Heavenly Master's immortal manor were currently recruiting disciples. Many young men and women were queuing up. Spirit grade inscriptionists. Your cultivation base is too weak and your talent is too poor. Go back. Next. Spirit grade inscriptionists again. Their talent is too poor. Next. Spirit grade inscriptionists. MHM, your talent isn't bad. Go on in. Next. Quick, next. The disciples of the Heavenly Master's immortal manor impatiently shouted. Those who didn't meet the requirements wouldn't be able to enter the Heavenly Master's immortal manor. Senior Brotherly, don't let the four of them enter the Heavenly Master's immortal manor. A young man whispered into the ears of another person. He even pointed at Feng Wuchen's group of four. Senior Brotherly, who was currently recruiting, glanced at Feng Wuchen's group and nodded slightly. The young man was none other than Zhong Yun. It's him. Feng Wuchen's group of four saw Zhong Yun. As for Zhong Yun, he coldly glanced at Feng Wuchen's group before turning and leaving. Dong Huangyu was so angry that her teeth were itching. She angrily spoke, I knew that he would play tricks. Shameless bastard. How can the Heavenly Master's immortal manner have such a shameless and arrogant disciple? Dong Huangshan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He wanted nothing more than to punch a hole in Zhong Yan's body. There's no need to worry. Feng Wuchen calmly smiled. Not long later, it was Dong Huangyu and Dong Huangshan's turn. Senior Brotherly glanced at the two of them and impatiently spoke, "Spirit-grade inscriptionists are too weak. Go back." "Hold on." Feng Wuchen stepped forward. "End of this chapter, you don't have the right to speak here. You are also not an inscriptionist. Don't try to cause trouble here." Senior Li coldly glanced at Feng Wuchen. The few spirit-grade inscriptionists who just entered, although their cultivation bases haven't reached the immortal grade, their talent is inferior to my two friends. Since they can enter, why can't my friends enter? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Our talent is higher than those spirit-grade inscriptionists? Dong Huangyu looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. She seemed to be very curious about where Feng Wuchen came from. Dong Huangshan gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Our talent has reached the 6th grade and we have already met the requirements of the Celestial Master's immortal matter." "You actually said that we are too weak? This is too much. As a heaven-grade inscriptionist of the Celestial Master's immortal matter, you should be very clear about the difference in talent. Since they have met the requirements, they should be allowed to enter. But you actually said that they are too weak." Feng Wuchen continued. "Yeah, since their talent has met the requirements, they should be accepted. Why did they reject them? Could it be that the Celestial Master's immortal manner gave those who just entered some benefits? That makes sense. The requirements of the Celestial Master's immortal manner are that their talent has reached the immortal grade and their talent has reached the 6th grade. The young inscriptionists who were queuing behind all started to discuss in low voices. Senior Li narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Then let me tell you. I have the final say in who can enter and who can't." "Abusing your authority. If the Manor Lord knows about this, do you think you can still stay in the Celestial Master's immortal manor?" Feng Wuchen coldly laughed. "Stinking brat, do you know the consequences of threatening me?" Senior Li glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. "You can tell me." Feng Wuchen coldly laughed fearlessly. "Forget it. Brother Feng, it's fine if you can't enter. Don't bring trouble to yourself." Dong Huangqing hurriedly spoke in a low voice. He was worried that he would offend the Celestial Master's immortal manner. "Brother Dong Huang, there's no need to worry. Since Dong Huangshan and Dong Huangyu have reached the 6th grade, I will definitely ask them for an explanation." Feng Wuchen gave Dong Huangqing a look to be at ease. "Chase them down the mountain," Senior Brotherly said coldly. He signaled a few disciples to chase Feng Wuchen and the others down the mountain. Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. Just as the 5 or 6 disciples were about to attack, Feng Wuchen was one step faster than them. In the blink of an eye, the 5 or 6 disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. So powerful, he injured them in the blink of an eye. Dong Huangyu's eyes widened in shock. Brother Feng actually has such strength. They are all at the Heavenly King realm. Dong Huangqing was secretly shocked. He actually dared to injure someone from the Celestial Master's immortal abode. Is he tired of living? Does he want to die? This is the Celestial Master's immortal abode. Amazing. How dare you be so arrogant in front of the Celestial Master's immortal abode? The young juniors in the queue were all shocked. How dare you? Senior Brotherly was furious. He stood up abruptly and bellowed, "How dare you injure a disciple of the Celestial Master's immortal abode? You're courting death, brat." Senior Brotherly suddenly burst out with the strength of an early-stage heaven monarch. He burst out with a fierce aura and murderous aura. Heaven monarch realm expert. Many young inscription masters in the queue were so frightened that they retreated. Heaven monarch expert. Not good. Brother Feng, be careful. Dong Huangqing's expression changed drastically as he quickly shouted. You're abusing your power. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the Celestial Master's immortal abode. Brother Dong Huang, back off quickly, Feng Wuchen said coldly without any fear on his face. Shameless boasting. Senior Brotherly shouted angrily. He arrived in the blink of an eye and punched fiercely at Feng Wuchen. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen didn't move at all. He then punched back. Boom. A terrifying force suddenly swept out, causing the ground to shake violently. What? You can actually resist my force with just your physical strength. Senior Brotherly was shocked. His expression stiffened as he looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. So powerful. Brother Feng can actually fight against a Heaven Monarch realm expert. Dong Huangqing and the other two were so shocked that their eyes widened. Big brother, Brother Feng hasn't activated his Heaven Origin Qi yet, Dong Huangqing said in a daze. His eyes were filled with shock. Humph. I'd like to see how powerful you are. Senior Brotherly shouted angrily and was about to punch again. However, Feng Wuchen didn't give him the chance to do so. Boom. Kacha, puff, Feng Wuchen punched out with an even faster speed. Boom. The domineering force shattered Senior Brotherly's hand. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. How is this possible? Senior Brotherly was shocked. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen actually had such terrifying strength. Hiss, Dong Huangqing and the other two, as well as many young inscription masters, gasped in shock. Their eyes almost popped out. Under the situation where he didn't activate any force, he was able to make a Heaven Monarch realm expert spit out blood with just one punch. How powerful was that? So powerful. He must be a Heaven Monarch realm expert too. He doesn't look much older than us. He actually injured a Heaven Monarch realm expert with just one punch. What terrifying strength. I can't believe it. Many young juniors discussed in shock. Big brother, did we get into trouble? If this matter gets out of hand, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave Celestial Master's immortal abode alive. Dong Huangqing asked in a panic. Second brother, don't worry. Big brother Feng is so powerful at such a young age. He must be a genius from some big faction. Dong Huangyu wasn't worried at all. Instead, she looked relieved. Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid of making a big deal out of this matter. The bigger the matter, the easier it would alert the higher-ups of Celestial Master's immortal abode. At that time, the one who would suffer would not be them, but Senior Brotherly. Quick. Go and report to eldest Senior Brother. A disciple who was on guard shouted in horror. Soon, more and more disciples of Celestial Master's immortal abode flew down from the mountain peak, including Zhongyun. Senior Brotherly. Zhongyun was shocked. He couldn't help but look at Feng Wuchen in horror. Zhongyun really didn't expect that Feng Wuchen was so powerful that he could injure Senior Brotherly. How dare you? Take them down for me. Zhongyun ordered the dozens of disciples. Swish, Feng Wuchen's figure flashed and disappeared. When he appeared again, Feng Wuchen had already lifted Zhongyun up with a single hand. What? Zhongyun's expression changed. He was extremely terrified. Feng Wuchen's speed was too terrifying. He didn't notice it at all. Zhongyun was also in the early stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. He was definitely powerful. You are just a mere heaven-grade inscription master. You look down on others and even play tricks in the dark. Do you believe that I will cripple your soul spirit? Feng Wuchen said coldly. You dare. Zhongyun suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted. This was the foot of Celestial Master's immortal abode. Zhongyun didn't believe that Feng Wuchen would dare to do this. Why wouldn't I dare? Feng Wuchen said coldly. He immediately circulated his soul spirit and forcefully injured Zhongyun's soul spirit and dispersed Zhongyun's soul spirit. Soul spirit. Zhongyun's expression changed. End of this chapter. Soul power. Dong Huangshan and Dong Huangyu exclaimed at the same time. Soul power? Dong Huangqing was confused. Big brother Feng actually has soul power. Dong Huangyu said in disbelief. What? Dong Huangqing's eyes widened as he looked at Feng Wuchen. All the inscription masters present felt a surge of soul power at that instant. Unfortunately, it disappeared in an instant. None of them saw what realm the soul power was at. He actually has soul power. Why didn't I see it? The injured Senior Brotherly was also shocked and in disbelief. My soul power has disappeared. Zhongyun panicked. Senior Brother Zhong's soul power. was crippled. The disciples of the immortal mansion were scared out of their wits. All of them retreated in fear. None of them dared to get close to Feng Wuchen. Big brother Feng crippled his soul power. Dong Huangyu said in fear again. Her body was trembling. It's over. We are in trouble. Dong Huangqing was stunned. His mind was blank. At this moment, Dong Huangqing and the others felt that something big was going to happen. How are we going to deal with such a big trouble? All the juniors were terrified. They didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be so daring. Not only did he injure a disciple of the immortal mansion, he even dared to cripple Zhong Yan's soul power. Although they couldn't see through Feng Wuchen's soul power, to be able to cripple a heaven-grade inscription master's soul power, his soul power was at least above the heaven grade. Feng Wuchen swung his hand and threw Zhong Yan away like he was throwing away trash. Such an arrogant and despicable disciple doesn't deserve to stay in the immortal mansion, including you. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he looked at Senior Brotherly. Senior Brotherly said in anger, "Stinking brat, who are you? How dare you injure a disciple of the immortal mansion and cripple my junior brother's soul power? Don't even think about leaving here alive. Brother Feng, the immortal mansion won't let you off. Leave quickly." Dong Huangqing quickly came forward to remind Feng Wuchen. Don't worry, brother Dong Huang. Nothing will happen, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He did not panic at all. Brother Feng, please don't harm yourself because of us. I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Dong Huangqing said anxiously. Right at the instant Dong Huangqing finished speaking, a surging aura descended from the sky and suppressed everyone present. Late-stage Heaven Monarch Realm Expert. Innate Inscription Master. Eldest Senior Brother. Eldest Senior Brother is here. Stinking brat. Let's see how you die. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The terrifying pressure almost suffocated them. Looks like he's a genius inscription master from the Celestial Master Immortal Mansion. Being in the Khanate rank is really something. Feng Wuchen looked up into the sky. A young man slowly floated down. He was majestic and had a majestic aura. The newcomer was none other than Mu Tong, the eldest senior brother of the Celestial Master's mansion. As the eldest senior brother of the Celestial Master Immortal Mansion, Mu Tong was quite powerful in both strength and inscription master realm. He was famous in Heaven Capital. It's over. What should we do now? Dong Huangshan said in panic. His face was as pale as paper. He did not know what to do at all. Dong Huangqing's face was also filled with panic. The pressure that Mu Tong gave them was too terrifying. They were unable to resist. Seeing that Senior Brother Li and the others were injured, Mu Tong frowned slightly. He glanced at Feng Wuchen and then looked at Senior Brother Li. He asked in a deep voice, what happened? Senior Brother Li quickly said, eldest senior brother, he injured us and even crippled junior brother Zhong Yan's soul energy. I'm asking for the reason. Mu Tong said in a deep voice. Senior Brother Li was a Heaven Monarch Realm expert. Now that he was injured, it could be seen that the person who injured him was not simple. Our talents have reached the 6th grade, but he said that we were too weak and refused to let us in. There were a few people whose talents were not as good as us, but he let them in. It was unfair to us. Only then did Brother Feng seek justice for us. He was the one who attacked first. Dong Huangyu said fearlessly. That's right. The two of them are working together against us. Everyone can testify. Dong Huangshan mustered his courage and said. Hearing this, Mu Tong frowned. He glanced at Senior Brother Li and Zhong Yan and asked in a deep voice, is there really such a thing? This? Zhong Yan stuttered and didn't know what to say. Senior Brother Li explained, eldest senior brother, it's not that I'm being unfair. It's just that their soul energy doesn't meet the requirements. Even if we let them in, they won't be able to enter the Heavenly Master's immortal abode if they pass the test. Preposterous. Mu Tong suddenly scolded, how dare you? How dare you make such a decision? It's not up to you to decide the test. Zhong Yan and Senior Brother Li didn't dare to say anything. Seeing Senior Brother Li and the others being scolded, Dong Huangyu felt relieved. The Heavenly Master's immortal abode really didn't disappoint me. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Bring them back. Wait for the mansion lord to deal with them. Mu Tong shouted coldly. He looked at Feng Wuchen and said solemnly, you injured the disciples of the Heavenly Master's immortal abode. This matter is because Junior Brother Li and the others were in the wrong first. The Heavenly Master's immortal abode was a transcendent power with many members. It was normal for there to be 1 or 2 rotten eggs. Looking at the crowd, Mu Tong said loudly, the Heavenly Master's immortal abode only has 2 conditions. As long as you meet one of them, you will be qualified to enter the immortal abode's test. Only by passing the test can you be considered a disciple of the Heavenly Master's immortal abode. If anyone meets the requirements and is rejected, you can try again. As the sound of his voice faded, Mu Tong looked at Dong Huangyu and said, the 2 of you, I'm really sorry. Your talent has indeed reached the 6th grade. You can go up the mountain. After that, he looked at Feng Wuchen and Dong Huangqing. Mu Tong said, today, the Heavenly Master's immortal abode is recruiting disciples. The 2 of you can't go up the mountain. I'm here because I was invited. Feng Wuchen calmly said. Since you can injure Junior Brother Li and the others and cripple Junior Brother Zhongyun's soul energy, your strength isn't simple. I wonder who invited you. Do you have an invitation letter? Mu Tong looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. I don't have an invitation letter, but I do have this. Feng Wuchen took out a jade pendant from his storage ring. The Heavenly Master's jade pendant. The moment he saw the jade pendant, Mu Tong's expression changed drastically and his eyes widened. The Heavenly Master's jade pendant? Hearing Mu Tong's exclamation, although Dong Huangqing and the others didn't know what it was, they could tell from Mu Tong's shocked expression that the jade pendant had a terrifying origin. However, at this moment, a surging aura suddenly spread out from the peak of the mountain. Heavenly God Realm experts. Innate inscription masters. And heavenly immortal inscription masters. Feeling the terrifying aura, the young men and women of the younger generation exclaimed. The Abode Lord and the 3 elders. The powerful inscription masters of the Heavenly Master's immortal abode are all here. This. Mu Tong's expression changed again and he looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme shock. At this moment, Mu Tong seemed to have realized something. Such a small matter shouldn't alarm the Abode Lord and the 3 elders of the Heavenly Master's immortal abode. But now, all the higher-ups of the Heavenly Master's immortal abode were here. End of chapter. To be able to alarm the Mansion Master and so many inscription masters in the Celestial Master immortal estate, and the Mansion Master's Celestial Master jade pendant, and the lady just now called him Big Brother Feng, could he be Lord Feng? Mu Tong looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He had already guessed Feng Wuchen's identity. Mu Tong guessed it because of the Celestial Master's jade pendant. The Celestial Master's jade pendant represented the entire Celestial Master's mansion. Anyone who could get it must have a high status. Su Xian had given the Celestial Master's jade pendant to Feng Wuchen because he valued Feng Wuchen's talent. After a while, the higher-ups of the Celestial Master's mansion, led by Su Xian, slowly descended. Zhongyun and Senior Brother Li, who had just been taken back, were also brought down. Both of them were terrified. The whole place was silent. Everyone looked respectful and held their heads high as if they were standing in a military posture. Mansion Master Su Xian. Many young inscriptionists couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Su Xian. Mansion Master, 3 elders. Mu Tong and the disciples of the Celestial Master's mansion bowed respectfully. Su Xian ignored Mu Tong and immediately bowed to Feng Wuchen. Welcome to the Celestial Master's mansion, Lord Feng. Welcome to the Celestial Master's mansion, Lord Feng. The elders and more than a dozen higher-ups bowed respectfully. When they saw Feng Wuchen, they couldn't believe that the young man in front of them was a divine-grade weapon forger. As the saying goes, you don't know until you see it. A divine-grade weapon forger, inscriptionist and alchemist at the same time. Is there really such a monster in the heaven realm? The Grand Elder of the Celestial Master's mansion was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. He really is Lord Feng. Feng Ying, the ace killer of the Celestial Shadow Pavilion. Mu Tong was shocked. His eyes widened again and his body couldn't help but tremble. Mu Tong was secretly glad that he didn't offend Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine the consequences. Greetings, Lord Feng. Mu Tian and the disciples of the celestial master immortal abode hurriedly bowed respectfully. Lord Feng? Dong Huangqing and the other two were shocked. They looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Dong Huangqing and the others glanced at each other, and they saw shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Big brother, did I hear wrongly? Feng. Big brother Feng is actually Lord Feng. Dong Huangyu's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Looking at the Feng Wuchen before her, Dong Huangyu couldn't imagine that he was a divine-grade weaponsmith whose name shook the entire Tiandu. Absolutely. The celestial master, the master of the immortal mansion, and the elders are so respectful to brother Feng. Lord Feng. He must be the Lord Feng. Dong Huangshan said with certainty. What? Lord Feng? Is he Lord Feng, the divine-grade equipment forger? This can't be, right? Lord Feng is so young? He's actually Lord Feng. The moment Su Xian and the others spoke, the entire place exploded. Feng. Lord Feng. Zhong Yun and Senior Marshal Brotherly were completely dumbfounded. They looked at Feng Wuchen with dumbfounded expressions. Zhong Yun and Senior Marshal Brotherly were terrified. They finally knew why Feng Wuchen dared to injure them and why he dared to cripple Zhong Yun's soul power. Because he was a divine-grade weaponsmith whose name shook the entire Tiandu. Senior Su Xian, there's no need to be so polite. I can't accept it. Feng Wuchen hurriedly stopped them. Bowing to Feng Wuchen in front of so many people, wouldn't this damage the reputation of the master of the immortal mansion? It's only right to bow to Lord Feng. An elder said respectfully. Big brother Feng, are you really Lord Feng? Dong Huangyu, who was braver, hurriedly asked. I'm not Lord Feng. If Senior Su Xian and the others want to call me that, I can't do anything about it. Feng Wuchen shrugged helplessly. Dong Huangshan said with a stiff expression, is the heavens joking with us? A random person I met turned out to be Lord Feng. Lord Feng, we already know the cause and effect of this matter. How to deal with the two of them will be decided by Lord Feng, Su Xian said respectfully. Lord Feng, spare my life. Lord Feng, please spare our lives. Hearing Su Xian's words, the two of them knelt and kowtowed in fear, begging for mercy. Senior Su Xian, they are disciples of the Celestial Master's residence. You can deal with them. I won't interfere. Senior Su Xian can deal with them however you want. I have no objections. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and smiled. After all, the two of them were disciples of the Celestial Master's residence. Naturally, Su Xian would be the one to deal with them. It would be inappropriate for an outsider to deal with them. If word got out, where would Su Xian put his face? Manor Lord, we were wrong. Please give us another chance. Zhong Yun begged for mercy. Manor Head. Elder. Please spare me this time. Senior Brotherly also hurriedly begged for mercy. Leaving the two of you alive will only ruin the reputation of the Celestial Master's residence. Su Xian coldly spoke. After that, he ordered, cripple their cultivation and expel them from the Celestial Master's residence. They will never be recruited again. Zhong Yun and Senior Brotherly had nothing to say about Su Xian's decision. It was already very good that they could keep their lives. Big brother Zhong is finished. In the capital city, the few young men who were with Zhong Yun were now incomparably terrified. Their best backer had fallen. They could only flee with their tails between their legs. Dong Huangyu knew Feng Wuchen. If they still joined the Celestial Master's residence, wouldn't they be killed by Dong Huangyu? No one from the Celestial Master's residence dared to plead for them. Zhong Yun and the others could only admit that they were unlucky to have offended a divine-grade weaponsmith that they couldn't afford to offend. Serves you right. Dong Huangyu glared fiercely at Zhong Yun. Lord Feng, please. Su Xian respectfully received. Senior Su Xian is too polite. Feng Wuchen calmly smiled. Mu Tong, you will be in charge of the recruitment of disciples. Su Xian instructed. Yes. Celestial Master. Mu Tong respectfully accepted the order. Su Xian and the other higher-ups of the Celestial Master's residence brought Feng Wuchen to the palace. The eyes of many young inscriptionists who were queuing up were filled with envy. Celestial Master's residence. Because of the arrival of Feng Wuchen, all the disciples of the Celestial Master's residence gathered in the imposing square. "Welcome to the Celestial Master's residence, Lord Feng." All the disciples in the Celestial Master's residence shouted respectfully and excitedly. Their loud and clear voices soared into the sky, as if they could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. The sudden voice gave Feng Wuchen, Dong Huangqing, and the other two a fright. "Senior Su Xian, there's no need to be so ostentatious, right?" Feng Wuchen helplessly smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Su Xian smiled faintly and said, "If we don't make it ostentatious, what if they offend Lord Feng? Wouldn't that be harming them?" "Senior Su Xian is too serious." Feng Wuchen faintly smiled. "So he is the famous divine-grade weaponsmith, Feng Ying. I saw him when I was queuing up just now. I didn't expect him to be Feng Ying. He has stepped into the realm of divine-grade weaponsmith at such a young age. He is simply a monster. I heard that he has the ability to create an artifact with a thought. He can refine an immortal artifact in the blink of an eye. Massacring the Luli sect, slaughtering thousands of guards of the Moon God Palace, destroying the Spirit Emperor's Heaven Spiritual Stone Mine. I really can't believe that these shocking things were done by a young man." Whether it was the disciples of the Celestial Master's residence or the newly recruited younger generation, all of them were extremely envious. End of this chapter. Heavenly Master Immortal Mansion, a magnificent palace hall. "Lord Feng, old man, let me introduce you. This is Great Elder Jin Xiantong, this is Second Elder Nie Guhong, this is Third Elder Lu Songhai, and this is Su Xian." Introduced them to Feng Wuchen one by one. "Elder Zhen, Elder Nya, Elder Lu." Feng Wuchen cupped his hands in greeting. He was very polite. Great Elder Jin Xiantong smiled faintly and said, "I heard from the Mansion Master that Lord Feng is also an incredible inscription master and alchemist. After the crafting convention, Lord Feng really shocked the world. Actually, I'm really not a divine-grade craftsman. President Bai just randomly called me that." Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. Since he knew that these old men wouldn't believe him, Feng Wuchen might as well be humble. "Senior Su Xian, you didn't invite me here just to participate in the Heavenly Master Immortal Mansion's disciple recruitment, right?" Feng Wuchen asked with a smile as soon as he sat down and took a sip of tea. Su Xian smiled faintly and said, "I invited Lord Feng here to let the disciples of the Heavenly Master Immortal Mansion see that Lord Feng has stepped into the divine-grade craftsman realm at such a young age. It's also good to motivate them to work hard in cultivation. There are many disciples in the Heavenly Master Immortal Mansion, so why would they care so much? This is just one of the reasons." "One of the reasons?" Feng Wuchen raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "What's the second reason?" Su Xian's expression became serious and said, "The second reason is to discuss with Lord Feng about the Inscription Master competition." "Inscription Master competition?" Feng Wuchen was stunned and looked at Su Xian in surprise. Su Xian smiled faintly and said, "That's right. Representing the spirit realm to compete with the inscription masters of the other realms. In the heaven realm, other than the Heavenly Master Immortal Mansion, there are also powerful inscription master forces." "Why me?" Feng Wuchen asked. "With Lord Feng participating, Spirit Realm naturally won't lose to the other regions. Furthermore, each region will select the strongest inscription master to participate. Other than Lord Feng, old man can't think of anyone else," Su Xian said. He was very confident in Feng Wuchen's strength. "Senior Su's inscription master realm is above mine. Why aren't you participating? You're at the heavenly immortal grade. Back then, when we competed in soul power, Senior Su only used the soul power of the Xiantian grade. Senior can't lie to me." Feng Wuchen asked. "The old man is old. Opportunities are naturally left to the young." Su Xian shook his head and smiled. "Lord Feng, the Inscription Master competition is originally for the younger generation to participate. The genius inscription masters of the other regions are very powerful. Even the young master doesn't dare to say that he can suppress everyone. If it's Lord Feng, there's naturally no problem," Great Elder Jin Xiantong added. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and said, "The young master of the Heavenly Master Immortal Mansion must be a genius inscription master. Even he can't suppress everyone, let alone me. Great Elder thinks too highly of me. I'm not that powerful." I'm only at the Heaven Inscription Master realm. Lord Feng is too humble. Second Elder Nie Guhong stroked his white beard and smiled. Feng Wuchen was young and was supposed to be arrogant and proud. However, Feng Wuchen was neither arrogant nor proud. Instead, he was calm and collected. This made Su Xian and the others secretly nod their heads. Other than the Inscription Master competition, are there no alchemists and blacksmiths? Feng Wuchen asked. As for alchemists, because of Mr. Gue Gu's incident, the alchemists of the spirit realm have long disappeared. Perhaps they have already left the spirit realm. The alchemy Tao of the spirit realm has declined. The blacksmiths have declined for tens of thousands of years. The spirit realm is now the most prosperous blacksmiths and inscription masters, Su Xian said indifferently. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, I see. No wonder there are few alchemists and blacksmiths in the spirit realm. Most of them are blacksmiths and inscription masters. In the spirit realm, Feng Wuchen had never seen alchemists and blacksmiths. He had only heard of them. Back then, Mr. Gue Gu rebelled and wanted to seize the position of Saint Manor's Holy Lord. After that, he was hunted down by the dragon god Young Master and almost died. The alchemists of the Saint Manor were afraid of getting into trouble, so they disappeared. Because of this, the spirit realm has not participated in the alchemy or blacksmithing competition for many years, Su Xian added. Is there no blacksmiths in the entire heaven realm? Feng Wuchen asked. Su Xian shook his head and said, no, but there are many powerful blacksmiths in the spirit realm. When will the Inscription Master competition start? Feng Wuchen asked again. In 2 months, the top inscription masters of the 8 regions of the heaven realm will go to the immortal divine realm. The Inscription Master competition will be held there, Su Xian said. Immortal divine realm? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Regarding the 8 regions, except for the spirit realm and the nether realm, Feng Wuchen knew nothing about the other regions. He had never been there. The immortal divine realm is the strongest among the 8 regions of the heaven realm. The immortal heavenly emperor is also the strongest among the 8 heavenly emperors. He has reached the peak of the late stage of the heavenly emperor realm for many years, the great elder said. Peak of the late stage of the heavenly emperor realm. The 8 heavenly emperors are really strong, Feng Wuchen frowned and said. The 8 heavenly emperors under the celestial venerables were able to guard the 8 regions for a reason. 2 months later, I will go to the immortal divine realm with Senior Su Xian. Take it as a trip to see the world, Feng Wuchen agreed. Firstly, he wanted to see the strength of the inscription masters of the heaven realm. Secondly, he wanted to know more about the immortal divine realm. Great! Su Xian was overjoyed and said excitedly, if Lord Feng participates, he will definitely have a chance to defeat the top inscription masters of the 8 regions. Zhen Xiantong smiled happily and said, that's right, that's right. We will show them the power of the spirit realm. Su Xian did this for the reputation of the celestial master's residence. If Feng Wuchen could win and defeat the top inscription masters of the 8 regions, the celestial master's residence would benefit the most. Looking at the excited Su Xian and the others, Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. By the way, Senior Su Xian, what realm is the young master of the celestial master's residence at? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Xiantian realm, Su Xian replied. Xiantian realm, the same realm as the first disciple of the celestial master's residence. Even with such a powerful realm, he still can't defeat everyone? Feng Wuchen frowned and muttered. What realm is the top inscription master in the heaven realm? Feng Wuchen asked again. The young master of the immortal divine palace, a sky immortal inscription master. His talent is extremely high and has already surpassed his master. In addition, his cultivation has already reached the heavenly god realm. He is one of the top experts of the younger generation in the heaven realm, Su Xian said. Sky immortal realm? Feng Wuchen couldn't help but widen his eyes and smile bitterly. Senior Su, are you kidding? Such a powerful inscription master, I can't defeat him. Lord Feng, don't belittle yourself. Lord Feng's one-thought creation divine ability is the best in the world. I think one-thought creation divine ability is not impossible. Su Xian smiled brightly. One-thought creation divine ability? Zhen Xiantong and the other elders' faces changed. End of chapter. Apart from Su Xian, Zhen Xiantong and the others had only heard of the divine ability, and they only knew that it was a legendary existence. They had never seen it before. The moment Su Xian said the words, it was as if a heavy bomb had exploded in their ears. A single thought to create a pattern. What kind of concept was that? A powerful talisman could be refined in an instant. What if it was 100 feet or even a few hundred? How terrifying would that be? Back then, Yun Yuzi used 30,000 Earth-rank talismans to force the elder of the demon race to retreat. From this, one could see how terrifying it was. Zhen Xiantong and the others didn't dare to imagine. The divine ability is indeed terrifying. If Lord Feng can really do it, I can't imagine how terrifying he is. Zhen Xiantong said in shock. The scene of Feng Wuchen creating a talisman with a thought was absolutely terrifying. Powerful immortal-grade talismans condensed one after another like magic. With Feng Wuchen's current realm as a heaven-rank inscriptionist, he could already refine innate grade talismans. If it was calculated in tens of thousands, the power was immeasurable. Why didn't the young master go? Feng Wuchen quickly changed the topic and asked. In order to break through to the heavenly god realm, the young master has been in seclusion for 3 years and hasn't come out yet. It's extremely difficult to break through to the heavenly god realm. I hope the young master can successfully break through to the heavenly god realm. Nie Guhong said. I see. No wonder Senior Su found me. Seniors, don't worry. As the young master of the immortal mansion and a genius inscriptionist, breaking through to the heavenly god realm is definitely not a problem. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Alright, I have other important things to do. I won't delay the recruitment of disciples. Goodbye. Feng Wuchen stood up and cupped his fists. Lord Feng is leaving so soon? Third Elder Lu Songhai quickly asked. Yes, if I stay too long, it will bring you trouble. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and immediately walked out of the hall. Su Xian and the 3 elders personally sent Feng Wuchen out of the hall. In the square outside the hall, the disciples of the immortal mansion were still waiting respectfully. When they saw Feng Wuchen come out, they immediately became excited. He's out. The Lord Feng has come out. Senior Brother Wang, didn't you say that you don't believe Lord Feng is a divine-grade equipment forger and that you want to test Lord Feng's soul power? Hurry up and try it. That's right, Senior Brother Wang. In our Celestial Master's immortal abode, Senior Brother Wang's soul power is the strongest after eldest Senior Brother and Young Master. Hurry up and attack. As soon as Feng Wuchen came out, many disciples in the square whispered excitedly. Good. Even if the manor head blames me, I still have to try. The young man called Senior Brother Wang shouted in a low voice. His eyes flashed fiercely, and he immediately urged his soul power. His raging soul power had already reached the Xiantian rank. With a thought, under the control of Senior Brother Wang, a violent soul power fiercely rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Wang Tianya, stop. Sensing this violent and powerful soul power, Su Xian's face suddenly changed, and he angrily shouted at Senior Brother Wang. Unfortunately, Su Xian's angry shout was too late to stop Wang Tianya. The violent and powerful soul power blasted on Feng Wuchen in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen didn't dodge at all, nor did he resist. Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't notice anything, many powerful inscriptionists were shocked. No way? He didn't notice anything? Could it be that Feng Wuchen's divine-grade equipment forger was fake? If it hurt Feng Wuchen's soul body, the consequences would be serious. However, what shocked the disciples of the Celestial Master's immortal abode was that Wang Tianya's violent soul power did indeed blast on Feng Wuchen, but there was no reaction at all. Feng Wuchen didn't move at all, and he didn't even frown. It was as if Wang Tianya's soul power had sunk into the sea. It couldn't hurt Feng Wuchen at all. Wang Tianya. You've got guts. How dare you be rude to Lord Feng? Zhen Xiantong immediately scolded and glared at Wang Tianya. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen didn't react for a long time. Wang Tianya was stunned on the spot, and he was dumbfounded. He didn't even seem to hear Su Xian and Zhen Xuantong's angry shouts. Did he miss? Why is there no reaction at all? Impossible. He clearly hit him. Why is there no reaction at all? Senior brother Wang's innate grade soul power can't even shake Lord Feng. Looks like he's really a divine grade equipment forger. The disciples of the Celestial Master's immortal abode were shocked and in disbelief. Lord Feng's soul power is getting stronger and stronger. He doesn't need to resist the innate grade soul power at all. His soul power is probably on par with the old man's. It might even surpass the old man's. What a terrifying genius. Su Xian was shocked. He was shocked by the speed at which Feng Wuchen's soul power improved. How terrifying. Lord Feng's soul power is so domineering that it can ignore the innate grade soul power. Young Master is definitely inferior to Lord Feng. Xianxia and the rest were equally shocked. The strength of Feng Wuchen's soul power had reached a level where it could ignore the innate grade soul power. Shocking. Extremely shocking. All the disciples of the Celestial Master's immortal abode were shocked. They were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen's invisible pretentious move was full of intimidation. He didn't move at all. He just stood there and let you attack him. Feng Wuchen didn't react at all. He didn't even move. Su Xian and the rest could totally block Wang Tianya's soul power attack with their realm. However, Su Xian didn't do so. Firstly, he wanted to see Feng Wuchen's soul power. Secondly, he wanted to provoke the disciples of the Celestial Master's immortal abode. Senior Su, Grand Elder, it's fine. It's normal for young people to be competitive, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He didn't mind. Humph. Wang Tianya. Kneel down and apologize to Lord Feng. Su Xian glared at Wang Tianya and shouted angrily. I didn't mean to offend you. I just wanted to test Lord Feng's soul power. Lord Feng stepped into the divine grade craftsman realm at such a young age. I found it hard to believe, so I hope Lord Feng won't blame me. Wang Tianya quickly knelt down and apologized. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, don't take it to heart. I can understand. Although it's not easy to step into the divine grade realm, it's not impossible. Thank you, Lord Feng. Wang Tianya said respectfully. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. Feng Wuchen's name kept repeating in Su Xian's mind. It was like a bolt from the blue exploding in Su Xian's ears. Su Xian seemed to have heard Feng Wuchen's hidden meaning. Get up. There's no need for so many formalities. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He was friendly and didn't care about trifles. Thank you, Lord Feng. Wang Tianya thanked him again. Seniors, I'll come to the Celestial Master's immortal abode again if I have the chance. Goodbye. Feng Wuchen cupped his fist and smiled at Su Xian and the rest. Wind shadow. Just at this moment, an aged voice suddenly came from the sky. End of chapter. The old voice was illusory, full of strangeness, and gave people a strong sense of uneasiness. The old voice was very strange, Feng Wuchen had never heard of it before. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, looking at the sky, but he didn't know the specific location of the voice. The disciples of the Sage Immortal Mansion were a little panicked. For so many years, no one dared to barge into the Sage Immortal Mansion. Other than the 8 heavenly emperors, no one dared to barge into the Sage Immortal Mansion. This voice is Mr. Guegu. Su Xian was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed. That's right. It's him. Xianxian frowned deeply, and he was sure that the person was Mr. Guegu. Mr. Guegu? Feng Wuchen frowned again. He had heard of this name many times, but he had never seen it before. A majestic and terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky and covered the huge palace of the Celestial Master's mansion. The terrifying pressure made the disciples of the Celestial Master's mansion fall to the ground one after another. They were unable to withstand the pressure and their faces turned pale. Xianxian said with a face full of shock, peak of the late heavenly emperor realm. No, it's stronger. Su Xian frowned deeply. This terrifying pressure also made him feel strong pressure. Just the aura alone is so terrifying. This old thing's cultivation has surpassed the heavenly emperor realm. Even the Shadow Spirit Pavilion Master is not as good as him. In addition, his soul power has also reached the heavenly immortal grade, much stronger than Senior Su Xian. No wonder he was once the #1 alchemist in the spirit realm. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. This terrifying aura was even more terrifying than the Spirit Emperor. This was the most powerful expert that Feng Wuchen had met since he came to the Heaven Realm, and it was an enemy. "Welcome, Mr. Guegu," Su Xian said politely, resisting the majestic and terrifying pressure. As Su Xian's voice fell, a large white light spot appeared in front of Feng Wuchen and the others, instantly condensing into an old man. The black-robed old man was Mr. Guegu. "Mr. Guegu." Su Xian and Jin Xiantong cupped their fists politely. Mr. Guegu smiled faintly. "Master Su, 3 elders, long time no see." "Indeed, it has been a long time. Mr. Guegu, please." Su Xian nodded with a smile. Su Xian would not neglect the guests. "No need," Mr. Guegu said indifferently. "Mansion Lord, Mr. Guegu's sudden appearance is definitely not a good thing." Jin Xiantong transmitted his voice. "He's coming for Lord Feng. Mr. Guegu's strength is amazing. Don't act rashly." Su Xian transmitted his voice. No matter how strong the Sage Immortal Mansion was, they couldn't afford to offend Mr. Guegu. Feng Wuchen looked at Mr. Guegu and asked indifferently, "Senior, is Mr. Guegu?" Mr. Guegu said calmly, "Yes, old man, Mr. Guegu is looking for me. I wonder what's the matter?" Feng Wuchen asked. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Mr. Guegu said, "You have the aura of an old friend of old man." He should be referring to the young master of the dragon gods. "Back then, I almost died at the hands of the young master of the dragon gods, so I'm very sensitive to the young master of the dragon gods' aura." Feng Wuchen thought. "May I know who Mr. Guegu is referring to?" Feng Wuchen pretended to be curious and asked. "Old man knows your identity. You may also know about the old man. Do you need the old man to explain more?" Mr. Guegu asked with a smile. "And then?" Feng Wuchen asked. Feng Wuchen didn't believe that Mr. Guegu came to him just to confirm the aura of an old friend. "At the blacksmith convention, I heard that you showed the magical ability of one thought tool that only divine-grade blacksmiths have the chance to comprehend. You hit it very well. Old man didn't know that you are a blacksmith." Mr. Guegu smiled faintly. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled and asked, "What do you want to say, Mr. Guegu?" "Rumor has it that the top alchemists can also make pills with one thought. Old man has studied it for many years, but he didn't have the slightest clue." Mr. Guegu shook his head and said. "Didn't Mr. Guegu also say that? Only divine-grade blacksmiths have the chance to comprehend it. Although Mr. Guegu's soul power is strong, it is only in the heaven immortal grade blacksmiths. There is still some distance from divine-grade blacksmiths. Since it hasn't reached divine-grade blacksmiths, the result will be the same no matter how much you study it." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "At the blacksmith convention, your soul power is only in the innate grade blacksmiths, not divine-grade blacksmiths. How can you make weapons with one thought?" Mr. Guegu asked. From this sentence, Mr. Guegu didn't believe that Feng Wuchen was in the divine-grade blacksmiths. In the end, Mr. Guegu came for this. Feng Wuchen smiled and had already guessed the purpose of Mr. Guegu's visit. "Yes, I wonder if Mr. Wind Shadow is willing to share it with old man? You killed 36 heaven monarchs of the Moon God Palace and Commander Jiang Shuihan. Old man didn't care about you." Mr. Guegu smiled and asked. "What?" When Mr. Guegu said this, Su Xian and the 3 elders' expressions changed greatly. 36 heaven monarchs, including Jiang Shuihan? Can Lord Feng really kill so many heaven monarchs alone? Mr. Guegu is ambitious. Is the purpose of his visit to force Lord Feng to tell the secret of making weapons with one thought? Su Xian was shocked. Such a terrifying lineup, without the cultivation of the heavenly god realm, it was impossible to do it. Jiang Shuihan also died in the hands of Lord Feng? It is rumored that Lord Feng is powerful, and it is true. Mu Tian frowned and thought. 36 heaven monarchs. The strongest heaven monarch of the spiritual realm, Commander Jiang, was also killed by Lord Feng. The commander of the Moon God Palace was killed by Lord Feng. Is Lord Feng so powerful? How terrifying. 36 heaven monarchs. The disciples of the Celestial Master's immortal mansion were scared out of their wits. What if I say no? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile, without any fear on his face. There was a faint smell of gunpowder in his words. As soon as Feng Wuchen said this, the smile on Mr. Guigu's old face disappeared instantly. Mr. Guigu was the great elder of the Saint Temple, in charge of the 8 heavenly emperors, and was one of the rulers of the divine race. Why would Feng Wuchen share with such a powerful enemy? Mr. Guigu was simply indulging in fantasy. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became strange. It was very quiet, and no one spoke. However, there was an invisible and terrifying pressure that pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Su Xian's old face became serious. He could naturally see that the atmosphere was not right. Mansion Master, I am afraid that Mr. Guigu is also involved. What should we do? Nie Guhong asked anxiously. He did not know what to do. On one side was Mr. Guigu, who he could not afford to offend, and on the other side was Feng Wuchen. Su Xian did not answer because he did not know what to do. Feng Wuchen looked at Mr. Guigu without any fear. His eyes were calm. Mr. Guigu's deep old eyes also stared at Feng Wuchen. The two were at loggerheads. In terms of cultivation, Feng Wuchen admitted that he was not as good as Mr. Guigu. However, his state of mind in alchemy was definitely better than Mr. Guigu. His overbearing soul power had also reached the realm of heaven immortal grade. End of chapter. Aren't you afraid that old man will kill you? Mr. Guigu stared at Feng Wuchen with a blank face. Even in the Sage Immortal Mansion, Mr. Guigu was not afraid at all. His strength was so strong that even if Su Xian intervened, he was not afraid at all. If Senior Guigu wants to kill me, I'm afraid he won't wait until now. With your cultivation, there are many opportunities to kill me, right? Feng Wuchen was still calm, and he was not threatened at all. Are you so confident? Mr. Guigu sneered slightly, and the surging soul power in his body burst out. Feeling the surging soul power of Mr. Guigu, Su Xian, Zhen Xiantong, and the others' faces suddenly changed, and they were extremely shocked. Mansion Master. Make a decision quickly. Zhen Xiantong was anxious, and he couldn't make a decision. Such a powerful soul power, I'm afraid we can't defeat Mr. Guigu even if we use our hands. Nie Guhong was shocked and panicked. Wait and see. Su Xian said with a very solemn expression. He didn't dare to make a decision until the last moment. Gulp, the disciples of the Sage Immortal Mansion were extremely frightened, and they were all pale and trembling. This Mr. Guigu's soul power is even more terrifying than the Mansion Master. Heavenly Immortal Grade. Is he the rumored strongest alchemist in the spiritual realm? How terrifying. He's even stronger than the Mansion Master. The disciples of the Sage Immortal Mansion were frightened, and they all instinctively stepped back. Such a powerful soul power, can Lord Feng block it? Mu Tong frowned and looked at Feng Wuchen with a solemn expression. The Sage Immortal Mansion was full of a strange atmosphere. Everyone was frightened and looked at Feng Wuchen and Mr. Guigu worriedly. Old man's soul power can read your memory. Even if you don't say it, the old man will know. Mr. Guigu sneered confidently. The great elder of the Sage Temple was so overbearing, if Feng Wuchen was not willing to share, he would snatch it. Then you can try. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, and his eyes became very sharp, and the monstrous soul power was also activated. The extremely overbearing soul power instantly enveloped the entire Sage Immortal Mansion. Heavenly Immortal Rank Soul Force. Sensing Feng Wuchen's overbearing soul power, Mr. Guigu's expression changed as he was secretly shocked. What's up with his soul force? At the blacksmith conference, he had just reached the Heaven Immortal Grade soul power. Now, he has become much stronger. How could he improve his soul power in such a short time? Mr. Guigu was shocked. Heaven Immortal Grade soul power. The disciples of the Celestial Master's Mansion exclaimed in unison. Su Xian's face stiffened as he thought to himself, Lord Feng's soul power has improved a lot in less than half a month since the end of the blacksmith conference. This overbearing soul power has already surpassed old man's. Perhaps he can really compete with Mr. Guigu. Lord Feng actually has such a tyrannical soul power. Zhen Xiantong, Nie Guhong, and the other higher-ups were shocked. Staring at Mr. Guigu with his sharp eyes, Feng Wuchen said coldly, Senior Guigu, if you want to try, you can try anytime. Old man, let's see what you've got. Mr. Guegu said fiercely. How could the Grand Elder of the Sage Temple be intimidated by a junior? Finishing his words, Mr. Guegu suddenly controlled his violent soul power and blasted it towards Feng Wuchen. Step back! Su Xian hurriedly shouted. The higher-ups all stepped back, no one dared to stay. Feng Wuchen snorted coldly. Unwilling to be outdone, he attacked. His overbearing soul power swept out with an earth-shattering force. Boom! Two extremely terrifying soul powers instantly collided. With a loud explosion, the surging soul power swept out wildly. Feng Wuchen and Mr. Guegu were both forced back dozens of steps. The soul powers fiercely collided. The two were evenly matched. Su Xian and the others stepped back in time and were not affected by the terrifying soul powers. Puff puff puff. Many inscription master disciples in the square were affected by the violent soul power. Wherever the soul power passed, many disciples spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. His soul power is so overbearing. Old man's soul power can't suppress him at all. Mr. Guegu was shocked. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't suppress Feng Wuchen. Mr. Guegu couldn't believe that a young junior had such unfathomable soul power. Lord Feng can compete with Mr. Guegu's soul power. Lu Songhai couldn't help but exclaim. Lord Feng's soul power is too strong. It has surpassed the mansion master. Zhen Xuantong's face was full of shock, and his old face was stiff. Lord Feng's soul power is ridiculously strong. The disciples of Celestial Master's immortal mansion kept exclaiming, their faces were full of horror. As inscription masters, they could feel the terrifying soul power full of pressure. What a strong soul power. This old thing is really not simple. No wonder he is known as the strongest alchemist in the spirit realm. After stabilizing his body, Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. Under the fierce head-on collision, Feng Wuchen's soul body trembled violently and was almost injured. Senior Guegu's soul power is really not simple. It seems that Senior Guegu's soul power is not enough to read my memory. Feng Wuchen sneered slightly. Mr. Guegu's old face was gloomy. As the strongest alchemist in the spirit realm, he couldn't do anything to a junior. Humph. Mr. Guegu snorted fiercely. His old eyes narrowed slightly, and his figure immediately burst out like lightning with a monstrous aura. Since his soul power couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen, he could only use force. Mr. Guegu didn't believe that he couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen with his peak late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm. Master, be careful. The Dragon God Sword's soul voice came. Feng Wuchen's face was cold. His overbearing soul power had been activated again. He was ready to fight Mr. Guegu at any time. Whoosh! But at this moment, Su Xian's figure suddenly flashed and stopped Mr. Guegu. Su Xian, you dare to interfere in old man's matter? Don't forget that the Heavenly Master's immortal mansion has already submitted to the Heavenly Sovereign. Do you want to be a traitor? Mr. Guegu glanced at Su Xian fiercely and shouted coldly. Mr. Guegu misunderstood. The Heavenly Master's immortal mansion has never submitted. It's just that in front of the Heavenly Sovereign, we have to bow our heads. If Mr. Guegu wants to compete with soul power, old man naturally won't stop you. But if you want to fight, I'm sorry, I hope Mr. Guegu will abide by the rules of the Heavenly Master's immortal mansion. Moreover, the Heavenly Master's immortal mansion can't bear Mr. Guegu's power. Su Xian smiled indifferently. Su Xian stood out to stop him, indicating that he had made a decision. Mr. Guegu, the mansion master's words are reasonable. The rules of the Heavenly Master's immortal mansion cannot be broken. Zhen Xiantong also stood out. Seeing this, Mr. Guegu's old face became more and more ugly. He said in a deep voice, Su Xian, old man hopes you can think clearly before making a decision. Don't ruin the Heavenly Master's immortal mansion because of a stupid decision. How could Mr. Guegu not see that Su Xian wanted to protect Feng Wuchen? If Mr. Guegu wants to fight, you can go to other places. Old man will definitely not stop you. But in the Heavenly Master's immortal mansion, I hope Mr. Guegu will give me some face. Su Xian said indifferently. End of chapter. Su Xian's attitude was tough. Since he had already made a decision, he would not change it. Su Xian's decision was very dangerous. But what made him make the decision was Feng Wuchen's overbearing and terrifying soul power. Feng Wuchen's ability to contend with Mr. Guigu's soul power explained everything. Feng Wuchen had such a high realm at such a young age, and he was also a divine-grade weapon refiner. He could be said to be a monstrous genius among geniuses. Who knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen would be in a few years' time? Senior Su Xian, once you interfere, you will implicate the entire Sage Immortal's mansion. Feng Wuchen hurriedly transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen did not want to harm the Sage Immortal's mansion because of him. Feng Wuchen did not expect Su Xian to dare to interfere. Moreover, Feng Wuchen did not want the Sage Immortal's mansion to interfere. Otherwise, the Sage Immortal's mansion would become a traitor. There was only one result for a traitor, and that was death. Lord Feng, this is not only because of you. In front of the Heavenly Master, we are indeed powerless to resist. But if we can't even protect our basic dignity, what's the point of living? Su Xian transmitted his voice. How could Su Xian tolerate Mr. Guigu ignoring the rules of the Sage Immortal's mansion? No matter what, the Sage Immortal's mansion was a big force in the heaven realm. How could they be afraid of the slightest thing? Yes, without dignity, they were equivalent to slaves. What's the point of living? We have suffered unreasonable oppression for too many years. We have endured humiliation for that little bit of dignity. People must not have no dignity. And they can't have no backbone. To be honest, old man saw hope from Lord Feng. I hope that today's decision is right. Su Xian's tragic voice sounded. Senior Su Xian. Su Xian's words suddenly made Feng Wuchen's body tremble. Su Xian, don't regret it. Mr. Guigu said gloomily. Hearing this, Su Xian smiled faintly and said, Mr. Guigu, Sage Immortal Mansion doesn't mean to be your enemy, but Mr. Guigu seems to be deliberately sowing discord, insisting on imposing some charges on Sage Immortal Mansion. If Mr. Guigu doesn't even give this little face and insists on ignoring the rules of Sage Immortal Mansion, then Mr. Guigu can do whatever you want. I, Su Xian, still have some ability in the heaven realm, Mr. Guigu can try. At the end of his speech, Su Xian's tone became very firm. Since Mr. Guigu did not give him face, Su Xian did not need to give him a good face. Humph. I hope you can still be so arrogant when the time comes. Mr. Guigu said coldly. Mr. Guigu did not expect Su Xian to be his enemy for Feng Wuchen. Su Xian said in a deep voice, Mr. Guigu barged into the Taoist Master Immortal Mansion, ignored the rules of the Taoist Master Immortal Mansion, and did not give any face to the old man. You are the arrogant one, aren't you? Su Xian was also enraged. The two of them were at each other's throats. Seeing Su Xian suddenly become strong, the disciples of the Taoist Master Immortal Mansion were stunned, shocked, and relieved. As the master of the Taoist Master Immortal Mansion, Su Xian had a transcendent status in the heaven realm. Even the 8 great sky emperors had to be wary of him. He was on the same level as Mr. Guigu. Wind Shadow, you are lucky today. Ignoring Su Xian, Mr. Guigu glanced at Feng Wuchen and then left in a flash. Today, the Taoist Master Immortal Mansion had completely fallen out with Mr. Guigu. In the future, not only would Feng Wuchen be in danger, but the Taoist Master Immortal Mansion would also be in deep danger. Senior Su Xian, why do you have to do this? Mr. Guigu will not let go of the Taoist Master Immortal Mansion. As soon as Mr. Guigu left, Feng Wuchen hurriedly said, feeling that he had implicated the Taoist Master Immortal Mansion. Lord Feng, don't worry. Old man Guigu will not dare to make a move easily. What's more, the Taoist Master Immortal Mansion is not to be trifled with. Su Xian was not worried at all. Which expert with a transcendent status in the heaven realm would be trifled with? After a pause, Su Xian respectfully said, Lord Feng, old man can see that you are not a person of the pond. Old man also does not know why he thinks so. Perhaps you can change the fate of the heaven realm. Changing the fate of the heaven realm is easier said than done. The authority of the God clan is deeply rooted. The cultivators of the heaven realm are filled with fear of the Sky Sovereign. How many people would dare to be enemies with the Sky Sovereign? Feng Wuchen said helplessly. That's because they have not seen hope yet. The moment they see the dawn, they will definitely rise up and resist. Who can endure the unreasonable oppression of the God clan? Zhen Xiantong said solemnly. Nie Guhong continued, Lord Feng, things have already come to this, there is no use in worrying. No one can say for sure what has not happened yet. No matter what, it is because of me. Senior Su, thank you very much. Feng Wuchen cupped his fist and thanked him. Su Xian risked defending Mr. Guigu to stop him, which made Feng Wuchen extremely grateful. Offending Mr. Guigu meant that the entire Sage Immortal abode would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Lord Feng, you are too polite. Su Xian smiled faintly. Sorry for disturbing you today. I will not delay the recruitment of disciples. I will definitely visit again in the future when I have time. Goodbye. Feng Wuchen cupped his fist and said politely. Lord Feng, take care. Su Xian and the others bowed respectfully. With a thought, he used teleportation. Feng Wuchen disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen did not know what price the Sage Immortal abode would pay for Su Xian's decision, but Feng Wuchen would always remember this kindness. Even if Su Xian had other motives, he did help Feng Wuchen. Master, this matter concerns the survival of the Sage Immortal abode. Old man does not know if your decision is right or wrong, but old man believes in you. Lu Songhai said. Su Xian said solemnly, old man believes in Wind Shadow's words. Although they did not know where Feng Wuchen came from, Feng Wuchen gave them a sense of security. Moon God Palace. After leaving the Sage Immortal abode, Mr. Guigu immediately rushed to the Moon God Palace. His old face was filled with anger. Mr. Guigu. Xiao Qingshan bowed respectfully. Xiao Qingshan frowned slightly. He could see that Mr. Guigu had suffered a lot, and he could see that Mr. Guigu was furious. But what made Xiao Qingshan curious was that Mr. Guigu's cultivation was not only high, but also in the heavenly immortal grade. Who could make Mr. Guigu suffer? Could it be the divine grade weapon forger, Wind Shadow? Mr. Guigu could not do anything to him? Xiao Qingshan was confused. Mr. Guigu's old face was extremely gloomy, and he said fiercely, the Sage Immortal abode has betrayed us. Since they are traitors, kill them all. The Sage Immortal abode? Everyone's face suddenly changed, and they looked terrified. The Sage Immortal abode was a traitor, the disciples of the Sage Immortal abode were stunned. Xiao Qingshan. Send someone to monitor Feng Wuchen immediately. Old man must know his whereabouts as soon as possible. Mr. Guigu said coldly, and his old face was very ugly. Yes. Xiao Qingshan replied respectfully. Su Xian. Old man will never forgive you. Mr. Guigu gritted his teeth and said angrily. His old eyes frowned, and his dark eyes were filled with a terrifying murderous aura. He stared at Feng Wuchen. Glancing at the disciples coldly, Mr. Guigu said coldly, the Sage Immortal abode has betrayed us, whoever catches Feng Wuchen, kill them all. Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. Since Mr. Guigu is so angry, we can use this opportunity to deal with the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Since the Great Elder of the Saint Temple gave the order, the Spirit Emperor will naturally not object. Looking at the angry Mr. Guigu, Xiao Qingshan thought to himself. In the crafting convention, Wind Shadow shocked everyone and became a divine-grade craftsman feared by countless people. The Craftsman Guild obviously attached great importance to him. Now, the Sky Master Immortal's mansion also stood on Feng Wuchen's side. These two forces are not to be trifled with. Together with the Sky Shadow Pavilion, the Spirit Emperor alone is definitely no match for them. Xiao Qingshan thought to himself. Mr. Guigu, please calm down. Wind Shadow is not the same as before. He killed thousands of guards of the Moon God Palace and dozens of heavenly monarchs. How could I not want to tear him into pieces? But after the crafting convention, Wind Shadow became famous in the spirit realm. It's not difficult to deal with Wind Shadow, but it's hard to say about the forces behind him. I'm afraid the Moon God Palace can't do anything. Xiao Qingshan looked at Mr. Guigu and said. The Moon God Palace was just a big force under the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. Its strength was far inferior to the Sky Shadow Pavilion, the Craftsman Guild, and the Sky Master Immortal's mansion. Not to mention the Craftsman Guild and the Sky Master Immortal's mansion, the Sky Shadow Pavilion alone is enough to compete with the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. So, to deal with Wind Shadow, Mr. Guegu needs to send other heavenly emperors to help. If you can suppress the Sky Shadow Pavilion and the Craftsman Guild, any heavenly god of the Moon God Palace can kill Wind Shadow. Xiao Qingshan continued. Xiao Qingshan didn't believe that Feng Wuchen's strength could surpass the heavenly god realm. But a few days ago, I asked the Spirit Emperor. The Spirit Emperor seemed to be very afraid of the Sky Shadow Pavilion and didn't give the order. Xiao Qingshan said again. Hearing this, Mr. Guegu's old face became gloomier. He knew what Xiao Qingshan said. Wind Shadow is growing too fast. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. Xiao Qingshan said again. Mr. Guegu frowned as he thought of Feng Wuchen's overbearing soul power. He thought to himself, this kid's growth speed is indeed incomparable to ordinary geniuses. There are not many people in the heaven realm who can compete with the old man in soul power. His eyes are very similar to the dragon god young master. If this kid is not eliminated, I'm afraid he will threaten the celestial palace. Old man, I think they have forgotten the painful lesson. Mr. Guegu said coldly. His murderous aura scared everyone in the hall. Mr. Guegu is right. Wind Shadow has a strong divine power. This person is definitely not as simple as being an assassin of Sky Shadow Pavilion. This subordinate guesses that he has an even deeper background. Xiao Qingshan said. Kazakage is a person of the dragon gods. Others can't see it, but the aura of the dragon gods in his body can't fool old man, Mr. Gue said. This subordinate has already guessed it. This subordinate has never seen his divine power before. It's most likely the legendary heavenly Dao divine power, said Xiao Qingshan. Xiao Qingshan, you are very smart. No wonder Spirit Emperor values you so much. Mr. Guegu glanced at Xiao Qingshan again. The 8 great heavenly emperors haven't made a move for many years. Xiao Qingshan, do what you should do. Mr. Guegu slowly turned and left. Yes. Farewell, Mr. Guegu. Xiao Qingshan said respectfully with a slight smile. After Mr. Guegu left, Protector Lu Yuntian said, Palace Master, good plan. Hearing this, Xiao Qingshan sneered. Mr. Guegu, who has never been to Moon God Palace, suddenly came. It's definitely not a good thing. Although I don't know why Mr. Guegu is so angry, he came to Moon God Palace just to let us be the first to test Heavenly Master's immortal abode. Sky Shadow Pavilion is enough to give me a headache. He still wants to use me to deal with Heavenly Master's immortal abode. Does Moon God Palace have 3 heads and 6 arms? Since he wants to scheme against me, why can't I scheme against him? Xiao Qingshan was able to sit in this position. Naturally he had his outstanding points. Not everyone dares to offend Heavenly Master's immortal abode. If Mr. Guegu wants to deal with Heavenly Master's immortal abode, he can do it himself. It has nothing to do with us. Lu Yuntian frowned. While he's angry, we can use him to deal with Sky Shadow Pavilion. First, we can eliminate the rebels. Second, we can get rid of Wind Shadow. 2 birds with 1 stone. The 8 great heavenly emperors have been living a peaceful life for too long. It's time for them to exercise their muscles. Xiao Qingshan sneered. Mr. Guegu is really cunning. An elder said in a deep voice. Another elder sneered, no matter how cunning he is, there will always be times when he's careless. Wind Shadow has already started the war. With the 8 great heavenly emperors making a move, destroying Sky Shadow Pavilion is not a problem. I only hope that they will make a move as soon as possible. Wind Shadow's growth speed is really terrifying. Xiao Qingshan frowned. Feng Wuchen's appearance made Xiao Qingshan feel a little uneasy. Sage Temple Main Hall. Mr. Guegu sat on a noble and gorgeous throne, enjoying the high and mighty power. Why does Wind Shadow have young Master Dragon God's aura? It's impossible for young Master Dragon God to still be alive after the battle with the Sky Sovereign. At such a young age, he's in the Heaven Grade realm, but his soul power has stepped into the Heaven Immortal Grade realm. It's really unbelievable. Other than his identity as a blacksmith, Wind Shadow is also an inscription master and an alchemist. This is simply unheard of. It's impossible to happen, but it happened to him. What have the dragon gods done all these years? The Sky Sovereign Temple elders have been monitoring the dragon gods for many years, but they didn't find anything. No matter what, Wind Shadow must not be left alive. No matter who it is, as long as they have young Master Dragon God's aura, they must die. Just as Mr. Guegu was talking to himself, 8 figures appeared out of thin air in the magnificent hall. Mr. Guegu. The 8 of them bowed respectfully. They were the 8 great heavenly emperors who were in charge of the heaven realm. The 8 great heavenly emperors were emitting a terrifying aura. It was an aura that made people feel despair. The 8 great heavenly emperors' strength was unquestionable. One of the heavenly emperors asked, "Mr. Guegu, why did you summon us in such a hurry?" Mr. Guegu glanced at the 8 of them and said, "Destroy the Sky Master Immortal Mansion. Destroy the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Bring Wind Shadow back. It's my pleasure. I haven't been active for too long. That old thinging Hun's strength should have improved a lot." The immortal heavenly emperor said proudly. "Wind Shadow?" One of the heavenly emperors asked doubtfully, "Who is Wind Shadow? Is he very strong?" "He actually needs the 8 of us to take action. Wind Shadow is the golden assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion. He has the cultivation of a heavenly monarch. At the same time, he is also a member of the dragon gods. He has the heavenly divine power and is now a famous divine great artificer. His identity is still a mystery." Spirit Emperor said. "What? Heavenly divine power? How is that possible? Divine great artificer?" The other heavenly emperors were shocked. When did such a terrifying person appear in the heaven realm? Not only does he have the legendary heavenly divine power, he is also a divine great artificer. One of the heavenly emperors frowned. "The Sky Master Immortal Mansion dared to betray us for Wind Shadow." Mr. Guegu said gloomily, "Bring back Su Xian's head. Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website, 8 Heavenly Emperors. They were, Immortal Heavenly Emperor, Death Heavenly Emperor, Shura Heavenly Emperor, Annihilation Heavenly Emperor, Celestial Sunflower Heavenly Emperor, Goody, Underworld Emperor, and Spirit Emperor. Mr. Guegu, Celestial Master's immortal abode and the Blacksmith Guild are united against a common enemy. The Blacksmith Guild will not stand by and watch." A beautiful lady said softly, her beautiful face carrying a hint of arrogance. She was Celestial Sunflower Heavenly Emperor. She was the only female Heavenly Emperor. "Celestial Sunflower Heavenly Emperor, you worry too much. How would a mere Blacksmith Guild dare to go against us, the 8 Heavenly Emperors? Unless they don't want to live anymore." Shura Heavenly Emperor sneered. With the 8 Heavenly Emperors taking action, such a terrifying lineup was enough to sweep the entire heaven realm. Even if the Blacksmith Guild and Celestial Master's immortal abode worked together, they might not be able to go against the 8 Heavenly Emperors. How many people in the heaven realm dared to go against the 8 Heavenly Emperors? "Mr. Guegu, don't worry. I will personally bring back Su Xian's head." Immortal Heavenly Emperor said proudly, as if he was invincible. "Mr. Guegu, don't we need the Heavenly Emperor's decree to destroy the Sky Shadow Pavilion?" Death Heavenly Emperor asked. Mr. Guegu frowned and said, "The Heavenly Emperor is asleep, and I am in charge of the heaven realm. I will share the Heavenly Emperor's burden and eliminate the traitors. I believe the Heavenly Emperor will not blame me. I would like to see how many traitors will appear." Immortal Heavenly Emperor sneered. Sky Shadow Pavilion. After leaving Heaven Capital, Feng Wuchen had already returned to Sky Shadow Pavilion. Feng Wuchen did not know that Mr. Guegu had already ordered the 8 Heavenly Emperors to destroy Celestial Master's immortal abode. "Wind Shadow, there is a mission for you." As soon as he entered Sky Shadow Pavilion, Qing Lu's voice rang in his ears. Then, a figure appeared. "What mission?" Feng Wuchen looked at Qing Lu. Qing Lu said, "Ancient Wind City Lord Su Ran, late-stage Heavenly Lord." 3 days later. Feng Wuchen nodded. Soon, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Sky Shadow Pavilion's library. Feng Wuchen was flipping through ancient books, looking for something. So it's the ancient heaven-devouring python. No wonder it's so strong. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. He had already found out about the black python. Can the powerful heaven-devouring python reach the Heavenly Emperor realm? As expected of an ancient ferocious beast. Looks like I only encountered a young heaven-devouring python. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to keep my life. The more Feng Wuchen looked, the more shocked he became. He secretly rejoiced that he only encountered a young heaven-devouring python. The heaven-devouring pythons of the heaven realm are already extinct. To think that there are still some alive in the heavenly tomb. Our luck is not bad, Feng Wuchen laughed happily. Using the heaven-devouring python's blood essence, magic core, and scales to forge the armor, its defensive power must be terrifying. It might even surpass the Kirin armor. The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the more excited he became. When Feng Wuchen returned to his palace, he immediately entered the 7th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. He took out the 10,000-year-old divine spiritual stone, black python's blood essence, scales, and magic core, as well as various refining materials that contained powerful spiritual energy. If it can condense a spirit, this ancient ferocious beast's defense won't be weaker than the Kirin spirit. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. The heaven-devouring python spirit, the Kirin spirit, and the dragon god spirit. I wonder what kind of terrifying power it will have when the three spirits are condensed. Feng Wuchen grinned and said. The move of summoning spirits, Feng Wuchen had never tried it before. He also did not know how terrifying it was. Bang! With a thought, the black fire was urged out. Feng Wuchen beckoned his hand. The scales flew to his palm and calcined. The hardness of the heaven-devouring python scales surprised Feng Wuchen once again. The black fire calcined for a full 5 minutes before the scales showed signs of melting. The black fire also needs to burn for so long? Such a hard treasure, wouldn't I be giving it to them for free? Can they burn it? Feng Wuchen was shocked. The immemorial black fire also needs to burn for a few minutes. Li Yun and the rest could not burn it at all. After a full half an hour, the black scales were completely melted. Feng Wuchen beckoned again and sucked the divine spiritual stone and all the refining materials into his palm. The tyrannical and vigorous soul power was urged out. While fusing the materials into the scale solution, he also injected soul power. In Feng Wuchen's palm, dozens of refining materials had been completely fused, emitting a very powerful aura. Under Feng Wuchen's control, the solution slowly condensed into the embryonic form of the battle armor. Bang! His left hand bent, and a wisp of black fire burned and jumped. The heaven-devouring python's magic core turned into a black liquid under the burning of the black fire. It was filled with a very violent aura. After fusing the magic core solution into the embryonic form of the battle armor, it suddenly flashed with a resplendent black light. An even more terrifying aura suddenly swept out. This is the aura of a divine artifact. In the resplendent black light, the black battle armor was completed. Very good. Just the last step. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. He was incomparably looking forward to it. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the heaven-devouring python's blood essence turned into a blood sword and flew out, completely fusing into the battle armor. Feng Wuchen changed incomparably mysterious hand gestures. The black fire continued to burn crazily, and his soul power was continuously injected. When the last drop of blood essence completely fused into the battle armor, a terrifying energy burst out from the black battle armor, filled with ruthless aura. What a powerful aura! Feng Wuchen said in shock, his expression somewhat stiff. This powerful and ruthless aura was even more powerful than the Qilin battle armor. Done. Done. Heaven-devouring python battle armor. After the shock, Feng Wuchen looked at the black battle armor excitedly. The battle armor emitting black light floated above Feng Wuchen's palm, emitting a very terrifying aura. Especially the ruthless aura, it made people feel terrified. Drip blood to bind. Feng Wuchen hurriedly bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the battle armor. After the black battle armor absorbed it, Feng Wuchen's mind moved, and the battle armor directly entered Feng Wuchen's body through the space between his eyebrows. Let's see if I can summon the heaven-devouring python's soul. Feng Wuchen couldn't wait to try. With a thought, Feng Wuchen instantly arrived at the 2nd level. In the sky above the holy mountain, Feng Wuchen summoned the heaven-devouring python battle armor, and then urged his energy to enter the battle armor. Come out! Heaven-devouring python! Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. Roar! A violent roar suddenly sounded in the holy mountain, deafening and earth-shattering. Success! It can really summon the soul. Haha! Hearing this terrifying roar, Feng Wuchen excitedly laughed out loud. After a while, an incomparably huge black python condensed. It was the heaven-devouring python's soul. Go! Feng Wuchen waved his hand grandly and gave the order. The heaven-devouring python shot out, its speed very terrifying. Places that it passed through, one towering mountain peak after another exploded one after another. Withdraw! Feng Wuchen shouted again. The heaven-devouring python flew over at top speed, finally entering Feng Wuchen's body and vanishing. With the heaven-devouring python battle armor, coupled with the Qilin battle armor, I might be able to withstand a blow from a celestial deity realm powerhouse back then, Feng Wuchen said confidently. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen then took out the 10,000-year Vajra and refined a pair of gauntlets, leg guards, and combat boots for himself. The gauntlets and leg guards were extremely heavy. Apart from strengthening Feng Wuchen's body, they also had the effect of suppressing his cultivation base. The gauntlets and leg guards were exquisite and beautiful. Wearing them did not affect them in the slightest. Let's test their effects, Feng Wuchen said expectantly. After dripping his blood to claim ownership, with a thought, the gauntlets and leg guards appeared out of thin air on Feng Wuchen's wrists and ankles as if they were intelligent machines. They glowed with a faint white light. So heavy. The sudden weight caused Feng Wuchen's expression to change drastically. The immense weight pressed down on Feng Wuchen so hard that he could barely speak. He exerted all the strength in his body. His face was flushed red, and his veins were bulging. After putting on the gauntlets and leg guards, Feng Wuchen could not walk. His hands felt as if they were about to be torn apart. I can't take it anymore. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth. His face contorted terribly. With a thought, Feng Wuchen immediately reduced the gauntlets and leg guards and retracted the two sections. Phew! It's really heavy. It's heavier than I thought. With my current strength, I can't get used to it at all. Fortunately, I've divided it into 3 sections. Feng Wuchen's face was filled with shock. He instantly felt as if he had lost all his strength. The gauntlets and leg guards were in the shape of handcuffs. They were also divided into 3 sections. Each section existed independently, and each section was extremely heavy. Currently, Feng Wuchen could only wear the first section. He could not bear the weight of the second section. As expected of the 10,000-year Vajra. This weight is truly terrifying. Feng Wuchen was both shocked and overjoyed. With the gauntlets and leg guards, Feng Wuchen could wear them for a long period of time. Firstly, it could temper his body. Secondly, it could suppress his cultivation base. When fighting a powerful enemy, Feng Wuchen's combat strength would erupt at full force once he removed the leg guards and wrist guards, catching the enemy off guard. Level 1 feels really good. Once I get used to it, it means that my battle prowess has become even stronger. At that time, I'll add another level. Cultivating like this will be of great help to me when I break through to the heavenly god realm in the future. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. He was very satisfied with the wrist and leg guards that he had refined. The divine combat boots should be very powerful as well. They can at least double my speed. Feng Wuchen then brought out the divine combat boots. Boom, his body slowly floated into the sky. Then, he suddenly stepped on the void. With a loud bang, he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. My speed has indeed doubled. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. Feng Wuchen's goal in refining the battle boots was to increase his speed. If he used his full strength and took out the Qilin battle armor, Feng Wuchen's speed would definitely be unmatched under the heavenly god realm. Swish. 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 Without using instant shift, Feng Wuchen relied on his powerful movement skill to flash quickly. In the blink of an eye, he left behind dense afterimages in the sky. It was dazzling. It's time to cultivate. With the help of the Xianxia lotion and many other treasures, it won't be difficult to break through to the middle stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. Feng Wuchen suppressed the excitement in his heart. With a thought, he instantly arrived at the 7th level. Feng Wuchen took out the Xianxia lotion and many other treasures. Spirit-splitting art. Feng Wuchen shouted and formed dozens of primordial spirit avatars. The Supreme Dragon God technique sped up and Feng Wuchen began to cultivate. The dozens of primordial spirit avatars crazily absorbed the power of the Xianxia lotion and other treasures. My cultivation is improving so fast. The Xianxia lotion is indeed powerful. It won't take long for me to break through to the middle stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating, didn't know anything about the outside world. At this time, the 8 celestial emperors had already rushed to the celestial master's residence. A great battle was about to break out. In the spirit realm's celestial capital, the 8 celestial emperors appeared out of thin air. 8 extremely terrifying auras swept out like an avalanche. Everywhere they passed, countless cultivators were terrified. In almost an instant, the terrifying aura covered the entire spirit realm. The aura of the celestial emperors. The 8 celestial emperors under the celestial master. Celestial emperors. The terrifying aura has spread from the celestial capital to the spirit realm. Countless cultivators in the spirit realm panicked. They were no stranger to the aura of the 8 celestial emperors. The 8 celestial emperors. This direction is the celestial capital. Could something have happened to the Craftsman's Guild? Xiao Sanfeng's face was full of fear. The 8 celestial emperors have appeared at the same time. This has not happened for many years. An old voice suddenly sounded. The president has come out of seclusion. Xiao Sanfeng's face suddenly changed. Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. The celestial leader assassin was the first to appear. Tian Ming and the other celestial level 1 assassins as well as the gold medal assassins all flashed over. Celestial emperors are really terrifying. Many assassins were trembling with fear. The 8 celestial emperors. Ying Hun frowned deeply. It seems that something has happened in the celestial capital. To be able to alarm the 8 celestial emperors, it's either the Craftsman's Guild or the celestial master's residence. The celestial leader assassin said solemnly as he looked at the celestial capital. Qing Lu, is there any news? Ying Hun looked at Qing Lu, who walked out of the palace, and asked. The celestial master's residence offended Master Guegu. This matter is also related to Wind Shadow. According to the news, Master Guegu wanted Wind Shadow to share the mysterious method of single thought creation, but Wind Shadow refused. After that, the two competed in soul power. Master Guegu couldn't do anything to Wind Shadow. In the end, he wanted to use his strength to deal with Wind Shadow, but Master Su Xian intervened, causing Master Guegu to be furious. Qing Lu replied. Where's Wind Shadow? Ying Hun quickly asked. Wind Shadow seems to be in seclusion. Tian Ming said. Qing Lu continued, Wind Shadow has already returned to the Celestial Shadow Pavilion. Pavilion Master, you don't have to worry. Tian Kuei, follow old man to the Celestial Master's residence. Ying Hun said in a deep voice. His figure flashed and disappeared. Tian Kuei also disappeared. Craftsman's Guild. Bai Hun, Yang Qianxiao, and the others looked extremely serious. Their eyes were filled with fear. The immortal Celestial Emperor has already stepped into the peak late-stage Celestial Emperor realm. Such a terrifying cultivation, I'm afraid he's on par with Ying Hun. What happened to make the 8 Celestial Emperors appear in the Celestial Capital at the same time? Could it be related to the Celestial Master's residence? Bai Hun frowned. He was very confused. The appearance of the 8 Celestial Emperors is definitely not a good thing. Yang Qianxiao said. The strength of the 8 Celestial Emperors is getting more and more terrifying. An elder frowned. His old face was very serious. Celestial Master's residence. The 8 Celestial Emperors. Su Xian's old face was very serious. The disciples of the Celestial Master's residence were all frightened. In the entire spirit realm, the Celestial Master's residence was the most terrifying. The 8 Celestial Emperors appeared, and they came for the Celestial Master's residence. Su Xian frowned. They're here so soon? In the next second, 8 figures appeared in the sky above the Celestial Master's residence. Extremely terrifying auras swept out and mercilessly suppressed the entire Celestial Master's residence. All the disciples of the Celestial Master's residence were scared out of their wits. They all collapsed to the ground in extreme fear. End of chapter 8. 8 Great Celestial Emperors. It's over. They really came. The 8 Great Celestial Emperors under the Celestial Venerable. The appearance of the 8 Great Celestial Emperors made the disciples of the Celestial Master's immortal abode feel despair. The 8 Celestial Emperors suddenly appeared in the sky above the Celestial Master's immortal abode. A terrifying aura swept out and immediately attracted the attention of many powerhouses in Tiandu. This is the Heavenly Master's residence. The 8 Celestial Emperors have gone to the Celestial Master's immortal abode. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the 8 Great Celestial Emperors want to destroy the Celestial Master's immortal abode? There's no mistake about it. 8 great heavenly emperors appearing together was definitely going to exterminate the major powers. The Celestial Master's immortal abode is finished. The experts of the major forces of Tiandu were all shocked. The 8 great celestial emperors appeared at the Celestial Master's immortal abode at the same time. This was undoubtedly to destroy the Celestial Master's immortal abode. It was fine if the 8 great heavenly emperors did not come out, but once they did, it was a merciless massacre. Back then, when the 8 great heavenly emperors swept through the heaven realm, their ruthless and cruel massacre left a terrifying impression on countless cultivators. They were filled with fear towards the 8 great heavenly emperors. The 8 great sky emperors could be said to be existences that caused people to tremble in fear upon hearing their name. The 8 great sky emperors appearing at the same time was also something that Su Xian never expected. If it was just the Spirit Emperor alone, Su Xian would not be afraid at all. But now that the 8 great sky emperors had appeared at the same time, it was a different story. 8 extremely terrifying auras enveloped the entire Celestial Master's immortal abode. No one could withstand the terrifying Celestial Emperor's aura. The tens of thousands of disciples of the Heavenly Master's immortal abode all collapsed to the ground. Their pale faces were filled with pain. Su Xian! How dare you offend your superiors? I'm here to take your head. The immortal Heavenly Emperor, who was the leader of the group, said coldly. The Sage Immortal Mansion is colluding with the traitor Wind Shadow. All disciples are to be executed. The Spirit Emperor said coldly. His attitude was like that of an ancient king ordering his entire family to be executed. What? Execute them all? The disciples of the Celestial Master's mansion grew more and more terrified. Su Xian's old face became extremely gloomy, his skin and flesh twitching. The 8 great celestial emperors have all come. Manor Lord, what should we do now? An elder asked in horror, looking as if he was in a pinch. Su Xian stared at the immortal Heaven Emperor fiercely and said in a deep voice, Mr. Guigu's skills are not as good as others. He disregarded the rules of the Sage Immortal Mansion. Now, you're saying that the old man offended his superiors. Humph, you're so unreasonable. How dare you? How dare you insult Master Guigu? Azura Heavenly Emperor coldly shouted. Insult? Humph. He's not worthy. Su Xian responded strongly and fiercely, we have endured humiliation for many years, but what we got in return was even more unreasonable oppression. We are humans, not slaves. We have our freedom. Living without dignity. What migras of the god race? The old man has never treated him as an existence. Su Xian, your arrogance ends here. Everyone in the Celestial Master's immortal abode will die because of you. Spirit Emperor said coldly. The terrifying power of a Celestial Emperor erupted. Immortal art. Monstrous waves. Emperor Ling clenched his hand and condensed terrifying water-based heavenly origin chi. A monstrous aura soared into the sky. Then, with a roar, a huge wave appeared in the sky and mercilessly rushed toward the Celestial Master's palace. In front of the enormous waves, the immortal abode of Heavenly Master looked very small. The scene was extremely visually impactful, giving people a feeling of death. We're dead. Looking at the huge waves rushing down, the disciples of the Celestial Master's immortal abode were in despair. We just joined the Celestial Master's immortal abode. Are we going to die just like that? Dong Huangshan's face was filled with fear and despair. Big brother, what should we do? Don Huangyu was terrified and lost. It's over. The upper echelons of the Celestial Master's immortal abode were terrified. This is too much. Su Xian was extremely gloomy and angry. Under the terrifying pressure of the 8 celestial emperors, they couldn't move at all. They could only watch as the waves crashed down. In the face of such terrifying power, they would definitely be crushed and their souls would be scattered. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the waves covered the entire Celestial Master's immortal abode. It instantly turned into a vast ocean and swallowed the magnificent palace. In the face of a Celestial Emperor, the Celestial Master's immortal abode was completely helpless. Is it over just like that? Emperor Ling said arrogantly. Looks like the Blacksmith Guild doesn't dare to interfere. Spirit Emperor sneered. It's not that simple. Emperor Ling of Death said expressionlessly. He seemed to have seen through something. What a powerful ice energy. Emperor Ling frowned slightly as he looked at the vast ocean. Tsk tisk. A moment later, the vast ocean froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Celestial Emperor Realm. Emperor Ling of Immortality's lips curled up slightly. Emperor Ling of Annihilation said coldly, looks like there's a Celestial Emperor hidden in the Celestial Master's immortal abode. No wonder he's so arrogant. Whoosh! In the completely frozen ocean, a terrifying white sword light swept out. The vast ocean was split in half and pushed to the sides, revealing the undamaged Celestial Master's immortal abode. Not a single disciple of the Celestial Master's immortal abode was injured. It could be said that in an instant, not only did he save the lives of everyone in the Celestial Master's immortal abode, he even blocked Emperor Ling's power. This showed that this person's cultivation was extremely high. On the square of the Celestial Master's immortal abode, a young man was holding a strange sword. The sword was shaped like an S and was very strange and special. It emitted a faint white light and an extremely terrifying sword intent swept out. A Celestial Emperor. Seeing this person, all the disciples of the Celestial Master's immortal abode were dumbfounded. Clearly, they didn't know that there was a Celestial Emperor in the Celestial Master's immortal abode. Wang Tianya was dumbfounded. Such a young Celestial Emperor? Did I see wrongly? How terrifying. He saved all of us in an instant and blocked Emperor Ling's power. Mu Tong looked at the young man in shock. The 8 Celestial Emperors actually joined forces to attack the Celestial Master's immortal abode. How shameless, the young man said coldly. Ice Flame Emperor. Emperor Ling frowned slightly. Very few people knew about the existence of Ice Flame Emperor. His strength was enough to fight against Emperor Ling. This could be seen from the ice energy just now. I knew there would be a traitor, but one is too little. I wonder if there are more. The Celestial Master's immortal abode should know. Many experts. Why don't we call them all over? Emperor Ling of Immortality said arrogantly, completely disregarding Ice Flame Emperor. Ice Flame Emperor was only an early-stage Celestial Emperor. Compared to Emperor Ling of Immortality, he was indeed too weak. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, Bai Hun, Yang Qianxiao, and the other heavenly gods flashed over. Bai Hun, does your Blacksmith Guild also want to interfere? Emperor Ling looked at Bai Hun and the others coldly and asked coldly. Bai Hun didn't say anything, but his gloomy old face said everything. Emperor Ling of Immortality looked at Bai Hun and the others disdainfully and said coldly, heavenly gods are just here to die. Don't you think so? Ying Hun, since you are here, show yourself. End of chapter. Shadow Spirit? The Heavenly Emperor of Death and the others frowned slightly. They did not sense the existence of Ying Hun. The fact that the immortal Heavenly Emperor was able to sense it was a testament to his high cultivation. No wonder he was the leader of the 8 great Heavenly Emperors. Ying Hun, the Pavilion Master of Sky Shadow Pavilion? Su Xian was stunned. Su Xiandao wasn't surprised by the appearance of White Soul and Yang Qianxiao. After all, the Craftsman's Guild was on the same boat as the Celestial Master's immortal abode. However, the Celestial Master's immortal abode and the Celestial Shadow Pavilion did not have any relationship, so Shadow Spirit had no reason to help. Su Xian guessed, could it be Lord Feng? Is Ying Hun here? White Soul's old face was also quite surprised, but his heart was filled with joy. Ing Hun's strength was formidable. With him taking action, there was still some chance of victory. To be able to sense the presence of the old man, Heavenly Emperor Immortal, your cultivation base has improved considerably. Ing Hun's voice rang out. Next, 2 more voices rang out. The newcomers were none other than the Pavilion Master of the Sky Shadow Pavilion, Ing Hun, as well as a Heavenly Leader Assassin. Assassin Tian Kuei. The Spirit Emperor frowned slightly, feeling a little fearful. A Heavenly Leader level assassin, that was a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse. Pavilion Master, we don't have enough manpower. I'm afraid we won't be able to contend against the 8 great celestial emperors, Tian Kuei said in a low voice. Ing Hun's expression did not change, and he did not answer the Sky Chief Assassin. If my guess is correct, the Weapon Craftsman Guild and Sky Shadow Pavilion will intervene. The Celestial Sunflower Emperor sneered arrogantly. Ing Hun, where is Wind Shadow? Spirit Emperor asked coldly, staring at Ing Hun. Sky Shadow Pavilion doesn't have any restrictions. How would Old Man know where Wind Shadow is? Ing Hun smiled faintly. Ing Hun, let yours truly test your strength. Save me the trouble of going to Sky Shadow Pavilion to look for you. By the way, let me tell you, one of our missions is to destroy Sky Shadow Pavilion. Immortal Heavenly Emperor took a step forward, his aura surging as he looked down at Ing Hun. Oh? Is that so? Ing Hun's face was still as calm as ever. I'll leave the rest to you. Immortal Heavenly Emperor walked towards Ing Hun. He was arrogant and full of confidence in his own strength. Immortal Heavenly Emperor, you sure are confident. Ing Hun smiled. Buzz. An extremely terrifying power erupted from the Immortal Heavenly Emperor's body. The void trembled violently as a destructive aura swept out in all directions. Ing Hun, come at me. Let me see how much your cultivation base has improved over the years. Immortal Heavenly Emperor shouted coldly, as though he was eager for a fight. The old man has sealed his sword for many years. Since the Immortal Heavenly Emperor has spoken, I will gladly oblige. An incomparably terrifying aura emanated from Ing Hun, and a green immortal sword appeared out of thin air. As soon as the immortal sword appeared, Ing Hun's aura skyrocketed again, becoming more and more terrifying. Late-stage Heavenly Emperor, this old thing's cultivation has indeed improved a lot. The Heavenly Emperor of Death frowned slightly. Impressive. As expected of the Sky Shadow Pavilion's Pavilion Master, the Heavenly Emperor of Annihilation said in surprise. The Shadow Spirit Pavilion Master has already reached such a powerful realm? White Soul was extremely shocked. As expected, you didn't disappoint me. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor said with an evil smile. A strong battle intent surged from his body, and his killing intent surged. Spirit Emperor, leave the Sky Leader Assassin to me. You deal with that brat. I want to see how strong a Sky Leader Assassin is, the Underworld Emperor said, his cold gaze sweeping over the Sky Leader Assassin. Do as you wish, the Spirit Emperor said with a cold smile. The Sky Leader Assassin said coldly, Goody, you and the Underworld Emperor come together. The Underworld Emperor is still lacking in a one-on-one fight. Arrogant. I want to see how strong you are, Goody said fiercely. He was the first to attack, shooting out like a bolt of lightning. You overestimate yourself. The Underworld Emperor narrowed his eyes and immediately launched a fierce attack. The Sky Shadow Pavilion Sky Leader Assassin is also very arrogant, the Azura Heavenly Emperor said coldly. The Sky Leader Assassin was fighting 1 against 2. It was clear that he was very confident in his own strength. Mu Tong, take the disciples and retreat from the Heavenly Master's residence. Su Xian ordered immediately. Yes. Mu Tong hurriedly ordered the disciples to retreat. Palace Master, you all retreat as well, the Ice Flame Emperor said. The power of a Heavenly Emperor erupted as he rushed toward the Spirit Emperor without hesitation. In a battle between Heavenly Emperors, no matter how strong a Heavenly God was, he could not be compared to a Heavenly Emperor. The battle between Heavenly Emperors was about to start. Ing Hun fought the Immortal Heavenly Emperor, the Sky Leader Assassin fought Goody and the Underworld Emperor, and the Ice Flame Emperor fought the Spirit Emperor. Terrifying waves of power swept out, shaking the entire spirit realm. The clear sky exploded with countless black cracks and collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. White Soul, there should be many hidden experts in the Artifact Craftsman Guild. You should know many of them. Since you are interfering, why don't you call them out? After all, there is no joy in killing trash like you. The Annihilation Heavenly Emperor looked at White Soul and sneered. The Heavenly Master's residence and the Artifact Craftsman Guild did know many experts, but who would dare to make an enemy of the 8 Heavenly Emperors and Heavenly Venerables? Pah! White Soul's old face was incomparably ferocious. He clasped his hands together and immediately summoned experts. Chi-chi! A black crack tore open in space. A terrifying aura filled the crack. Heavenly Emperor experts. Looks like your strength has increased a lot over the years. The Death Heavenly Emperor sneered. Middle Stage Heavenly Emperor. Just nice for me to practice. The Shura Heavenly Emperor sneered. 2 gray-robed old men slowly walked out from the crack. Their faces were full of wrinkles. So it's the evil good honorable. I haven't seen you for a long time. You have reached the middle stage Heavenly Emperor. What I didn't expect is that you are still alive. The Death Heavenly Emperor sneered in surprise. Evil good honorable? Ing Hun and the other Heavenly Emperors looked at them in surprise. Death Heavenly Emperor, looks like you failed back then. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor glanced at the Death Heavenly Emperor. It seems so now. The Death Heavenly Emperor sneered. Elders, old man really didn't want to disturb your cultivation, but there was no other way. White Soul looked at the evil good honorable and said. President White, there is no need to say more. We will always remember your kindness in saving our lives. The good honorable said straightforwardly. Even in the face of the 8 Heavenly Emperors, he was not afraid at all. The evil good honorable's eyes surged with murderous intent. He said fiercely, this is a good chance to take revenge. Death Heavenly Emperor, hand over your life. The evil good honorable roared and burst out with a terrifying power. He shot out with a violent and surging aura. I will turn you into ashes today. The Death Heavenly Emperor said fiercely. Terrifying power burst out as he attacked immediately. Good honorable, you should attack too. I can't wait. The Annihilation Heavenly Emperor sneered and stared at the good honorable with a cold and murderous gaze. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The fierce battle between the Heavenly Emperors shook the entire spirit domain. The destructive energy had covered the collapsed void as if the end of the world had arrived. End of chapter. Horrifying energy ripples swept to Spirit Capital's Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. Even if it spread over from Heaven Capital, the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion's palace was in the midst of slight tremors. The battle of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses is truly terrifying, Tian Ming said with a frown as his gaze looked in the direction of Heaven Capital. Well deserving of being a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse. Windchaser should be breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm soon too, right? A Heaven rank assassin said with a look of astonishment. Qing Lu, Moonchaser, and the rest of the assassins had long faces full of horror, completely scared silly by the power and horrifying aura of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. At this very moment, Feng Wuchen was still in the midst of cultivation and was completely unaware of the events that happened in the Heavenly Master Immortal Abode. Master, the battle of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses came from the direction of Heaven Capital. It should be the auras of the 8 great Heavenly Emperors, as well as Shadow Soul and Sky Chief. The Universe Pagoda's artifact Soul's voice transmitted into Feng Wuchen's ears. The Feng Wuchen in the midst of cultivation slowly opened his eyes and said with a frown, 8 great Heavenly Emperors? Taking action so quickly? The thought stirred, Feng Wuchen immediately exited the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The Feng Wuchen who had just come out felt the destructive energy ripples that swept over wildly from Heaven Capital. Is this the power of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses? Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked in his heart. This was Feng Wuchen's first time feeling the horrifying power and aura of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses fighting. Master, the battle of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, you're unable to intervene, the Dragon God Sword's artifact Soul transmitted. I know. But the Heavenly Master Immortal Abode suffering such a calamity is also because of me. How can I sit by idly and remain indifferent? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and walked straight out of the Great Hall, immediately flying toward Heaven Capital at top speed. Wind Shadow. Come back. The Tian Ming who sensed something suddenly berated. But it was still a step too late. Feng Wuchen's figure already vanished without a trace. Tianming did not have time to stop at all. Is Windshadow crazy? A great battle between Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, he doesn't even have the chance to intervene. Moonchaser was burning with anxiety as he gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. The calamity that befell the Celestial Master's abode is because of him. You all know Kazakage's temperament. He will not stand idly by. Let him go. Besides, we can't stop him, Qinglu said. Tianming-sama, Kazakage's identity is a bit special. Please protect him in secret. Qing looked at Tianming. Zhu Feng, guard the Celestial Shadow Pavilion. Tianming sent a telepathic message to Zhu Feng, then disappeared in a flash. Boom boom boom. Buzz. In the sky above the Celestial Master's immortal abode, the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses fought intensely. Fists and feet collided, spells collided, and other earth-shaking explosions rang out incessantly. The destructive energy ripples were even more crazily resplendent in the void like a tsunami. The mountains, rivers, and grand palaces of the three great regions of Spirit Realm collapsed one after another. The various forces of Spirit Realm and countless cultivators were in a state of panic. The cowardly ones had already fled Spirit Realm. Assassin Tian Kuei was fighting 1 against 2. With his ferocious strength and terrifying speed, he was not at a disadvantage at all. One had to admit that Assassin Tian Kuei's strength was very terrifying. Assassin Tian Kuei's strength is indeed not simple. His strength is already close to a mid-stage Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Shura exclaimed inwardly. The three of them had the same cultivation as early-stage Heaven-Earth. However, Assassin Tian Kuei was able to fight 1 against 2 without losing. This was enough to prove how terrifying Tian Kuei was. On the other hand, Honorable Good and Evil were fighting the Heavenly Emperor of Death and the Heavenly Emperor of Annihilation. Their strength was evenly matched, and both of them were injured. No one had the upper hand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Buzz buzz. Dozens of terrifying energy swords shot toward Immortal Heavenly Emperor at the same time. The intense sonic boom was extremely ear-piercing, and the attacks were fierce and fierce. Come! Immortal Heavenly Emperor shouted. His fists condensed terrifying energy as blue light flashed. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Immortal Heavenly Emperor used his powerful fists to forcefully shatter Ing Hun's energy swords. It was very violent. Ing Hun. What other powerful techniques do you have? Just use them. This Heavenly Emperor will take them all. In the intense battle, the excited Immortal Heavenly Emperor shouted. His battle-intense sword and his aura surged. In the intense battle, Ing Hun and Immortal Heavenly Emperor were both injured. Their strength was equally matched, and it was hard to determine the victor. Immortal Art. Unparalleled Divine Sword. A soul-stirring aura burst out. Ing Hun roared, and his sword-intense sword. It was suffocating. Swish. Buzz buzz. A huge green energy sword condensed. Ing Hun waved his sword, and the huge and terrifying energy sword shot out. The dusky space was completely covered by the green light. Immortal Art. Immortal Divine Fist. Immortal Heavenly Emperor pushed his strength to the limit. His fists flashed with dazzling blue light, and destructive energy spread out. Rumble. PFFF PFFF. The two fiercely clashed, and the two forces exploded. The deafening sound shook the heavens and the earth. Extremely terrifying energy ripples spread out, and Ing Hun and Immortal Heavenly Emperor spat out blood. In the blink of an eye, they were swallowed by the energy ripples. Ing Hun, this old thing, is really terrifying. He can already contend with Immortal Heavenly Emperor. Annihilation Heavenly Emperor frowned. He was very wary of Ing Hun. Pavilion Master. Assassin Tian Kuei's expression changed, and he hurriedly turned to look. Rather than worrying about Ing Hun, you should worry about yourself. Goody said viciously. He took advantage of this opportunity to punch Tian Kuei's abdomen. Boom. The terrifying power sent Tian Kuei flying. Tian Kuei only glanced at Ing Hun, and Goody had already seized the opportunity. Good chance. Emperor Ming's eyes flashed with ferocity. While Tian Kuei was sent flying, Emperor Ming had already chased after him. Humph. Tian Kuei immediately sensed Emperor Ming's approach and snorted. Boom. Buzz buzz. Emperor Ming's speed was astonishing. He arrived in the blink of an eye and slammed his palm toward Tian Kuei. There was a loud explosion that shook heaven and earth. However, Tian Kuei had already disappeared without a trace. As expected of a Tian Kuei assassin. What astonishing reaction speed. Furthermore, he is extremely sensitive to dangerous auras, Emperor Ming said to himself with a frown. Immortal technique. Sorrowful heavenly thunder palm. Tian Kuei's cold voice suddenly rang out from above Emperor Ming's head. A monstrous attack and terrifying power erupted like a volcano. Not good. Emperor Ming's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly circulated his power to counterattack. Don't even think about it. Goody's cold voice rang out at this moment. Before Tian Kuei could attack, he had already sent out a palm strike that carried with it the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Tian Kuei frowned slightly. He glanced at Goody from the corner of his eyes, and his figure instantly blurred. A terrifying energy palm print pierced through Tian Kuei's blurry figure. Miraculously, Tian Kuei's blurry figure once again became corporeal. His palm, which contained terrifying power, smashed toward Emperor Ming. This is the Sky Shadow Pavilion's void escape art. Goody's expression changed. He was secretly shocked. Although Goody's palm strike did not hit Tian Kuei, it had bought time for Emperor Ming. Immortal technique. Demonic limitless palm. Emperor Ming hurriedly formed an imprint. With a roar, he met the attack with his palm. Boom. PFFF. In an instant, the two of them exchanged a palm strike. Terrifying energy collided. Emperor Ming spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying. Tian Kuei assassin was indeed terrifying to be able to injure Emperor Ming in a 1 versus 2 situation. End of chapter. So strong? Seeing Underworld Emperor injured, Heavenly Emperor Shura was slightly surprised. A strong battle intent surged within him. Sky Shadow Pavilion Sky Leader Assassin is indeed capable. However, if he uses his full strength, he won't be a threat at all. Heavenly Emperor Celestial Sunflower couldn't help but exclaim. However, he was merely exclaiming. He wasn't afraid at all. The Sky Chieftain Assassin was fighting 1 against 2, yet he was still able to injure Emperor Ming without falling into a disadvantageous position. Such strength was indeed astonishing. Underworld Emperor is only SOSO. After injuring Underworld Emperor with a single palm strike, Sky Leader sneered. His cold gaze swept towards Goody. Swish. Sky Leader Assassin suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Goody. He ferociously punched out, and the wind from his fist swept out like a storm. Humph. Goody snorted coldly. A purple energy barrier formed around his body. Boom. Buzz buzz. The Tian Kuei assassin punched out. With a heaven-shaking explosion, destructive energy ripples surged outwards and a resplendent radiance illuminated the dark void. However, Sky Leader Assassin's punch wasn't able to break through Goody's defense. Sky Leader Assassin, your strength is only at the peak of the early stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. You haven't stepped into the middle stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm. With your strength, don't even think about breaking through my defense. Goody slowly turned around and looked at Sky Leader Assassin. Is that so? Sky Leader Assassin was expressionless. In the distance, Underworld Emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled viciously. I've been underestimated. Buzz buzz. Overflowing anger surged out. Underworld Emperor suddenly shouted, Heavenly Dipper Divine Power. An extremely terrifying power erupted. The resplendent golden light was extremely dazzling. It was hard to open one's eyes. The space of spirit domain shook violently. Underworld Emperor's aura soared. Violent waves of energy swept out in waves. Divine Power. Sky Leader Assassin frowned. He glanced at Underworld Emperor in the distance. Azure Divine Power. At the same time, Goody shouted. His terrifying aura soared. Blinding purple light flashed. The surging aura was soul-stirring. Boom. Terrifying divine power erupted, and with a loud explosion, the Sky Chief Assassin was sent flying. Nether Emperor and Goody's auras instantly soared to the level of middle stage Heavenly Emperor, the power even more terrifying. Boom, at this time, Ming Di shot out. With a loud boom, Ming Di's speed was even more terrifying than before. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Tian Kuei. The Sky Chief Assassin's expression changed slightly. The consequences of underestimating this emperor will be unforgettable. Ming Di roared. His killing intent soared to the heavens as he gathered a terrifying amount of energy in his palm and smashed it toward the Sky Leader Assassin's chest. As expected of an existence second only to the heavenly law divine power. His strength and speed have doubled. Tian Kuei Killer frowned and thought to himself. At this moment, Tian Kuei was in a flying state and was unable to avoid Underworld Emperor's attack. Boom. Buzz. The ferocious palm landed solidly on Tian Kuei's chest. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power sent Tian Kuei flying. Heavenly Dipper Godforce is truly tyrannical. Assassin Tian Kuei was shocked. The blood and energy in his body churned violently, causing Tian Kuei to vomit blood. Oh? You are not injured? Ming Di sneered mockingly. Very good. Then, enjoy the fury of this emperor. Immortal art. Thousand flames held to the heavens. Goody roared. With a wave of his hand, a large number of terrifying fireballs shot out. They were like meteorites falling from the sky, bringing with them a series of deafening explosions. The attack was violent and earth-shattering. Tian Kuei forcibly stabilized his body as he stared coldly at the large number of fireballs. His heavenly origin energy erupted as his hands rapidly formed seals. Finally, he shouted, Myriad Constellation Barrier. As soon as the Tian Kuei assassin shouted, a huge white barrier appeared high up in the sky. Boom. 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 Buzz. Thousands of terrifying fireballs smashed down, causing a series of explosions. The barrier shook violently, but its toughness was shocking. Goody's fireball attack was actually unable to break Tian Kuei's barrier. Defensive barrier. Goody frowned deeply. Goody's attack is useless. Not simple at all. Heavenly Emperor Shura praised. Heavenly Emperor Celestial Sunflower smiled charmingly. How can a famous Tian Kuei assassin be ordinary? Swish. Ming Di appeared out of nowhere, making it hard for anyone to detect him. Tian Kuei assassin, stop here. Ming Di smiled wickedly. However, before Ming Di could attack, a cold light suddenly flashed. Ming Di's expression changed drastically as he instinctively leaned back. Fortunately, Ming Di reacted quickly. Otherwise, the dagger in Tian Kuei's hand would have sliced across his neck. This fellow's reaction speed is terrifying. Ming Di was horrified. Tian Kuei's reaction speed was extremely fast. It was as if he knew that Ming Di would appear behind him, so he attacked first. Ming Di, behind an assassin, there is always a pair of eyes. Tian Kuei said coldly as he stabbed his dagger at Ming Di again. Humph. Ming Di snorted coldly as he met the attack with his claw. Ding. Buzz buzz. The dagger was blocked half an inch away from Ming Di's claw, and the force of the collision spread out fiercely. Tian Kuei assassin, your strength is no match for this Emperor's celestial astral divine power. Ming Di said coldly as he stared at Tian Kuei with murderous eyes. Oh? Is that so? Tian Kuei was not afraid at all. Immortal art. Fire refinement soul slaying. As Tian Kuei and Ming Di clashed, Goody's cold voice sounded behind Tian Kuei. His arm turned into a blade as he ruthlessly slashed at Tian Kuei. Void escape art. Tian Kuei sensed something and used his movement technique. His body suddenly turned illusory and disappeared. The ancient emperor missed and almost landed on Ming Di's body. Void escape art again. Preposterous. The ancient emperor's face contorted. Void escape art is extremely strange. We cannot be careless. Ming Di frowned, his expression grave. The two heavenly emperors used their divine power but still could not suppress Tian Kuei. Immortal art. World-destroying heavenly baleful palm. In the next second, the Sky Chieftain assassin's cold voice rang out from behind the ancient emperor and the Dark Emperor. An extremely terrifying palm imprint energy swept out. Not good. Goody and Mingdi's expressions changed drastically. Boom boom, Tian Kuei appeared with his void escape art. The two heavenly emperors could not detect him and were sent flying by Tian Kuei's two palms. Damned void escape art. Mingdi gritted his teeth as his killing intent soared. Their divine power is stronger than mine. I have to severely injure one of them first. Otherwise, I will die without a doubt. Tian Kuei muttered to himself as his cold gaze landed on Mingdi. Heaven shadow art. Tian Kuei shouted as his aura surged. An even stronger power surged out. End of chapter 1. The Sky Chief assassin used the Sky Shadow art. His terrifying power instantly reached the mid-stage Heavenly Emperor realm. It was extremely destructive and terrifying. Perhaps this is the true strength of the Sky Chief assassin, Heavenly Emperor Shura said excitedly. Heavenly Emperor Celestial Sunflower said disapprovingly, no matter how strong he is, he can't defeat two mid-stage Heavenly Emperors. That might not be the case. Heavenly Emperor Shura shook his head slightly and said, the Sky Chief assassin's speed is above Goody and Underworld Emperor. He will use this advantage to heavily injure one of them. If it was me, I would do the same. Is it that easy? Heavenly Emperor Celestial Sunflower glanced at Heavenly Emperor Shura. Others might not be able to do it, but as a Sky Chief assassin, he might be able to do it, Heavenly Emperor Shura said. His evaluation of the Sky Chief assassin was extremely high. Midstage Heavenly Emperor. Underworld Emperor frowned as fear flashed through his eyes. As expected of a Sky Chief assassin. Not many in the Heaven realm can reach the mid-stage Heavenly Emperor realm with strength at the early stage Heavenly Emperor realm, Goody said coldly. The strength of the Sky Chief assassin shocked the other Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. They all looked over. His strength can reach the mid-stage Heavenly Emperor realm. Spirit Emperor looked at the Sky Chief assassin in shock, his eyes filled with fear. The Sky Chief assassin that makes everyone in the Heaven realm tremble in fear is indeed terrifyingly strong. Heavenly Emperor Death glanced coldly at the Sky Chief assassin. How could the famous Sky Chief assassin have an undeserved reputation? Ing Hun, the Sky Chief assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion is very strong, Heavenly Emperor Immortal said coldly. Ing Hun smiled faintly and did not speak. The Sky Chief assassin exploded with his full strength. A cold killing intent that caused one's soul to tremble spread out. What a terrifying killing intent. Ice Flame Emperor frowned slightly. The Sky Chief assassin's cold killing intent made his heart tremble. His killing intent is extraordinary. With such a bloodthirsty killing intent, I really don't know how many people he has killed. White Soul looked at the Sky Chief assassin with extreme fear. With a flip of his hand, the dagger disappeared and was replaced by an exquisite immortal sword that emitted a cold light. The Sky Chief assassin's aura soared once again. The Tian Kuei assassin stood proudly in the air as he channeled his terrifying power into his immortal sword. The sword flashed with a blinding white light as a monstrous and violent sword intent soared into the clouds. Buzz. The immortal sword was suffused with a terrifying sword energy, causing the void to tremble violently. The aura of the Tian Kuei killer was becoming more and more intimidating. He's about to use his ultimate move. Celestial Emperor Azura became increasingly excited. He was anticipating Sky Leader's killing move. What a powerful aura! Yang Qianxiao exclaimed, his body trembling. The 8 great heavenly emperors all cast astonished gazes, as if they all wanted to know what trump card the Sky Chief assassin was going to use. Assassin Tian Kuei assumed an attacking posture as he slowly raised his head. His cold gaze swept towards Emperor Hades. That terrifying gaze caused one's body to stiffen. What a terrifying gaze! Emperor Hades broke out in cold sweat. Ride the wind and break the waves. Tian Kuei coldly shouted as he suddenly stepped into the void. Boom, in the next second, there was a loud explosion. Tian Kuei assassin shot out like a bolt of white lightning with the immortal sword in his hand. His aura was majestic, and his speed instantly increased by several times. What? Emperor Hades' expression changed drastically. So fast. Goody was shocked. Tian Kuei assassin's speed had exceeded their expectations. What a powerful movement skill. Celestial Emperor of Death and the others were also shocked. Immortal art. Tian Kuei assassin appeared like a ghost. He swept his immortal sword horizontally, and slashed it towards Emperor Hades with the might of splitting a mountain. The sword's violent sword light also erupted at this moment. Celestial body shield. The shocked Emperor Hades hastily activated his celestial body shield to form an energy shield. Boom. Crack. Poof, Tian Kuei assassin's sword slashed down. There was a loud explosion as the violent and terrifying sword light shattered Emperor Hades' shield. Emperor Hades spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. This is impossible. He can break through my celestial body shield. Emperor Hades was shocked. Celestial body shield was violent and terrifying. Emperor Hades could not believe that Tian Kuei could break through his shield. Hiss, White Soul, Su Xian, and the other heavenly gods gasped in shock. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. He managed to injure Emperor Hades with one strike? How is this possible? Goody was so shocked that he was rooted to the spot. He was flabbergasted. Is he that strong? That strike is so powerful. Annihilation Celestial Emperor looked at Tian Kuei assassin in shock. He unleashed the full power of the sword light in an instant. No wonder it's so powerful. Emperor Hades hastily activated his celestial body shield and was unable to block it. Tian Kuei assassin is indeed powerful, immortal Celestial Emperor praised. Emperor Hades was unable to block Tian Kuei assassin's full-powered strike. He was severely injured. This was how powerful the famous Tian Kuei assassin was. However, after unleashing this strike, Tian Kuei assassin's face paled slightly. It was clear that he had used up a lot of his strength. Tian Kuei assassin was fighting two people at once. He had used up a lot of his strength. His cold gaze swept toward Goody. Tian Kuei assassin immediately launched an attack and shot out with lightning speed. Humph. You've used up a lot of your heavenly prime. You're courting death. Goody snarled when he sensed Tian Kuei assassin shooting toward him. He activated his Azure divine power again. You're stronger than Emperor Hades, but I'm faster than you, Tian Kuei assassin said coldly. Even though he had used up a lot of his strength, he was still full of confidence. This emperor will let you know that strength is the right path. Goody shouted angrily as a monstrous aura erupted. Whoosh. Is that so? Tian Kuei assassin's figure appeared behind Goody the moment he spoke. Goody's expression changed. He immediately turned around and blasted out a palm strike. However, the moment Goody turned around, Tian Kuei assassin's figure mysteriously disappeared. I can tell you now that strength is not the right path. Tian Kuei assassin appeared behind Goody once again. Boom, Tian Kuei assassin did not give Goody any chance. He sent him flying with a palm strike. Your strength has already been reduced by more than half. No matter how fast you are, your strength will run out sooner or later. Goody said viciously. Tian Kuei assassin's palm strike was no longer a threat. I can defeat you before my strength runs out. Tian Kuei assassin said coldly as he launched another fierce attack. Cut the crap. Come. Goody shouted angrily. Terrifying Azure divine power covered the surface of his body. He immediately took out his immortal sword and shot it out without hesitation. Ding. Ding. Ding, wang. Wang, an intense battle unfolded. Sword lights flashed, and sparks flew as they fiercely collided. Destructive sword lights swept out, and the space within a radius of several 100,000 feet shook violently. You actually dare to fight this emperor head-on? You overestimate yourself. Die. Goody said viciously. He relied on his terrifying Azure divine power to suppress Tian Kuei assassin. Every sword strike was able to force Tian Kuei assassin back. End of this chapter. Ding. Buzz. Every time they clashed, Tian Kuei was no match for Goody. He was sent flying, and his sword-wielding hand was already numb. The Sky Chief assassin had consumed too much of his strength and probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Being able to defeat the Underworld Emperor is already very impressive. However, if you want to fight 1 against 2 and then defeat Goody, that's just wishful thinking. The Heavenly Emperor of Death sneered in disdain. Killer Tian Kuei has expended a lot of energy. There is only one outcome for him, and that is death. Heavenly Emperor of Annihilation grinned maliciously. You may not be able to kill him if you fight him one-on-one. Revered Evil shouted coldly. What Heavenly Leader Assassin? I've never taken you seriously, the Heavenly Emperor of Annihilation said disdainfully. Honorable Good and Evil, you won't be able to hold on for long either. Only death awaits you. The Heavenly Emperor of Death said coldly. You don't have to worry about that, Venerable Kindness said gloomily. The Good and Evil Honorable Duo were on par with the Heavenly Emperor of Death and the Heavenly Emperor of Annihilation. After an intense battle, both sides were injured, and their strength could be said to be on par. Assassin Tian Kuei can't hold on much longer. Yang Qianxiao said anxiously. Su Xian frowned deeply and said worriedly, it's already not easy for Tian Kuei to severely injure Ming Di in a 1 versus 2 fight. If he fights Goody again, I'm afraid, in the intense battle, the Sky Chieftain Assassin was forced back again and again, only defending and not attacking. Celestial Emperor Azura suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Celestial Emperor Celestial Sunflower looked at Celestial Emperor Azura. Celestial Emperor Celestial Sunflower, didn't you notice that there was no trace of panic in his eyes? Celestial Emperor Shura asked. So what? He's merely an arrow at the end of its flight. Celestial Sunflower Emperor disapproved. Celestial Emperor Azura shook his head. He seemed to have realized something but didn't say anything. Ding! Another ferocious chop rang out, and the Tian Kuei assassin was sent flying again. He was no longer able to withstand Goody's terrifying power. What? Was he out of strength? Where did your awe-inspiring attitude go? Goody said arrogantly. Now, he had completely gained the upper hand. The Sky Chieftain assassin still had a cold look in his eyes and did not say anything. Seeing that the Tian Kuei assassin did not speak, Goody became even more disdainful. Terrifying power poured into the immortal sword, and he immediately shouted, Die! Immortal art! Sword cleaving the heavens! Now's the time! When Goody used his sword technique, Tian Kuei's eyes flashed with a vicious light as he activated his full strength. A monster sword intent erupted, and an extremely destructive energy swept out, shaking the heavens and the earth. As expected, he's still holding back. Celestial Emperor Azure frowned. Meteor Blade. Flowing Cloud Art. Before Goody could even unleash his sword technique, the Sky Leader assassin had already taken the initiative to attack. With a loud boom, the Sky Leader assassin shot out with the immortal sword in his hand. His attack was incomparably ferocious. Executing his movement technique, Tian Kuei's speed was as fast as lightning. Before Goody could unleash his sword light, Tian Kuei had already shot over like a ghost. What? Goody's expression changed greatly, and a strong sense of fear welled up in his heart. The speed of the Sky Leader assassin was actually even more terrifying than when he was at his peak. Oh? To think that he has such an astonishing speed! Celestial Emperor Azura exclaimed. How is this possible? His speed is actually... Celestial Emperor Celestial Sunflower's charming smile froze on the spot, and her beautiful eyes widened to the extreme. In Goody's horrified eyes, Tian Kuei's figure rapidly enlarged, and the immortal sword in his hand viciously pierced toward him. Boom! Pfft! Goody was still in the middle of unleashing his sword technique when Tian Kuei's immortal sword slammed into Goody's body at an extremely terrifying speed. With a loud explosion, the power that Goody had just condensed was broken, and the power instantly dissipated. The Sky Leader assassin's terrifying sword light shook Goody so much that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure shot out like a cannonball. The ferocious attack successfully heavily injured Goody. This is impossible. Goody was extremely shocked, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Goody simply could not believe that Tian Kuei's attack was so crafty and fierce. Tian Kuei was waiting for this opportunity. Taking advantage of Goody's casting of his technique, he used his astonishing speed to counterattack. How much time could Goody use to unleash his sword technique? However, Tian Kuei was actually able to heavily injure Goody before he could unleash his sword technique. Moreover, it was under the circumstances that Goody did not have any reaction. It was simply unimaginable how terrifying that speed was. How is this possible? Ling Di and the other Heavenly Emperor powerhouses cast looks of disbelief. The instant Goody used his sword technique, Tian Kuei counterattacked with astonishing speed. Such a crafty and ruthless attack is definitely not something that an ordinary person can do. Shura Heavenly Emperor frowned and thought to himself. Flowing Cloud Blade is a special sword move that can increase speed. When combined with movement techniques, it does indeed possess terrifying speed. Goody's sword technique is indeed the only flaw. Using speed to strike first is simply a perfect attack. Immortal Heavenly Emperor could not help but praise. As expected of a Tian Kuei assassin. I've long heard that Tian Kuei assassins are ferocious. Now that I've seen it for myself, the rumors are true. Venerable Kindness praised. Su Xian, White Soul, and the other heavenly god powerhouses did not know what was going on. Tian Kuei assassin's speed was too terrifying. They could not see him at all. Tian Kuei assassin fought 1 against 2 and used all his strength to defeat Ming Di and Goody. It could be said to be a complete victory. After this battle, Tian Kuei assassin would definitely shake the entire heavenly realm, especially Tian Kuei assassin's sword. It would definitely blow countless cultivators into the ground. After severely injuring Goody, Tian Kuei assassin had already exhausted all his strength. His face was very pale. Tian Kuei, withdraw and rest for now. Ying Hun looked at Tian Kuei assassin and said. Tian Kuei assassin was already powerless to fight. Defeating Ming Di and Goody was already very terrifying. Ying Hun, we've fought for so long. It's time for us to decide the victor. This emperor knows that you haven't used your full strength. Since none of you can escape today, why not have a good fight? Immortal Heavenly Emperor said coldly and arrogantly. He began to activate his Heavenly Dipper divine power. Hearing this, Ying Hun smiled faintly and said, since that's the case, old man will accompany Immortal Heavenly Emperor in a good fight. After saying that, Ying Hun's heavenly origin energy slowly accelerated. An incomparably terrifying energy surged out like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. A terrifying aura shot into the sky. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from Ying Hun's body. It was breathtaking. Is this Ying Hun's true strength? Heavenly Emperor of Death and the others looked at him in shock. Late Heavenly Emperor realm. His strength has already reached the peak. Heavenly Emperor Shura frowned and looked at Ying Hun. So strong. This old thing is indeed not simple. Heavenly Emperor of Annihilation stared coldly at Ying Hun. Ying Hun's cultivation was unfathomable. Not many people knew of his strength. Those who knew Ying Hun would not dare to underestimate him. This emperor is already so excited that I can't control myself. Ying Hun, come on, have a good fight with this emperor. Heavenly Emperor of Immortal said excitedly. He was so excited that his body was trembling. Terrifying energy seemed to surge out of his control. End of chapter. The battle had reached its climax. Honorable good and evil, let's not hold back anymore. Show us your true strength. Heavenly Emperor of Death sneered as he activated his death divine power. Humph. Who's afraid of you? Honorable Evil said fiercely as he activated his full strength. Buzz. Waves of terrifying divine power exploded as the immortal Heavenly Emperor and the others auras soared. The entire spirit realm shook violently, causing countless cultivators to be terrified. Emperor Ling, isn't it time for you to show us your true strength? Ice Flame Emperor looked at Emperor Ling and asked. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Emperor Ling said coldly as his Azure divine power exploded. Ice Flame Emperor sneered, the battle back then was not decided yet. Today, we'll decide the winner. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ice Flame Emperor also began to use his full strength. An extremely terrifying ice attribute power erupted like a volcano. All the Heavenly Emperors unleashed their full strength as they took out their divine weapons. Terrifying power covered the void. In the dim void, the colorful energy was rather dazzling. The real battle had only just begun. I won't hold back. Immortal Heavenly Emperor sneered as he charged forward with his spear. Pa! Ying Hun clasped his hands together and pulled them apart. An exquisite jade pendant appeared out of thin air, exuding a terrifying aura. Divine weapon. Immortal Heavenly Emperor's face darkened as his expression turned serious. It's a divine weapon. Heavenly Emperor of Death and the others looked at Ying Hun in shock. Ying Hun's aura soared again as soon as the divine weapon appeared. Ying Hun stared at the immortal Heavenly Emperor with his deep, old eyes. The moment he made his move, he swept out with his sword. It was clean and neat, without any hesitation. Swoosh! Buzz! The terrifying green sword radiance was tens of thousands of feet long. It was accompanied by a sharp and ear-piercing sound as if it was going to split the void in half. Ying Hun's casual swing of the sword had such terrifying power. It showed how strong he was. Do I need you to test my strength? Immortal Heavenly Emperor said fiercely as he channeled his celestial star divine power into his spear. Golden light flashed as the spear radiance was suffocating. Immortal Heavenly Emperor was going to take Ying Hun's sword radiance head-on. Break! The Immortal Heavenly Emperor arrived in a flash. With a roar, he thrust out the long spear in his hand. His attack was swift and ruthless. Boom! Buzz! The Immortal Celestial Emperor's spear shattered Ying Hun's sword light, causing the air to tremble violently. Ying Hun's sword light did not affect the Immortal Heavenly Emperor in the slightest. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor arrived in the blink of an eye and swept his spear towards Ying Hun's neck. His attack was extremely vicious. He wanted to kill his enemy the moment he made his move. Swish, but at this moment, Shadow Soul's figure strangely disappeared, leaving only a blurry afterimage. The Immortal Celestial Emperor swept his spear horizontally, but all it did was slice Ying Hun's afterimage in half. Ying Hun, the void escape art is useless against me. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor said coldly. He glanced to his left and thrust out his spear with an irresistible force. That might not be the case. Ying Hun's hoarse voice rang out. Then, he swung his sword at the Immortal Heavenly Emperor from the right. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly countered with his spear. So fast. He changed his position in an instant. The void escape art is indeed powerful. But it can't do anything to me. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor thought to himself, but his expression did not change. TSK, but in the next second, Ying Hun's sword had sliced across the Immortal Heavenly Emperor's abdomen. Fresh blood stained his clothes, revealing a wound. It was so fast that the Immortal Heavenly Emperor could not react in time. The void escape art was extremely strange. It was equivalent to teleportation, making it difficult for one to determine one's position. Ying Hun, speed alone is not enough to deal with me. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor sneered. It was just a wound. He did not think much of it. As he spoke, the Immortal Heavenly Emperor launched a frenzied attack. Ding! 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 Buzz! Buzz! The battle was intense. The immortal sword and the spear clashed continuously. Sparks flew in all directions, and terrifying energy ripples spread out continuously. One had to admit that the Immortal Heavenly Emperor's strength was terrifying. Ying Hun's speed was terrifying. Even with the void escape art, he could not suppress the Immortal Heavenly Emperor. Awesome! Awesome! Haha! The Immortal Heavenly Emperor was exceptionally excited. He loved the thrill of battle. The more excited the Immortal Heavenly Emperor was, the more ferocious his attacks were. It could be said that each of his attacks was fatal. Slowly, Ying Hun was at a disadvantage. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor's attacks were ferocious. He did not give Ying Hun a chance to breathe. One had to know that Ying Hun had the support of a divine weapon. But even so, she was powerless against the Immortal Heavenly Emperor's celestial astral god force. Ying Hun won't be able to hold on for much longer. Elder Yang Xianxia was extremely worried. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor's strength is too terrifying. And it's the celestial astral god force. White Soul was also anxious. But they could not do anything. Once Ying Hun was defeated, no one would be able to stop the Immortal Heavenly Emperor. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor's cultivation has reached the peak of the late Heavenly Emperor realm. The Pavilion Master is weaker than him. Even with the support of a divine weapon, he will not be able to suppress the Immortal Heavenly Emperor's celestial astral god force. Assassin Tian Kuei frowned. He was also worried. The immortal Heavenly Emperor is strong. Hun is definitely not his match. The Annihilation Heavenly Emperor sneered disdainfully. Humph. You want to go against the god race? You're digging your own grave. The Celestial Sunflower Emperor sneered arrogantly. Hun was forced to retreat. She had already been struck by the immortal Heavenly Emperor's spear several times. She was unable to withstand the immortal Heavenly Emperor's celestial astral god force. The intense collision caused the blood in Hun's body to churn violently. Her arm was already tingling with pain. It's been so many years. The immortal Heavenly Emperor's cultivation has reached such a level. Hun frowned. His old face was extremely solemn. Heavenly shadow art. Hun shouted. An even more terrifying energy burst out. Her aura surged wildly. Immortal art. Heaven Annihilation Palm. Hun formed a seal with one hand and gathered the destructive energy. Finally, she shouted and punched out her left palm. A terrifying green palm print flew towards the immortal Heavenly Emperor. Good. The immortal Heavenly Emperor shouted excitedly when he saw the terrifying palm print flying towards him. Immortal art. Heaven-raising spear. Terrifying energy poured into the long spear. The immortal Heavenly Emperor roared again. His aura surged and the long spear emitted a terrifying spear light. The immortal Heavenly Emperor roared and swung the long spear in his hand. Rumble. PFFF. In the blink of an eye, the palm print and the energy spear collided violently. The collision caused an extremely terrifying explosion. Hun spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master Hun. Assassin Tian Kuei, Su Xian, and the rest were shocked. End of chapter. Swish. Swish, Feng Wuchen and Tian Ming had already entered the divine capital and were rushing towards the Heavenly Master's immortal abode. Such terrifying celestial astral divine power. It must be the immortal Heavenly Emperor. He is the leader of the 8 great Heavenly Emperors. I didn't expect his strength to increase so much over the years, Tian Ming said solemnly. Feng Wuchen frowned and said worriedly, judging from his aura, he is stronger than the Pavilion Master. The celestial astral divine power is not something the Heavenly Yuan can compete with. Hun wasn't from the divine race and didn't have any divine power. He only had a strong cultivation. The existence of divine power was much stronger than the Heavenly Yuan in the heaven domain. The strength of the divine power also created the high and mighty God race. As the leader of the 8 great Heavenly Emperors, the immortal Heavenly Emperor was much stronger than Emperor Ming. Feng Wuchen's worries weren't unfounded. Looking at the sky above the Heavenly Master's immortal abode, Hun was already injured. The immortal Heavenly Emperor was only pushed back and wasn't injured. This was the difference between them. Even the Heaven Shadow Art can't deal with the immortal Heavenly Emperor? Assassin Tian Kuei frowned. The Heaven Shadow Art of the Sky Shadow Pavilion was very powerful and could increase one's strength instantly. But even so, it couldn't withstand a single blow from the celestial astral divine power. The immortal Heavenly Emperor is much stronger than before. He is comparable to Mr. Guegu. I'm afraid even Hun isn't his match. His divine power is indeed terrifying. Ice Flame Emperor frowned. Facing the terrifying divine power of the Spirit Emperor, even he couldn't withstand it. Hun, what other powerful skills do you have? Use them. I'm not done yet. The immortal Heavenly Emperor said arrogantly. He was a battle maniac. The immortal Heavenly Emperor was the leader of the 8 great Heavenly Emperors and one of the generals of the divine race. He loved the fun of battle. Hun's face was pale and solemn. The celestial astral divine power is the most violent. Even old man with the support of divine equipment and immortal swords. Hun frowned. Swish. Terrifying Heavenly Dipper God Force burst forth once more as the immortal Heavenly Emperor charged forward with his spear. Hun. This Emperor will not show any mercy. The immortal Heavenly Emperor shouted coldly. He arrived in front of Hun in the blink of an eye. His golden spear carried the aura of a flood dragon emerging from the sea and pierced towards Hun. Not to be outdone, Hun shot out and a fierce battle ensued. Ding ding ding. Buzz. The immortal sword and spear collided fiercely. All sorts of tricky and ruthless moves were unleashed, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Sword light and spear light flashed incessantly as terrifying energy ripples swept out. Haha. Very good. Ying-hun, you are indeed powerful. Awesome. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. Immortal Heavenly Emperor laughed excitedly. The more the Immortal Heavenly Emperor fought, the stronger he got. Even Ying-hun couldn't withstand his attacks. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor had already gained the upper hand. Seeing that Shadow Soul was gradually at a disadvantage, Assassin Tian Kuei, Su Xian, and the others were secretly worried. Shadow Spirit. Is this your limit? The Pavilion Master of Sky Shadow Pavilion shouldn't be so weak. Bring out your trump card. Immortal Heavenly Emperor, who was attacking crazily, said arrogantly. As he spoke, Immortal Heavenly Emperor held his spear and shot out like a bolt of lightning. His aura was majestic and terrifying. Ying-hun frowned and thought to himself, if this drags on, old man's injuries will only worsen. His strength will also be depleted. I have to injure him severely as soon as possible. Immortal Heavenly Emperor arrived in an instant and stabbed his spear at Ying-hun without any mercy. Ding! Buzz! The terrifying spear was blocked when it was half a meter away from Ying-hun. With a crisp sound, the terrifying energy from the collision swept out crazily. Even though Immortal Heavenly Emperor's spear attack was incomparably ferocious, it couldn't move Ying-hun at all. Oh? Immortal Heavenly Emperor was slightly surprised and said, this is the defensive barrier that Assassin Tian Kuei used just now. Ying-hun injected a terrifying amount of energy into his immortal sword. His sword intent soared into the sky, and a surging aura burst out. The sword was suffused with a soul-stirring sword light energy, and an unparalleled wave of energy rolled out. Sensing Ying-hun's terrifying sword light energy, Immortal Heavenly Emperor said excitedly, very good. This is exciting power. Immortal Heavenly Emperor opened up a distance in a flash and injected his celestial astral divine energy into his spear. Apocalyptic Sword Art. Apocalyptic Sword Art. Ying-hun waved his hand and removed the barrier. Then, with a cold shout, a surging aura burst out and the immortal sword in his hand swept out. Swoosh! Buzz! A terrifying green sword light tens of thousands of feet long pierced through the air and rushed towards Immortal Heavenly Emperor with an unstoppable force. The void shook violently as green light enveloped the dark void. Ying-hun's sword was monstrous and unstoppable. Oh? You can actually use such a powerful sword art. Azura Heavenly Emperor exclaimed. The power of this sword art is astonishing. Annihilation Heavenly Emperor couldn't help but look at Ying-hun's green sword light with intense fear in his eyes. Is this your strongest sword art? You did not disappoint me. Immortal Heavenly Emperor said excitedly. Then, he stabbed his spear into the void in front of him and put his palms together. Buzz! Terrifying celestial astral divine energy burst out, causing the void to shake again. Immortal Heavenly Emperor shouted, Heaven Punishment Battle God Spear. Heavenly Destruction. Swoosh. Buzz. A golden energy spear light tens of thousands of feet long condensed above Immortal Heavenly Emperor's head. It was monstrous and filled with destructive energy that made one feel despair. Rumble. Pfft. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, two terrifying sword and spear lights pierced through the void and collided fiercely. When they collided, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the entire Earth-grade spirit realm. The terrifying energy ripples from the explosion caused Ying-hun and Immortal Heavenly Emperor to vomit blood at the same time. They were swallowed in the blink of an eye. The destructive energy ripples covered the dark void at a speed visible to the naked eye. No one knew what happened to the two of them, but one thing was certain, they were injured. Dodge! Death Heavenly Emperor shouted. In the face of such a terrifying explosion, Death Heavenly Emperor and the others had no choice but to retreat. After all, the terrifying energy ripples had exceeded their limits. Too terrifying. Su Xian, White Soul, and the others were terrified. As expected of the Sky Shadow Pavilion's Pavilion Master. The power of his sword art has reached such a terrifying level. Ice Flame Emperor said in shock. A few minutes later, the terrifying energy ripples from the explosion gradually dissipated. Ying-hun and Immortal Heavenly Emperor appeared in front of everyone. Ying-hun's injuries worsened instantly after the all-out collision. He was panting heavily as his heavenly origin energy was greatly depleted. Immortal Heavenly Emperor's injuries weren't light either. His face was pale, and his armor and cloak were dyed red with blood. Ying-hun and Immortal Heavenly Emperor were both injured after the all-out collision. End of chapter. Weng. The void shook violently as the terrifying energy ripples from the explosion swept across. Be careful. Feng Wuchen and Tian Ming, who were flying towards the Sage Master's immortal abode, were hit by the terrifying energy ripples. Tian Ming, who was the first to notice it, was shocked. He immediately brought Feng Wuchen down to the bottom of the mountain range. Such a terrifying energy can actually spread to the border of the divine capital. Feng Wuchen was shocked. The energy ripples from the Sage Master's immortal abode were still terrifying. One could see how terrifying a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse was. Weng. The earth shook incessantly as the terrifying energy ripples swept across in an endless frenzy. The Pavilion Master must be seriously injured. His aura has weakened a lot. Tian Ming said anxiously. His face was very ugly. In the end, I'm the one who harmed the Sage Master's immortal abode. I shouldn't have agreed to Senior Su's request. Feng Wuchen blamed himself. If he didn't agree to Su Xian's request, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have gone to the Sage Master's immortal abode. If he didn't go to the Sage Master's immortal abode, he wouldn't have met Mr. Guegu. If he didn't meet Mr. Guegu, the 8 Heavenly Emperors wouldn't have appeared, and the Sage Master's immortal abode wouldn't have fallen into such a desperate situation. However, things had already happened. No one could change it. They could only face it. Wind Shadow, you don't have to blame yourself. It's not all your fault. Let's continue on our way. We'll be there soon. Tian Ming quickly said. After the terrifying energy ripples gradually dissipated, the void returned to normal. All the Heavenly Emperors stopped fighting. Their gazes fell on the center of the explosion. The Pavilion Master's aura is very weak. Sky Leader's face was full of worry. Looks like the immortal Heavenly Emperor won. Ying-hun is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Celestial Emperor Sunflower smiled charmingly. It was full of temptation. Shura Heavenly Emperor said proudly, no matter how strong Ying-hun is, without his divine power, he will never be able to defeat the immortal Heavenly Emperor. The celestial astral divine power isn't something celestial origin power can compare to. Did the Pavilion Master lose? Venerable Shan frowned deeply. This was obviously not a good thing. The Heavenly Emperors and Heavenly Gods present could sense the auras of Ying-hun and Immortal Heavenly Emperor as the energy ripples dissipated. Evidently, the Immortal Heavenly Emperor's aura was stronger than the Shadow Spirit's. High up in the sky, Ying-hun and the Immortal Heavenly Emperor's blurry figures gradually appeared. Ying-hun was severely injured. His old face was pale, and his clothes were dyed red with blood. He was gasping for breath. On the other hand, the Immortal Celestial Emperor was also severely injured. His armor had been shattered, and his aura had weakened significantly. However, the Immortal Heavenly Emperor still had an excited smile on his pale face. As expected of the Sky Shadow Pavilion's Pavilion Master. There aren't many experts who can injure me. You are one of them, the Immortal Heavenly Emperor praised. Hearing that, Shadow Soul said strenuously, the head of the 8 great Heavenly Emperors, the might of his strength is even more powerful than Old Man imagined. Let's continue our battle. Although I don't want to kill you, I have no choice but to obey Mr. Guegu's orders. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor said crazily. He ignored his injuries and forcefully circulated his Heavenly Dipper God Force. Limitless Divine Armor. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor suddenly shouted. He took out his immortal equipment battle armor, and his aura rose rapidly. Ying-hun forcefully suppressed the turbulent blood in his body. He was indeed at the end of his tether. Whoosh, the Immortal Heavenly Emperor stepped on the void and shot out with a majestic aura. Even though he was severely injured, the Immortal Heavenly Emperor still had a majestic aura with a long spear in his hand. Fight to the death? Ying-hun frowned. Ying-hun formed a seal with his hands and put his palms together. His black eyes suddenly flashed with a bloody light, and a bloodthirsty aura swept out wildly. Ancient secret skill. Deification. Ing Hun suddenly let out a loud shout, and an extremely terrifying power suddenly burst out from Ing Hun's body. A storm of chi waves crazily rolled out. Buzz buzz. Ing Hun's aura rose at a terrifying speed, and he reached his peak in an instant. Deification. At this moment, the 8 great heavenly emperors were shocked and terrified. The master of Ing Hun Pavilion still has such terrifying power. Su Xian exclaimed in horror. No, that's an extremely terrifying secret skill. Bai Hun's eyes widened in horror. His old face stiffened and he remained motionless. Deification? The evil good saint was also stunned. Ing Hun's appearance was extremely terrifying. He looked as if he had gone berserk. His eyes were filled with a bloody aura, and his bloodthirsty aura made people feel cold and stiff. How is this possible? How can Ing Hun have an ancient secret skill? The immortal heavenly emperor was shocked. He had never seen Ing Hun in such a terrifying state. Of course, the immortal heavenly emperor was only shocked. He was not intimidated. Deification was similar to berserk. It was to forcefully unleash one's potential, but the price to pay was very high. I have never seen such a terrifying skill. His injuries were so serious, but he recovered to his peak in an instant. The Ice Flame Emperor was shocked and looked at Ing Hun in a daze. No one had ever seen Ing Hun in such a terrifying state. Immortal Heavenly Emperor, let's fight to the death. This old man will accompany you to the end. Ing Hun's deep voice sounded. He then waved the immortal sword in his right hand. Rumble. Buzz. Buzz, a terrifying and formless sword chi cut a deep crevice in the ground. It was a shocking sight, and the ground shook violently. The violent and surging aura was breathtaking. A casual wave of the immortal sword had such terrifying destructive power. It showed how terrifying Ing Hun was after deification. Ing Hun's terrifying aura shocked the immortal heavenly emperor and the others. The moment he waved the immortal sword, Ing Hun's figure suddenly appeared in front of the immortal heavenly emperor. It was as if he had teleported. His speed was terrifying. So fast. The immortal heavenly emperor's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Ing Hun. Ing Hun waved the immortal sword and slashed at the immortal heavenly emperor with unstoppable force. Celestial body protection. The immortal heavenly emperor's expression changed. He immediately used the celestial body protection. Boom, kacha, the sword slashed out horizontally. With a loud boom, the terrifying power shattered the immortal heavenly emperor's energy shield and sent him flying. Just one sword strike was already so powerful. It was clear that the deified shadow soul was terrifyingly powerful. Ing Hun's sword shocked the death heavenly emperor and the others once again. I didn't expect you to have a trick up your sleeve. I am so excited that my whole body is shaking. The immortal heavenly emperor said crazily. Hearing this, Ing Hun frowned. The immortal heavenly emperor had used the word too. It meant that the immortal heavenly emperor had a trick up his sleeve. Immortal art. Immortal art. The immortal heavenly emperor shouted. His body was covered in golden light. The terrifying aura surged and lit up the dark void. An immortal art that can increase one's combat power. Ing Hun was shocked. End of chapter. Buzz buzz. Destructive energy surged out of the immortal heavenly emperor's body as a dazzling golden light covered the sky. The might of a heavenly emperor shook the world. The immortal heavenly emperor's power surged wildly, and the suffocating aura of destruction surpassed Ing Hun's. How is this possible? The immortal heavenly emperor's power has surpassed his peak. Xianxia exclaimed. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. What kind of immortal art is that? Is it really so terrifying? White Soul was stunned. His body trembled, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Not good. The immortal heavenly emperor's power has surpassed the pavilion master's. Sky Leader was worried again before he could relax. No one would have thought that the immortal heavenly emperor would be able to increase his strength at the last moment. Frankly speaking, the deification secret art is indeed powerful. It's a pity that Ing Hun didn't use it earlier. Goody sneered. The Azura Heavenly Emperor crossed his arms and said arrogantly, in the end, he was too conceited. He always thought that he was strong. When the immortal Heavenly Emperor's aura stopped increasing, the golden light that enveloped him gradually dissipated. At this moment, the immortal Heavenly Emperor's power had reached a terrifying level. How is it, Hun? Are you surprised that I can increase my power? The immortal Heavenly Emperor asked excitedly as he looked at Hun. Old man is indeed surprised, Hun said with a frown. She thought that she could defeat or even kill the immortal Heavenly Emperor after deification, but she didn't expect the immortal Heavenly Emperor to have such a trump card. Hun was at a disadvantage even though she had deified. As a Heavenly Emperor, which one of them didn't have a trump card? The last trump card was something that could save one's life and deal a fatal blow to one's enemy. Unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't reveal it so easily. Come on. Let's fight to our heart's content. The immortal Heavenly Emperor said crazily. Ignoring his serious injuries, the immortal Heavenly Emperor activated his celestial astral divine power once more. Buzz buzz. A monstrous aura erupted, and a terrifying power gushed out like a volcano. Spirit domain shook violently once more. Although the immortal Heavenly Emperor's power has increased, his injuries can't be healed. Hun frowned. Although deification consumes blood essence, it can slowly heal his injuries. At this point, Hun's bloodshot eyes flashed with a vicious light. Boom, Hun seemed to have made some kind of decision. He actually took the initiative to launch an attack, ferociously rushing out. The immortal Heavenly Emperor, who had sensed something, dashed forward and shouted excitedly, "Good timing. Let me see how much you can improve after deifying." Ding ding ding. Buzz. The fierce battle unfolded once again. Fierce head-on collisions and tricky moves were all displayed vividly by the two of them. The destructive collision power once again crazily dazzled this Sky Emperor. At the same time, the other Heavenly Emperors who were watching the battle also continued to fight as Hun and the immortal Heavenly Emperor engaged in a fierce battle. Boom boom boom. Buzz. The battle between the Heavenly Emperors broke out again. Destructive energy covered the sky, and countless cultivators of the spirit realm were terrified. What's going on? How did the Pavilion Master's aura recover to its peak in an instant? It's even stronger, and its aura is bloodthirsty. What's going on? Sensing that Hun's aura had recovered to its peak, Feng Wuchen was shocked and puzzled. He had no idea what was going on. Tianming was dumbfounded. He shook his head and said, "I don't know either." The immortal Heavenly Emperor's strength has also recovered to its peak. His strength is still suppressing the Pavilion Master. The more they did not know what was going on, the more anxious Feng Wuchen and Tianming were. It was like a fire burning one's eyebrows. Ding ding ding. Buzz. On the battlefield, Hun and the immortal Heavenly Emperor were locked in a fierce battle. Their immortal sword and spear clashed repeatedly, and the terrifying sword and spear radiance continued to spread. The battle was very intense. Every collision was enough to severely injure a mid-stage Heavenly Emperor. The intense collision consumed a lot of energy. After all, both of them had used unorthodox methods to increase their strength. The speed of consumption was very fast. As time passed, Hun's guess was right. The immortal Heavenly Emperor's injuries were getting worse, and Hun's injuries were recovering. In this way, both of them were in the same situation. In the end, when Hun and the immortal Heavenly Emperor's strength were exhausted again, there was still no clear victor. In the end, both of them were injured. Both of them are injured. The Sky Leader Killer frowned. Is the battle over? Looks like the immortal Heavenly Emperor was also unable to defeat Hun. The Death Heavenly Emperor frowned. This Heavenly Emperor underestimated him. The Celestial Sunflower Emperor frowned. She was surprised that both of them were injured. The Shura Heavenly Emperor said coldly, "The immortal Heavenly Emperor underestimated his opponent too much. If he had used eternal immortality from the start, how could Hun be his match?" In the end, he was too conceited. The Shura Heavenly Emperor's words were somewhat reasonable. If he had not underestimated his opponent and been conceited, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. As the leader of the 8 Heavenly Emperors, losing this battle could be said to be a disgrace to the god race. Of course, Inghan was not to be trifled with. To be able to fight with the immortal Heavenly Emperor until both of them were injured, he naturally had powerful strength. This Heavenly Emperor really underestimated you. The deification mystic technique is indeed better, the immortal Heavenly Emperor said strenuously. At this moment, his aura was already very weak. How could an ancient mystic technique be compared to an immortal technique? A trace of a smile appeared on Inghan's pale face. He said, "It's a pity that I couldn't defeat you. Immortal Heavenly Emperor, leave the rest to me. You should rest first." At this moment, the Shura Heavenly Emperor laughed coldly. "These two old fellows can't hold on much longer. The battle will end soon." The Death Heavenly Emperor said coldly, staring at the good Honorable. The Evil Honorable said ferociously, "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me." Still so stubborn in the face of death. The Annihilation Heavenly Emperor sneered disdainfully. Although the Good and Evil Honorable were both mid-stage Heavenly Emperors, they were still no match for the two Heavenly Emperors who had divine power. After an intense battle, the two of them had used up a lot of energy and were severely injured. They could not hold on for much longer and could be defeated at any time. Although the Ice Flame Emperor was on par with the Spirit Emperor, his heavenly origin energy was almost depleted and his injuries were severe. Among the 8 Heavenly Emperors, other than the immortal Heavenly Emperor, Goody, the Underworld Emperor, and the Spirit Emperor who were severely injured, the Death Heavenly Emperor and the Annihilation Heavenly Emperor were not seriously injured. Moreover, the Shura Heavenly Emperor and the Celestial Sunflower Heavenly Emperor had not joined the battle yet. All in all, the 8 Heavenly Emperors had the situation under control. Master Inghan, I have to say that you are very strong. I also admit that this Heavenly Emperor is not your match. However, if Mr. Guegu wants you dead, no one can save you. The Shura Heavenly Emperor walked over step by step, a biting cold murderous aura spread out. End of chapter. The Pavilion Master's aura is getting weaker and weaker. Tian Ming, who was rushing towards the Celestial Master Immortal Abode, was extremely anxious. The battle is over. Have they all been defeated? Feng Wuchen was also extremely anxious. The two of them rushed over from the spirit capital Sky Shadow Pavilion at full speed. Along the way, they repeatedly used teleportation, but unfortunately, the distance was too great. Even with Tian Ming's terrifying speed, they were unable to arrive before the battle ended. With Feng Wuchen's speed, it would take at least several hours to rush from the Sky Shadow Pavilion to the Celestial Master Immortal Abode. Now, with a heavenly god like Tian Ming, the time had been greatly shortened. However, they were still unable to make it. The battle was already over. This meant that Inghan and the others could be killed at any moment. Pavilion Master. Tian Kuei rushed over and said with a frown, "Pavilion Master, you leave first. I will stop them. If you want to leave, they can't stop you. If we really leave, the people of the Celestial Master Immortal Abode and the Blacksmith Guild will all die." The calamity that befell the Celestial Master Immortal Abode today was also caused by Wind Shadow. You know his identity, so how can old man not care? Inghan said with difficulty. If we don't leave, they will still die, Tian Kuei said with a frown. Tian Kuei, hurry up and leave. Don't sacrifice yourself in vain, Inghan said. I will always remember the Pavilion Master's kindness in saving my life. I will never leave, Tian Kuei said resolutely, his cold eyes staring at Celestial Emperor Shura. Are you done talking? Celestial Emperor Shura said coldly, shooting out without hesitation. Leave Tian Kuei to me. Nether Emperor, who was healing his wounds, said coldly. No problem, Celestial Emperor Shura sneered. His speed was so fast that he arrived in the blink of an eye. Humph. Tian Kuei snorted. He put his palms together and crazily urged the strength he had just recovered. He shouted, Wansheng Star Battle Barrier. A white barrier instantly formed in front of Tian Kuei. Break! Celestial Emperor Shura shouted coldly. A terrifying power gathered in his fist as he punched out. Boom, Kacha, when the punch landed, there was a loud explosion. The terrifying power instantly shattered the barrier formed by the Tian Kuei assassins and sent the two of them flying. With your severely wounded body, what strength do you have to contend with this emperor? The Azure Celestial Emperor sneered with disdain. Swish, boom. Pooh. As his words fell, Celestial Emperor Azura arrived in the blink of an eye. His fist smashed into the assassin's chest. With a loud bang, Celestial Emperor Azura spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back like a cannonball. Tian Kuei. Ing Hun shouted in shock. Ing Hun was infuriated. He growled, "How dare you!" Shadow Soul angrily punched towards the Azura Celestial Emperor's abdomen. Bang! Celestial Emperor Shura remained motionless as he allowed the Shadow Souls to attack him. However, they were unable to shake him. Shadow Soul's injuries were too heavy and he no longer had any strength left. His palm strike was worse than an ordinary person's, so how could it possibly injure Heavenly Emperor Azura? Are you angry? But don't worry, he's Emperor Hades' prey. I won't kill him. But I will kill you. Celestial Emperor Azura sneered at Ing Hun. His palm formed a claw and a terrifying purple energy ball condensed. Stop! Su Xian suddenly shouted. After hesitating for a long time, seeing that Ing Hun was about to be killed, Su Xian immediately rushed over. Mansion Master. The Ice Flame Emperor's expression changed. If you have any problems, come at old man. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Su Xian said gloomily. He was already prepared to die. I almost forgot. Mr. Guegu ordered me to bring your head back. Fortunately, you delivered yourself to me. Celestial Emperor Azura stared coldly at Su Xian. As his words fell, the purple energy ball condensed in his palm flew towards Su Xian without hesitation. Mansion Master. The Ice Flame Emperor was shocked and rushed over with all his might. Don't come over. Su Xian shouted. Unfortunately, the Ice Flame Emperor had already rushed over. Boom. Pooh. The Ice Flame Emperor used his body to block the energy ball. With a loud bang, the terrifying energy caused the Ice Flame Emperor to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. You overestimate yourself. How dare you block my power when you are seriously injured? Celestial Emperor Azura said disdainfully. Ice Flame Emperor. Su Xian shouted in grief and indignation. He wished he could tear the Celestial Emperor Azura into pieces. The Celestial Emperor Azura shrugged and sneered. He is courting death. He knows that he is no match for us and yet he still wants to attack. How stupid. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. At the same time, the good and evil supremacy were finally unable to withstand the attack and were severely injured by the death supremacy and annihilation supremacy. They spat out blood and were sent flying. Good and evil supremacy. White Soul and the others were shocked and quickly flew over to check on the two. It's settled. The Celestial Master's Immortal Mansion, the Weapon Craftsman Guild, and the Sky Shadow Pavilion are no longer a threat. I want to see who else dares to go against the God Tribe. The Death Supremacy said arrogantly. Ing Hun, the Sky Chief Killer, the Good and Evil Supremacy, and the Ice Flame Emperor were all severely injured. The remaining heavenly gods like Su Xian and White Soul were unable to turn the situation around. What awaited them was only a dead end. I will take responsibility for everything. Su Xian roared ferociously. None of those who interfered will live today. All traitors must die. None of the disciples of the Celestial Master's immortal mansion will escape. Goody said coldly and slowly stood up from his cross-legged position. Hurry up and kill them all. Complete the mission as soon as possible and avoid unnecessary trouble. As for the disciples of the Celestial Master's immortal mansion, leave them to the Moon God Palace. I have other important matters to attend to, the Spirit Emperor said. Leave the Sky Chief Killer to me. The Underworld Emperor also woke up from his healing state. Good and evil supremacy, I will send you on your way. The Death Supremacy sneered. Ing Hun, go on your way. The Azura Supremacy sneered and formed a terrifying purple energy ball in his claw. Whoosh! Buzz buzz. At this time, in the distant sky, a strong sonic boom suddenly came, and a terrifying blue energy beam burst out. Heavenly God Realm? The immortal Heavenly Emperor looked over in surprise. He was curious as to who dared to make an enemy of the 8 supremacies. Tian Ming of the Sky Shadow Pavilion. The Spirit Emperor sneered. Another one has come to die. Not just one, but two. Two idiots who don't know what's good for them. The Azura supremacy sneered. Wind shadow. Tianming. Ing Hun's expression changed and he cursed inwardly. What are these two bastards doing here? Are they tired of living? Young Master Dragon God. Tianming. Leave quickly. Don't come to die. Ing Hun shouted angrily. The other one is the wind shadow that Mr. Guegu mentioned. A divine artifact refiner. The Spirit Emperor said fiercely, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. They are the ones who destroyed the Heaven Spirit Stone mine. It seems like this matter will have to be settled by you, Spirit Emperor. The Celestial Sunflower shrugged. The Spirit Emperor said fiercely, that's what I was thinking. It's Lord Feng. Su Xian and White Soul widened their eyes. Whoosh. Whoosh, soon, two figures flew over like lightning. They were Feng Wuchen and Tianming. End of chapter. Lord Feng, Su Xian, White Soul, and the others greeted him respectfully. Oh? Lord Feng? How impressive. Hearing how Su Xian and the others addressed Feng Wuchen, the Heavenly Emperor of Death sneered mockingly. It's not too much to call a divine artificer Lord Feng. The Spirit Emperor also sneered mockingly. The Celestial Emperor of Celestial Sunflower looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. What a handsome man. I like him. Su Xian, this divine artificer in your eyes won't be able to save your lives. The Heavenly Emperor of Azura sneered, completely disregarding Feng Wuchen and Tianming. As one of the 8 Heavenly Emperors, his status was extraordinary and his strength was terrifying. Why would he care about a mere Heavenly Monarch and Heavenly God? What are you doing here? Seeing Feng Wuchen and Tianming fly over, Ing Hun endured her injuries and shouted angrily. Of course we're here to save people. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, not showing any fear. He ignored the 8 Heavenly Emperors' mockery. Seeing that Ing Hun and the others were still alive, Feng Wuchen was completely relieved. This brat can still smile. Doesn't he know that death is near? Emperor Hades said darkly when he saw the smile on Feng Wuchen's face. His cold gaze swept across the immortal Heavenly Emperor and the others. The 8 Heavenly Emperors were also sizing up Feng Wuchen, whose name shook the entire spirit realm. As for Tianming, he was completely ignored. Whoosh! With a thought, he used instant transmission. In an instant, Feng Wuchen rescued Ing Hun from under the Heavenly Emperor of Azura's nose. In an instant, they were back to their original position. Dragon God's instant transmission. In that instant, even the 8 great Heavenly Emperors were unable to detect it right away too. Instant transmission was so powerful. Not simple. Instant transmission has reached the realm of being able to be used at will. You can use it with just a thought. The immortal Heavenly Emperor praised, looking at Feng Wuchen in surprise. How arrogant. Are you trying to take us 8 great Heavenly Emperors down a notch the moment you arrive? Heavenly Emperor Annihilation said with a hideous grin. Glancing at the Spirit Emperor, the Shura Heavenly Emperor slowly took a few steps forward and said, Spirit Emperor, didn't you say that this brat has the Heavenly Tao's divine power? This Emperor wants to see how powerful his Heavenly Tao divine power is. Azura Heavenly Emperor, don't kill him. Master Guegu wants him alive, Immortal Heavenly Emperor said. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Azura Heavenly Emperor sneered. But when he looked at Feng Wuchen again, he discovered that Feng Wuchen didn't take them seriously at all. That stinking brat. The Azura Celestial Emperor's face twisted in anger. As the 8 great Celestial Emperors, their statuses were transcendent. Who would not be afraid upon seeing them? Disrespectful, Feng Wuchen's disregard seemed to cause the lofty Azura Heavenly Emperor to suffer 10,000 points of damage. Tsk tisk, he's even more arrogant than I thought. How dare he ignore our existence? Does this stinking brat think he's someone important? The Annihilation Heavenly Emperor's face turned cold. You can't say that. How can someone who has the Heavenly Tao divine power be ordinary? Moreover, he's a member of the Dragon Gods. Even the Dragon Gods couldn't comprehend this divine power. Even the mighty Supreme Dragon God couldn't comprehend it. But this brat did. Just as the Spirit Emperor said, his identity is a mystery. The immortal heavenly emperor was very interested in Feng Wuchen. How could someone who had the heavenly Tao divine power be ordinary? Pavilion Master, are you alright? Feng Wuchen looked at Ying Hun and asked, completely ignoring the 8 heavenly emperors. Wind Shadow. Hurry up and leave. Ying Hun said anxiously. Pavilion Master, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Feng Wuchen smiled calmly, as if the 8 heavenly emperors were trash. Ying Hun was stunned when he saw Feng Wuchen's fearless expression. He didn't know where Feng Wuchen's confidence came from, nor did he know what Feng Wuchen was planning. How dare you ignore me? Stinking brat, I'll cripple you first and then capture you. The Azura Heavenly Emperor said viciously, his killing intent locking onto Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen frowned and looked at the Azura Heavenly Emperor with a cold gaze. What a terrifying gaze. It feels like I'm being stared at by a poisonous snake. The Azura Heavenly Emperor was shocked. Azura Heavenly Emperor, don't worry. Let's see what he wants. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor said. Feng Wuchen only glanced at him and ignored him. Big brother Tianming, hurry and give the Pavilion Master a healing pill. Feng Wuchen said to Tianming. Tianming obeyed. He quickly took out a healing pill and a recovery pill and fed it to Ying Hun. Killer Sky Leader's aura is extremely weak. Feng Wuchen frowned. He had also sensed that Killer Sky Leader's aura was extremely weak. Killer Sky Leader had been severely wounded and his life was hanging by a thread. Whoosh, Feng Wuchen used instant transmission once more, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he had already brought back the severely wounded and unconscious Sky Leader. Lord Sky Leader. Tianming's complexion changed. His injuries are extremely serious. Feng Wuchen solemnly said. Lord Feng, the Celestial Master's immortal abode has powerful healing pills. Su Xian quickly said. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, with a thought, he used instant transmission consecutively. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen brought Su Xian, White Soul, and the others back to the palace plaza below, including the severely injured Ice Flame Emperor and Good and Evil Knight. The Dragon God's instant transmission is indeed incomparably mysterious. Spirit Emperor exclaimed, his eyes burning with passion. The 8 celestial emperors all wanted to obtain the divine skill of instant transmission. Unfortunately, it was impossible. Senior Su, arrange for their treatment. Leave the rest to me. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. That smile was filled with hope. Lord Feng, you must be careful. Su Xian worriedly exhorted. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. There was no trace of panic or worry on Feng Wuchen's face. What's going on with Wind Shadow? Ying Hun was extremely puzzled. He couldn't help but look at Tianming. Brat, have you finished your business? Shura Celestial Emperor asked coldly. Feng Wuchen slowly turned around and glanced at the 8 celestial emperors in the sky. Don't you want to destroy the Celestial Master Immortal's mansion, the Craftsman's Guild, and the Sky Shadow Pavilion? You still want to capture me, right? This should be Mr. Guigu's intention. I'm right here. Do it. Feng Wuchen stared coldly at the 8 celestial emperors and said calmly. Seeing Feng Wuchen's fearless look, the 8 celestial emperors' expressions turned serious. Before you do it, please tell Mr. Guigu that I must not see him again. Otherwise, the great elder of the Sage Temple will be removed from the heaven realm. Feng Wuchen added. Arrogant. Goody said coldly and narrowed his eyes. How can he be so calm in front of the 8 celestial emperors? Is he bluffing? He must have come prepared. Death Celestial Emperor frowned. What trick is this brat playing? I can't see any fear from him. Immortal Celestial Emperor frowned. Feng Wuchen's calm attitude made the 8 celestial emperors a little apprehensive. I recommend you to read the completed works Fanatic Cultivation God and Eternal War Soul. There are also 8 chapters of Prideful Cultivation God that are updated every day. I ask for recommendation votes from my brothers. Thank you for your support. End of chapter. There was a strange atmosphere in the air. Feng Wuchen and the 8 celestial thearchs faced each other in silence. Feng Wuchen didn't show any fear. He had nothing to fear. No one knew what tricks Feng Wuchen had up his sleeve. Lord Feng seems to have a plan. Seeing Feng Wuchen's confidence, Bai Hun frowned and guessed. Bai Hun nodded. Yes, it should be. Maybe he can really deal with the 8 celestial thearchs. Tianming, what is Windshadow trying to do? Ying Hun asked. He couldn't figure out what Feng Wuchen was up to. Tianming shook his head. To be honest, I don't know either. Ying Hun frowned. If he's bluffing, the consequences will be unimaginable. Pavilion Master, your injuries are serious. You can only trust Windshadow now. Tianming said seriously. They were powerless against the 8 celestial thearchs. Feng Wuchen's figure slowly rose into the air with a proud expression. Windshadow is a member of the Dragon Gods. If he's so fearless, I'm afraid the Dragon Gods are hiding in the dark. Spirit Emperor frowned, not daring to act rashly. The Dragon Gods? Even we can't detect them? Shura Celestial the Arch frowned deeply, and his expression became serious. Haven't the elders of the Celestial Worthy Temple been monitoring the Dragon Gods? If the Dragon Gods are up to something, there's no way they wouldn't know, Death Celestial the Arch said seriously. A member of the Dragon Gods who has the divine power of the heavenly Tao is definitely not simple. Don't underestimate him. Immortal Celestial the Arch frowned and looked around vigilantly. However, what shocked the 8 celestial thearchs was that they couldn't sense anything at all. What? Aren't the 8 celestial thearchs under the Celestial Worthy Temple powerful? I'm just a small heavenly monarch. Don't the 8 celestial thearchs dare to make a move? Aren't you ordered to capture me? Why are you all so cowardly? The expressions of the 8 great celestial emperors were solemn, and no one moved. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but mock them, and his cold gaze actually carried some contempt. Stinking brat. The Annihilation Heaven Emperor's face contorted in anger the moment he heard Sumo's words. Preposterous. How dare you insult the 8 heavenly monarchs? Ming Di roared at Feng Wuchen. Arrogant brat. If I have the chance, I'll make you wish you were dead. The Azure Celestial Emperor narrowed his eyes. His rage had reached its limit. As the 8 great heavenly emperors, who dared to despise and humiliate them like this, if those words just now were not said by Feng Wuchen, but by someone else, the 8 great heavenly emperors would have killed him without the slightest hesitation. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and sneered arrogantly, is that so? If you have the ability, then come and try. But let me say the ugly words first. If anything happens to you, it has nothing to do with me, especially if you're seriously injured. You. The Azure Celestial Emperor was furious, but he didn't dare to act rashly. The Immortal Celestial Emperor and the others were enraged by Feng Wuchen's words. Their faces contorted in anger and their muscles twitched violently, but none of them dared to act rashly. The 8 heavenly emperors knew better than anyone else how powerful the Dragon Gods were. Now that the heavenly monarchs were asleep, none of them would be able to stop the Dragon Gods if they attacked. The Windshadow is a member of the Dragon Gods and possesses the power of the heavenly Tao. He must be under the protection of the Dragon Gods. But we didn't sense any energy fluctuations. This can only mean that this person's cultivation is above ours. The Immortal Celestial Emperor frowned. Above our cultivation? Could it be? Goody's expression changed drastically. He seemed to have guessed something. His eyes flashed with fear. Let's hope I can shock them. Otherwise, the Celestial Master's immortal abode will be destroyed today. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He forced himself to remain calm as he faced off against the 8 heavenly monarchs. The eight heavenly emperors are stunned. Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. Old man, are you sure? The 8 heavenly emperors don't dare to attack. They seem to be very afraid of Lord Feng. Who is Lord Feng? White Soul's face was full of shock and disbelief. The good and evil saint and the Ice Flame Emperor were also shocked. They couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen could shock the 8 heavenly emperors. Cut the crap. If you want to attack, hurry up. I don't have time to waste with you. Feng Wuchen's voice suddenly became cold. His eyes became very fierce, as if he wanted to eat someone. Damn it. Do you really think I won't attack you? The Shura Heavenly Emperor was furious. He couldn't take it anymore. Sure, Heavenly Emperor, don't act rashly. We are all injured. If there is really an elite of the dragon gods, we will definitely lose. The Heavenly Sovereign hasn't woken up yet. The elders have been monitoring the dragon gods, but there is no movement. This is very strange. Let's ask the Grand Elder first. The immortal Heavenly Emperor quickly stopped him. This stinking brat doesn't put us in his eyes. He dares to insult us. Why do we need to ask the Grand Elder? Let's capture him. The Shura Heavenly Emperor looked at the immortal Heavenly Emperor and said angrily. The situation is special. The dragon gods are very powerful. If they attack, the consequences are not something we can bear. If the dragon gods take the opportunity to attack, do you think we can stop them? The Death Heavenly Emperor frowned. Damn it. The Shura Heavenly Emperor gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He wanted to kill Feng Wuchen with a slap. The Spirit Emperor said seriously, we need to ask the Grand Elder about this. Also, we need to find out the identity of Wind Shadow. Wind Shadow, you are lucky today. You won't be so lucky next time. The immortal Heavenly Emperor said coldly and disappeared. The Celestial Emperor and the others quickly retreated. Stinking brat. Just you wait. This emperor will not let you off. Goody said coldly. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said coldly, is that so? I'll wait for you. I'm afraid you don't have the guts. This emperor will remember you. The Shura Heavenly Emperor said coldly. Under Feng Wuchen's domineering aura, the 8 Heavenly Emperors retreated. Phew. After the 8 Heavenly Emperors retreated, Feng Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he managed to intimidate the 8 Heavenly Emperors. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died today? Facing the 8 Heavenly Emperors, Feng Wuchen was under great pressure. Fortunately, he had experienced countless life and death situations in the mortal world. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fool the 8 Heavenly Emperors. Looks like the 8 Heavenly Emperors are quite afraid of the dragon gods. Feng Wuchen grinned and then descended to the square of the Celestial Master's mansion. Seeing Feng Wuchen descend, Shadow looked at Feng Wuchen blankly and said, Wind Shadow actually forced the 8 Heavenly Emperors to retreat with just a few words. Shadow already guessed that Feng Wuchen borrowed the relationship of the dragon gods to use psychological tactics to deal with the 8 Heavenly Emperors. Feng Wuchen's guts were so great that even Shadow broke out in a cold sweat for him. But the might of the dragon gods, apart from Empyreans, no one could do anything to the dragon gods. The 8 Heavenly Emperors being apprehensive was also very normal. Who in the world is Lord Feng? To actually make the 8 Heavenly Emperors so apprehensive? Su Xian froze on the spot, a dumbfounded look on his face. If the 8 Heavenly Emperors knew that Feng Wuchen was bluffing, no idea if they would be angered until they vomited blood. End of chapter. With the 8 Celestial Emperors gone, Su Xian could finally relax. Celestial Master's residence had finally survived this calamity. Thank you, Master of the Shadow Spirit Pavilion and Lord Feng, for your help. You have helped the Celestial Master's immortal abode survive the calamity. Senior Su, you don't have to thank me. This happened because of me, so I can't shirk my responsibility. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Lord Feng, I'm afraid the 8 Celestial Emperors won't let this go, White Soul said solemnly. President Bai, don't worry. If we had used force to settle this today, not to mention whether or not we would have been able to defeat the 8 great Celestial Emperors, they would have definitely made a move in the future. But now that we've intimidated the 8 great Celestial Emperors, they wouldn't dare to make a move rashly for the time being, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. This was also why Feng Wuchen had used the power of the dragon gods to intimidate the 8 Celestial Emperors. Wind Shadow is right. The 8 Celestial Emperors are afraid, so they won't act rashly. Tian Ming nodded. After a brief conversation, Feng Wuchen left Celestial Master's residence with the heavily injured Shadow Spirit. The 8 Celestial Emperors had their eyes on Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen needed to increase his cultivation as soon as possible and strengthen his strength. Once the Celestial Venerables woke up from their slumber, the 8 Celestial Emperors would have nothing to fear. They wouldn't even fear the dragon gods. After Feng Wuchen left, White Soul said, Lord Feng can intimidate the 8 Celestial Emperors. He's definitely not just a gold medal assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion. Xianxia nodded. Lord Feng's background is terrifying. He's already a divine-grade equipment refiner at such a young age. In the entire heaven realm, the only people who can intimidate the 8 celestial emperors are the dragon gods. Lord Feng is probably a member of the dragon gods. Su Xian frowned. What? The dragon gods? White Soul and the others were shocked. Elder Su's guess is not without reason. Even the identity of a divine-grade craftsman is not enough to deter the 8 great celestial emperors, except for the dragon gods. Venerable Kindness nodded. Is Lord Feng really a member of the dragon gods? White Soul and the others were shocked. They were all very curious about the origin of Feng Wuchen. After all, to be able to shock the 8 great sky kings, he was definitely not simple. However, no one dared to ask. Moreover, right now, they were only guessing. They were not sure of Feng Wuchen's true identity. After returning to Sky Shadow Pavilion, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the 7th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to cultivate. Celestial Worthy Temple. The 8 great celestial emperors returned with injuries. Although they defeated their opponents, they failed the mission. Has the mission failed? Mr. Guegu frowned. Mr. Guegu, there is something that I need to confirm, Immortal Heaven Emperor said solemnly. What is it? Mr. Guegu asked. We'll have to ask the Grand Elder about this, the Immortal Heavenly Emperor said. Ask the Grand Elder? Mr. Guegu frowned and guessed, is it about the dragon gods? Yes, Spirit Emperor replied. The 8 great celestial emperors immediately headed to the palace of the Grand Elder. The palace of the Grand Elder was majestic and it was filled with a terrifying aura. The palace was like a forbidden area. There was not a single guard and it was very quiet. The 8 great celestial emperors would like to see the Grand Elder, Immortal Heaven Emperor said respectfully outside the palace. The 8 great celestial emperors stood in front of the palace respectfully. The Grand Elder has not come out of seclusion. What do you want to say to me? A majestic voice resounded in the palace. Then, a young man appeared silently. Greetings, Grand Honorable. The 8 great celestial emperors bowed respectfully. Their eyes were filled with fear. The man in luxurious brocade was the Grand Honorable of the Celestial Worthy Temple. His cultivation was higher than the 8 great celestial emperors. The terrifying aura was coming from him. The Grand Honorable's cultivation is getting more and more terrifying. Immortal Heaven Emperor was shocked. Cold sweat broke out on his back. The Grand Honorable's cultivation should have reached the 8th level Celestial Emperor realm. Such a terrifying cultivation, I'm afraid that he has surpassed the 3rd Elder, Death Heaven Emperor guessed secretly. The 8 great celestial emperors were nothing in front of the Grand Honorable. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't disturb the Grand Elder's cultivation, the Grand Honorable said indifferently as he glanced at the 8 great celestial emperors. That terrifying gaze was like an extremely sharp sword that pierced the hearts of the 8 great celestial emperors. Immortal Heaven Emperor said respectfully, we were ordered by Mr. Guegu to destroy the Celestial Master's immortal mansion. We met the descendant of the dragon gods. This person has the heavenly Tao divine power. His identity is not simple. At that time, there might be an expert of the dragon gods in the dark. We did not dare to take action. So, we wanted to confirm with the Grand Elder whether the dragon gods are doing anything in the nameless ghost realm. The Grand Honorable said indifferently, everything is normal in the nameless ghost realm. There is no movement. No movement? The 8 great celestial emperors frowned at the same time. They had already realized that they had been tricked by Feng Wuchen. Heavenly Tao divine power? Are you sure that he is a member of the dragon gods? The Grand Honorable asked with a frown. Mr. Guegu has already confirmed it. He also said that Feng Ying has the aura of the supreme dragon god. This person might have some status in the dragon gods, Immortal Heaven Emperor replied respectfully. Supreme dragon god? The Grand Honorable's expression finally changed. The Grand Honorable frowned and said, Supreme Dragon God is already dead. Maybe this person refined Supreme Dragon God's blood essence. That's why he has the Heavenly Tao divine power. But, how can this person have the Heavenly Tao divine power? Grand Honorable, this person's growth is extremely fast. He is also a divine grade blacksmith. Spirit Emperor continued. Oh? Divine grade blacksmith? The Grand Honorable looked at Spirit Emperor in surprise. Grand Honorable, should we eliminate this person? Shura Heaven Emperor asked respectfully. The Heavenly Sovereign has yet to awaken. We cannot provoke the dragon gods. This matter ends here. According to what you said, this person's identity is indeed not simple. The Grand Honorable ordered. From this, it could be seen that the dragon gods were extremely powerful. Without the Heavenly Sovereign's instructions, none of them dared to provoke the dragon gods. Yes. The 8 heavenly emperors replied respectfully. Even if they were unwilling and angry, they could only hold it in. Grand Honorable, Mr. Guegu wants to destroy the Celestial Master's immortal abode, but Feng insists on interfering. What should we do? Immortal Heaven Emperor asked. Everything will wait for the Heavenly Sovereign to awaken. The Heavenly Sovereign has been asleep for many years. He will awaken soon. You may leave. The Grand Honorable said and disappeared into thin air. The 8 heavenly emperors left in a flash. Damned brat. How dare he fool me? Immortal Heaven Emperor was furious. Immortal Heaven Emperor was furious when he thought that he, the leader of the 8 heavenly emperors, was intimidated by a junior. Feng Ying, this brat. This heavenly emperor will not forgive him. Shura Heaven Emperor snarled. Without the Heavenly Sovereign's instructions, it's best not to make a move. The consequences are not something we can bear. Celestial Sunflower Emperor said. Are we just going to ignore it? Underworld Emperor whispered angrily. Annihilation Heaven Emperor said unhappily, that brat has really driven me crazy. I only hope that the Heavenly Sovereign will awaken soon. We also need to vent our anger. Underworld Emperor gritted his teeth. The 8 heavenly emperors were furious. They wanted nothing more than to tear Feng Wuchen to shreds. However, they could not do anything. To them, that feeling was worse than death. Yesterday was the winter solstice. They drank too much. Today, they woke up with a headache. They vomited and had diarrhea. They could not eat. They were half dead. Today, there were only 2 chapters. End of chapter. Mr. Guegu, the Great Honored Lord has ordered us to stop here. The Immortal Heaven Emperor said respectfully in the main hall of the Sage Temple. I already know. We will decide after the Sky Lord wakes up. Mr. Guegu nodded slightly. Since the Great Honored Lord had given the order, Mr. Guegu naturally did not dare to act rashly. Once they provoked the dragon gods and a war broke out, none of them could bear the consequences. Wind Shadow's growth is too fast. If we don't get rid of him, he will be our most terrifying enemy. In less than a year, he went from the Heavenly Mystic Realm to the Heavenly Lord Realm. Such a terrifying cultivation speed is not something an ordinary genius can compare with. The Spirit Emperor frowned. Less than a year? The Emperor Ming looked at the Spirit Emperor in shock. This person is not simple and not easy to deal with. He bluffed and scared us, but he did not panic at all. The Immortal Heaven Emperor frowned. Mr. Guegu frowned as his deep eyes flashed with coldness. He said, find out Feng Wuchen's true identity as soon as possible. Yinghun must know who he is. Yes. The 8 heavenly emperors said respectfully. In the palace where the Great Honored Lord was. The Great Honored Lord waved his hand and a light screen appeared. In the light screen was a mysterious place. The dragon gods have not done anything for many years. There is a barrier in the Nameless Ghost Realm. If someone came out of the Nameless Ghost Realm, it is impossible for me not to know. It is even more impossible for the elders to not notice. The Great Honored Lord muttered to himself as he stared at the light screen. The mysterious dark place in the light screen was the Nameless Ghost Realm. After the dragon gods were defeated, they fled here. For many years, there was no movement. A barrier set by the Sky Lord. Even if it is space travel, it is impossible for there to be no movement. What is going on? The Great Honored Lord frowned and wondered. He waved his hand gently and kept changing directions. The Great Honored Lord checked the barrier carefully. But to his disappointment, he found nothing. The great honored lord waved his hand and the light screen slowly disappeared. But just as the light screen was about to disappear completely, a faint golden light appeared on the surface of the barrier. The great honored lord did not notice the golden light. Heavenly law, divine power. Other than the heavenly venerables, I didn't think that there would be someone in the God clan who could activate the heavenly law divine power, muttered the great venerables. To be able to activate the heavenly divine power, this person's God race bloodline must be extremely pure. He also has the aura of the young master of the dragon gods. Could this wind shadow be the young master nurtured by the dragon gods? The great venerable secretly guessed. That shouldn't be possible. If it was the young master of the dragon gods, he should have stayed in the nameless ghost domain to cultivate, and not come out to adventure. The great venerable quickly overturned his own guess. How did Kazekage come out? If Kazekage is really a person of the dragon gods, then there must be a problem with the barrier. The great venerable was puzzled. Looks like I'll have to personally go to the nameless ghost domain to check it out. The great venerable frowned and thought to himself. If he didn't check it out, he wouldn't feel at ease. As soon as he finished speaking, the great venerable's figure disappeared without a trace. The realm of an 8th level heavenly emperor could be said to be very terrifying. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating in the 7th level of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, had successfully broken through to the middle stage heaven monarch realm with the help of the Xianxia lotion and many treasures of heaven and earth. With a breakthrough in cultivation, Feng Wuchen's combat strength had increased greatly. With Feng Wuchen's current combat strength, he was absolutely invincible under the heavenly god realm. My strength has indeed increased by a lot. I can't feel the weight of the wrist guards anymore. With my current combat strength, defeating Jiang Shuihan should be as easy as flipping my hand. Feng Wuchen smiled with relief. With a thought, a set of wrist guards and leg guards appeared out of thin air. In an instant, a terrifying weight pressed down on Feng Wuchen's body. Middle stage heaven monarch realm can't even bear this weight? Feng Wuchen turned pale with fright and quickly took off the second set of wrist guards and leg guards. The weight of the 10,000 years Vajra is really terrifying. Looks like I'll have to wait until I break through to the late-stage heaven monarch realm. Feng Wuchen sucked in a breath of cold air. With a thought, Feng Wuchen exited the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Mingyu? As soon as he exited the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen sensed that Mingyu was in the main hall. Mingyu, why are you here? What's the matter? Feng Wuchen walked into the main hall and asked. Mingyu said, Lord Heaven Monarch wants me to remind you that your mission has not been completed. Oh no. Ancient Wind City Su ran. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically when he heard that. Only then did he remember that there was still a mission that had not been completed. Moreover, half a month had already passed. Feng Wuchen scratched his head and said helplessly, I actually forgot about this. I have to make a trip to Ancient Wind City immediately. You must be careful. Mingyu reminded him with concern. Don't worry. Although Su Ran is at the late-stage heaven monarch realm, he can't do anything to me. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. As he had just broken through to the mid-stage heaven monarch realm, Feng Wuchen did not take Su Ran seriously at all. With that, Feng Wuchen walked out of the main hall. Mingyu's beautiful eyes were fixed on Feng Wuchen's back. No one knew what she was thinking. Wind Shadow, the pavilion master has ordered you to complete your mission. Return immediately. As soon as Feng Wuchen walked out of the main hall, Qing Lu's voice rang in his ears. Got it. Feng Wuchen replied and immediately flew towards Ancient Wind City. Ancient Wind City was not far away. It was only an hour's journey away. Ancient Wind City was a large city. 3 great clans were scattered in the city. They were extremely powerful. Moreover, there were many experts in the city. There was no lack of Heaven Monarch Realm experts. Feng Wuchen's mission this time was to kill Ancient Wind City's city lord, Su Ran. The combined strength of Ancient Wind City and the 3 great clans was not to be underestimated. The mission was not as easy as Feng Wuchen imagined. An hour later, Feng Wuchen was already walking on the streets of Ancient Wind City. No one knew about Feng Wuchen's existence. He was just like an ordinary person. Late-stage Heaven Monarch Realm. This aura in the direction of the main city should be Su Ran. Feng Wuchen muttered as he walked towards the main city. Su Ran has a good relationship with the three great clans of ancient Wind City. The three great clans will probably interfere. Feng Wuchen muttered. However, Feng Wuchen was not worried. With his current strength, dealing with a few heaven monarchs was not a problem. Who are you? Without the city lord's orders, no one is allowed to enter. Leave quickly. In front of the main city's palace, a few guards stopped Feng Wuchen. Boom. Boom, PFFF. PFFF, Feng Wuchen did not say anything and directly barged in. In the blink of an eye, he injured two guards, and the two guards flew in. How dare you? How dare you barge into the main city? In the main city, dozens of guards flew over. Feng Wuchen walked in step by step. How arrogant was he to barge into the main city? The leader of the guards shouted angrily, "Brat, how dare you? Take him down. I will only kill one person today. Su Ran, come out and accept your death." Feng Wuchen's cold voice echoed. It did not seem loud, but it could be heard in every corner of the palace. End of chapter. Arrogant. You don't know what's good for you. The leader of the guards said coldly. Then, dozens of guards rushed up aggressively. Swish. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 Feng Wuchen stepped on the ground, and his figure instantly turned into a black line and shot out. His speed was extremely terrifying. In almost a blink of an eye, dozens of guards were sent flying while vomiting blood. Heaven Monarch expert. Seeing dozens of guards flying out at the same time, the leader was shocked. In the main hall, City Lord Su Ran frowned and said, "It seems like there are many people who want my life. A few came a few days ago, and they're here again today. It's a pity that those who want my life all end up dead. City Lord will be able to break through to the Heaven God realm soon. These people are simply seeking their own deaths." An elder sneered in disdain. Su Ran walked down slowly. His eyes flickered with murderous intent as he said coldly, "I want to see who is courting death today." A large number of guards rushed to the plaza, but no one dared to make a move. They all looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. A Heaven Monarch expert wasn't someone they could deal with. They might just be sending themselves to death. Su Ran. Come out and accept your death. Feng Wuchen's cold voice spread throughout the entire palace again. He was extremely arrogant. In the main hall of the palace, 5 experts led by Su Ran walked out of the hall unhurriedly. Reporting to City Lord, this person barged in and even threatened to kill you. The guard leader hurriedly reported respectfully. His cold eyes looked at Feng Wuchen in the plaza. Su Ran asked coldly, "Who are you? What grudge do I have with you? Why do you want to kill me?" "I don't know you and have no grudge with you," Feng Wuchen replied indifferently. "Since you don't know me and have no grudge, why do you want to kill me?" Su Ran frowned slightly. Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassins have never had so many questions when killing people, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Sky Shadow Pavilion? Su Ran and the others' faces changed drastically. The Sky Shadow Pavilion that shook the Heaven Domain was an existence that countless cultivators trembled in fear. Sky Shadow Pavilion, Wind Shadow. Feng Wuchen continued. What? Your Kazakage? Su Ran's face changed again, and he became terrified. Divine grade. Divine grade weapon refiner. He is Lord Feng. The elders were scared out of their wits. Their old faces were as white as paper. They were extremely terrified. Feng. Lord Feng, it's over. I knew that the Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassins would come knocking on my door sooner or later. And the one who came is Kazakage. The guards were so scared that they fell to the ground. They were terrified to the extreme. At the artifact forging convention, Feng Wuchen had shocked the entire spirit realm with a single brilliant feat. There was no one who did not know of him. Moreover, everyone knew that the famous divine grade artificer, Wind Shadow, was the ace assassin of Sky Shadow Pavilion. City Lord, what should we do? An elder asked in horror. 3 patriarchs, quickly come to the main city to help. The terrified Su Ran hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the three patriarchs for help. Facing Feng Wuchen, even Su Ran, a late-stage heaven monarch, was quite wary. Feng Wuchen's strength was terrifying. Among the ace assassins, his strength was definitely ranked at the top. Su Ran did not think that he could defeat Feng Wuchen in a one-on-one fight. "I'll only kill Su Ran today. If the others don't interfere, they won't die," Feng Wuchen said coldly. The killing intent in his eyes was terrifying. Buzz buzz. A vast aura burst out. Feng Wuchen flipped his palm, and a dagger appeared out of thin air. Then, he activated his heavenly Tao divine power. A domineering and terrifying power burst out like a dragon emerging from the sea. The entire main city shook violently, and the ground cracked open. Mid-stage heaven monarch. He's actually a mid-stage heaven monarch. Feeling Feng Wuchen's terrifying power, an elder was so scared that his legs went soft. How can Wind Shadow's cultivation increase so quickly? His face was pale with fear. He was so scared that he took a few steps back. Gulp, many of the guards retreated in fear, swallowing their saliva in fear. The surging aura shocked the guards so much that they were in pain. Mid-stage heaven monarch? Who is so bold to assassinate the city lord? Humph. He's simply courting death. The city lord is a late-stage heaven monarch. No, the city lord asked us to come and help. I'm afraid this person is very powerful. This domineering power is not simple. Patriarch's words are reasonable. This aura is extraordinary. It seems to be divine power. The aura is increasing very quickly. The three patriarchs and elders who were rushing over also felt Feng Wuchen's domineering power. Feng Wuchen's aura instantly soared to the peak of the mid-stage heaven monarch after activating the heaven Tao divine power. This was just the activation of the heaven Tao divine power. It was obvious that the heaven Tao divine power would grow stronger as Feng Wuchen's cultivation increased. Swish. 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 In a short while, there was a series of strong sonic booms. The patriarchs and elders of the three major clans flew over and arrived at the plaza in a few flashes. The three major clans are indeed here. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He seemed to have guessed it. City Lord, who is this person? One of the patriarchs asked. A mid-stage heaven monarch shouldn't be able to make the city lord so frightened. Who is this person? Seeing the frightened expression on Su Ran's face, one of the patriarchs frowned and thought to himself. He is Feng Wind Shadow. Su Ran said in horror. What? Sky Shadow Pavilion's Wind Shadow? Divine Grade Weapon Refinement Master Lord Feng? Gold Grade Assassin Wind Shadow? The three patriarchs' faces changed drastically at the same time. They looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Their hearts were about to jump out, and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. I only want to kill Su Ran. If you all want to interfere, don't blame me for being merciless. Feng Wuchen said coldly. As he spoke, he had already rushed towards Su Ran like lightning. Feng Wuchen's speed was as fast as lightning, and his attacks were fierce and fierce. Buzz. Buzz, Su Ran suddenly used all his strength and rushed into the sky. A resplendent green light burst out, and a fierce power surged out crazily, shaking the void. Swish! In the next second, Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly flashed and stabbed the dagger in his hand mercilessly at Su Ran's chest. Su Ran was shocked. Feng Wuchen's speed was too terrifying, and he almost couldn't react in time. Su Ran narrowly dodged and immediately retreated. He quickly said, Lord Feng, please wait. Is there any other way to make up for the bounty mission? No. The Sky Shadow Pavilion's bounty missions are all checked repeatedly. The names that appear are all people who deserve to die. Feng Wuchen said mercilessly and shot out again. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen appeared like a ghost and threw a punch at Su Ran. Preposterous. Su Ran was enraged. He had no way out and could only fight. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Su Ran met Feng Wuchen's punch with anger. With a boom, a terrifying collision force swept out crazily, and the void within a radius of thousands of feet shook violently. What a domineering divine power. He can actually contend with me. Su Ran was shocked. He attacked with all his strength, but it was easily blocked by Feng Wuchen. End of chapter. Lord Feng. This city lord doesn't want to be your enemy. Please reconsider, Lord Feng. Su Ran hurriedly said in shock. Feng Wuchen's strength was terrifying, and his identity was even scarier. Su Ran didn't want to be enemies with Feng Wuchen. There's no need to reconsider. You deserve to die. Feng Wuchen replied mercilessly. Damn it. You've gone too far. Su Ran's face turned hideous, and a terrifying murderous aura spread out. Su Ran said malevolently, Lord Feng, this city lord isn't someone to be trifled with. We still don't know who will die. Then show me what you're capable of. Feng Wuchen said coldly, and the dagger in his hand pierced towards Su Ran mercilessly. Humph. Su Ran snorted coldly and gathered green energy in his palm to receive the dagger. Boom, buzz. Buzz, there was another fierce collision, and the terrifying energy was still rumbling like waves. The terrifying energy ripples had already spread across the entire ancient Wind City. Many cultivators looked towards the sky in horror. Is someone trying to assassinate the city lord again? A middle-stage heaven monarch is actually able to contend with the city lord? Who is that kid? What a powerful strength. Many cultivators in the ancient Wind City were shocked. As a late-stage heaven monarch, Su Ran was indeed very powerful, and he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Lord Feng, you are indeed very powerful, but this city lord isn't weak either. Lord Feng might not be able to kill me. You have to think carefully, Su Ran said coldly. He still didn't want to be enemies with Feng Wuchen. It would be best if he could convince Feng Wuchen. Buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen didn't answer. Instead, he activated the third stage of the Supreme Physique. An even more terrifying energy burst out, and a resplendent golden light shot up into the sky. Feng Wuchen's aura instantly stepped into the late-stage heaven monarch realm. How is this possible? Su Ran's eyes almost popped out. He was extremely shocked. Su Ran never expected that Feng Wuchen actually didn't use his full strength. He improved. Lord Feng's strength has broken through the late-stage heaven monarch realm. The strength of a late-stage heaven monarch. The three patriarchs and the city lord's elders all cried out in alarm. Their faces were filled with fear, and their expressions were stiff. Feng Wuchen's strength was too powerful. Boom, Feng Wuchen exploded with an even more terrifying power. His dagger instantly released a terrifying power, and with a boom, he sent Su Ran flying. How could his strength have increased by so much? Su Ran was alarmed as an intense pain came from his arm. The city lord. The elders and the guards' faces, swish, suddenly, Lord SSS was heavens was to throw a punch again. What? Su Ran's expression changed again. Feng Wuchen's speed had also increased. It was even more terrifying than before. Teet. PFFF. Feng Wuchen's punch was too fast for Su Ran to dodge. With a loud explosion, Su Ran spat out a mouthful of blood as he was blasted away like a cannonball. Damn it. How can he have such terrifying strength? Su Ran roared furiously and fearfully in his heart. A single punch was enough to make Su Ran, a late-stage heaven monarch, spit out blood. How terrifying was that strength? City lord. Seeing Su Ran spit out blood, everyone panicked. The city lord is injured. Who is that kid? His strength is so terrifying. What terrifying speed. Even the city lord couldn't react in time. Many experts in the ancient Wind City exclaimed. They were all shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength. Patriarchs, why aren't you helping? The injured Su Ran yelled at the heaven monarch experts below. He was burning with anxiety. The elders of the main city rushed into the sky immediately. Although they were only early-stage and mid-stage heaven monarchs, they might be able to defeat Feng Wuchen if they worked together with Su Ran. Patriarchs, what do you think? One of the patriarchs asked. He couldn't make up his mind. One of the patriarchs said solemnly, Lord Feng is the ace assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion and a divine-grade blacksmith at the same time. Our Gong family can't afford to offend him. Old man doesn't want to interfere. Moreover, with the old man's strength, he can't help much. Patriarch Gong, with so many heaven monarchs working together, we can definitely deal with Feng Ying. If we don't help today, City Lord Su won't let us off easily in the future, another patriarch said worriedly. He was in a dilemma. Patriarch Li is right. You know what kind of person Su Ran is. Old man is worried about this, but old man doesn't want to offend Lord Feng, the patriarch who spoke first said anxiously. Patriarch Gong said firmly, patriarchs, the Gong family won't interfere. You can decide for yourselves. Patriarchs, what are you waiting for? Come and help. Su Ran shouted anxiously. Su Ran and the three heaven monarchs were no match for Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's combat strength was too terrifying. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, intense hand-to-hand combat, crazy collisions, and violent forces swept across like a terrifying storm. Bang. Bang. Bang, Feng Wuchen used his astonishing speed and strength to punch Su Ran and the three heaven monarchs. In just a few minutes, Su Ran and the others were all injured. Bastard. Seeing that the three patriarchs didn't help, Su Ran was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. City Lord Su, I'm really sorry. Old man doesn't want to be enemies with Lord Feng, Patriarch Gong said. Although his actions weren't righteous, he had no other choice for the Gong family. Patriarch Li then said, City Lord Su, the Li family is powerless. None of the three patriarchs dared to interfere, especially when they saw that Su Ran and the three heaven monarchs were injured. They were secretly glad that they didn't interfere. Damn it. Su Ran was so angry that his face was hideous. Who is that kid? City Lord Su and the three heaven monarchs can't even defeat him. He can still have the upper hand when fighting 1 against 4. He is too terrifying. He is simply a monster. City Lord Su is probably going to die today. The spectators were getting more and more frightened and shocked by Feng Wuchen's powerful strength. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish, swish. With a thought, instant shift was executed. The dagger in Feng Wuchen's hand mysteriously disappeared. In an instant, 3 cold lights flashed, and the 3 heaven monarchs' throats were slit. He instantly killed 3 heaven monarchs. The patriarchs and heaven monarchs of the 3 heaven monarchs were extremely frightened. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat while the spectators gasped in horror. He actually killed the 3 heaven monarchs in an instant. City Lord Su is definitely going to die today. No one had ever seen such a terrifying heaven monarchs. Su Ran looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme fear. He just realized that Feng Wuchen's strength was far above his. Su Ran admitted that he couldn't kill the 3 heaven monarchs in an instant. Feng. Lord Feng, please spare my life. The terrified Su Ran couldn't even muster up the will to resist. He couldn't help but beg for mercy. Are these your last words? Feng Wuchen said coldly as he walked toward Su Ran. End of chapter. Lord Feng, please spare me. Lord Feng, as long as you spare me, I'll do anything you want me to do. Su Ran begged in fear as he knelt down before Feng Wuchen in the air. Feng Wuchen was fighting 1 against 4 and was still able to kill 3 elders in an instant. Su Ran had no way of contending against such terrifying strength. City Lord Su is actually kneeling and begging for mercy? Am I seeing this right? A city lord is actually kneeling down in fear of his opponent? Humph. I didn't think Su Ran would have such a day. Serves him right. Seeing Su Ran kneeling in the air, the cultivators in Ancient Wind City were in an uproar. Su Ran, I've done some research on you. Feng Wuchen said coldly, 3 months ago, you kidnapped a commoner, Lu Tsuiyun, and killed her parents and brother. In the end, Lu Tsuiyun committed suicide. Before that, you raped 3 women. You were worried that they would ruin your reputation, so you killed them cruelly. Am I right? Feng Wuchen said coldly. The Sky Shadow Pavilion was very well informed. Others might not know about what Su Ran had done, but he could not hide it from the Sky Shadow Pavilion. That's true. Lord Feng, I'll definitely change. Lord Feng, please spare my life. Su Ran cowed out and begged. You're worse than an animal. You shouldn't exist in this world. Feng Wuchen said coldly as his eyes flickered with killing intent. Swish, swish. Wind, the moment he said that, Feng Wuchen flashed out and arrived before Su Ran in an instant. His dagger slashed across Su Ran's neck mercilessly, causing blood to spurt out. Su Ran had just spat out a word when his expression froze on the spot. Then, he fell down. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying. Su Ran did not notice him at all. Teleportation was impossible for Su Ran to guard against. City Lord Su Ran was dead. City Lord is dead. The guards looked at the falling Su Ran in extreme fear. With a slash to his throat, Su Ran's aura had completely dissipated. The entire ancient Wind City fell deathly silent. Everyone looked at the falling Su Ran, as if no one could believe that Su Ran had been killed. City Lord Su has been killed. Who is he? He actually has such terrifying strength. I didn't even see clearly when he attacked. He killed City Lord Su in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Well done. Well done. Su Ran deserved to die. The spectating cultivators of ancient Wind City immediately burst into an uproar after recovering from their shock and fear. Who would dare to believe that a middle-stage heaven monarch could instantly kill a late-stage heaven monarch, no matter how weak Su Ran was? It was impossible for him to not notice it, right? Of course, they didn't know how powerful teleportation was. Looking at the falling Su Ran, Feng Wuchen said, "To be honest, I don't want to kill you, either. However, this is the standard of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. We enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." The people on the Sky Shadow Pavilion's bounty list were all evil people. The assassins were there to kill these evil people. Of course, the other reason was to kill people based on the bounty. No matter who it was, as long as the reward was high enough, there would always be assassins willing to accept the mission. Su Ran has done many evil things. This is his end. Feng Wuchen slowly landed on the main city square. His cold gaze swept across the crowd, frightening the patriarchs, elders, and guards of the three great families. Lord Feng is right. Su Ran deserves it. Patriarchally and the others nodded. Bang! With a thought, the black flame appeared in Feng Wuchen's palm. Then, with a flick of his finger, a wisp of black flame shot out and burned Su Ran's corpse to ashes in the blink of an eye. The extremely terrifying cold aura caused Patriarchally and the others to tremble in fear. They felt like they were suffocating. Black flame. Patriarch Gong's expression was terrified as he thought to himself, "I heard that Lord Feng's true fire is black. It's extremely terrifying. Is that the legendary black flame of Spirit Realm? The flame has an icy aura," Patriarchally said in fear. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the black flame dissipated. Su Ran's corpse had already turned into ashes and scattered. The mission this time was quite successful. Fortunately, the identity of a divine great artificer had shocked the three great families. Otherwise, if they had worked together, Feng Wuchen would have wasted some of his time. After the mission was completed, Feng Wuchen flew away. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was in fear. Everything had happened too quickly. It was so fast that they felt that it was unreal. It was like a dream. Whoosh! Not long after Feng Wuchen left, a black shadow appeared in the sky above the ancient Wind City. It was the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace's Honorable Gu Xingfeng. Did Wind Shadow's cultivation break through again? How is this possible? Does he really have such a terrifying cultivation speed? Gu Xingfeng frowned and said, "This brat's cultivation speed is comparable to a monster's. No, it's even more terrifying than a monster's. I have never seen a genius with such a terrifying cultivation speed. Spirit Emperor's worries are reasonable. If we let Wind Shadow cultivate for a few more years, I'm afraid Spirit Emperor won't be able to do anything to him." Gu Xingfeng frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he feared Feng Wuchen. He killed 3 heaven monarchs easily. He can even teleport and kill a late-stage heaven monarch instantly. With Wind Shadow's strength, no one below the heaven god realm can defeat him. Gu Xingfeng said. Spirit Emperor, Wind Shadow's cultivation has already reached the mid-stage heaven monarch realm. If we don't get rid of him, there will be endless trouble in the future. Should we get rid of him? I have absolute confidence that I can kill him. Gu Xingfeng quickly sent a message to Spirit Emperor. In the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace's main hall, Spirit Emperor slowly opened his eyes. He reached the mid-stage Heaven Monarch realm so quickly? What a terrifying cultivation speed. In the entire Heaven domain, there aren't many people who have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Spirit Emperor frowned deeply. His eyes flashed with ferocity. With his cultivation speed, I believe that he will reach the Heaven God realm soon. I'm afraid that in a few years, he will be able to reach the Heaven Emperor realm. Such a terrifying enemy, and the great sovereign doesn't care. Once he becomes stronger, the consequences will be unimaginable. Spirit Emperor frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Feng Wuchen was a huge threat. Thinking of this, Spirit Emperor sent a message, Gu Xingfeng, kill Wind Shadow. I will bear all the consequences. Yes. After receiving Spirit Emperor's message, Gu Xingfeng immediately chased after him. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen was, he wasn't a heaven god. If Gu Xingfeng wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. As soon as Feng Wuchen left the ancient Wind City, Gu Xingfeng had already caught up with him. Heaven God realm. Feng Wuchen sensed something. His expression suddenly changed. He frowned and thought, late-stage Heaven God realm. This aura is... Gu Xingfeng. Wind Shadow, we meet again. Do you still remember me? Gu Xingfeng's cold and contemptuous voice rang out. Then, a figure flashed and appeared. Even if you turn into ashes, I will still recognize you. Feng Wuchen said gloomily. He stared at Gu Xingfeng fiercely. Back then, he almost died in Gu Xingfeng's hands. How could Feng Wuchen forget? I am ordered to kill you. Die. Gu Xingfeng said fiercely. He suddenly charged towards Feng Wuchen. End of chapter. Gu Xingfeng's speed was extremely fast, completely exceeding Feng Wuchen's reaction time. Boom. Buzz. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion as a terrifying force shook the void. Countless pitch-black cracks exploded and collapsed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the void within a radius of 10,000 feet turned dark. A late-stage heavenly god was simply terrifying. The power of a single punch could change the color of heaven and earth. However, Gu Xingfeng's punch hit the air. Instant teleportation? Your reaction is quite fast. Gu Xingfeng's mouth curved up as he looked at Feng Wuchen coldly. At that critical moment, Feng Wuchen instinctively used instant teleportation to dodge. It was extremely thrilling. If I was just a little bit slower, I would have been heavily injured. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Wind Shadow, don't think that you can escape from my hands today. Gu Xingfeng sneered confidently as if he could kill Feng Wuchen anytime. You are a late-stage heavenly god while I am only a middle-stage heavenly monarch. Aren't you ashamed to say that? Feng Wuchen mocked. When I do things, I only look at the results. Gu Xingfeng sneered. The killing intent in his eyes was obviously getting stronger. Gu Xingfeng was ordered to kill me. It seems like the 8 heavenly emperors already know that I lied to them. But why didn't the 8 heavenly emperors make a move? Instead, they sent Gu Xingfeng. Could it be that they want to heal my injuries? Feng Wuchen frowned. His expression was very serious. Gu Xingfeng's strength was terrifying. Feng Wuchen was definitely not his match. If he didn't run now, when would he run? I will let you go today. Goodbye. Feng Wuchen left behind a sentence and used instant teleportation to escape. Wind Shadow, is Dong Huangyu your friend? Gu Xingfeng sneered as soon as Feng Wuchen disappeared. As soon as Gu Xingfeng finished speaking, Feng Wuchen, who was planning to escape, appeared again. Staring coldly at Gu Xingfeng, Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and said angrily, You captured Dong Huangyu? Wind Shadow, it's too easy to deal with you. Celestial Masters Immortal Mansion, Spirit Region Merchant Guild, Blacksmith Guild. I can casually grab anyone to deal with you. This is your weakness. Gu Xingfeng sneered. Despicable and shameless. Feng Wuchen cursed. Is that so? Gu Xingfeng sneered and stared at Feng Wuchen with contempt. Swish. Boom. PFF. In the blink of an eye, Gu Xingfeng's silhouette flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, there was an explosion. Feng Wuchen coughed up blood and was blown away. It S's speed S's his speed, he's his reaction speed 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 S's his speed speed. His Feng Feng's S Feng Wuchen was shocked. The power of this punch made Feng Wuchen feel as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Rumble. Feng Wuchen, who was sent flying, was like a terrifying cannonball as he ruthlessly crashed into a towering mountain. With a loud rumble, a huge crater was created on the mountainside. Feng Wuchen's body was deeply embedded in the rocks of the mountain. Gu Xingfeng's punch was terrifyingly powerful. Feng Wuchen was seriously injured. His chest caved in, and several of his bones were broken. Swish! In the next second, Gu Xingfeng's figure flashed and appeared in front of the heavily injured Feng Wuchen. Oh? You're actually still alive? You're pretty tough. Seems like I'm just too weak. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was still breathing, Gu Xingfeng sneered. Feng Wuchen had an extremely strong physical body. Otherwise, Gu Xingfeng's palm strike would have been enough to kill Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen raised his half-opened eyes and stared at Gu Xingfeng. He said mockingly, "Late heavenly god. Is this all you've got?" It's only SOSO. Hearing this, Gu Xingfeng frowned and said coldly, "Humph. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die." While speaking, Gu Xingfeng's palm gathered a terrifying power. Without hesitation, he threw a palm strike at Feng Wuchen. His attack was extremely ferocious. If Feng Wuchen was hit, let alone die, he would probably turn into ashes. Swish! Swish! Swish, swish! Suddenly, rays of golden light shot out from Feng Wuchen's body and rushed towards Gu Xingfeng. This aura is... Gu Xingfeng's expression changed slightly. He immediately disappeared. The sudden golden light was very sudden. If Gu Xingfeng's cultivation wasn't high, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. So it's the artifact soul of a divine artifact. Gu Xingfeng sneered, "It just so happens that I'm lacking a divine artifact. I'll give it to the Spirit Emperor. It'll be a great merit." The rays of golden light that shot out from Feng Wuchen's body were the artifact souls of the divine artifacts. They all formed illusory figures of human figures. "Master, are you all right?" The artifact soul of the Dragon God Sword asked worriedly. "Dragon God Sword, quickly take Master away. We'll stop him." The artifact soul of the Universe Pagoda quickly shouted. At the same time, it gathered 3 times its power. "Let's go." The 2 artifact souls of the Dragon God Sword and Qilin armor carried Feng Wuchen and flew away. "Humph. You want to stop me with just the 2 of you? You're overestimating yourselves." Gu Xingfeng sneered arrogantly. He shot out crazily as terrifying power gathered on the surface of his body. Swish! Swish, swish! The Universe Pagoda, Dragon God Gauntlet, and Year Ring Ruler attacked fiercely. Waves of terrifying power shot out. The power of the 3 divine artifacts was definitely not to be underestimated. However, their power was affected by Feng Wuchen's cultivation. The power they unleashed was not comparable to the power of a heavenly god realm expert. "Humph." Gu Xingfeng sneered disdainfully as he charged out. Boom! 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 Gu Xingfeng shot out like lightning. The artifact soul's attacks were directly shattered. The terrifying power sent the 3 artifact souls flying without any resistance. Don't forget that Feng Ying's cultivation is only at the mid-stage of the Heaven Monarch realm. You can only unleash more power if you follow me. Gu Xingfeng sneered arrogantly. His body did not stop as he chased after Feng Wuchen. Gu Xingfeng's speed was extremely terrifying. In a few blinks of an eye, he had already caught up with Feng Wuchen. You want to escape with Feng Ying with just this little bit of power? Gu Xingfeng sneered disdainfully. He waved his hand and a terrifying aura swept out. Boom! Boom! The 2 artifact souls of the Dragon God Sword and Qilin armor were sent flying. They were unable to withstand Gu Xingfeng's terrifying power. Feng Wuchen, who was severely injured, couldn't support himself and fell. "Feng Ying, after I kill you, these artifacts will all be mine." Gu Xingfeng sneered happily. He gathered a terrifying power in his palm again and attacked the falling Feng Wuchen without hesitation. "Master!" The Universe Pagoda and the other artifact souls flew over. "Stop. Xianxia shouted anxiously. However, with their speed, they were unable to stop Gu Xingfeng. The terrifying palm print swooped down and mercilessly hit Feng Wuchen's body. In a blink of an eye, it swallowed him. Master! The Universe Pagoda and the other artifact souls shouted in panic. End of chapter, haha. Wind Shadow, these divine weapons are mine. After hitting Feng Wuchen with his palm, Gu Xingfeng laughed wildly. Feng Wuchen was heavily injured and Gu Xingfeng was very confident in his palm. It was enough to instantly kill Feng Wuchen. Haha. Gu Xingfeng laughed excitedly. Now that Feng Wuchen was dead, the 5 divine weapons naturally fell into Gu Xingfeng's hands. Eh? Something's wrong. Why did my power disappear? Gu Xingfeng, who was laughing wildly, suddenly noticed something and the smile on his face disappeared. Gu Xingfeng frowned. He looked down and saw that the terrifying explosion had strangely disappeared. That kind of disappearance was not a gradual disappearance, but a sudden disappearance of more than half. It was very strange. In a few blinks of an eye, the terrifying explosion energy had completely disappeared. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in Gu Xingfeng's eyes. That's right. Feng Wuchen didn't turn into ashes. Instead, he was surrounded by a golden energy ball. Master! Dragon Xinjian and the other weapon souls were overjoyed. What's with this gentle power? Wind Shadow can't use this power. Gu Xingfeng frowned and gasped. He looked around vigilantly. Gu Xingfeng was sure that the golden energy ball that surrounded Feng Wuchen didn't come from Feng Wuchen. It came from someone else. If it really was someone else and Gu Xingfeng didn't notice it, then how terrifying was that person's cultivation? I am a sovereign from the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. Who are you? Why don't you show yourself? Gu Xingfeng asked coldly. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little strange. I can't sense anything. Is there really an expert secretly helping us? Dragon Xinjian's weapon soul asked curiously. There's no energy fluctuation, but the power that's protecting Master is definitely not from Master. It's also not Master's power. The Universe Tower couldn't sense any energy fluctuation or aura. Could it be Ying Hun? Qilin Battle Armor guessed. Ying Hun was severely injured in the battle with the immortal Heavenly Emperor. He is still recuperating in the Sky Shadow Pavilion. It can't be him. Long Xinjian shook his head. Let's return to Master's body first and see what's going on with this power, the Universe Pagoda said solemnly. The artifact souls all turned into golden light and returned to Feng Wuchen's body. Since you dare to make a move, why don't you dare to show yourself? Gu Xingfeng shouted coldly. Feeling that he was being looked down upon, Gu Xingfeng was furious. Boom, just as Gu Xingfeng's voice fell, there was an explosion without warning. Gu Xingfeng's figure turned into a black line and shot out. Damn it! Who was it? If you have the guts, then get out here. Gu Xingfeng furiously roared. He didn't see anyone, nor did he sense anything. There was no movement of air at all. This was like seeing a ghost. Gu Xingfeng was a late-stage heavenly god. Even with his cultivation level, he didn't sense anything. It could be seen that the mysterious person's cultivation level was definitely above the Heavenly Emperor level. Bang, puff, as Gu Xingfeng roared, there was another explosion. A terrifying power hit Gu Xingfeng's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His figure flew out again. Good hit. The artifact soul of the dragon god sword roared. Hit him hard. It's best to kill him. The artifact soul of the Qilin battle armor also shouted. The mysterious person's cultivation level has obviously reached the Heavenly Emperor level. But who is he? The aura of this power is very strange, the artifact soul of the Universe Pagoda said doubtfully. No matter who he is, since he saved Master, he's one of us, Nian Luanqi said. Bang, puff, Gu Xingfeng flew out a few meters and his face suffered a heavy blow. With a bang, a mouthful of blood and 2 teeth flew out. Damn it! Gu Xingfeng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He didn't know who the mysterious person was. The mysterious person didn't show himself either. Bang, 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 puff, puff, puff. Next, Gu Xingfeng was crazily beaten by the mysterious person. A series of attacks landed on his body, causing explosions. Gu Xingfeng kept spitting out blood. He couldn't fight back at all. Gu Xingfeng couldn't even see how the mysterious person attacked. It was impossible for him to dodge. The series of fierce attacks made Gu Xingfeng's anger disappear completely. Instead, it was replaced by fear. Gu Xingfeng revealed his identity, but the mysterious person ignored him and attacked him fiercely. Obviously, he wasn't afraid of the Spirit Emperor at all. After a series of fierce attacks, Gu Xingfeng was seriously injured. His face was pale, and his nose was bruised. His face was swollen like a pig's head. Gu Xingfeng looked around in fear. However, he couldn't sense anything other than the air. He didn't even see half a ghost. Whoosh! In fear, Gu Xingfeng hurriedly flew out to escape. Bang! Puff! However, before Gu Xingfeng could fly a few meters, there was another sudden explosion. Gu Xingfeng spat out another mouthful of blood. His body violently crashed into a towering mountain, creating a huge hole in the mountain. The mountain shook violently and showed signs of collapsing. Gu Xingfeng's injuries worsened. All the bones in his body were shattered. Gu Xingfeng's heart was completely filled with fear. After a while, a terrifying murderous aura filled the air. Gu Xingfeng's pig-like face suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with despair and fear. Spirit Emperor! Save me! Save me! Feeling the terrifying murderous aura, Gu Xingfeng hurriedly sent a message to ask for help. The terrifying murderous aura made Gu Xingfeng clearly feel the aura of death. It scared him out of his wits. Rumble! The huge mountain suddenly exploded. Countless pieces of rock flew out. The mountain collapsed, burying the seriously injured Gu Xingfeng in the rubble. The mysterious person obviously didn't want to kill Gu Xingfeng. Otherwise, with his terrifying cultivation, he could kill Gu Xingfeng with one punch. At the same time, the golden energy that surrounded Feng Wuchen disappeared. Spirit Emperor Divine Palace Hall. Gu Xingfeng. Did something happen? The Spirit Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. He had received Gu Xingfeng's cry for help. Gu Xingfeng's cry for help was filled with fear and despair. Obviously, he had encountered a terrifying expert. Who could it be? The Spirit Emperor frowned and guessed. He immediately disappeared. When the Spirit Emperor appeared again, he was already where Gu Xingfeng was. There's no energy fluctuation. It's just the power of the physical body. There aren't many heavenly emperors in the spirit realm. Ying Hun and the good and evil saint are all seriously injured. It can't be them. Looking at the collapsed mountain, the Spirit Emperor frowned. The Spirit Emperor waved his hand, and countless rocks turned into dust. The seriously injured Gu Xingfeng appeared in the rubble. He had already fainted. The Spirit Emperor waved his hand, and the unconscious Gu Xingfeng flew up. He was seriously injured, but his life wasn't in danger. You clearly have the strength to kill Gu Xingfeng, but you only seriously injured him. Are you warning me? The Spirit Emperor said coldly. His black eyes flashed coldly. End of chapter. Nameless Ghost Domain. It was a dark and eerie place. It was a desolate region that looked like hell. It was devoid of life. The dark world was filled with a gloomy aura. It was full of mystery and made people feel afraid. This was the hiding place of the dragon gods, Nameless Ghost Domain. The Nameless Ghost Domain was very large. It was filled with ruins of castles. It was the darkest place in the heaven realm. There was no light at all. It was as if it was cursed by darkness. The Nameless Ghost Domain was perhaps the most prosperous place in the heaven realm. The huge Nameless Ghost Domain was now sealed by a huge green barrier. It was as if it was used to imprison the dragon gods. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the sky above the Nameless Ghost Domain. It was the Great Venerable of the Temple of Celestial Worthy. The Great Venerable had come to check the barrier. The Great Venerable descended beside the barrier. He touched the barrier and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, the Great Venerable opened his eyes and said, "The barrier is intact." It was not attacked. Since the barrier was intact, why did the Temple of Celestial Worthy not notice Feng Wuchen's appearance in the heaven realm? The Great Venerable was very puzzled. He could not understand. His pitch-black eyes swept across the Nameless Ghost Domain and the huge barrier. When the Great Venerable's gaze swept across a certain part of the barrier, he suddenly frowned. He quickly looked back, as if he had discovered something. The Great Venerable quickly went over. He pressed his palm on the barrier and carefully checked it again. After checking it again, the Great Venerable's expression changed greatly. Energy fusion. This is the power of the barrier. Celestial Venerable Dragon God's power. The Great Venerable said in shock. The Dragon Gods also set up a barrier and used energy fusion to conceal the barrier set up by the Celestial Venerable. What kind of barrier is this? How could the Celestial Venerable not notice it? To put it simply, Celestial Venerable Dragon God had also set up a barrier within the barrier set up by the Celestial Venerable. He had fused the barrier's power with the Celestial Venerable's barrier. In this way, the power of the two barriers fused together. Any movement of the Dragon Gods would be completely blocked by the barrier. The two barriers merged together. As long as Empyrean Dragon God's barrier didn't do anything, the Empyrean Dragon God's barrier wouldn't be able to detect anything. In other words, the fusion of the two spirit formations completely formed another protective wall. Any activity of the Dragon Gods could not be detected by the barrier. Even if the elders of the Celestial Worthy Temple were secretly monitoring, they could not see any abnormalities. When did this happen? Even Great Elder didn't sense it? The Great Venerable turned pale with fright. The barrier set up by Empyrean Dragon Gods should have been set up after the Empyrean went into hibernation. The Empyrean has been hibernating for dozens of years. Could it be that the Dragon Gods have been moving in the heaven realm for the past dozens of years? The more the Great Venerable thought about it, the more shocked he became. So it's the Great Exalted under the Exalted Celestial. While the Great Exalted was still in shock, a faint laughter suddenly sounded in his ears. When the Great Venerable heard this, he furrowed his brows and swept his ferocious gaze toward the source of the voice. The newcomer was a handsome young man in a white brocade robe. His entire body exuded a terrifying aura of a ruler. The aura emitted from the young man's body was not weaker than the Great Venerable's. From this, it could be seen that the young man's cultivation was comparable to the Great Venerable's. Long Qinghun. A cold glint flashed through the Great Venerable's eyes. Great Venerable, why have you come to the nameless ghost domain? Long Qinghun asked with a faint smile. Facing the powerful Great Venerable, Long Qinghun showed no fear. The Great Venerable asked coldly, when did Empyrean Dragon God set up this barrier? Oh? I was discovered by the Great Venerable. Long Qinghun said with a surprised smile. However, he did not show the slightest bit of worry or panic. Speak quickly. Otherwise I'll kill you. The Great Venerable coldly berated with a threatening expression. Then kill me. Long Qinghun looked at the Great Venerable with a playful expression. You. The Great Venerable's anger soared to the heavens. However, he restrained himself and did not attack. Firstly, this was the territory of the Dragon Gods. The Great Venerable did not have the guts to attack. Secondly, Long Qinghun's cultivation was not below his. If they really fought, Long Qinghun was not afraid of the Great Venerable. I'm just joking. Great Venerable, please don't be angry. Long Qinghun said with a cheerful smile, Patriarch set up this barrier several decades ago. Oh, that's right, it was set up on the second day of the Empyrean slumber. What? The second day of the Empyrean slumber? The Great Venerable's expression changed greatly. What? You don't know? Haven't the elders of the Empyrean Temple been monitoring the nameless ghost domain? With such a powerful cultivation, you didn't notice? That's strange. I thought you all knew. Long Qinghun said with a playful smile. His appearance was as despicable as it could be. What kind of barrier is this? The Great Venerable asked with a deep frown. His expression was very unsightly. The ancient god-slaying barrier. It's specially used to kill people of the god race. Long Qinghun cheerfully replied. He looked as if he wanted to anger the Great Venerable to death. The Great Venerable's face twitched violently. He clenched his fists tightly. He wished he could immediately beat Long Qinghun into meat paste. Long Qinghun continued, this barrier is not simple. On one hand, it can block the Empyrean's barrier. On the other hand, it can completely conceal the aura of the Dragon Gods. I thought you all knew. I was wondering why no one came to deal with me after I wandered around the heaven realm for so many years. I thought the Empyrean was afraid of death and didn't dare to touch me. Look, I just came back from drinking and bumped into Great Venerable. Unfortunately, I didn't bring any wine. Otherwise, I would definitely drink a few cups with Great Venerable. Is Wind Shadow a member of your dragon gods? Great Venerable suppressed the anger in his heart and asked again. Wind Shadow? Long Qinghun was stunned at first, then frowned and said, I've never heard of this name. Is there a member of the dragon gods with the surname Feng? How come I don't know? Could it be that bastard had an illegitimate child outside? It's possible. I'll check it later. Seeing Long Qinghun talking nonsense with a serious face, the Great Venerable was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Great Venerable, do you have any other questions? I promise I'll say whatever I know. Long Qinghun said cheerfully. Long Qinghun is pretending to be crazy and doesn't admit the existence of Wind Shadow. It seems Wind Shadow is very important to the dragon gods. Great Venerable thought. He didn't believe Long Qinghun's nonsense. On the second day after the Empyrean fell asleep, Empyrean dragon gods set up this barrier. In other words, the dragon gods have been active in the heaven realm for the past few decades. They haven't been hiding in the nameless ghost domain. Damn it. Great Elder and the others didn't notice at all. If I hadn't come to check, they would still be in the dark. The more Great Venerable thought about it, the angrier he got. Great Venerable, what happened to you? You don't look good. If you have something on your mind, just say it. I can't help you anyway. Long Qinghun suddenly shouted. Humph. Great Venerable glared at Long Qinghun, then left in a flash. Hey! Great Venerable, don't be angry, be careful not to anger you to death. Long Qinghun shouted. End of this chapter, you don't have to do anything. That mouth of yours is enough to anger a Great Venerable to death. After the Great Venerable left angrily, a voice sounded in Long Qinghun's ears. If this mouth of mine can really infuriate him to death, I'd be happy as well. However, even if it doesn't infuriate him to death, it should be enough to make him vomit blood. Long Qinghun spread out his hands and laughed. The newcomer was also an expert of the dragon gods. He was a black-robed old man, and his aura was above Long Qinghun's. The black-robed old man was the third elder of the dragon gods, Long Yuan. Third elder, who is the Wind Shadow that the Great Venerable mentioned? Long Qinghun asked curiously, looking at the old man. The reincarnation of the dragon god young master, the third elder replied indifferently. What? The reincarnation of the young master? Long Qinghun's expression changed dramatically, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. It was clear that the dragon gods were very secretive about Feng Wuchen, and not many of the powerhouses in their clan knew about it. A smile appeared on the third elder's old face as he stroked his beard and said, That's right, it is the reincarnation of the young master. Otherwise, why do you think the patriarch would waste so much of his primordial spirit energy? Mr. Guegu and the others are already suspicious. So that's how it is. No wonder the clan leader's Yuan spirit hasn't recovered after so many years. Long Qinghun nodded. He was still shocked. Long Yuan smiled faintly and said, The young lord is our hope. The reincarnated young lord is much more powerful than the young lord back then. Back then, in order to help the young lord be reborn, it could be said that the clan leader exhausted the power of his primordial spirit. If that's the case, Feng Ying is the young master. Doesn't that mean the young master is in the heaven realm? Long Qinghun asked. That's right. He's now the Sky Shadow Pavilion's gold-ranked assassin, Wind Shadow. Not many people know about this. Long Yuan nodded. Third elder, who did you arrange to protect young master in the dark? Long Qinghun asked. Long Outyen. Long Yuan smiled faintly. Long Zun. Long Qinghun was shocked. Celestial Worthy Temple. The Great Venerable's body flickered, and he flew directly to the palace where the Great Elder was. If that's the case, the 8 celestial emperors are encircling the Heavenly Master's immortal residence. Feng Wuchen does indeed have experts from the dragon gods with him. This matter must be reported to the Grand Elder as soon as possible. The Great Venerable thought to himself. The Great Venerable looked both angry and anxious. He was angry because of Long Qinghun, and anxious because there was a problem with the barrier. After entering the main hall, the Great Venerable knelt down on one knee respectfully and said, reporting to Great Elder, "There is a problem with the barrier. Speak." An old but dignified voice resounded in the hall. The Great Venerable respectfully said, "On the second day of the Empyrean's slumber, Empyrean Dragon God set up a barrier in the nameless ghost realm. The power of this barrier can fuse with the barrier set up by the Empyrean, preventing the Empyrean's barrier from monitoring the dragon gods. It completely covers everything about the dragon gods. In other words, the dragon gods have been active in the heaven realm for the past few decades, and we are completely unaware of it." "Oh? There's such a thing?" A surprised old voice sounded, and then a white-robed old man with white hair and beard silently appeared in the hall. The white-robed old man's face was full of wrinkles, and his hair and beard were all white. He looked like an otherworldly expert. This person was the Great Elder of the Empyrean Temple. Under the Empyrean, he had the greatest authority. Yes, this subordinate has just returned from the nameless ghost realm. Long Qinghun said this himself, and this subordinate has personally checked the barrier. "It is indeed so," the Great Venerable respectfully replied. The Great Elder deeply frowned and said, "What a good Empyrean dragon god. He actually set up a barrier right under this elder's nose. As expected of an Empyrean. There is one more thing," the Great Venerable reported. "Speak." The Great Elder looked at the Great Venerable. The Great Venerable respectfully said, "Recently, a gold medal assassin of the Sky Shadow Pavilion called Wind Shadow appeared in the spirit realm. This person is a member of the dragon gods. According to the 8 heavenly emperors and Mr. Guegu, this person has the aura of the supreme dragon god. According to Spirit Emperor, this person has grown very quickly. In less than a year, he broke through from the sky profound realm to the heavenly monarch realm. He is very powerful." "The aura of the supreme dragon god?" The Great Elder deeply frowned again. "Yes, and this person has activated heavenly Tao divine power," the Great Venerable said. "What? Heavenly Tao divine power?" The Great Elder's face was instantly filled with shock and disbelief. The Great Elder frowned and said, "How is this possible? The god race has dominated the heaven realm for tens of thousands of years. Other than the Empyreans, no one has been able to activate heavenly Tao divine power. To be able to activate heavenly Tao divine power, one must have an extremely pure bloodline of the god race. How could Wind Shadow activate heavenly Tao divine power? This is also what this subordinate finds strange. If Wind Shadow really has a pure bloodline of the god race, logically speaking, his cultivation shouldn't be only at the heavenly monarch realm. However, Wind Shadow has activated heavenly Tao divine power. This subordinate really doesn't understand," the Great Venerable said. The Great Elder frowned and said, "This Wind Shadow's identity is not simple. I'm afraid he is a descendant nurtured by the dragon gods. This person must be eliminated and cannot be allowed to grow. The Empyrean has yet to awaken from his slumber. This subordinate is worried that once we deal with Wind Shadow, the dragon gods will take this opportunity to act. We don't have anyone who can deal with the Empyrean dragon god." The Great Venerable frowned and said worriedly, "The Empyrean can be awakened. There is no need to worry." The Great Elder waved his hand and said solemnly, "Wind Shadow has an extremely pure bloodline. This person is definitely the hope of the dragon gods. We must not let the dragon gods rise from the ashes." "Yes, Great Elder," the Great Venerable said respectfully. The moment the Great Elder finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared into thin air. The Great Venerable left the main hall and arrived at the plaza in a flash. He sent a voice transmission and ordered, 8 great celestial emperors, listen to my order. The Great Elder has ordered to kill Wind Shadow. We obey the Great Elder's order." The 8 great celestial emperors respectfully replied. The sudden news made the 8 great celestial emperors overjoyed. "Stinking brat. Just wait and see. This celestial emperor will personally tear you into pieces. I will turn you into ashes," the Shura celestial emperor said fiercely. With the Great Elder's order from the Great Elder of the Celestial Worthy Temple, They could attack unscrupulously and wipe away their previous humiliation. The dragon gods must have a powerhouse protecting Wind Shadow in the dark. This seat wants to see who it is. The great venerable's eyes flashed with a cold light. On the peak of a towering mountain, a golden light flashed out of thin air. It was the golden light that was protecting Feng Wuchen. The heavily injured Feng Wuchen slowly landed on the rock as the golden light slowly dissipated. Master, quickly consume the healing pill. The dragon god sword's voice transmitted. The heavily injured Feng Wuchen felt intense pain all over his body. It was extremely difficult for him to take out the healing pill and swallow it down. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, it instantly turned into a huge medicinal power that swam through Feng Wuchen's limbs and bones. It quickly healed Feng Wuchen's injuries. The blood spirit reincarnation pill that Feng Wuchen refined had a very powerful healing effect. After his injuries healed a little, Feng Wuchen entered the 7th floor of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to heal his injuries. Gu Xingfeng's attacks were extremely ruthless. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen's super strong physical body, he would have been a dead man by now. Gu Xingfeng, as long as I'm still alive, even if it's my last breath, your death date won't be far. Feng Wuchen said fiercely in his heart. He had almost died twice in Gu Xingfeng's hands. How could Feng Wuchen spare him? End of chapter. 4 hours later, with the help of the blood spirit reincarnation elixir, Feng Wuchen's injuries had already recovered by 60%. His pale face had regained its color, and the pain in his body had disappeared. I just broke through to the mid-stage of the Heaven Monarch realm and I met Gu Xingfeng. How unlucky. Feng Wuchen said unhappily. Speaking of Gu Xingfeng, Feng Wuchen was filled with anger. Feng Wuchen couldn't wait to tear Gu Xingfeng into pieces. However, with Feng Wuchen's current strength, he was far from being Gu Xingfeng's opponent. Feng Wuchen could only bear with it for now. I don't know who saved me, but I'm sure it's a heavenly emperor. Feng Wuchen was secretly curious. Who was it and why did they save him? Feng Wuchen couldn't think of anyone, but it definitely wasn't Ying Hun and the others. Since he didn't know who it was and the person who saved him didn't show up, Feng Wuchen couldn't be bothered to guess. I have to break through to the heavenly god realm as soon as possible. Breaking through to the heavenly god realm is a big challenge. I need to concoct a breakthrough elixir. Among the herbs I got from the heavenly tomb, I can concoct a heavenly god realm elixir. Feng Wuchen thought to himself as he healed his injuries. The 2 times he almost died in Gu Xingfeng's hands, it stimulated Feng Wuchen's desire for power. However, what Feng Wuchen didn't know was that the Grand Elder of the Celestial Worthy Temple had already given the order to get rid of him. The 8 heavenly emperors would attack him again, and it wouldn't be long. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Feng Wuchen's injuries had already healed. After his injuries were healed, Feng Wuchen rushed to the Celestial Master's residence immediately. Feng Wuchen wanted to confirm if Dong Huangyu was captured by Gu Xingfeng. The spirit capital is so far away from the celestial capital. Why isn't there a teleportation array? Feng Wuchen was depressed. With his cultivation, it would take a few hours to get to the Celestial Master's residence. After flying dejectedly for 4 hours, Feng Wuchen arrived at Tiandu. This was already the fastest speed. To reach the Celestial Master's residence, one had to pass through the capital city. This was the only way to reach the Celestial Master's residence. Feng Wuchen walked on the bustling streets of the capital city. It was bustling with noise and excitement, and people were shuttling back and forth. I can't sense Dong Huangyu's soul energy. Dong Huangqing and the Dong Huang Mountain are fine. But did Gu Xingfeng only capture Dong Huangyu? Feng Wuchen frowned, feeling increasingly worried in his heart. But what made Feng Wuchen feel strange was that when something happened to Dong Huangyu, why didn't anyone from the Celestial Master's immortal manor inform him? At this time, on the other side of the street, 6 young men and women were talking loudly as they walked over. The passers-by on the street all avoided them in fear. Congratulations to Big Brother Murong for breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm. With Big Brother Murong's strength, it won't be a problem to deal with Shan Tong in half a month. Today, I will hold a big banquet to celebrate for Big Brother Murong. Let's celebrate Big Brother Murong defeating Shan Tong in advance. A man said happily. Murong Feng's face was filled with pride as he smiled happily. Little brother Ho is so considerate. The man who was addressed as Little Brother Ho was the young master of the Ho clan, Ho Jingnan, one of the big clans in the capital city. Big Brother Morong is indeed a genius in our capital city. Looking at the whole Tiandu, there aren't many who can be compared to Big Brother Morong. Big Brother Morong can be said to be a true genius. Another man flattered, his face filled with excitement. This man was the young master of the Luo clan, Luo Bufan, who was at the late stage of the Heavenly King realm. Haha. Morong Feng laughed happily, his mood was very good. The leading man in white was the young master of the Morong clan, Morong Feng. At the age of 27 or 28, he had already stepped into the Heavenly Monarch realm. It could be seen that this person's talent was extremely high. The Morong clan was a big clan in the capital city. They were the head of all the big clans in the capital city. They were very powerful and had a deep foundation. Morong Feng was handsome and confident, his face filled with pride. There were two young and beautiful women beside him. It could be said that he had two beauties in his arms. Of course, Big Brother Morong is one of the three geniuses in our capital city. A beautiful woman beside him smiled and said. Morong Feng's face looked as if he was enjoying the flattery. A trace of arrogance appeared on his proud face. Big Brother Morong, someone is blocking our way. At this moment, Ho Jingnan stared at Feng Wuchen and said coldly. This guy has guts. He actually dares to block Big Brother Morong's way. He must be tired of living. Luo Bufon's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely. He immediately stepped forward as he spoke. In the capital city, they were like emperors. Who would dare to stop them? But now, someone was blocking their way. Moreover, he didn't even look at them. He looked arrogant as if he didn't put them in his eyes. This person was none other than Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was thinking about other things at this moment and didn't notice Morong Feng and the others walking towards him on the street. Hey! Brat! Are you blind? Luo Bufan stepped forward and pushed Feng Wuchen's shoulder fiercely. He shouted angrily, You have guts. Are you tired of living? How dare you block Big Brother Morong's way? Suddenly being pushed by someone, Feng Wuchen woke up from his thoughts. He frowned slightly and looked at Luo Bufan in front of him. He then looked at Morong Feng and the others behind him. Feng Wuchen could tell at a glance that Morong Feng and the others were not ordinary people. Otherwise, why would there be no one on the originally bustling street? However, Feng Wuchen couldn't be bothered to care too much. He then said indifferently, Sorry, I was thinking about something and didn't notice. After speaking, Feng Wuchen stepped aside. What? You think you're done with just an apology? Luo Bufan shouted coldly and glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. Then what do you want? Feng Wuchen looked at Luo Bufan fearlessly. Nothing much. Crawl under my feet and I'll treat you like a fart. Luo Bufan sneered arrogantly. I've already apologized. Why do you have to go too far? Besides, this is just a small matter. Feng Wuchen frowned. Feng Wuchen had seen too many arrogant young masters like Luo Bufan. What? So what if I'm going too far? Little bastards like you, I don't know how many of them I'll beat to death in a year. Luo Bufan became more and more arrogant as he spoke, as if he wanted to perform well in front of Morong Feng. Brother Luo, teach this kid a lesson and let him remember. It just so happens that Big Brother Morong just broke through to the Heavenly Monarch realm. Let's give him some fun. Ho Jingnan sneered mockingly. Hearing this, Luo Bufon's face revealed a mocking smile. He sneered and said, Good idea. Luo Bufan stared at Feng Wuchen maliciously and sneered, Kid, how do you want me to teach you a lesson? Luo Bufon's cultivation had reached the late stage of the Heavenly King realm. Among his peers, his strength was not bad. The arrogant Luo Bufan spoke viciously. Feng Wuchen, who originally didn't want to bother about it, was furious. Feng Wuchen's face turned cold. He said coldly, Before you make a move, you'd better not regret it. Oh? You're quite arrogant. You dare to threaten me? Do you know what the consequences will be? Luo Bufon's face instantly turned gloomy, and his eyes flickered with fierce killing intent. End of chapter. I don't know what will happen to me, but I know what will happen to you. Feng Wuchen replied coldly without any fear. He was very domineering. This guy is quite arrogant. Hou Jingnan's face turned cold as he stared at Feng Wuchen. Morong Feng said coldly, usually, arrogant people are very confident in their own strength, but the consequences are death. No one knew who was the arrogant one, but Morong Feng's words were undoubtedly referring to themselves. Of course, in Morong Feng's eyes, it might not be arrogance, but confidence. Feng Wuchen had a conflict with Luo Bufan and the rest. Many people on the street were watching from afar, and the pavilions on both sides of the street were also filled with spectators. This kid is not from our capital city, otherwise, how would he dare to be enemies with young Master Morong? He doesn't know what's good for him. Sometimes, it's not a good thing to be too hot-tempered. It's better to endure for a while to avoid a fatal disaster. Sigh, this kid is dead for sure. Young Master Morong and the rest are the tyrants of the capital city, who dares to provoke them? They really don't have eyes. The crowd in the pavilion shook their heads. The people of the capital city knew about Morong Feng and Luo Bufan, and no one dared to provoke them. Brat! You're courting death. Hearing Feng Wuchen's arrogant words, Luo Bufan was enraged. With a ferocious expression, he roared and punched Feng Wuchen. If Luo Bufan did not make a move, nothing would happen. But if he made a move, the consequences would be different. Bang! Feng Wuchen was expressionless, but he met the punch with his palm. With a heavy thud, he easily blocked Luo Bufan's punch, and a strong wave of air swept out. Oh? To be able to block my attack, you seem to have some ability. No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Luo Bufan said in surprise, and the fierceness in his eyes intensified. You have some ability, but you're too arrogant. Hou Jingnan sneered. Morong Feng frowned slightly, and thought, I can't see through his cultivation. Oh? There's going to be a good show to watch. This brat has some ability, and his strength seems to be on par with young Master Luo. The surrounding crowd was also very surprised, but that was all. They didn't think that Feng Wuchen would be able to defeat the three big families in the capital city. However, among the crowd, there was one person who was staring at Feng Wuchen in a daze. He looks like that person. On the day the Celestial Master's immortal abode was recruiting disciples, Lord Feng's back looked just like him. Someone muttered in a low voice. Moreover, the more he looked at him, the more he felt the resemblance. A strong sense of fear had already surged in his heart. On the balcony of a certain attic on the street, a man's face was filled with horror as he said in a trembling voice, He seems to be Feng. Lord Feng. There weren't many people who knew Feng Wuchen. At that time, Feng Wuchen didn't stay in the capital city. Only those inscription masters who went up the mountain for the examination and those accompanying them saw Feng Wuchen's lineup. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't dare to be sure. A powerful force burst out from Luo Bufan's body. His entire body was suffused with green light. An even more terrifying force condensed on his fist as he planned to punch Feng Wuchen back. Humph. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a contemptuous sneer. How is this possible? As the force that Luo Bufan condensed became stronger and stronger, even his full strength couldn't shake Feng Wuchen at all. This shocked him. Good lad, this person's cultivation is probably at the Heaven Monarch realm. I really underestimated him. Hou Jingnan's face turned gloomy. To be able to block Brother Luo's all-out attack with just the strength of his physical body, he is indeed at the Heaven Monarch realm. Morong Feng said coldly as his face turned extremely cold. I misjudged him. I really misjudged him. This lad is a Heaven Monarch realm expert. What a strong physical body. He can block young Lord Luo's all-out attack without using any strength. No wonder he dares to go against young Lord Morong and the others. It turns out that he is a Heaven Monarch realm expert. It would be good if he can teach young Lord Luo and the others a lesson, but I'm afraid this lad won't be able to leave the capital city alive. The surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly as their surprised eyes fell on Feng Wuchen. You are at the Heaven Monarch realm. Luo Bufan looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. You guessed right. Feng Wuchen sneered. His arm suddenly shook as a tyrannical brute force burst out. Not good. Luo Bufon's face suddenly changed, but it was too late to dodge. Boom! Crack! The tyrannical brute force burst out with a bang. Luo Bufon's face twitched violently as the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Luo Bufon screamed as his body flew out. My hand! My hand is broken! Luo Bufon yelled in horror. Feng Wuchen broke Luo Bufon's arm with a single palm. His strength was extremely tyrannical. However, Feng Wuchen had already shown mercy. Breaking Luo Bufon's arm was just a small lesson. If Feng Wuchen wanted to kill him, it would be easier than crushing an ant. Such tyrannical brute force. Morong Feng's face changed slightly as he was secretly shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength. Brother Luo. Ho Jingnan turned pale with fright as he broke out in cold sweat. He didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be so ruthless. Powerful. This lad's strength is actually so tyrannical. Young Lord Luo's arm was broken. This lad has guts. Doesn't he know young Lord Luo's identity? He is simply courting death. He actually dared to break young Lord Luo's arm. This is the capital city. The surrounding crowd was filled with shock and disbelief. No one expected Feng Wuchen to be so ruthless and break Luo Bufon's arm. At this moment, everyone felt that something big was about to happen. I just said that I know what will happen to you, Feng Wuchen said indifferently as he glanced at Luo Bufon who was screaming in fear. Big brother Morong, help me take revenge and kill him. Luo Bufon roared like a madman as he endured the pain of his broken arm. Big brother Morong, kill him. Ho Jingnan glared at Feng Wuchen with malevolent eyes. Morong Feng's face was extremely cold as a biting cold murderous aura spread out along with a majestic aura. Morong Feng stared coldly at Feng Wuchen as he ordered, your strength is indeed not simple. Although I don't know who you are, don't even think about leaving the capital city alive. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, just because I unintentionally blocked your path, you want to kill me? Isn't this too unreasonable? I have already apologized, why are you still so aggressive? Strength is everything. Morong Feng said coldly as he circulated the strength of an early-stage heaven monarch. It seemed like he was very confident in his own strength. A terrifying strength burst out, causing the streets to shake violently while the pavilions on both sides were on the verge of collapse. Bang! The moment he finished speaking, Morong Feng abruptly stomped on the ground. With a loud bang, a large crater appeared on the ground. Morong Feng's figure charged towards Feng Wuchen as fast as lightning. His attacks were swift and fierce. End of chapter. Young Master Morong has made his move. Heaven Monarch Realm. I heard yesterday that young Master Morong had broken through to the Heaven Monarch Realm. It is indeed true. He is indeed a genius of the capital city. This strength is definitely not comparable to an ordinary early-stage Heaven Monarch. I wonder who is stronger. I am really looking forward to it. Seeing Morong Feng make his move, the crowd was excited. Think carefully. Once you make your move, you will have to bear the consequences. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Humph. Morong Feng snorted fiercely. He was not threatened at all. Morong Feng's speed was extremely fast. He arrived in the blink of an eye. As the young master of the Morong family and one of the three geniuses of the capital city, Morong Feng's strength was indeed not weak. His palm was condensed with a terrifying strength. It burst out with purple light as it fiercely blasted towards Feng Wuchen. Whether it was strength or attack, it was dozens of times stronger than Luo Bufon. Boom! Buzz, buzz! Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. He met the attack with his palm. There was a loud explosion. The terrifying collision force swept out crazily. The street collapsed layer by layer, and the buildings on both sides of the street collapsed one after another. However, what shocked Morong Feng was that even with his powerful strength, he could not shake Feng Wuchen in the slightest. Feng Wuchen did not move at all. He did not use any strength. He blocked Morong Feng's palm with his physical strength alone. This is impossible. Morong Feng looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. Hiss, the cultivators who were watching from afar gasped in shock. They stared at Feng Wuchen with their eyes wide open. So strong? Even young Master Morong could not push him back half a step. Is this kid in the Heaven God realm? He blocked Morongfeng's attack with his physical strength. So powerful. This person is more terrifying than we imagined. The cultivators who were watching exclaimed in shock. Each of them widened their eyes. Luo Bufan and Ho Jingnan were stunned. They were so shocked that they could not speak. You have just broken through to the Heaven Monarch realm. You have not stabilized your realm. This bit of strength is not enough to deal with me, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Hearing this, Morongfeng's heart trembled. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen could be so powerful. As the young master of the Morong family, he had encountered many opponents, but Feng Wuchen was the first person who made him feel powerless. After a moment of shock, Morongfeng's face suddenly became extremely ferocious. Soon after, he launched a crazy attack on Feng Wuchen. Boom boom boom. Buzz. Morongfeng channeled all of his strength, condensing a frightening amount of energy into his fists and kicks. He punched and kicked at Feng Wuchen, causing the street to shake violently. The street beneath Feng Wuchen's feet had completely collapsed, but his body was floating in the air, motionless. Many cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Facing Morongfeng's fierce attacks, Feng Wuchen only used one hand to block them all. His body didn't move at all. How is this possible? Luo Bufan looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme fear. Only now did he know that he had provoked a frightening expert. Brother Morong's attacks are completely useless. Ho Jingnan was dumbstruck, his heart was extremely shocked. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Seeing that Feng Wuchen only used one hand to block all of his fierce attacks, Morongfeng roared crazily. His self-esteem and pride had suffered a huge blow. How could Morongfeng accept that all of his attacks were useless? In front of so many people in the capital city, he had lost all his face. Your strength is too weak. Feng Wuchen mercilessly attacked. Shut up. Morongfeng roared. He crazily channeled energy into his palm and roared, Immortal Art. Blazing Divine Palm. The furious Morongfeng fiercely blasted his palm towards Feng Wuchen. His aura was majestic, and a frightening flame wave swept out. Boom. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen still had no fear on his face. He still welcomed the attack with his palm. With a deafening boom, an extremely frightening energy rolled out crazily. The buildings in all directions had already turned into ashes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Morongfeng shook his head and roared in extreme shock. He channeled all of his energy and used the immortal art, but he still couldn't shake Feng Wuchen in the slightest. Gulp, the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar had already turned from shock to fear. Their faces were as pale as paper. Too frightening. His strength is too frightening. Maybe he really is a heavenly god expert. Morongfeng and the rest have met a strong opponent this time. The power of the immortal art can't do anything to him. Is this kid a monster? The crowd was discussing in horror. They all felt that Feng Wuchen was a monster. He must be Lord Feng. It can't be wrong. His voice is exactly the same as Lord Feng. A person looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme fear. His entire body was trembling. In another place, a man's face was also pale with fear. He said with a trembling voice, Morongfeng and the rest are finished. The one they provoked is Lord Feng. It was a pity that Morongfeng and the rest didn't know. Morongfeng couldn't shake Feng Wuchen even after using all of his strength. How powerful was this kid? Are you angry or scared? Frankly speaking, if I want to kill you, it's easier than crushing an ant. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he stared at Morongfeng. How dare you insult me? Morongfeng was furious. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was incomparably malevolent. I'm just speaking the truth. If you don't want to hear it, I can say something else. For example, I can kill you with a single palm. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Bastard. Morongfeng was completely enraged. He threw a palm at Feng Wuchen with fury. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed fiercely. He threw out a palm with even more domineering brute force. Boom. Kacha. Pft. In the blink of an eye, the two palms collided fiercely. With a loud explosion, Morongfeng's face suddenly changed. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his arm. His body flew out like a cannonball. Who is he? Why does he have such terrifying strength? Morong Feng was extremely frightened. He already regretted provoking Feng Wuchen. Extremely terrifying energy ripples swept out mercilessly. More and more buildings collapsed in all directions. The area was getting bigger and bigger. Brother Morong! Luo Bufan and Ho Jingnan shouted in horror. They both heard the sound of bones breaking in Morong Feng's arm. Morong Feng's arm is also broken. He actually dared to break Morong Feng's arm. Does he really not want to live anymore? He broke Morong Feng's arm with a single palm. Is he not afraid of the Morong family? Something big is going to happen in the capital. The spectators were terrified. Other than Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, the Morong family was also frightened. Many people were worried that they would be implicated and had already fled the scene. You actually dared to break my arm. My Morong family will definitely not forgive you. Morong Feng roared in horror and anger. He looked incomparably crazy. Is that so? Then find someone from your Morong family. Feng Wuchen sneered without any fear. He walked past Morong Feng and the others as if nothing had happened. End of chapter. Then get someone from your Morong family to come over. It seemed like a casual sentence, but it was filled with arrogance and unruliness. Just you wait. Morong Feng said viciously as he glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen who was walking past him. Feng Wuchen didn't reply and left unhurriedly. Morong Feng glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen's back as he took out a talisman and injected his heavenly origin energy into it. The talisman turned into a green light and disappeared. On the other side of the street, when the crowd saw Feng Wuchen walking over, they opened up a path in fear. No one dared to block him. Only when Feng Wuchen disappeared from their sight did the street burst into an uproar. Don't look anymore. Let's go quickly, lest we attract trouble. The crowd dispersed. Lord Feng is going to the Celestial Master's immortal mansion. He must be the Lord Feng. Someone said in fear when they saw Feng Wuchen walking towards the Celestial Master's immortal mansion. A few minutes later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Celestial Master's immortal mansion. Welcome, Lord Feng. The moment the disciple guarding the gate saw Feng Wuchen, he was stunned. Then, he hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Mansion Lord Feng. Lord Feng is here. Another disciple excitedly rushed in and shouted. Lord Feng? In the main hall, Su Xian and the other elders were shocked. They hurriedly rushed out of the main hall. Lord Feng is here. Quickly get out. Dong Huangqing and Dong Huangshan hurriedly rushed out of the main hall. Everyone in the Celestial Master's immortal mansion would never forget Feng Wuchen's saving grace. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen, the Celestial Master's immortal mansion would have been destroyed. Su Xian and the other elders had just left the main hall. When they saw Feng Wuchen walking to the plaza, they hurriedly bowed respectfully. Welcome, Lord Feng. Welcome, Lord Feng. The disciples of the Celestial Master's immortal mansion bowed respectfully. Everyone, there's no need for such formalities. Feng Wuchen calmly spoke. He glanced at Dong Huangqing and upon seeing the anxious looks on Dong Huangqing and Dong Huangshan's faces, Feng Wuchen guessed that something must have happened to Dong Huangyu. Feng Wuchen asked, Brother Dong Huang, is Dong Huangyu in the Heavenly Master's immortal residence? No. Yuer had been taken away. I wonder how he is now, Dong Huangqing said anxiously. The moment Feng Wuchen arrived, he immediately asked if Dong Huangyu was in the immortal manor. Clearly, he already knew that something had happened to Dong Huangyu. It was just that he wasn't certain. Lord Feng, did someone use Dong Huangyu to threaten you? Su Xian guessed. Feng Wuchen nodded and said seriously, yes, I wasn't sure, so I came to the Celestial Master's residence. Now it seems that Gu Xingfeng didn't lie. Gu Xingfeng? Su Xian was surprised. Lord Feng, it was the Moon God Palace's palace lord, Qiu Qingshan, who took Yuer away. Dong Huangqing quickly said. Qiu Qingshan? Feng Wuchen looked at Dong Huangqing in astonishment and asked, what happened? The person I met wasn't Qiu Qingshan, but Gu Xingfeng. Dong Huangqing quickly said, Lord Feng, half a month ago, the Immortal Manor bought a batch of smithing materials. The three of us went down the mountain to the capital city to collect the materials. But who knew that Qiu Qingshan would appear at this time, destroy the smithing materials, and even take Yuer away? The Moon God Palace is one of the major powers under the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. The 8 celestial emperors have already seen through the fact that I lied to them. If the Spirit Emperor wants to deal with me, could it be that he wants to use Dong Huangyu to threaten me? As a celestial emperor, he shouldn't use such despicable methods. Feng Wuchen frowned and guessed. After pausing for a moment, Feng Wuchen asked curiously, since he captured Dong Huangyu, why did he send Gu Xingfeng to kill me? Wouldn't it be better to use Dong Huangyu to threaten me? After capturing Dong Huangyu, he still sent Gu Xingfeng to kill me. This is undoubtedly unnecessary. Su Xian frowned and said, why does Qiu Qingshan need to personally capture Dong Huangyu? There's probably something else going on. Something else going on? Dong Huangqing was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, we don't even know Qiu Qingshan, and we don't have any enmity with him. What is there to hide? Dong Huangyu joined the Celestial Master's Immortal Manor for less than a month. She had nothing to do with the Moon God Palace or the Spirit Emperor. But why did Qiu Qingshan want to capture Dong Huangyu? Feng Wuchen and Su Xian couldn't figure it out. Lord Feng, what should we do now? I'm worried that Yuer is in danger. Dong Huangqing asked anxiously. Feng Wuchen said seriously, Dong Huangyu shouldn't be in danger now. Otherwise, Gu Xingfeng wouldn't use Dong Huangyu to threaten me. Brother Dong Huang, there's no need to be anxious. Let's think of something else. Qiu Qingshan personally captured Dong Huangyu. It is indeed suspicious. Could it be that Dong Huangyu has something they want? Dong Huangqing and his siblings don't seem to have high talent. They don't seem to be from a major power or aristocratic clan. Qiu Qingshan has no reason to capture Dong Huangyu. Could it be that they really want to threaten me? Feng Wuchen kept guessing. Lord Feng, Manor Lord, maybe we are thinking too much. Maybe they really want to threaten Lord Feng. Qiu Qingshan personally made a move just in case. Besides, these things are no longer important. What's important is how to save Dong Huangyu. An elder spoke. Feng Wuchen nodded, Great Elder is right. What's important is to save Dong Huangyu. Yuer should be in the Moon God Palace. Dong Huangqing said. Qiu Qingshan is at the late stage of the Heavenly God realm. His strength is on par with Gu Xingfeng. He isn't easy to deal with. The Ice Flame Emperor is heavily injured and is still recuperating. With our strength, I'm afraid that it will be hard to save Dong Huangyu. Moreover, we might even alarm the 8 Heavenly Emperors. Su Xian said solemnly. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, there's no need to be anxious about this. They will definitely come and find me. Gu Xingfeng failed this time. Perhaps Qiu Qingshan will make a move next time. Lord Feng, will you really be fine? Dong Huangqing asked worriedly. Don't worry. For now, I can't think of a reason why Qiu Qingshan would want to kill Yuer. Yuer will be fine. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and gave Dong Huangqing a reassuring look. Looking at Su Xian, Feng Wuchen said, Senior Su, the danger in the Sage Immortal Manor has yet to be resolved. Once the 8 Heavenly Emperors recover from their injuries, they might make a move at any time. Therefore, we have to be prepared. Su Xian nodded and said solemnly, Thank you, Lord Feng, for your reminder. Old Man will definitely increase our vigilance. Capital City. Not long after Feng Wuchen left, a person quickly flew over. It was the Murong Tianlei, a late-stage Heaven Monarch realm expert from the Murong family. Young Master, the meridians in your arm are not broken. You can still be saved. However, the bones in young Master Luo's arm are shattered, and all the meridians in his arm are broken. He can be considered to be crippled. After being treated by Murong Tianlei, Murong Feng's arm could be considered to be saved. My arm is crippled? Luo Bufan was instantly dumbfounded. Damn it. I will definitely not forgive that brat. Murong Feng said malevolently and angrily. His eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. Young Master, who is this person? Murong Tianlei frowned and asked. Morong Feng shook his head and said, "We don't know either." He went towards the Sage Immortal Manor. "Is this person related to the Sage Immortal Manor?" Morong Tianlei was secretly puzzled. "Young Master Morong, that person is back." Right at this moment, someone shouted loudly. End of this chapter. On the street, the crowd moved aside. They looked at Feng Wuchen with fear in their eyes. Why did he come back? Does he not want to live anymore? The Morong family sent experts to kill him. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? He actually came back after leaving. He is simply courting death. With the Morong Tianlei here, no matter how strong this kid is, he is no match for him. Seeing Feng Wuchen appear, many cultivators felt that Feng Wuchen came back to seek death. After all, the Morong Tianlei's strength was very clear to them. "Uncle Lei. It's him." Seeing Feng Wuchen walking on the street, Morong Feng glared at Feng Wuchen and gritted his teeth. The murderous aura in his eyes instantly multiplied. The Morong Tianlei sized up Feng Wuchen and frowned. This person hid his strength very well. I can't see the depth of his cultivation. If he can defeat the young lord, he is indeed in the Heaven Monarch realm. "Uncle Lei. Kill him for me," Morong Feng said ferociously. Morong Feng and the others were still in the ruins of the battle. The buildings in all directions had already been razed to the ground. This person's footsteps are steady, and his eyes are calm. I can't see any panic. Instead, he has an arrogant confidence. This person is not simple. The Morong Tianlei frowned and said to himself. He didn't dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen came to the street that was beyond recognition and stopped. He calmly glanced at the Morong Tianlei and muttered in his heart, "Late-stage Heaven Monarch realm." After seeing the Morong Tianlei's cultivation, Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. "I don't have time to waste with you." Feng Wuchen's figure floated into the air and said expressionlessly. He was about to fly away. "Uncle Lei. Stop him." Morong Feng yelled angrily. "Sir, you've injured the young master of the Morong family and you're leaving just like that? Aren't you underestimating the Morong family too much?" the Morong Tian said coldly. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen stopped and looked down at Morong Tianlei. He asked coldly, "What do you want?" "Since you're here, then leave your life behind," the Morong Tian said coldly, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Buzz. As he spoke, Morong Tianlei had already activated a terrifying power. A bright white light soared into the sky. The power that erupted was breathtaking. The strength of a late-stage Heaven Monarch was extremely terrifying. However, Feng Wuchen's expression did not change in the slightest, but his murderous aura became more and more terrifying. Feng Wuchen could no longer bear it. Originally, it was just a small matter and he didn't want to fuss over it. However, Morong Feng was being overbearing. Feng Wuchen said coldly, "Leave your life behind? That will depend on your ability." Boom. The Morong Tianlei snorted and suddenly stomped on the ground. There was a loud explosion, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. The Morong Tianlei soared into the sky like a rocket with a majestic aura. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The Heaven Dao divine power and the third stage of the Supreme Body were fully activated. A bright golden light and a domineering and terrifying power burst out crazily, causing the void to shake violently. The domineering airwaves rolled continuously. This is divine power. A very domineering divine power. The Morong Tianlei's expression suddenly changed. He said in horror, he is a member of the God race, a middle-stage Heaven Monarch. His aura is rapidly increasing. Middle-stage Heaven Monarch. Morong Feng was shocked. He can actually increase his strength. He is actually a middle-stage Heaven Monarch. Luo Bufan looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme horror. His body trembled again. The crowd watching the battle from afar instantly burst into an uproar. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. Each of them was dumbfounded as they felt Feng Wuchen's domineering and terrifying strength. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's aura had soared to the late-stage Heaven Monarch realm. Heaven. Late-stage Heaven Monarch realm. Ho Jingnan spat out a few words with a trembling voice. This kid's strength is not simple. This domineering aura is terrifying. the Morong Tianlei said in his heart. His expression became more and more serious. In almost the blink of an eye, the Morong Tianlei appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. His fist burst out with white light and blasted towards Feng Wuchen with the power to shatter heaven and earth. His aura was violent, and the fist wind whistled crazily. Even so, Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. He was not willing to be outdone and welcomed the fist. Boom! Buzz, buzz! In the blink of an eye, the two super iron fists fiercely collided. There was an earth-shattering boom. The extremely terrifying collision energy rippled out wildly, and a large spiderweb-like crack burst open. Under the fierce collision, even the Morong Tianlei was unable to push Feng Wuchen back half a step. Not simple indeed. This domineering divine power is not inferior to mine. The Morong Tianlei frowned deeply. In this collision, not only did he not gain the upper hand, but he also felt a stinging pain from his arm. How is this possible? Morong Feng widened his eyes in horror. His face was filled with disbelief. Uncle Lei is so powerful, but he can't do anything to him. Luo Bufan was dumbfounded and was dumbfounded. The fierce collision seemed to be evenly matched, but in fact, Feng Wuchen had the upper hand. If you want to make a big deal out of this, I will accompany you to the end. Since you are so aggressive, don't blame me for being merciless. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His fierce gaze was fixed on the Morong Tianlei. As he spoke, an even more terrifying power erupted from Feng Wuchen's body. What? The Morong Tianlei's expression changed greatly. Boom! An even more domineering power suddenly erupted. With a boom, Morong Tianlei was sent flying on the spot. How can he have such powerful power? The Morong Tianlei said in horror. Hiss, seeing this scene, everyone present gasped in horror. Swish! After sending the Morong Tianlei flying, Feng Wuchen's figure strangely disappeared like a ghost. No one could detect him. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already on the left side of the Morong Tianlei. His speed was terrifying and mysterious. Boom! Puff! Feng Wuchen's fierce fist landed on the left side of the Morong Tianlei's face. With a boom, Morong Tianlei was shocked. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was sent flying. What's going on? I didn't notice it at all. The Morong Tianlei was terrified. He didn't know what had happened at all. Swish swish swish. Boom boom boom. Puff puff puff. The Morong Tianlei used teleportation continuously. The Morong Tianlei was mercilessly attacked by Feng Wuchen. He spat out blood again and again. In the end, he was blasted to the ground by Feng Wuchen, creating a huge crater. It was a shocking sight. After a series of merciless attacks, the Morong Tianlei was seriously injured. He couldn't fight back at all. What's going on? Why can't I detect his attacks? What kind of movement skill is this? The Morong Tianlei was terrified. He had never seen such a terrifying movement skill before. It was impossible for him to guard against it. The spectators were all scared out of their wits by Feng Wuchen's terrifying combat power. Lei. Even Uncle Lei is no match for him? Morong Feng was dumbstruck. He was in a trance, as if he had lost his soul. Feng Wuchen swooped down mercilessly and attacked the severely injured Morong Tianlei with a palm strike. He showed no mercy. End of chapter. The late-stage Heaven Monarch had no chance to fight back. In the blink of an eye, a middle-stage Heaven Monarch had severely injured a late-stage Heaven Monarch. Feng Wuchen was only at the middle-stage Heaven Monarch realm, but he had the terrifying strength of a Heaven God realm expert. Who had seen a middle-stage Heaven Monarch beating a late-stage Heaven Monarch? Who had seen a late-stage Heaven Monarch being unable to fight back in front of a middle-stage Heaven Monarch? The terrifying strength had shocked everyone. Morong Feng and Luo Bufan were like puppets. They were motionless and stiff, and their faces were filled with fear. If you want to kill me, then you should be prepared to die. Feng Wuchen said fiercely. His palm was condensed with a terrifying strength, and it was flashing with golden light. Morong Tianlei, who was severely injured, would not be able to withstand the palm strike that came from the sky. If he was hit, Morong Tianlei would die without a doubt. Stop. At this moment, a majestic roar resounded through the entire capital city. An extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky. Mid-stage Heaven God Realm. Feeling the terrifying aura, Feng Wuchen's expression changed. However, Feng Wuchen did not slow down. Instead, he sped up. Father! Morong Feng abruptly awoke from his frightened trance. A Heaven God Realm expert. It's Family Head Morong. Family Head Morong is here. As expected, Family Head Morong was alerted. That kid is dead for sure this time. He is definitely not a match for a Heaven God Realm expert. The terrifying aura shocked everyone. Everyone could not help but exclaim. The person who came was the family head of Morong family, Morong Zhe. Morong Zhe was wearing a gorgeous grey robe. He had a mustache, and his clean face was filled with the aura of a king. Bastard! Seeing that Feng Wuchen did not stop and instead sped up, Morong Zhe was furious. He quickly flashed away. Sensing that Morong Zhe had made a move, Feng Wuchen immediately used instant shift. His figure disappeared mysteriously, and the powerful aura disappeared along with it. This is... Morong Zhe's expression suddenly changed. Morong Zhe did not think too much. Saving people was more important. Boom. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared in the deep pit and mercilessly slammed his palm towards the heavily injured Morong Tianlei. But at this moment, a figure flashed over at a terrifying speed and met Feng Wuchen's palm head-on. With a loud bang, the earth shook violently and exploded. Worthy of being at the celestial deity realm, what terrifying speed! Feng Wuchen thought to himself with a frown. Missing this opportunity, it was already impossible for Feng Wuchen to want to kill Morong Tianlei. Feng Wuchen immediately retreated and opened up the distance between them. At the critical moment, Morong Zhe blocked Feng Wuchen's attack. However, Feng Wuchen's tyrannical strength shocked Morong Zhe. Old man has never seen such tyrannical divine strength. That movement technique just now was rather strange. Old man seems to have seen it somewhere before. Being able to severely injure Heaven Lei in the middle stage of the Heaven Monarch realm, this kid's strength is not simple, and his background is not small. Morong Zhe frowned and thought to himself. It was because he noticed the uniqueness of Feng Wuchen's divine strength that he did not dare to be too heavy-handed. Otherwise, with Morong Zhe's terrifying strength, that palm was enough to severely injure or even kill Feng Wuchen. Father! Kill him! Kill him quickly! On the giant pit, Morong Feng roared crazily. Uncle Morong, he crippled my hand. Kill him quickly! Luo Bufan shouted angrily. Morong Zhe waved his hand, and a force wrapped around the heavily injured Morong Tianlei and flew towards Morong Feng. Staring coldly at Morong Tianlei, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "You are lucky to have a celestial deity realm expert to save you." Who are you? Morong Zhe sized up Feng Wuchen and asked. Feng Wuchen sized up Morong Zhe and said coldly, "Don't ask such a boring question. I don't have time to answer you." Morong Zhe's face darkened slightly. Father! Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him quickly. Morong Feng roared angrily again. An extremely cold gaze swept towards Morong Feng. Feng Wuchen already had killing intent towards Morong Feng. Swish! 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 At this time, several figures flew over at top speed, emitting extremely terrifying auras. Among them, two were initial stage celestial deity realm experts. Family Head Luo and Family Head Ho are here. Someone shouted in the crowd. The three family heads of the capital city are here. No matter how strong that brat is, he can't escape. 3 celestial deity realm experts. They can instantly kill that brat. What a foolish brat, coming back to court death for no reason. The appearance of the 3 family heads caused an uproar in the crowd. In their opinion, Feng Wuchen was dead for sure today. In front of celestial deity realm experts, Heaven Monarch experts were powerless. Father! My hand is crippled. Luo Bufan looked at a middle-aged man with grief and indignation. The people who came were the Luo family head, Ho family head, and elder. The instant family head Luo heard that, his expression changed drastically. Seeing Luo Bufan's crippled arm, family head Luo's face instantly became incomparably gloomy. A terrifying and piercingly cold killing intent swept out wildly. Father! It's him who crippled my hand. Kill him quickly. Luo Bufan pointed at Feng Wuchen and said angrily. Family head Ho swept a glance at Murong Tian and Luo Bufan, then swept a glance at the heavily injured Murong Tian Lei and said, Middle stage Heaven Monarch Realm Cultivation and can actually severely injure Murong Tian Lei. Truly inconceivable. This power on this boy should be divine power. Family head Luo's cold gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen. A terrifying power erupted as he said gloomily, Stinking brat, you're tired of living. To actually dare cripple my son's hand, old man will slaughter you. Is that so? I don't think so. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He didn't have the slightest bit of panic or fear. Morongze frowned again. He looked at Feng Wuchen who didn't panic at all and secretly said, to be able to be so calm in the face of a celestial god realm, who exactly is this boy? Arrogant. Hand over your life. Family head Luo yelled angrily and shot out fiercely. His aura surged and shook heaven and earth. Your death date is not far away. I'll make you regret today's decision. Feng Wuchen said coldly. To Morong Feng. With a thought, he was about to use instant shift to retreat. Feng Wuchen wasn't conceited enough to contend with a celestial god realm expert. If he didn't leave now, wouldn't he be waiting for death? Luo Qinghan. How dare you? Just as Feng Wuchen was about to teleport away, a monstrous aura suppressed the entire capital city. A furious voice caused everyone's heart to tremble. The extremely terrifying killing intent scared countless cultivators out of their wits. Late-stage celestial god realm. An extremely terrifying aura suppressed down. Morongze, Luo Qinghan, and the others' expressions changed greatly. Everyone in the capital city was terrified. They were unable to withstand this terrifying aura. A large number of cultivators collapsed on the ground, their faces filled with pain and fear. Hearing this angry shout, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but be startled. Senior Su? Su Xian. Morongze looked at the void with a face filled with shock. Luo Qinghan's body trembled violently as she said in shock, Su Xian and the Celestial Master Immortal Mansion's elder. Celestial Master Immortal Mansion's master. The crowd was filled with pain and fear. They all knew who that furious shout was. End of chapter. Su Xian was here, Sage Master's Mansion's elders and higher-ups were here, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Dozens of figures appeared in the sky above the capital city. They were Sage Master's Mansion Master, Su Xian, elders, and other higher-ups. Everyone looked at Su Xian and the rest in fear. Sage Master's Mansion's Mansion Master and elders are here. He must be Lord Feng. Someone said in fear. Obviously, to be able to alert the higher-ups of Sage Master's Mansion, everyone present guessed that it had something to do with Feng Wuchen. Especially Su Xian's angry shout at Luo Qinghan. Who is he? Morongze looked at Feng Wuchen in fear. That kid seems to know Senior Su Xian. That's right. Sage Master's Mansion's experts are all here. Young Master Morong must have offended some big shot. The crowd discussed in fear. They all realized that Feng Wuchen's background was so big that it was beyond their imagination. Brother Morong, did something happen? Luo Bufan asked softly in fear. He felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Morong Feng was completely stiff. He could not say a word. He realized that he had gotten himself into big trouble. Mansion Master Su. Morongze, Luo Qinghan, and Master Ho bowed respectfully. Boom. Pfft. Su Xian glanced at Luo Qinghan coldly. His terrifying gaze made Luo Qinghan tremble. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Luo Qinghan spat out blood and was sent flying. This sudden scene gave everyone a big fright. No one was able to react in time. Su Xian's attack was so fast that no one saw it. With one attack, the early heavenly god Luo Qinghan was severely injured. Father! Luo Bufan was shocked. Luo Qinghan was one of the 3 major families in the capital city. As a heavenly god, she had a certain status. No matter how big the matter was, there should be room for discussion. However, Su Xian did not give him any face. He attacked without saying anything and severely injured him. Manor head Su, you. Morongze pretended to be confused and asked. Su Xian didn't even look at him. Even if he was the head of the capital city's three great families, Su Xian wouldn't give him any face. Su Xian and the elders and higher-ups of the Celestial Master's residence hurriedly flew to Feng Wuchen and bowed respectfully in front of everyone in the capital city. Greetings, Lord Feng. Boom, as soon as Su Xian and the others opened their mouths, the entire place instantly exploded. It was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's ears. Lord Feng. Morongze's eyes widened in horror as his entire body trembled. Although Morongze had guessed that Feng Wuchen had a great background, he never imagined that the young man in front of him was the divine great artificer Lord Feng, whose name shook the entire spirit realm. Feng. Lord Feng? The heavily injured Luo Qinghan was completely dumbfounded. He's Lord Feng? Morongfeng's expression also became very fearful. He felt that even his soul was trembling. It's over. It's over. Luo Bufon's legs went soft. We actually offended Lord Feng. Young Master Ho almost fainted. Feng Wuchen's identity was beyond their imagination. Divine Great Artificer Lord Feng. The capital city instantly exploded as cries of surprise shot into the sky. No one could forget that Lord Feng, who was rumored to be like a god, was such a terrifying existence. The Artificer Guild's president and elders were all respectful to Feng Wuchen. Senior Su, I'm sorry to disturb you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Lord Feng is too serious. It's our negligence that caused Lord Feng to suffer. We can't absolve ourselves from the blame. Su Xian hurriedly said. He was very flustered and very angry. One had to know that Heaven Capital was Su Xian's territory. Feng Wuchen was being bullied in Heaven Capital. How could Su Xian not be angry? Master, Lord Feng's expression is not good. Lord Feng is our savior. We can't disappoint Lord Feng. The great elder transmitted his voice. Lord Feng, don't worry. Old man will definitely give Lord Feng a satisfactory explanation. Su Xian said immediately. Su Xian's words were like a sharp blade that stabbed into the hearts of Morongze and the others. Su Xian turned to look at Morongze and the others. His old face became extremely ferocious and terrifying. Master, we've investigated. Mu Tong flashed over and immediately reported the situation to Su Xian. Hearing this, Su Xian's old face became even more ferocious and furious. A terrifying murderous aura swept out fiercely. Feeling Su Xian's terrifying murderous aura, Morongze and the others were shocked and terrified. How could Morongze and the others not know what kind of person their son was? You're simply lawless. Su Xian was furious. His ferocious gaze swept over Morongfeng, Luo Bufon and the others. Su Xian shouted angrily, who gave you the guts? You want to kill people who block your way? Su Xian's angry shout carried a terrifying aura, causing Morongfeng and the others to kneel down in fear. Senior Su, we didn't know he was Lord Feng. Senior Su, please spare our lives. Morongfeng and the others begged in fear. You dare to offend Lord Feng and bully others. Mu Tong. Kill the three of them. Su Xian shouted angrily. Yes. Mu Tong suddenly shot out without hesitation. Senior Su, please spare our lives. Morongfeng and the others begged in fear. Morongfeng looked at Morongze in fear and said in panic, Father, save me. Father. I don't want to die yet. Save me. Luo Bufon cried in fear. Stop. The heavily injured Luo Qinghan cried out in panic and dragged her heavily injured body over. Stop. Morongze flashed and stopped Mu Tong. He quickly said, Master Su, let's talk nicely. What did they do wrong? Do you have to kill them? Scram. Su Xian glared at Morongze. He was too lazy to explain. He suddenly waved his hand and a terrifying energy instantly sent Morongze flying. Su Xian angrily shouted, Kill them. Kill whoever dares to interfere. Mu Tong shot out again. A long sword appeared in his hand and he was filled with killing intent. Senior Su, please spare our lives. We know we were wrong. Lord Feng. Lord Feng, please spare our lives. Morong Feng and the others cowed out in fear and begged for mercy. All the cultivators in the capital city were terrified. No one dared to speak when they saw the furious Su Xian. Stop. Luo Qinghan turned pale with fright. She endured her heavy injuries and shot out. Lord Feng. Please spare them. Patriarch Ho also quickly went forward to stop him. Great Elder. Kill Luo Qinghan and Ho Tianxiong. Su Xian angrily shouted. The furious Su Xian did not give anyone face. Hearing this, Luo Qinghan and Patriarch Ho's faces immediately darkened. They did not expect Su Xian to not give them face. Su Xian. Don't go too far. Morongze gritted his teeth and said angrily, Old man is here. No one can kill my son. Great Elder said coldly, Then I'll kill you. Su Xian. Our three families together may not be afraid of your celestial master's immortal abode. Luo Qinghan angrily shouted. Su Xian's face was gloomy. He said domineeringly, Kill whoever blocks me. Master, leave this small matter to me. At this moment, an incomparably terrifying aura instantly covered the entire capital city. End of chapter. An incomparably terrifying aura suppressed the entire place. A heavenly emperor. Morongze, Luo Qinghan, and the Ho family heads' expressions changed. They were extremely terrified. This terrifying aura is a heavenly emperor. The entire city was in an uproar. The terrifying aura almost suffocated everyone. The Ice Flame Emperor's aura. Feng Wuchen looked at the sky in surprise. If the three big families of the city don't want to live anymore, I don't mind destroying all of you. It's as easy as flipping my hand. The Ice Flame Emperor's voice was filled with majesty and killing intent. Morongze and the other two family heads were so terrified that they couldn't speak. They were completely intimidated by the terrifying aura, and their souls were trembling. If a heavenly emperor attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just one person could easily massacre the three big families. Above the void, a figure silently appeared. It was the Ice Flame Emperor from the Celestial Master's immortal mansion. Greetings, Lord Feng. The Ice Flame Emperor bowed respectfully to Feng Wuchen. Not to mention that Feng Wuchen was a divine-grade weapon refiner, Feng Wuchen was his savior. The Ice Flame Emperor should treat him with respect. Ice Flame Emperor, no need to be so polite. Feng Wuchen smiled politely. The Ice Flame Emperor's injuries hadn't healed, but he came out to support the situation. Feng Wuchen was secretly grateful. The Ice Flame Emperor said respectfully, Lord Feng, no matter who it is today, even if the Spirit Emperor comes, I will kill all the arrogant people who offend Lord Feng. Mu Tong. Kill. Su Xian shouted coldly. No. Senior Su. Spare my life. Lord Feng. I know I was wrong. I beg Lord Feng to spare my life. Morong Feng, Luo Bufan, and the other two kowtowed and begged in despair. They were extremely terrified. Mu Tong. Stop. Morongze shouted in panic. He was burning with anxiety. Lord Feng. Have mercy. The Ho family had begged in fear. No. Luo Qinghan turned pale with fright. Humph. The Ice Flame Emperor snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying aura burst out. PFFF. PFFF. The terrifying aura shook Morongze and the other two so much that they vomited blood. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were so terrifying. Just his aura alone shook the celestial deity realm to the point of vomiting blood. Truly, truly terrifying. Just his aura alone could injure celestial deity realm powerhouses. As expected of the Celestial Emperor. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses are too terrifying. The Ice Flame Emperor alone had intimidated everyone. His terrifying aura spread out, causing the blood of the people in the capital city to boil. Chi. 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 In the next second, the long sword in Mu Tong's hand swept out. Sword light flashed, and 3 blood swords sputtered out. Mu Tong's attack was ruthless and merciless, instantly killing Morong Feng and the other two on the spot. Feng. Extraordinary. Morongze and the other two cried out in extreme grief. Tears flickered in their eyes, but they were powerless to do anything. They could only watch as their sons were killed. Gulp. The people in the capital city were terrified. Their faces were as pale as paper. Moo. Young Master Murong and the others have been killed, really killed him. The people in the capital city were terrified. Their bodies trembled as they looked at Murong Feng and the other two falling down. How dare you? Old man will fight it out with you. The furious Luo Qinghan roared at Feng Wuchen and rushed toward Feng Wuchen crazily. Swish, the Ice Flame Emperor's eyes flashed ruthlessly. His figure flashed and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Luo Qinghan by the neck and lifted her up. Luo Qinghan. You should be honored that I personally sent you on your way. The Ice Flame Emperor was cold and emotionless. Luo Qinghan was powerless to resist. It was useless even if she tried her best. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ice Flame Emperor twisted Luo Qinghan's head without hesitation. Luo Qinghan died on the spot. The Ice Flame Emperor slowly released his grip. Luo Qinghan's body fell with her. Her aura had completely dissipated. Morongze, if you want to avenge your sons, go ahead. I'll take it all, the Ice Flame Emperor said coldly as he glanced at Morongze and the Ho family head. Looking at Luo Qinghan's falling body, everyone was terrified to the extreme. In front of a heavenly emperor, a divine realm expert was simply a weak ant without any resistance. Morongze and the Ho family head did not dare to fart. The Ice Flame Emperor's strength was too terrifying. If they attacked, they would definitely die. They might even implicate their entire family. No one dared to make a sound. In front of the Ice Flame Emperor, they could only obediently lower their heads. Lord Feng, do you want to destroy the Luo family? Seeing that no one dared to make a sound, the Ice Flame Emperor looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, no need. Then how should we deal with the Murong family and the Ho family? The Ice Flame Emperor asked respectfully. Lord Feng. Morongze and the Ho family head knelt down in fear and looked at Feng Wuchen pleadingly. Lord Feng. They deserve to die. Su Xian said. Forget it. This is just a small matter. There's no need to involve innocent people, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Feng Wuchen's words let Morongze and the Luo family head breathe a sigh of relief. At least their families were saved. Morongze, if it wasn't for Lord Feng's magnanimity, you would have died today. From today onwards, both of your families will move out of the capital. Otherwise, I will turn you into ashes, Su Xian said coldly. The Murong family will leave the capital tonight, Morongze said. No matter how angry he was, the Murong family could not fight against the Celestial Master's immortal mansion. Morongze could only lower his head. The Luo family will leave the capital before tomorrow, the Ho family head said unwillingly, but there was nothing he could do. Morongze, old man, let me remind you. Don't go down the wrong path, Su Xian said coldly. Morongze did not say anything. He left with grief. The Luo family head also left. Lord Feng, if you have any orders, just say it. I will not refuse. The Ice Flame Emperor bowed respectfully to Feng Wuchen. Thank you, Feng Wuchen thanked him politely. The Ice Flame Emperor then disappeared into thin air. His injuries had not healed, and he still needed to treat them. Lord Feng. It was our negligence that made you suffer today. We will not let something like this happen again in the future, Su Xian said respectfully. Senior Su, you are too kind. Thank you for your help today, Feng Wuchen thanked him politely. Lord Feng is the benefactor of the Celestial Master's immortal mansion. This is what the old man should do. Lord Feng, you don't have to thank me, Su Xian said. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a light blue light flew towards Su Xian. Feng Wuchen said, Senior Su, this scroll should be of great help to you. It can be considered a great help to Senior Su. Su Xian took the scroll and said gratefully, Thank you, Lord Feng. Senior Su, 3 elders. Farewell. Feng Wuchen smiled and flew away. Farewell, Lord Feng. Su Xian and the others bowed respectfully. After Feng Wuchen disappeared into the horizon, Su Xian opened the scroll and looked at it. Su Xian was shocked. He was stunned by the information in the scroll. Mansion Master, what's wrong? Sensing Su Xian's expression, the great elder asked curiously. Ancient inscription pattern. Su Xian was shocked for a long time. He could not help but exclaim. End of chapter. Su Xian had helped Feng Wuchen a lot, so it was only right that Feng Wuchen gave him the inscription pattern. To Feng Wuchen, the ancient inscription pattern was just a scroll that was useless. After all, Feng Wuchen had a more powerful inscription pattern. But to Su Xian, it was a priceless treasure. Ancient inscription pattern? When Su Xian said that, the elders and higher-ups of the Celestial Master Immortal Abode were shocked. Mu Tong also looked at him in shock. Lord Feng actually gave the Abode Master such a powerful inscription pattern. An elder was shocked and overjoyed. That's great. With such a powerful inscription pattern, the Abode Master might have a chance to break through to the divine grade. Another elder said excitedly. Thank you, Lord Feng. Thank you, Lord Feng. Su Xian thanked him excitedly. In the Morong family's magnificent mansion. Brother Morong, the Celestial Master Immortal Abode has gone too far. We can't just let this go. The revenge of my son's death is irreconcilable. In the hall, the Ho family head said with grief and indignation. Morong Zai's face was also filled with grief and anger. His bloodshot eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Celestial Master's immortal abode is very powerful, and there's even a heavenly emperor in charge. The Wind Shadow is a divine-grade weapon refiner. The Weapon Refiners Guild will also stand on his side. Moreover, the Wind Shadow has the Sky Shadow Pavilion behind him. What can we do? Morong Zai gritted his teeth in anger. Feng Wuchen's background was too terrifying. It was not something that the two families could fight against. Join the Spirit Emperor. The Ho family head said with grief and indignation. Only by joining the Spirit Emperor can we have a chance to avenge our son's death. Our families are not weak, and the Luo family head might agree. The Spirit Emperor will definitely not reject us. This is our only way. Join the Spirit Emperor? Morong Zai was shocked. He looked at the Ho family head and said angrily, all right. Join the Spirit Emperor. Only the Spirit Emperor can fight against them in the entire spirit realm. Besides, the Spirit Emperor also wants to get rid of Wind Shadow. We'll borrow the Spirit Emperor's hand to get rid of scenery. There's no time to lose. Old Man will go to the Luo family and discuss with the elders. Our three families will leave the capital immediately and head to the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace in 3 days. Brother Morong, it's decided. Ho family head quickly stood up and cupped his fists. I won't take revenge for this. I, Morong Zai, swear that I am not human. Morong Zai said extremely ferociously. He clenched his fists and said to himself, Feng rest in peace. Father will definitely make Feng Ying die without a burial place. I will bury everyone in the Celestial Master's immortal abode with you. That night, the Morong family and the Ho family left the capital. Other than the magnificent mansion, there was nothing left. Sky Shadow Pavilion. Feng Wuchen, who returned successfully, refined a Xiantian-grade medicinal pill at the first moment, used to break through to the celestial deity realm. It was called the God-Shattering Mysterious Heaven Pill. With this God-Shattering Mysterious Heaven Pill, it won't be a problem to break through to the celestial deity realm in the future. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself, a smile appearing on his face. With a flip of his palm, the medicinal pill was kept in his storage ring. Feng Wuchen muttered, Big Brother Tian Ming has been gone for so long. I wonder if there's any news. Uncle Feng Ying. At this moment, Ling Er's clear and pleasant voice came from outside the door. Ling Er? Feng Wuchen's face lit up with joy, and he quickly went to open the door. Ling Er rushed directly into Feng Wuchen's arms. Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you miss Uncle Feng Ying? Yes. Ling Er nodded like a chick pecking rice. Then she asked, Uncle Feng Ying, where did Grandpa Ying Hun go? I can't find Grandpa Ying Hun. Grandpa Ying Hun is sick and is recuperating in his room. Ling Er, don't disturb him. Otherwise, it will be difficult for Grandpa Ying Hun to recover. Feng Wuchen laughed softly and gently pinched Ling Er's tender face. Okay. Ling Er nodded obediently. Swish. A figure flashed and appeared. It was Tian Ming. Daddy. Ling Er's face instantly revealed a brilliant smile. Ling Er, good girl. Tian Ming smiled happily. After that, he said, Feng Ying, the person you wanted me to investigate, Dong Huangyu is indeed in the Moon God Palace. Feng Wuchen frowned and asked curiously, the person they want to deal with is me. Why do they want to capture Dong Huangyu? Qiu Qingshan capturing Dong Huangyu should be the Spirit Emperor's order. The Spirit Emperor wouldn't capture a weak girl to threaten me, right? I still don't understand. I don't know either. It might have something to do with Dong Huangyu's background. Tian Ming casually guessed. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, Dong Huangyu's talent is ordinary. She shouldn't have any major power behind her. Qiu Qingshan doesn't need to capture her. Tian Ming said solemnly, I've been in the heaven realm for many years, but I've never heard of the Donghuang clan or any major power. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Tian Ming continued, Feng Ying, it's not easy to save her. It's almost impossible to save her under Qiu Qingshan's nose unless a heavenly emperor intervenes. It's also impossible to barge in forcefully. I'm afraid that the Spirit Emperor and Gu Xingfeng would be alerted. If Qiu Qingshan wants to use Dong Huangyu to threaten me, they will definitely come here personally. Why do we need to look for them? Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Feng Wuchen wouldn't be so foolish as to enter the tiger's den. Since that's the case, don't think too much. Cultivate well. Dong Huangyu's life isn't in danger for now. Tian Ming nodded. Ling Er, Uncle Feng Ying is going to cultivate. I won't play with Ling Er anymore. Feng Wuchen smiled at Ling Er. After that, he handed Ling Er over to Tian Ming. Feng Wuchen left Sky Shadow Pavilion and rushed to Celestial Sect immediately. It's been a long time since I last saw Tian Lan. I wonder if her cultivation level has increased. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Tian Lan's smiling face appeared in his mind. Feng Wuchen wouldn't forget the little girl who risked her life to look for him. After about an hour, Feng Wuchen arrived at Celestial Sect's mountain gate. Lord Feng. When the disciples guarding the mountain gate saw that it was Feng Wuchen, they were shocked. Then, they hurriedly went up to greet him respectfully. Welcome to Celestial Sect, Lord Feng. A disciple bowed respectfully. He was extremely excited. No need for formalities. Is Tian Lan in the sect? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Yes. Junior sister has been in the sect all this while and hasn't left the mountain. Lord Feng, please. I will inform junior sister now. Another disciple quickly replied. Another disciple then led Feng Wuchen to the Celestial Sect's main hall. Lord Feng. It's Lord Feng. Oh my God. Lord Feng has come to Celestial Sect. It's really Lord Feng. After entering Celestial Sect, Feng Wuchen's appearance quickly attracted the attention of many disciples. They were all overjoyed. Feng Wuchen had already been to Celestial Sect once. Naturally, the disciples of Celestial Sect would recognize Feng Wuchen. Celestial Sect's sect leader Lin Jiuxuan and the great elder Gu Aoshan hurriedly ran out of the main hall to welcome him. They were both shocked and excited. Welcome to Celestial Sect, Lord Feng. Lin Jiuxuan and the rest bowed respectfully. They didn't dare to show any disrespect. Celestial Sect treated Feng Wuchen with reverence. They treated him like a god. End of chapter. Welcome to the Celestial Sect, Lord Feng. The Celestial Sect disciples shouted out respectfully, their loud voices echoing throughout the Celestial Sect. Sect leader Lin, elders, there's no need for such formalities. Feng Wuchen smiled politely. Lord Feng, please. Lin Jiuxuan gestured respectfully. Feng Wuchen was a divine-grade weapon refiner and Lin Jiuxuan did not dare to slight him. Furthermore, they knew that Feng Wuchen was a powerful alchemist and had imparted the profound mysteries of alchemy to Tian Lan. Now that Tian Lan's position in the Celestial Sect was extremely high and had become the focus of the sect, even the elders had to be polite to him. Lord Feng, please. Tian Nan bowed respectfully. He did not dare to question Feng Wuchen anymore. Many thanks. Feng Wuchen thanked him. Master. Tian Lan's ecstatic shout could be heard. Then, under the envious gazes of the celestial sect disciples, Tianlan ran towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen turned his head and saw Tianlan running towards him like an excited kitten. Immortal grade pill refiner, you've improved a lot. Feng Wuchen nodded. Master? Feng Wuchen then reacted. Tianlan actually called him master. Disciple greets master. Tianlan smiled and bowed to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. Tianlan, I'm not your master. You're calling me master in front of sect leader Lin. Aren't you shortening my lifespan? I still want to live for a few more years. Haha. Lin Jiuxuan, Guaoshan and the rest could not help but laugh. Tianlan stuck out his tongue playfully and made a face, looking extremely mischievous. Tianlan then smiled and said, Master, this is what the sect master told me to call you. Master has imparted the essence of alchemy to me. The sect master said that this is a form of respect for you. Junior sister is right. Lord Feng is a divine-grade artifact refiner, and his attainments in alchemy are unfathomable. Lord Feng taught junior sister the mysteries of alchemy, so it's only right for junior sister to address Lord Feng as master, eldest senior brother Tian Nan said respectfully. Yes, yes, yes. Tianzong nodded honestly. Lin Jiuxuan smiled faintly and said, I hope Lord Feng doesn't mind. Lin Jiuxuan did this because he wanted to rope in Feng Wuchen. There was no harm in being on good terms with a divine-grade weapon refiner. See? Since the sect master has said so, I don't dare to disobey the sect master's orders. Tianlan shrugged helplessly. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly, but he didn't say anything. Lord Feng, please come in. Lin Jiuxuan smiled and said happily. Feng Wuchen entered the main hall, followed by Lin Jiuxuan, Guaoshan and the rest. Tianlan was the last to enter. Feng Wuchen didn't come to Celestial Sect for a visit. He came for a matter. Lord Feng, please take a seat. Lin Jiuxuan said respectfully. Feng Wuchen sat down without hesitation. Soon, a disciple served tea. Before Lin Jiuxuan could say anything, Tianlan asked curiously, Master, why are you here in Celestial Sect? Feng Wuchen took a sip of tea and smiled faintly, nothing special. I just want you to help me with something. Help? Tianlan looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Lin Jiuxuan frowned and asked, what does Lord Feng want Tianlan to help with? Feng Wuchen said, I have a friend who has been captured by Moon God Palace. She is Dong Huangyu, a disciple of Sage Sect. They want to use her to threaten me. Tianlan's cultivation technique is special. She can use butterflies to sneak into Moon God Palace and know her situation at any time. Dong Huangyu? Master, is she beautiful? Does Master like her? Does Dong Huangyu like Master? Tianlan asked several questions in one breath. Her beautiful eyes stared at Feng Wuchen without blinking. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, she is just a friend of mine. She was captured because of me. Junior sister. Tian Nan gave Tianlan a look, indicating that she shouldn't talk too much. Tianlan's cultivation technique is indeed special. She might not be able to save people, but it shouldn't be a problem to sneak into Moon God Palace. Guaoshan nodded seriously. I just need to know Dong Huangyu's situation. This is only one of my goals. The other goal is to find out some information from Moon God Palace. Feng Wuchen said. Master, don't worry. Leave this to me. Tianlan patted her chest and promised. Then, she activated her Heaven Origin energy and condensed a dozen energy butterflies. They looked exactly like real butterflies. One is enough. Too many will only attract their attention. Feng Wuchen said. Understood, Master. Tianlan nodded. With a wave of her hand, a butterfly flew out of the hall. Under Tianlan's control, the butterfly flew towards Moon God Palace. The butterfly's aura was very weak. If one didn't sense it carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell that it was a butterfly condensed from Heaven Origin energy. Tianlan, be careful. Don't alert the people of Moon God Palace. Feng Wuchen warned. Master, don't worry. If they find out, I can make the butterfly disappear instantly. They won't be able to find out. Tianlan smiled confidently. Sect Master Lin, I should go. If you have any news, use this talisman to inform me. If I stay for too long, I will implicate you. Feng Wuchen stood up. He didn't want the incident at Sage Master's immortal abode to happen again. Master, you're leaving so soon? Tianlan asked reluctantly. This is a special period. The 8 great celestial emperors want to kill me. I can't possibly implicate celestial sect. If you really treat me as your master, then stay in celestial sect and cultivate. Feng Wuchen said seriously. I know. Tianlan pouted. Sect Master Lin, 3 elders, I'll take my leave first. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and said. Lord Feng, please take care. Lin Jiuxuan nodded. Qiu Qingshan capturing Dong Huangyu made Feng Wuchen very confused. This time, he came to ask Tianlan for help, hoping to get some information from Moon God Palace. After leaving Celestial Sect, Feng Wuchen wanted to return to Sky Shadow Pavilion to cultivate. However, on the way, he met someone he didn't want to meet. The person Feng Wuchen met was Moon God Palace's daughter, Qi Yu. Qi Yu was accompanied by 6 young men. From their dressing, they all had a strong background. They were all in the Heaven Monarch realm and were very powerful. Wind Shadow? Qi Yu was also very surprised. She sneered and said, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. It seems like I don't need my father to do anything. I can kill you today. Ever since she was taught a lesson by Feng Wuchen, Qi Yu didn't have the chance to take revenge on Feng Wuchen. She had been holding back her anger for a long time. He is the famous divine artificer, Wind Shadow? A man in the late stage of Heaven Monarch realm stared at Feng Wuchen coldly. Another man sneered arrogantly and said, Wind Shadow, your name is very famous in the spirit domain. I heard that you are very powerful. Even Moon God Palace's great general, Jiang Shuihan, died in your hands. By the way, let me tell you something. Jiang Shuihan was defeated by me. Buzz buzz. As he spoke, the man had already activated the terrifying power of the late stage of Heaven Monarch realm. White light burst out, and the violent and ferocious power was like a hurricane. End of chapter. This person's aura is indeed powerful, comparable to Jiang Shuihan's. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and thought to himself. If it was the previous Feng Wuchen, he might have been a little worried. However, Feng Wuchen, who had broken through to the mid-stage of the Heaven Monarch realm, was not afraid at all. This person's strength was comparable to Jiang Shuihan's, and Feng Wuchen's current strength could easily defeat Jiang Shuihan. Wind Shadow, I am Wu Hao, the disciple of the Moon God Palace's Grand Elder. Don't forget this name, because it will be your nightmare. Wu Hao sneered arrogantly, looking as if he could defeat Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, I will let you die a quick death. Feng Wuchen's words were full of arrogance and confidence. Arrogant and conceited. Wu Hao, kill him. Qi Yu said coldly, with a hint of gloating on her face. Happy to serve. Just because of what he said, I will definitely kill him. Wu Hao sneered. His violent aura was like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, shocking everyone. Wu Hao glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen and sneered. Feng Ying, show me what you've got. Let me see if the rumored gold medal assassin is really that powerful. I won't be merciful. I'll kill you in the craziest way possible. Celestial art. Unparalleled art. The moment he finished speaking, Wu Hao formed a seal with both hands and shouted. Buzz. Wu Hao's aura rose crazily, and an even more violent force burst out. The void within thousands of feet shook violently, and pitch-black cracks tore open. His strength is increasing. Feng Wuchen frowned and was secretly surprised. Wu Hao's aura rose rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it soared to the peak of the late stage of the Heaven Monarch realm, surpassing Jiang Shuihan. No wonder he said that Jiang Shuihan was defeated by him. It turns out that he can also increase his combat strength. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, and his expression turned serious. Come out. Mad beast-wolf. Wu Hao immediately roared, and an extremely berserk and ruthless aura burst out. Wu Hao's body began to change. His muscles swelled up, and his body became much bigger. His hands and feet grew sharp claws, and his head turned into a werewolf's head. At this moment, Wu Hao's aura already surpassed the peak of the late-stage heaven monarch realm and was completely half a foot into the celestial deity realm. Wu Hao possessed such terrifying battle prowess that Jiang Shuihan was no match for him. Beast soul. Feng Wuchen was greatly shocked. He looked at Wu Hao in disbelief and said in shock, "This guy actually absorbed the martial spirit of a fierce beast and merged it with himself. The berserk beast, Ash Wolf, is extremely ferocious. Its speed and strength are extremely terrifying." The change in Wu Hao's body was because he had absorbed the martial spirit of the fierce beast. Although he had obtained great power, his body had also changed. It was extremely ugly and frightening. "How is it? Are you satisfied with my strength?" Wu Hao sneered, his voice also mixed with the hoarse voice of a vicious beast. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Hao suddenly stepped on the void. There was a loud explosion and he burst out with an unstoppable force. His speed was extremely terrifying. So fast. Feng Wuchen's expression changed again. In the blink of an eye, Wu Hao shot forward. His sharp claws, which contained a wild and violent energy, violently swept out. Boom. Wu Hao's speed was so terrifying that Feng Wuchen couldn't dodge in time. There was a loud explosion and Feng Wuchen was sent flying by the claw. Such violent strength. Feng Wuchen was shocked. The blood in his body was surging violently, and he spat out blood. Her. Wind Shadow, this is only 70% of my strength. Before you show your true strength, I won't hurt you. Wu Hao sneered in a mocking manner. His cold eyes stared at Feng Wuchen. After summoning the beast soul of the Ash Wolf, Wu Hao's methods became very cruel and ruthless. As the direct disciple of the Moon God Palace's great elder, Wu Hao was enough to see that he was a very powerful genius. Even Qiyu was inferior to him. Wind Shadow, Wu Hao is the #1 genius of our Moon God Palace. Among all the disciples, he is the most likely to break through to the heavenly god realm. Among the younger generation of the entire spirit realm, Wu Hao is the strongest. A man sneered proudly. The opponents you met before were all trash in front of Wu Hao. As for you, your strength is not bad. Another man said proudly. They all had a condescending look. Qiyu sneered in schadenfreude, Wind Shadow, you can't escape today. Your time of death has come. Is that so? Feng Wuchen was still expressionless. There was no fear. Instead, a strong fighting spirit was aroused. Buzz. The heavenly divine power and the third stage of the supreme body were activated at the same time. A dazzling golden light burst into the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. The Qilin battle armor and the sky-devouring python battle armor were activated. The dragon god's gauntlets, wrist guards, and leg guards were activated. It could be said that he was fully armed. Feng Wuchen's aura crazily soared like a rocket. The realm of the middle stage heaven monarch soared to the peak of the late stage heaven monarch realm in an instant. The extremely domineering and terrifying power was like a dragon emerging from the sea. A monstrous aura swept out, shocking everyone's soul and causing them to tremble in fear. He actually has such a strong combat strength. Qiyu looked at Feng Wuchen with a dumbfounded expression. It was simply unbelievable. When she first met Feng Wuchen's cultivation was lower than Qiyu's. Now, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had surpassed Qiyu's by too much. The rumors are true. Wind Shadow is very strong. His combat strength is above mine. His aura almost surpassed Wu Hao's. This brat has many divine artifacts and his divine power is very domineering. He is simply abnormal. His entire body is filled with divine artifacts. Is he really a divine-grade artifact refiner? The other young men were shocked by the strength that Feng Wuchen burst out. Their expressions were stiff. The arrogant and condescending attitude had been completely replaced by shock. I can't believe it. He actually increased his combat strength by such a huge amount. Even Wu Hao couldn't help but get a shock. Boom, in the next second, the black wings suddenly flapped. Feng Wuchen suddenly stepped on the void. There was a loud explosion. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. There was a storm on the spot. His speed was so fast that it had completely surpassed the speed of sound. Feng Wuchen arrived in an instant. His domineering iron fist blasted at Wu Hao mercilessly. Humph. Wu Hao snorted coldly and fiercely countered with a fist. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the two fists fiercely collided, and a deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth. Extremely terrifying energy ripples unbridled swept out, and everywhere they passed, a large expanse of pitch-black cracks exploded in the void. The destructive power was astonishing. Wind Shadow has such a strong physical body. Wu Hao was shocked. Be careful. Seeing the terrifying energy ripple sweeping over, a man was shocked. Oh no. It's too late. Another person was extremely shocked. Boom, in the blink of an eye, Qiyu and the others were sent flying by the terrifying energy ripple. End of chapter. Qiyu, you guys retreat further away. In the center of the terrifying energy ripples, Wu Hao's voice came. Fortunately, Qiyu and the rest had pulled a distance away from the beginning. Otherwise, the impact just now would have been enough to injure them. In the fierce head-on collision, the two were evenly matched. Wu Hao fused with the beast soul and similarly obtained the powerful body of a fierce beast. Apart from the celestial god realm and heavenly emperor powerhouses, Wu Hao was the strongest opponent that Feng Wuchen had encountered. As expected of the divine-grade artifact refiner whose name shakes the spirit domain, and also worthy of being a gold medal assassin of Sky Shadow Pavilion. With your strength, among the gold medal assassins, there is absolutely no one who can defeat you. It is not an exaggeration to call you a heavenly first-class assassin. Wu Hao praised. His evaluation of Feng Wuchen was extremely high. Many thanks for the praise, Feng Wuchen replied coldly. You are very strong, but you still have to die today. Wu Hao said fiercely. Even if Feng Wuchen erupted with super powerful strength, Wu Hao was still full of confidence. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Wu Hao took the lead to launch a fierce attack. Feng Wuchen was also not to be outdone and counterattacked with all his strength. The two relied on super strength and speed to launch a bloody battle, competing in speed, strength, and reaction ability. A series of explosions resounded throughout the surrounding mountains. This is too strong, right? He is only at the middle stage Heaven Monarch realm. Is he really so strong that he relied completely on the divine artifact to increase his strength? A man was dumbfounded, his expression stiff. Wind Shadow can actually contend with Wu Hao. Qiyu's eyes were enlarged to the extreme, his face full of disbelief and shock. This guy's strength is even stronger than we imagined, another man said in horror, completely unable to believe that Feng Wuchen had such fierce strength. The battle between Feng Wuchen and Wu Hao shocked Qiyu and the rest. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, it was an intense bloody battle. The two of them fought from the sky all the way to the mountain range below. Every time they collided, the terrifying power that burst out could destroy a mountain peak. The hard mountain rocks were like tofu in front of them. The battle scene was quite shocking. Feng Ying's physical body is so strong. Although his aura is not as strong as mine, his strength can compete with mine. He is indeed a divine power. Wu Hao was shocked. The fierce collision had already caused Wu Hao to feel a sharp pain in his hands and feet. From this, it could be seen that Feng Wuchen's physical body was stronger than his. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. In the midst of the fierce battle, Feng Wuchen suddenly let out a loud shout. His palms instantly struck out 3 times, and the power of the 3 palms overlapped. It ferociously blasted towards Wu Hao, its attack tyrannical. Spirit Incantation. Thunderfire Palm. Wu Hao also let out a roar and met the attack with a palm. Boom. Buzz. The 2 palms collided, and the terrifying power forced both of them back. Energy ripples violently swept out in all directions. Again. Wu Hao let out a loud shout and rushed out fiercely again. His palms were condensed with even more terrifying power. He shouted, Immortal Incantation. Heavenly Thundercloud Palm. Immemorial Dragon Divine Fist. Feng Wuchen's fist was condensed with domineering power. Golden light burst out, and it carried the power to destroy heaven and earth. Its power was monstrous. Boom. Buzz. The two of them once again collided at 0 distance. With a loud bang, even more terrifying energy ripples swept out. The void trembled violently, and the torn space began to collapse. The bright void gradually dimmed. The destructive power was so strong that Qiyu and the others were frightened and their faces turned pale. But this time, Wu Hao's expression couldn't help but change drastically, and his face twisted slightly. Obviously, Wu Hao's strength was not as strong as Feng Wuchen's in this immortal incantation. What kind of incantation is this? It's so powerful. Wu Hao was shocked. Feng Wuchen's strength was stronger than he had imagined. Noticing Wu Hao's twisted face, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "What's wrong? Have you reached your limit?" Hearing this, Wu Hao's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "It's still too early." "Is that so?" Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous arc. "Brat. How dare you look down on me?" Seeing Feng Wuchen's sneer, Wu Hao could not help but be enraged, and a biting cold murderous aura surged out. Buzz. Wu Hao flashed into the sky, and an extremely terrifying power was activated. His whole body flashed with bright white light, and lightning curled around him. He formed a seal with his hands, and an even more terrifying power and aura erupted, shaking heaven and earth. Feeling the oppressive thunder attribute power, Feng Wuchen frowned and said to himself, "This guy's thunder attribute power is quite strong." Immortal incantation. 10,000 thunderbolts. Wu Hao suddenly roared, and the void was instantly covered with dark clouds, brewing a very terrifying thunder and lightning energy, as if the entire void was filled with thunder attribute power. Rumble. After a while, in the sea of clouds, the sound of thunder shook the heavens. One after another, terrifying lightning bolts struck down with unstoppable force. It really had the power of 10,000 lightning bolts. Dragon God's shadow. Feng Wuchen frowned and immediately used his movement skill to dodge the terrifying thunder and lightning. Boom. Boom. Buzz. Thunder and lightning struck down, and the surrounding towering mountains turned into powder and dissipated. The power was very terrifying. Humph. Let's see how long you can dodge. Wu Hao shouted fiercely. He did not wave his hands, but he controlled the thunder and lightning to attack. With a thought, Feng Wuchen took out the Dragon God's sword, and his aura soared again. Divine artifact. Wu Hao frowned. Soul extinguishing sword art. Soul extinguishing sky slash. Feng Wuchen, who had dodged the thunder and lightning, poured his domineering power into the Dragon God's sword, and with a roar, he swept out his sword. Swish. Buzz. A huge golden sword light soared into the sky, overbearing, and the terrifying power was suffocating. Boom. 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 Buzz. Terrifying thunder and lightning struck down, and the sound of explosions was unceasing, but it was still unable to destroy Feng Wuchen's sword light. Wind Shadow Sword art is very powerful. A man could not help but exclaim. I want to see if your sword art is stronger, or if my immortal art is stronger. Wu Hao shouted and clasped his hands together. The sea of clouds condensed a powerful thunder attribute power. Rumble. In the sea of clouds, thunder rumbled again, and a huge thunder sword appeared from the sea of clouds. Under Wu Hao's control, it carried the power to pierce through heaven and earth, and swooped down with a destructive aura. Rumble. PFFF. PFFF. Under the horrified gazes of Qiyu and the others, the golden sword light and the white lightning sword collided fiercely and exploded upon collision. Extremely destructive energy ripples roiled without restraint, and at the same time, it shook Feng Wuchen and Wu Hao to the point they spat out blood and were swallowed in the blink of an eye. Retreat quickly. The late-stage Heaven Monarch roared in horror and immediately pulled Qiyu and retreated while the others retreated in fear. This terrifying energy ripple was not something they could withstand. Once they were affected, it was very likely that they would be turned into ashes on the spot. The explosive energy radiance covered this void, and the energy ripple mercilessly shone on the earth. Everywhere it passed, thousands of mountains were shattered, and the earth collapsed. End of this chapter. The terrifying energy ripples lasted for a full 5 minutes. The explosion gradually dissipated, and the energy ripples gradually weakened. The mountain range below was beyond recognition, and there was a huge pit that was thousands of feet wide. It was a shocking sight. The destructive power was terrifying. Gradually, the space calmed down, and the collapsed and torn void was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The space gradually brightened. Their strength is too terrifying. This is simply a battle between Heaven God realm experts. I can't believe Wind Shadow is so powerful. He doesn't lose to Wu Hao at all. Wind Shadow is simply a monster. How can a middle-stage Heaven Monarch have such terrifying strength? The man beside Qiyu was filled with disbelief and fear as he looked at the massive crater in the ground that had been destroyed beyond recognition. Qiyu was stunned on the spot. Her body was stiff, and she couldn't say a word. In the void, as the energy ripples dissipated, Feng Wuchen and Wu Hao's figures appeared in front of Qiyu and the others. Feng Wuchen and Wu Hao's injuries were not light. Their faces were pale, and their auras were much weaker. The fierce head-on collision was still evenly matched. You are the first Heaven Monarch expert that can contend with me. Wu Hao glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely and said coldly. Jiang Shuihan also said the same thing, but he is dead. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. He looked dignified and calm. Wu Hao narrowed his eyes and said gloomily, don't compare trash like Jiang Shuihan with me. He is not qualified. I can crush him with one hand. Buzz. Buzz, suppressing the surging blood in his body, Wu Hao activated his terrifying strength again. A bright white light soared into the sky, and the void that had just calmed down shook violently again. To be honest, you are very strong, but I am stronger. Wu Hao shouted, and a monstrous aura swept over. You have already used your full strength. And I have not used my immortal artifact. Kazakage, I will definitely win this battle. Wu Hao shouted immediately. With a thought, his palm suddenly bent and a white circle of light appeared on his palm. Then, an immortal artifact jade pendant appeared out of thin air. Wu Hao's immortal weapon was of the Xianxia grade. The moment the immortal artifact appeared, Wu Hao's aura skyrocketed once more, becoming even more terrifying. That's not necessarily true. Feng Wuchen frowned. Is that so? Wu Hao sneered. His devilish smile made people tremble in fear. Swish. Buzz. As soon as it finished speaking, it suddenly waved its sharp claws. With a strong sonic boom, an extremely terrifying white energy claw shot out. The power of a beast soul. Feng Wuchen frowned. Feng Wuchen dodged to the side. The terrifying energy claw smashed into the ground in the distance. With a loud rumbling sound, a huge mushroom cloud was blasted out. Its power was extremely terrifying. Feng Wuchen looked back and thought, this guy's strength is even stronger than when he was at his peak. Are you afraid? Wu Hao's voice suddenly sounded in Feng Wuchen's ear. Feng Wuchen's expression shook, and thought, not good. Boom, puff, the moment Feng Wuchen looked back, Wu Hao had already flashed and punched Feng Wuchen. With a loud explosion, a terrifying power hit Feng Wuchen's back, sending Feng Wuchen flying and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wu Hao. Kill him. Seeing Feng Wuchen spitting out blood, a man shouted. Boom, after sending Feng Wuchen flying with a punch, Wu Hao stepped on the void. With a loud bang, his figure shot out at an extremely terrifying speed. Sensing something, Feng Wuchen used instant transmission with a thought. Boom, buzz buzz, the moment Feng Wuchen disappeared, Wu Hao punched again. The explosion was earth-shattering, but Wu Hao's punch hit the air. This is instant transmission? Wu Hao's face was full of shock. What a powerful movement technique, he actually dodged Wu Hao's attack. This is impossible. Wu Hao's speed is so terrifying, how can Wind Shadow dodge? Disappearing without a trace in an instant, what kind of movement technique is this? This seems to be the instant transmission of the dragon gods. Isn't Wind Shadow from the god race? Could he be from the dragon gods? The geniuses of Moon God Palace were shocked, and their eyes almost popped out. I heard from Dad that Wind Shadow is most likely from the dragon gods. Now it seems that it's definitely true. Qiyu was extremely shocked. Wu Hao looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He frowned and asked, "You're from the dragon gods? Didn't you already know?" Feng Wuchen replied coldly. I heard that you had divine power, but I didn't expect you to be a member of the Dragon God clan. Only the Dragon God clan has the movement technique of teleportation. It seems that if I kill you, I can make a great contribution. Maybe I can get a reward from the Spirit Emperor, Wu Hao said coldly. As he spoke, his terrifying power condensed again. Celestial Art. Grey Wolf Claw. Tear it apart. Wu Hao roared as he condensed a terrifying power in his claws. He waved his hands with a terrifying aura. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, buzz buzz, tens of thousands of terrifying energy claws broke through the air. They were densely packed, and there was an ear-piercing sound. The void shook violently, and large cracks spread out. Feng Wuchen didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly channeled his divine power into the Dragon God Sword. Divine Demon Dragon Soul Illusion. Immortal Slaying Sword Art. Unparalleled Immortal Slaying Sword. Feng Wuchen roared as a dragon's roar filled the sky. The destructive energy of the sword broke through the sky, and the monstrous sword intent shook people's souls. Feng Wuchen condensed a huge energy golden dragon on the surface of his body, and his defense increased by several times. What sword art is this? It has such a terrifying sword intent. Wu Hao's expression changed drastically. Qiyu and the other heaven monarchs were dumbfounded. They were scared out of their wits. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz buzz, wherever the domineering sword light passed, the energy claws exploded. They couldn't shake the sword light at all, and the deafening explosions continued. How is this possible? Feng Ying actually kept such a shocking sword art. Wu Hao widened his eyes and was shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying sword art. Boom. Boom, PFFF. PFFF, under the crazy impact of the energy claws, two terrifying forces exploded. The energy halo expanded rapidly, and Feng Wuchen and Wu Hao vomited blood. Even if Feng Wuchen had a powerful defense, he couldn't withstand this energy ripple. This clash caused Feng Wuchen and Wu Hao to be severely injured. The huge energy golden dragon was filled with cracks, and the energy fragments had already started to fall off. Damn it! Feng Ying actually has such a powerful sword art. Wu Hao was furious. He originally thought that the Sky Wolf Claw could completely defeat Feng Wuchen. He didn't expect to be severely injured. Wu Hao didn't have a powerful defense, and his injuries were more severe than Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was now an arrow at the end of its flight. His divine power was almost depleted, and he was very weak. The outcome of this battle was a lose-lose situation. I didn't expect his lightning attribute to be so strong. The Dragon God illusion has a strong defense, but now it's shattered. Fortunately, I have the Qilin armor and the heaven-devouring python armor. Otherwise, I would definitely lose this battle. Facing Wu Hao's strongest attack, Feng Wuchen was also secretly shocked. Wu Hao was indeed very strong, and could be considered a top genius in the spirit domain. But regrettably, he was unable to defeat Feng Wuchen in this battle, and Wu Hao himself was also heavily injured. Wind Shadow's defense is the most terrifying I have ever seen. His physical body is stronger than mine, and he also has a divine artifact armor and a defensive technique. Such a defense, I'm afraid only a heavenly god realm expert can break it. And his sword technique has already surpassed the category of immortal technique. I'm afraid it's a divine technique. If it was any other opponent, they would have already died under Wind Shadow's sword. With my strength, I can barely block it with all my strength. But he seems to have not used the true power of his sword technique. Wu Hao thought. He was quite afraid of Feng Wuchen's sword technique. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he was strong enough. Staring coldly at Feng Wuchen, Wu Hao said strenuously, Wind Shadow, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have a divine technique. You can use the power of beast souls, which really surprised me. Absorbing beast souls can also greatly increase one's strength. It's the first time I've met an opponent like you, Feng Wuchen said. Absorbing beast souls to increase one's strength was not something everyone could do. Ordinary beast souls, even if absorbed, would not increase one's strength by much. Powerful beast souls could only be obtained by powerful fierce beasts. To obtain powerful beast souls, one had to be from a large force or a powerful expert to have the opportunity to kill fierce beasts. Wind Shadow is already heavily injured. He can't escape today. After the shock and fear, Qiyu frowned and said coldly, Tianju, set up a barrier to trap him. He can't escape even if he teleports. Yi Huang, Duanhai, Feng Wuyun, let's attack together. I don't believe we can't kill him. Okay. Tianju and the others woke up from their fear. Feng Wuchen was seriously injured, so they had no need to be afraid. Wind's extremity. Wind God barrier. Tianju arrived in a flash. He clasped his palms together and shouted loudly. He immediately condensed a huge barrier to trap Feng Wuchen. Qiyu and the others were also inside the barrier. Swish. Swish. Yi Huang and the others urged their true essence and charged towards Feng Wuchen at top speed, their imposing manner overflowing with killing intent. Kazakage. Accept your death obediently. Your injuries are severe and your strength has been exhausted. You're dead. Qiyu fiercely shouted. Her stunning face was filled with a viciousness that did not match her beauty. Kazakage. Hand over your life. Feng Wuyun furiously roared. A terrifying power condensed in his palm and ruthlessly blasted towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he forcefully took a step back. Feng Wuchen circulated the remaining heavenly Tao energy in his body as he clasped his hands together and shouted, Regeneration Divine Art. Buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen's aura and injuries were actually recovering at a terrifying speed. His injuries had just recovered when Feng Wuchen deployed the power of time right away. Apart from the heavenly Tao energy, Feng Wuchen still possessed 10 great ancient powers. What? Wu Hao's expression changed greatly as he said in disbelief, what kind of spell is this? His injuries are recovering rapidly. How is this possible? Qiyu could not resist opening her eyes wide, extremely shocked. Feng Wuyun. Quickly attack. Don't give him a chance to recover. Tianju shouted in horror. Didn't expect that you actually still had a trick up your sleeve. But it's too late. Yi Huang shouted angrily, his ferocious attack already closing in on Feng Wuchen. Immortal art. Soul-breaking hand. Tianju's figure flashed over, his palm condensing terrifying power, and he blasted a palm towards Feng Wuchen. The few people's attacks could be said to be at the same time. Even if Feng Wuchen's injuries recovered extremely quickly, he was still not faster than the 5 of them. However, just as Tianju they all thought that they could one-shot Feng Wuchen, their attacks actually stopped bizarrely. Accurately speaking, it became very slow. The 5 people's movements instantly slowed down by several dozen times. What's going on here? Tianju was greatly shocked in his heart. Why did the movements become so slow? Duanhai was extremely puzzled, a strong uneasiness welling up in his heart. What happened? Wind Shadow, what kind of power is this? Qiyu had disbelief written all over her face. The seriously injured Wu Hao in the distance looked at Qiyu and the rest in extreme horror, shocked until his expression was dull, not moving at all. Just as Qiyu 5 people were trapped by the power of time, Feng Wuchen's injuries already recovered completely. Bang! 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 Poo! 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 Feng Wuchen's fists and feet attacked ferociously. A series of explosions spread out. Qiyu 5 people vomited blood at the same time, figures flying out backward. Feng Wuchen's attack was very ruthless, and Qiyu and the rest were seriously injured in one move. With Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, even Tianju, who was in the late-stage Heaven Monarch realm, couldn't withstand the power of the fully armed Feng Wuchen. What the hell is going on here? Our attacks could obviously hit him, but why were we injured by him in the blink of an eye? Wind Shadow's injuries have actually recovered completely. How is this possible? Qiyu and the rest were extremely frightened. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. The ones who can't escape are you guys. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold eyes swept across Tianju and the rest. His terrifying eyes made them shudder with fear. The moment his words fell, he used instant shift. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in front of Tianju in an instant. His terrifying speed was beyond Tianju's reaction. Qi. As the dragon god sword was ruthlessly swung, Tianju's body shook violently. There was a bloody wound on his neck, and blood gushed out violently. Finally, he fell down powerlessly. Tianju, Wu Hao, Yi Huang, and the rest cried out in panic. Feng Wuchen shook off the blood on the sword and said arrogantly, "If you want to kill me, then you have to pay with your life." With a thought, Feng Wuchen disappeared in an instant and reappeared in the blink of an eye. It was strange, like a ghost. Chi. The dragon god sword was swung again, and blood spurted out. Duan Hai's throat was slashed on the spot. Duan Hai. Wu Hao looked ferocious and roared, "Wind Shadow. Come at me if you have the guts." Glancing at Wu Hao with cold eyes, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "You have to die too. Qi Yu. Go quickly. Go back and report to the palace lord." Yi Huang roared, his face full of panic. None of them expected Feng Wuchen to have the Nirvana rebirth ability. It could be said that he had turned the situation around and turned the tide. "Can you leave?" Feng Wuchen looked at Yi Huang expressionlessly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Not good. Yi Huang's expression changed drastically. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't sense Feng Wuchen's aura. Chi, sword light flashed, and 2 blood swords spurted out. Yi Huang and Feng Wuyun didn't even know how they died. You're a demon." Chi was scared out of his wits. In the blink of an eye, 4 out of the 5 people who came with Chi had been killed by Feng Wuchen mercilessly. Now, only Chi and Wu Hao were left. After Feng Wuchen mercilessly killed Yi Huang and Feng Wuyun, he appeared on the right side of Wu Hao like a ghost. His speed was so fast that it was beyond Wu Hao's reaction time. Wu Hao, who sensed it, was shocked. If Feng Wuchen had used teleportation from the start, Wu Hao wouldn't have been able to resist at all. "Qi Yu, quickly send a message to the palace lord and the elders." Wu Hao sent a message to Qi Yu in panic. Wu Hao's injuries were extremely serious and he had lost his ability to fight. In front of Feng Wuchen, Wu Hao had no resistance at all. Qi Yu acted as if she didn't hear anything. She was already scared out of her wits. Her body was trembling and her face was as pale as paper. "Among all the opponents I have encountered, you are also the strongest." Feng Wuchen's cold voice entered Wu Hao's ears. The dragon god sword was already placed on Wu Hao's shoulder. Feng Wuchen's action could take Wu Hao's life at any time. "Wind Shadow, don't forget that Dong Huangyu is still in our hands. It's fine if you kill them, but if you kill me and Qi Yu, Dong Huangyu can forget about living." Wu Hao threatened coldly. "I have a question." Feng Wuchen said coldly, "Qiu Qingshan captured Dong Huangyu not to threaten me. Moreover, this should be the Spirit Emperor's order. However, the Spirit Emperor wouldn't use such despicable means. Can you tell me the reason?" "Qi Yu. Quickly send a message to the palace lord and the elders. Hurry!" Wu Hao anxiously shouted. Wu Hao was seriously injured and couldn't use his power to send a message. Feng Wuchen was ruthless and decisive. Wu Hao was also worried that Dong Huangyu wouldn't be able to threaten Feng Wuchen. Wu Hao's roar finally woke Qi Yu up. She immediately transmitted a message to Qiu Qingshan. "Kazakage, don't be too arrogant. My father will be here soon. With my father's cultivation, killing you is as easy as flipping his hand," Qi Yu said angrily to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept over Qi Yu. That terrifying gaze caused Qi Yu to take a few steps back in fright. "It's good that your father is here. With you as the exchange, I believe that your father will readily agree." Feng Wuchen sneered. Then, he waved his hand and an overbearing force trapped Qi Yu, preventing her from moving. "Let me go. Let me go." Qi Yu struggled with all her might. Feng Wuchen didn't care at all. His cold eyes once again looked at the seriously injured Wu Hao. Feng Wuchen asked, "What's wrong? Not willing to tell me?" "I don't know the reason." "How do you want me to tell you?" Wu Hao answered coldly. Feng Wuchen flipped his palm. The sword body flashed with a cold light, wanting to kill Wu Hao. Whoosh, buzz buzz, but right then, there was a very horrifying green energy light pillar that suddenly blasted over high in the sky. It was as fast as lightning, shaking the void and filled with awe-inspiring force. Late-stage celestial deity realm. Qiu Qingshan's aura. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply and immediately dodged. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he already arrived beside Qi Yu and detained Qi Yu. Facing Qiu Qingshan, Feng Wuchen didn't dare to be careless. After all, Xianxia was a late-stage celestial deity realm powerhouse. Palace Lord is here. Wu Hao was overjoyed inwardly. Rumble. Buzz buzz, an earth-shaking loud noise came from the ground far away. That horrifying green light blasted a huge crater in the ground far away. The destructive power was extremely horrifying. Father! Quickly save me! Qiyu cried out anxiously. Well deserving of being a late-stage celestial deity, coming so quickly, Feng Wuchen frowned and said to himself. His gaze swept towards the sky. Just as Feng Wuchen's gaze looked towards the sky, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Wind Shadow, do you think it's you who's faster, or this palace? Qi Qingshan's cold voice filled with killing intent sounded out from behind Feng Wuchen. The horrifying aura already locked onto Feng Wuchen. Qiu Qingshan already appeared behind Feng Wuchen like a ghost since God knows when. Furthermore, he pressed his palm on Feng Wuchen's back. Only then did Feng Wuchen detect it. One had to admit that late-stage celestial deity realm powerhouses were so horrifying. Feng Wuchen's face was incomparably grim. With a thought, he cast teleportation, his figure vanishing with a flash. In front of Qiu Qingshan, Feng Wuchen did not dare to gamble either. Feng Wuchen was not confident to the point that his speed could surpass late-stage celestial deity realm powerhouses. Father! You're finally here. Qiyu was completely relieved. She immediately gritted her teeth and said angrily, Father, Wind Shadow killed Tianju and Yi Huang. Quickly kill him. Qiu Qingshan glanced at the seriously injured Wu Hao and said in surprise, Wind Shadow, looks like your strength has improved a lot again. You can actually defeat Wu Hao. I really can't believe it. Wu Hao was the #1 genius of the Moon God Palace. He was very powerful and could be said to be invincible under the celestial deity realm. However, Qiu Qingshan did not expect that such a powerful Wu Hao would actually lose to Feng Wuchen. Qiu Qingshan, you captured Dong Huangyu not to deal with me. What do you want? Why do you want to capture Dong Huangyu? Feng Wuchen asked gloomily. I'm just following orders. As for what I want to do, I'm afraid you'll have to ask Spirit Emperor, Qiu Qingshan sneered slightly. Father, don't talk nonsense with him. Quickly kill him. Qiyu gritted her teeth and said angrily. Her vicious eyes stared at Feng Wuchen. She could not wait to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. We don't need to do anything to kill Wind Shadow. This is the matter of the 8 celestial emperors. Qiu Qingshan sneered, Wind Shadow, I'll tell you a piece of good news. The great elder of the celestial worthy temple has already ordered the 8 celestial emperors to kill you. At that time, the great honored ones will also take action. Even if you have the Sky Shadow Pavilion and the dragon gods behind you, they can't protect you. When the 8 celestial emperors recover from their injuries, it will be the time of your death. The great elder of the celestial worthy temple gave the order? Qiyu's face was full of shock. She was secretly shocked by Feng Wuchen's identity. What kind of terrifying identity could alarm the great elder of the celestial worthy temple? Qiu Qingshan, I'll personally destroy your Moon God Palace sooner or later. Just wait and see, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word was filled with killing intent. I'll wait for you, but I'm afraid you won't have that chance, Qiu Qingshan sneered fearlessly. Don't worry. You're dead, but I'm not, Feng Wuchen replied coldly and immediately flew away. Palace Master, are we just letting him go like this? Wu Hao asked unwillingly. With Qiu Qingshan's terrifying strength, it would be easy for him to keep or even kill Feng Wuchen. Qiu Qingshan frowned slightly and said solemnly, not taking action is a wise move. Wise move? Wu Hao and Qiyu looked at Qiu Qingshan in confusion. Wind Shadow's identity in the dragon gods is not simple. He has the protection of the dragon gods in secret. Not long ago, Gu Xingfeng was severely injured by a mysterious celestial emperor in order to kill Feng Wuchen. If I take action, I'm afraid the consequences will be death, Qiu Qingshan said solemnly. This was the real reason why he didn't dare to take action. What? Celestial Emperor? Wu Hao and Qiyu's expressions changed drastically. They were extremely frightened. End of chapter. Towards Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses, Qiu Qingshan could be said to be extremely fearful. As long as one did not break through to the heavenly emperor realm, no matter how strong a celestial deity realm was, in front of a heavenly emperor, it was also just trash. Xianxia was only late-stage celestial deity realm. He was still very far from heavenly emperor realm. A heavenly emperor powerhouse isn't what we can provoke. Don't interfere in this matter anymore, Xianxia said solemnly. He did not want to be cannon fodder. Wu Hao frowned and asked worriedly, Palace Master, what if the Spirit Emperor blames us? Blame? Xianxia smiled coldly and said, Spirit Emperor has lived peaceful days for too long. Dealing with heavenly emperor powerhouses, it's naturally them, the 8 great heavenly emperors, taking action. Could it be that they want us to go and deliver ourselves to death? If that's the case, what's the use of having them 8 great heavenly emperors? Pausing for a moment, Xianxia continued, since the great elder of the celestial worthy temple personally gave the order, they naturally won't just stand by and watch. Wind Shadow won't be able to escape this time, so there's no need for us to worry. With the 8 great celestial emperors taking action to eliminate Feng Wuchen, we just have to wait for the good news. Xianxia didn't chase after us? Strange. If the 8 great celestial emperors strike again, the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion, the Weapon Craftsmen's Guild, and the Celestial Master's immortal abode will be powerless to resist. On the way back, Feng Wuchen's expression was very solemn. The 8 heavenly emperors were terrifyingly strong, and Ying Hun, Ice Flame Emperor, and the others were powerless against them. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but worry. Unless the dragon gods intervene. Feng Wuchen frowned as he thought to himself. The dragon gods were terrifyingly powerful. They were the only existences that could contend with the celestial worthy temple. However, ever since Feng Wuchen flew to the heaven realm, other than the venerable dragon gods, Feng Wuchen had never seen any other dragon gods. The dragon gods had never appeared in the heavenly realm. However, Feng Wuchen didn't know much about the heaven realm's dragon gods, and Shadow didn't say much about the dragon gods. Could it be that something has happened to the dragon gods? The dragon gods wouldn't just stand by and watch, Feng Wuchen guessed with a frown. With the help of the dragon gods, Feng Wuchen was not worried. Forget it. It's more important to raise my cultivation first. Hopefully, I can step into the heavenly god stage as soon as possible. After returning to Heavenly Shadow Pavilion, Feng Wuchen immediately went into seclusion to cultivate, trying to raise his cultivation base as much as possible. Kazakage's face is so dignified, could it be that he encountered something? Seeing Feng Wuchen hurriedly return to his palace, Mingyue muttered to herself, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of worry. Mingyue, why do you keep looking at Wind Shadow's palace? At this time, Moonchaser's voice suddenly sounded. No, I just happened to pass by and saw Kazakage coming back. It seems like something happened to him. Mingyue hurriedly explained, her pretty face was a little nervous. So that's how it is. Then I'll go ask. It just so happens that I have something to look for him about. Zhuiyu nodded, seemingly not noticing Mingyue's nervous expression. What's wrong with me? Mingyue secretly heaved a sigh of relief, her heart was beating wildly. She hurriedly left, worried that she would be seen by others. Just as Mingyue left, a figure appeared at the top of a palace. It was Tuesday Kazakage. Tu's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In a palace of celestial sect, Tianlan sat cross-legged on a futon, controlling the butterfly to scout the situation in Moon God Palace. Tianlan, did you find anything? How's Dong Huangyu's situation? Lin Jiuxuan walked into the palace and asked softly. Hearing Lin Jiuxuan's voice, Tianlan slowly opened his eyes and said, there's no situation. Dong Huangyu is very safe. No one has entered the dungeon these few days. Lin Jiuxuan nodded and reminded, remember, if there's a situation, you must inform me immediately. Yes. Sect Master. Tianlan nodded. Just as he finished speaking, Tianlan suddenly said, someone entered the dungeon. It's a heavenly god expert. What? Heavenly god? Could it be Xianxia? Lin Jiuxuan's expression changed drastically as he quickly reminded, Tianlan, be careful. Don't alert Xianxia. Lin Jiuxuan was extremely worried as he looked at Tianlan nervously. Tianlan quickly closed his eyes and controlled the butterfly to fly to a hidden place to hide. In the dungeon of Moon God Palace, Qiu Qingshan and Wu Hao walked in. "Palace Master, who is this Dong Huanyu? Why did you capture her?" Kazakage also said that Palace Master didn't capture Dong Huanyu to deal with him. Wu Hao asked curiously. "Dong Huanyu's background is not small. Don't think that she's just a spiritual inscription master at the Heavenly King realm. There's an extremely powerful seal in her body. Even I can't see it. At first, I didn't know that Kazakage knew Dong Huanyu. I only found out by chance when I went to the capital city." Qiu Qingshan said indifferently. "An extremely powerful seal?" Wu Hao frowned slightly and asked curiously, "Palace Master, is Dong Huanyu's seal set by Spirit Emperor? Wouldn't her identity be terrifying?" "That's right." Qiu Qingshan nodded slightly and said, "This seal was set when she was young. It sealed her talent." "What? The seal was set when she was young?" Wu Hao widened his eyes in shock. How much hatred was there? Spirit Emperor was actually so cruel to a child. Dong Huanyu, could it be? Wu Hao seemed to have guessed something. Qiu Qingshan said indifferently, "Dong Huanyu wasn't originally called Dong Huanyu. It was just a name given to her by the person who adopted her. As expected, Dong Huanyu was captured by Spirit Emperor when she was young." Qiu Qingshan's words confirmed Wu Hao's guess. He then asked curiously, "Palace Master, who is Dong Huanyu?" Qiu Qingshan said, "Her name is Ing Wuyue." "Ing Wuyue?" Wu Hao frowned deeply. All these years, Spirit Emperor sent people to spy on her. It was only when Dong Huanyu went to Heavenly Master's immortal residence that Spirit Emperor ordered me to capture her." Qiu Qingshan said indifferently. "Why did you capture Dong Huanyu only after she joined Heavenly Master's immortal residence? Could it be related to Heavenly Master's immortal residence?" Wu Hao asked again. "Most probably because she is worried about Wind Shadow. Besides, Wind Shadow already has his suspicions." Qiu Qingshan said. At this moment, they had already arrived at Dong Huanyu's prison cell. "Worried about Wind Shadow? What does this have to do with him?" Wu Hao was confused. "Master?" Dong Huanyu's expression changed. She hurriedly asked in anger, "What did you do to my master?" "Wu Hao, bring her to Spirit Emperor Divine Hall. Don't hurt her," Qiu Qingshan ordered. "Yes." Wu Hao did as he was told. He opened the prison cell and brought Dong Huanyu out. Dong Huanyu struggled with all her might. "Let me go. Let me go. What did you do to my master?" "Don't worry, your master is still alive and well." Wu Hao coldly smiled. A powerful force trapped Dong Huanyu and directly brought her out of the prison cell. "Let me go." "I'm not going." Dong Huanyu struggled with all her might. Unfortunately, her strength was too weak and it was useless. "Dong Huanyu, it's all thanks to Spirit Emperor that you are still alive today. Spirit Emperor can be considered your savior." Qiu Qingshan smiled. "What? Savior?" Dong Huanyu was stunned. End of this chapter. The Spirit Emperor is my savior? Dong Huanyu's face stiffened. She was extremely shocked. "You will know when you reach the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace," Qiu Qingshan said with a smile. He waved his hand and signaled Wu Hao to bring Dong Huanyu to the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. After Wu Hao brought Dong Huanyu out of the prison, Qiu Qingshan suddenly frowned and glanced at a certain spot in the prison. "Oh no." Tian Lan's face changed when she sensed Qiu Qingshan's gaze. Qiu Qingshan's terrifying gaze scared Tian Lan out of her wits. "Tian Lan, what's wrong?" Lin Jiuxuan asked anxiously. Tian Lan panicked and said, "Qiu Qingshan seems to have discovered us." "What?" Lin Jiuxuan's face changed again. However, Qiu Qingshan only took a glance and retracted his gaze. "Phew." Tian Lan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's a close call." However, just as Tian Lan relaxed, her pretty face changed once more, and she became extremely frightened. In the prison of the Moon God Palace, Qiu Qingshan, who retracted his gaze, suddenly grabbed the butterfly that was hiding in a corner. The power gathered in his claw directly crushed the butterfly into powder. Xianxia sneered and said, "You have guts to sneak into my moon god palace. Wind Shadow, I have underestimated you. Don't even think about saving Dong Huangyu. Men, go and find out who can condense the energy butterfly," Xianxia ordered and disappeared in a flash. Since the existence of the energy butterfly was discovered, it meant that the news had been leaked. Xianxia must ensure that Dong Huangyu was not kidnapped. Tianlan, what happened? Lin Jiuxuan asked worriedly in the main hall of the celestial sect. Sect Master, Xianxia has already discovered the existence of the butterfly and he destroyed it. What should we do? Tianlan asked in shock. Lin Jiuxuan frowned and said, "Don't worry. Send the news to the Sky Shadow Pavilion to Lord Feng first." Tianlan, what did they say? Lin Jiuxuan asked. They said a lot. It's all about Dong Huangyu. Tianlan nodded hurriedly. Her face was filled with worry and fear. Lin Jiuxuan frowned. Seems like Dong Huangyu's identity isn't simple. What did they say? After Tianlan cleared her thoughts, she said, Xianxia said that Dong Huangyu had been sealed by the Spirit Emperor since she was young. Her talent was sealed and he also said that Dong Huangyu's real name is Ying Wuyue. Xianxia even sent people to send Dong Huangyu to the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace and said that the Spirit Emperor was her savior. That's about it. Ying Wuyue? Lin Jiuxuan frowned deeply and asked, did they say who Ying Wuyue is? Tianlan shook her head and said, no. Tianlan, go back and rest first. I'll notify Lord Feng to come over right away. Lin Jiuxuan instructed before he immediately walked out of the hall. Lin Jiuxuan immediately took out the rune left behind by Feng Wuchen. After injecting his Tian Yuan into it, the rune turned into a golden light and shot into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ying Wuyue? Lin Jiuxuan asked in puzzlement. Who is this Dong Huangyu exactly? Why did the Spirit Emperor set up a seal on her talent since she was young? What kind of hatred did the Spirit Emperor have for her to be so crazy? At this moment, Feng Wuchen was cultivating in the 7th level of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Not long after Lin Jiuxuan took out the rune, Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating, sensed something. Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes and frowned. Tianlan already has news? Or did something happen to Dong Huangyu? With a thought, Feng Wuchen immediately exited Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda and rushed to the Celestial Sect. An hour later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Celestial Sect. Greetings, Lord Feng. Lin Jiuxuan, Guaoshan, and the others had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Feng Wuchen, they all bowed respectfully. Sect Master Lin, did something happen to Dong Huangyu? Feng Wuchen hurriedly asked. Lin Jiuxuan nodded solemnly and said, Dong Huangyu has been brought to the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. Tianlan also found out about Dong Huangyu. Let her say it. Tianlan, what happened? Feng Wuchen asked. Tianlan then told Feng Wuchen everything she heard. Ying Wuyue? As expected, there's something else. The Spirit Emperor sent Xianxia to capture Dong Huangyu. Maybe he accidentally found out that Dong Huangyu and I know each other. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. But with just these 3 words, Feng Wuchen couldn't guess Dong Huangyu's identity. The Spirit Emperor is Dong Huangyu's savior? What's going on? Strange. The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the more he didn't understand. Tianlan was puzzled. I also find it strange. Since he is her savior, why did he set up a seal to seal Dong Huangyu's talent? Humph. The Spirit Emperor is crazy. Tiannan gritted his teeth and said angrily. Guaoshan frowned and said, if she is Dong Huangyu's savior, why would the Spirit Emperor send Xianxia to capture her? Isn't this contradictory? I'm afraid things aren't as simple as we think. Feng Wuchen said seriously. Lord Feng, Tianlan's butterfly has been discovered by Xianxia. Old man is worried that Xianxia will investigate Celestial Sect. Tianlan's skill isn't a secret. Lin Jiuxuan said worriedly as he looked at Feng Wuchen. Although Celestial Sect wasn't weak, Lin Jiuxuan was only an early-stage heavenly god and he had just broken through. In front of Moon God Palace, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Tianlan's butterfly had been discovered by Xianxia. It would be strange if Lin Jiuxuan wasn't worried. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said, Sect Master Lin, don't worry. I will explain to the Chamber of Commerce. Qiu Qingshan doesn't have the guts to fall out with the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Lord Feng. With Feng Wuchen's words, Lin Jiuxuan was finally relieved. Oh right, Master, why did Dong Huangyu call you Master? Isn't she a disciple of the Celestial Master's mansion? Tianlan suddenly asked. Master? Feng Wuchen was stunned and then guessed, did Dong Huangyu call me Master because I helped her enter the Celestial Master's mansion? Ing Wuyue, Ing Wuyue. Feng Wuchen muttered in his heart, could it be, Master? What are you thinking about? Tianlan waved his hand in front of Feng Wuchen and asked. Feng Wuchen spread his hands helplessly and said, I've never had a disciple. Hearing this, Tianlan couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, Master, aren't you lying through your teeth? I called you Master. Am I not your disciple? Feng Wuchen was speechless. Tianlan, don't be rude to Lord Feng. Guoshan scolded in a low voice. It's fine. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen understood Tianlan's mischievous character. Hee, Master is still the best to me. Tianlan giggled and revealed a cute smile. Cultivate well. I will return to the Sky Shadow Pavilion to investigate Dong Huangyu. Feng Wuchen smiled. After speaking, his figure flashed and vanished. Teleportation is a movement technique that only the dragon gods know. Lord Feng's identity is truly terrifying. Lin Jiuxuan was secretly shocked. End of this chapter. After leaving Celestial Sect, Feng Wuchen returned to Sky Shadow Pavilion. Dong Huangyu was sent to Spirit Emperor Divine Palace. Feng Wuchen couldn't save her even if he wanted to. Besides, Feng Wuchen wasn't worried about Dong Huangyu's safety. If Dong Huangyu was in danger, Spirit Emperor would have killed her more than 20 years ago. Why would he keep her alive now? Wouldn't that be like nurturing a tiger? What's the enmity between Dong Huangyu and Spirit Emperor? Feng Wuchen was curious. Shadow Spirit Pavilion Master's surname is also Ing. Could Ing Wuyue be related to Ing Hun? On the way back, Feng Wuchen guessed. However, Ing Hun was still healing and hadn't shown himself. If he wanted to confirm whether Ing Wuyue was related to Ing Hun, he had to wait for Ing Hun to fully recover. Shadow Spirit Pavilion Master's injuries are serious. He shouldn't be able to recover so quickly. The 8 Sky Emperors are the same. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself as he arranged the time in his mind. Moon God Palace's main hall. Palace Master, we found out that the skill used to condense the butterflies is from a female disciple of Celestial Sect called Tianlan. A guard entered the main hall and reported respectfully. Is there anyone else? Qiu Qingshan asked. No. The guard replied respectfully. That means Wind Shadow also knows people from Celestial Sect. Qiu Qingshan's eyes flashed fiercely. The guard asked respectfully, Palace Master, should we bring her back? Qiu Qingshan waved his hand and said, you can't. Deal with Lin Jiuxuan. I'll have to do it myself. Once the news gets out, Spirit Emperor will blame me. Lin Jiuxuan was an early-stage heavenly god. He wasn't someone a heavenly lord could deal with. Palace Master, I'm afraid it's too late. We can only block the news if we destroy Celestial Sect. Lu Yuntian shook his head. Destroy Celestial Sect? Qiu Qingshan frowned. Lu Yuntian said seriously, that's right. Celestial Sect is strong, but not as strong as Moon God Palace. Destroying Celestial Sect can block the news. I'm just afraid that Feng Wuchen will interfere. Qiu Qingshan's eyes flashed with a hint of obscurity. He said fiercely, there's no time to lose. Immediately send people without tags to the Celestial Sect to investigate. As long as the Wind Shadow is not there, destroy the Celestial Sect. We cannot let the news leak out. However, what Qiu Qingshan did not know was that Tianlan had already informed Feng Wuchen of the news immediately. Even if they destroyed the Celestial Sect, it was already too late. The Celestial Sect was not as powerful as the Moon God Palace, but with the help of the Spirit Region Chamber of Commerce, Qiu Qingshan had to reconsider his own strength. The Spirit Domain Chamber of Commerce was very powerful. As for how powerful they were, very few people knew. Wu Hao, head to the celestial sect immediately and find out if Wind Shadow is there. In the palace, Wu Hao, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, received Xiao Qingshan's order. Wu Hao opened his eyes slowly and replied respectfully. He then disappeared in a flash as he rushed towards the celestial sect. The celestial sect had been targeted by the venomous snake. Swish, on top of a mountain near the celestial sect, Wu Hao's figure appeared in a flash. Wind Shadow is good at hiding his aura. I can't sense his aura at all. Wu Hao frowned. Speaking of Feng Wuchen, Wu Hao's mind could not help but recall the scene of his battle with Feng Wuchen. An intense battle where both sides suffered great losses. Clenching his fists, Wu Hao gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Wind Shadow. The next time I see you, if you are still alive, I will definitely defeat you completely. Against such a powerful opponent, I hope you are still alive because you can only die in my hands. After finishing his words, Wu Hao's figure disappeared in a flash as he quietly sneaked into the celestial sect. Wu Hao had searched every single palace in the celestial sect, but he didn't see Feng Ying. After confirming that Feng Wuchen was not in the celestial sect, Wu Hao sent the news back to the Moon God Palace. Qiao Qingshan, Lu Yuntian, the three elders of the Moon God Palace, and many heaven monarchs immediately rushed to the celestial sect. A massacre was about to begin. In the main hall of the celestial sect, Lin Jiuxuan frowned and said, They are here. Lin Jiuxuan had already sensed Qiao Qingshan's aura and was flying towards the celestial sect. If it is a blessing, it will not be a disaster. If it is a disaster, we cannot avoid it. Guaoshan said slowly. Swish. Swish. Swish, in the sky above the celestial sect, dozens of figures flashed over. They were the Moon God Palace's Qiao Qingshan and the others. Apart from Qiao Qingshan, who was in the Heaven God realm, Guardian Lu Yuntian was also in the Heaven God realm. The other dozens of people were all heaven monarchs with powerful strength. Moon God Palace's Qiao Qingshan. Sect Master. Elders. Qiao Qingshan is here. And the Moon God Palace's guardians and elders. A terrifying aura shrouded the entire celestial sect, scaring the disciples. The weaker disciples collapsed on the ground, their faces full of pain. Qiao Qingshan, why have you come to the celestial sect with such a large force? Lin Jiuxuan walked out of the main hall slowly and asked Qiao Qingshan. Do you need me to say more? The news must not be leaked. Kill without mercy. Qiao Qingshan said coldly. Every word was filled with killing intent. Lin Jiuxuan's face darkened. He said coldly, Humph. You can try. Overconfident. An elder said with disdain, to be honest, old man has never put the celestial sect in his eyes. Is that so? The Moon God Palace is just the Spirit Emperor's lackey. Guaoshan retorted. Annihilate the celestial sect. Leave no one alive. Guardian Lu Yuntian ordered coldly. His face was gloomy and filled with killing intent. Kill. Lu Yuntian shouted angrily. Dozens of heaven monarchs swarmed forward. Waves of terrifying power burst out aggressively. Lin Jiuxuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He ordered, Heaven monarchs attack. Kill without mercy. Tian Nan, take the others and lead the celestial sect immediately. The celestial sect's heaven monarchs soared into the sky. The battle was about to start. Lin Jiuxuan, the celestial sect shouldn't have interfered. Today, I will wash the celestial sect with blood. No one can escape. Qiao Qingshan said coldly as an extremely terrifying power burst out. A surging aura swept out. Lin Jiuxuan shouted, Qiao Qingshan. You want to annihilate the celestial sect? You are underestimating the celestial sect's strength. Qiao Qingshan sneered. I want to see how long the celestial sect can last. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Lin Jiuxuan said fiercely. Is that so? Old man. Let this protector test your strength. Lu Yuntian shouted. The power of an early-stage heaven god was released. Green light burst out and enveloped the entire celestial sect. Lu Yuntian suddenly swooped down with a majestic aura. Lin Jiuxuan stared at Lu Yuntian fiercely and snorted. Do you think I am afraid of you? Bang, Lin Jiuxuan stomped on the ground. With a loud bang, he soared into the sky. His terrifying power was fully released. His aura was not below Lu Yuntian's. This old man's strength is not simple. He has just stepped into the heaven god realm and has such a powerful aura. Lu Yuntian was shocked. The battle between the heaven gods was about to start. End of chapter. Boom. 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 Buzz. Buzz. In the sky above Celestial Sect, Lin Jiuxuan and Lu Yuntian were engaged in an intense battle. The terrifying collision of energy was like a raging wave that reverberated through the void. The torn void was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The battle had only lasted for a few minutes, and the void had already turned dark. Lin Jiuxuan and Lu Yuntian were evenly matched in strength. It was hard to tell who would win. As for the Heaven Monarch experts, they were fighting their own battles and giving it their all. Let's go. Evacuate Celestial Sect immediately. Tian Nan roared as he led a large group of Celestial Sect disciples to evacuate. Qiu Qingshan looked at the retreating Celestial Sect disciples with cold eyes. He bent his hand and a green light appeared, gathering a terrifying energy. I said, none of you can escape, Qiu Qingshan said coldly. As soon as he finished his words, Qiu Qingshan waved his hand mercilessly. An extremely terrifying green energy shuttle shot out like lightning, filled with the aura of death. Buzz. Buzz. Wherever the terrifying green energy shuttle passed, the space shook violently. What? Empyrean South sensed something, and his expression suddenly changed, fear filling his face. It's over. The Celestial Sect disciples were in despair. They could feel the aura of death surrounding them. Facing such a terrifying energy, they couldn't escape at all. Qiu Qingshan. You bastard. Lin Jiuxuan was furious as he scolded Qiu Qingshan. Lin Jiuxuan was burning with anxiety as he shot out. If he didn't block this terrifying energy, thousands of Celestial Sect disciples would be killed. You're courting death. Lu Yuntian sneered in disdain but didn't stop Lin Jiuxuan. Gu Aoshan's old face was hideous as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, bastard. A heaven god like you dares to attack a junior so shamelessly. Hearing that, Qiu Qingshan sneered and said, I only care about the results. The process isn't important. You only care about the results. Just as Qiu Qingshan finished his sentence, a faint and old voice was heard. They're here. Lin Jiuxuan was overjoyed as he quickly stopped in his tracks. They're finally here. Gu Aoshan was relieved. This voice is. Qiu Qingshan's cold expression suddenly changed as if he had guessed who it was. Swish, a black-robed old man with white hair and beard suddenly appeared in a flash. A terrifying power quickly condensed in his palm, and a soul-stirring airwave swept out with an earth-shattering momentum. Heavenly God Stage Powerhouse. Tian Nan, Sky Mist, and the other disciples all cried out in surprise. Late Heavenly God Realm. Lu Yuntian's expression changed drastically as he stared at the old man with wide eyes. Lu Yuntian's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock, it's actually him. It's actually that old thing. The Moon God's Palace Elder also cast a look of shock and disbelief. Boom, facing Qiu Qingshan's terrifying azure light shuttle, the old man waved his hand. With a boom, the terrifying light shuttle was hit high into the sky like a rubber ball. With a wave of his hand, he was able to send Qiu Qingshan's terrifying power flying into the sky. It could be seen that the black-robed old man's strength was also quite terrifying. Rumble. Buzz. A terrifying green light exploded in the void. The sound of the explosion was deafening, and terrifying energy ripples swept out without restraint. The appearance of the black-robed old man easily dispelled Qiu Qingshan's terrifying power. The tens of thousands of Celestial Sect disciples were completely relieved. Let's go. Tian Nan followed up with a loud roar. All the disciples regained their senses and quickly left the Celestial Sect. We haven't seen each other for many years. This old monster's cultivation has improved a lot. Qiu Qingshan frowned deeply as he stared coldly at the black-robed old man. President Gu, you're finally here. Thank you for your help. Lin Jiuxuan hurriedly cupped his fist and thanked him gratefully. Sect Master Lin, you're too polite. The black-robed old man smiled faintly and habitually stroked his white beard. Gutong Tian. Lu Yuntian's face was gloomy as he glared at the black-robed old man. He could not wait to tear him to pieces. The person who came was the president of the Spirit Region Chamber of Commerce, Gutong Tian. His cultivation had reached the late heavenly god realm, which was similar to Xianxia's cultivation. Gutong Tian has no reason to interfere with our moon god's palace matters. What's going on? Why would this old thing intervene for no reason? The great elder frowned and asked curiously. Gutong Tian, what do you mean? Are you going to meddle in other people's business? Lu Yuntian asked angrily. His face was very ugly. Gutong Tian smiled faintly. Old man was just entrusted by someone. Feng Ying. Xiao Qingshan's face was extremely gloomy. Xiao Qingshan could not think of anyone else who could ask Gutong Tian to help except for Feng Wuchen, a divine-grade weapon forger. Wait. Xiao Qingshan's expression suddenly changed and he thought to himself, how did Feng Ying know that I'm going to deal with the celestial sect? This is definitely not a coincidence. Did Feng Ying already know? Feng Ying must have already known about Dong Huanyu. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingshan's face became more and more ugly. He glared at Gutong Tian fiercely and said, Gutong Tian, do you really want to interfere with my business? You should know that once you interfere, the Chamber of Commerce will be listed as a traitor. You're digging your own grave by making an enemy of the celestial race. Old man said that he was entrusted by someone. Isn't that clear enough? Gutong Tian's answer had already made his position clear. He was not threatened at all. If that's the case, then I'd like to see how much your strength has improved after all these years of seclusion. Xiao Qingshan said fiercely. His eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed in them. Buzz buzz. As he spoke, a monstrous aura burst out and rushed to the sky. The power in Xiao Qingshan's body surged out like a volcanic eruption. The dazzling green light covered the entire void and made people unable to open their eyes. The extremely terrifying aura and pressure swept out violently. It was breathtaking and terrifying. Gulp, the celestial sect disciples who had evacuated to the mountains far away felt Xiao Qingshan's terrifying power and were scared out of their wits. They swallowed their saliva in fear. Lin Jiushuan was shocked and said, Xiao Qingshan, this bastard's strength is actually so terrifying. I've long heard that you're quite powerful, but I haven't had the chance to test it out. Coincidentally, old man hasn't stretched his body for many years. Today, I'll fight with you for a few hundred rounds and test your strength, Gutong Tian said straightforwardly as a strong fighting spirit surged out. He was not afraid of Xiao Qingshan's challenge at all. Buzz buzz. The surging energy began to burst out from Gutong Tian's body. The space shook violently and collapsed. The terrifying aura spread out as though it had materialized. Don't you regret it? All of you, back off. Xiao Qingshan shouted. The Heaven Monarch experts who were fighting on their own quickly retreated. Boom. Buzz buzz. Xiao Qingshan took the initiative to attack. He stepped on the void and there was a loud boom. His speed was terrifying and beyond everyone's imagination. No one could see him. Everywhere he passed, the space shook violently. Celestial art. God-slaying claw. Xiao Qingshan arrived in a flash. With a loud shout, his claw that contained terrifying power grabbed at Gutong Tian's head mercilessly. End of chapter. Immortal art. Soulless finger. Break. The president of the Chamber of Commerce was not to be trifled with. Facing Xiao Qingshan's ruthless killer move, Gutong Tian retaliated strongly. Boom. Buzz buzz. Gutong Tian formed a sword finger, condensing a violent power, and fiercely attacked, passing through Xiao Qingshan's claw and touching his palm. With a boom, a destructive power suddenly exploded, and at the same time, the two of them were sent flying. The turbulent energy ripples mercilessly lit up the void. The dark space was covered by the explosion's radiance. The two of them had just started fighting and were already going all out. In a head-on collision, both of them were evenly matched. This old thing's strength has increased so much. Lu Yuntian frowned and thought to himself. You're quite ruthless. Using a killer move right from the start. The old man hasn't fought for many years. You should at least consider his feelings, right? Gutong Tian smiled calmly. The head-on collision did not injure either of them. Humph. Xiao Qingshan snorted and ignored the terrifying energy ripples. He stepped into the void and shot out again. His aura was even more ferocious and majestic. Pa! The moment Xiao Qingshan attacked, Gu Tongtian immediately stopped smiling. His deep old eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He put his palms together and a terrifying airwave swept out like a storm. Immortal art. Universe Blood Shadow Palm. Gu Tongtian suddenly shouted. His hands condensed a suffocating power and flashed with brilliant purple light. Swish swish swish. Buzz buzz. As his shout faded, Gu Tongtian suddenly waved his hands and swept out. Hundreds of terrifying purple energy slashes shot out one after another, bringing with them intense and ear-piercing sonic booms. In the dark space, the hundreds of energy slashes were extremely dazzling. Immortal art. Heavenly Spirit Dolua. Xiao Qingshan shouted and condensed a green energy shield. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Hundreds of terrifying energy slashes bombarded Xiao Qingshan's energy shield like a machine gun. Earth-shattering explosions rang out one after another. The space shook violently, and the bodies of the people watching the battle from afar swayed along with it. However, Gu Tongtian's attack did not cause any damage to Xiao Qingshan. It did not even break Xiao Qingshan's energy shield. Gu Tongtian, don't even think about breaking my Dolua's heavenly constellation. Xiao Qingshan's shout came from the center of the terrifying explosion. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Qingshan's figure suddenly shot forward at an astonishing speed. His attacks were ferocious. Old man has never thought of breaking your defense. Gu Tongtian smiled faintly. There was no fear on his old face. Xiao Qingshan arrived in the blink of an eye. His extremely destructive palm mercilessly blasted towards Gu Tongtian. Boom! Buzz! Xiao Qingshan struck Gu Tongtian with his palm, causing an explosion that shook the void. However, Gu Tongtian, who was struck, turned into dust and dissipated. A clone! Xiao Qingshan's expression changed slightly. You're right. Gu Tongtian's voice came from behind him. Not good. Xiao Qingshan's expression changed once more. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to dodge. Boom! Gu Tongtian had already seized this opportunity and slammed his palm on Xiao Qingshan's back. With a loud bang, Xiao Qingshan was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Palace Lord. Lu Yuntian and the others were shocked. Xiao Qingshan forcibly stabilized his body. His face couldn't help but become ferocious, and his murderous aura became even more terrifying. Gu Tongtian's palm didn't injure Xiao Qingshan. He only had a slight advantage. Staring fiercely at Gu Tongtian, Xiao Qingshan said coldly, the immortal arts attack was to cover my sight. You took the opportunity to condense a clone, and your goal was to hit me with a palm? Do you think this palm can injure me? That's not it. Old man isn't so confident that he can injure the Moon God Palace's palace lord with a single palm. Gu Tongtian smiled faintly. Xiao Qingshan raised his hand slightly. His palm bent like a claw, and a Longan-sized 9-colored pearl appeared in his palm. It emitted a very powerful aura. It was obvious that it was an innate grade immortal artifact. Innate grade immortal artifact. Lin Jiuxuan frowned deeply. Xiao Qingshan's terror was beyond his imagination. Xiao Qingshan's aura soared rapidly and became more and more terrifying. The soul-stirring aura made people feel a deep sense of fear. Gu Tongtian's palm had clearly infuriated Xiao Qingshan. That was why he unleashed his immortal artifact without holding back. Gu Tongtian, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today. Xiao Qingshan said expressionlessly. His words were filled with killing intent. Gu Tongtian said coldly, then let's see what you're capable of. Buzz buzz. Xiao Qingshan's peak power was unleashed without holding back. The wind blew wildly, and the green light shot into the sky. It pierced through the dark void and illuminated the land. The surging aura was about to break through the sky. Gulp, the celestial sect became more and more terrified. No one could speak. Their faces were as pale as paper. Is this Xiao Qingshan's strongest power? Guaoshan said with a face full of shock. Cold sweat broke out on his back. It's not simple. Qiu Qingshan's strength is close to the peak of the late-stage heavenly god realm. Lin Jiuxuan frowned. He was secretly glad that Gu Tongtian came to help. Otherwise, the celestial sect would definitely be destroyed today. Gu Tongtian's old face was very serious. Since Qiu Qingshan unleashed his full power, Gu Tongtian didn't dare to hold back. Immortal art. 8 Baron Divine Sword. Qiu Qingshan suddenly shouted. In the sky above him, a terrifying power condensed into a green energy sword that was several thousand feet long. It was suffocating with a terrifying aura. Gu Tongtian. Take it if you have the guts. Qiu Qingshan said coldly. Then, he waved his hand. The extremely huge and terrifying energy sword shot out with an unstoppable force. Gu Tongtian frowned deeply. He waved his hand, and a connate great immortal artifact axe appeared in his hand. Gu Tongtian didn't have time to think. He poured all his strength into the axe, and the surging aura erupted fiercely. Immortal art. Undying battle soul axe. Gu Tongtian shouted. He gripped the axe with both hands and slashed it down. The energy axe that was several thousand feet long tore through the air. Its might was monstrous, and it was unstoppable. This old monster can unleash such a powerful immortal art. Lu Yuntian was extremely shocked. What a violent immortal art. As expected of the Chamber of Commerce's president, Gu Aoshan said with fear and excitement. At least he could see that Gu Tongtian could fight Qiu Qingshan. Rumble. Puff puff. Almost in the blink of an eye, under the horrified eyes of the Celestial Sect and Moon God Palace, the two destructive energies collided and exploded. The huge explosion instantly covered all the sounds in the world. The extremely destructive energy swept out mercilessly, shaking Gu Tongtian and Qiu Qingshan until they spat out blood at the same time. They were directly swallowed by the energy. This old thing also has such fierce power. Qiu Qingshan was furious. He thought that this move could seriously injure Gu Tongtian. Unfortunately, Qiu Qingshan still underestimated Gu Tongtian's strength. Palace Master. President Gu. Lin Jiuxuan, Lu Yuntian, and the others were extremely worried. They looked anxious and panicked. Under the full-force collision, Gu Tongtian and Qiu Qingshan were seriously injured. End of chapter. Buzz, buzz, energy ripples covered several 100,000 feet of the void. It was as if the entire sky was shaking. The dusky space was filled with dazzling explosion radiance. The shocking explosion could be said to resound throughout Lingdu. Quickly retreat. Lin Jiuxuan suddenly roared. The celestial sect disciples retreated in horror. Even Lin Jiuxuan was also frightened until he retreated repeatedly. The destructive energy ripples, probably only a heavenly emperor powerhouse could withstand it. A bloody battle between late-stage celestial god realm powerhouses, the destructive power was rather shocking. Palace Lord is seriously injured. Lu Yuntian was burning with anxiety but did not dare to rush in. Gu Tongtian's appearance was not within their expectations. Looking at that large expanse of energy ripples in the void, countless factions and cultivators in Lingdu were extremely alarmed. They felt like heaven and earth were collapsing. The scene was extremely visually impactful. Qiu Qingshan's aura, and also Gu Tongtian's aura, President Gu's aura. In Sky Shadow Pavilion, the gazes of Tian Ming and many other assassins all looked in the direction of the energy source. Did something happen to Celestial Sect? Moonchaser said with a frown. Looking at that horrifying energy, his eyes were filled with horror. Mingyue said, shouldn't be wrong. This energy indeed came from Celestial Sect. Their auras have weakened greatly. Looks like both sides suffered great losses. Windchaser said with a frown. Lord Tianming, do you want to go and take a look? Qinglu asked. Tianming shook his head slightly and said, no need for now. Let's observe the situation first. President Gu's strength is powerful. Qiu Qingshan can't do anything to him. If it really can't be done, it won't be too late for me and Zhu Feng to take action then. In the palace where Feng Wuchen was, Feng Wuchen, who was currently cultivating in Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, had already learned about the situation from the Universe Pagoda. Master, Qiu Qingshan's injuries are serious. Why don't we find a chance to finish him off? Long Shenjian's voice sounded. Feng Wuchen stopped cultivating and slowly opened his eyes. He said, wanting to kill Qiu Qingshan isn't easy. This old fox is very shrewd. Every step he takes, he has to plan carefully. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived until today. With a thought, Feng Wuchen exited the ninefold cosmos pagoda and left the palace. Kazakage? Noticing that Feng Wuchen had come out, Tianming turned his head in surprise. Big brother Tianming, let's go take a look. We might have a chance to kill Qiu Qingshan, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. His figure had already floated up into the sky. Kazakage, don't take any risks. Qinglu hurriedly warned. Let's go. Tianming soared into the sky. If Feng Wuchen wanted to go, even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, Tianming would not object. At the same time, in the main hall of the Spirit Domain Chamber of Commerce, several elders were worried about Gu Tongtian's safety. Xiao Sanfeng said worriedly, President is already seriously injured. If we don't act now, old man is worried that President's life will be in danger. Let's go take a look, the great elder said slowly. If the Chamber of Commerce acted, it meant that they would become enemies with the Moon God Palace and the Spirit Emperor. They would be seen as traitors by the Temple of Celestial Worthy. In the sky above the celestial sect, as time passed, the energy ripples gradually dissipated and the space gradually returned to normal. The collapsed void was also being repaired. Gu Tongtian and Qiu Qingshan's heavily injured figures gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Their faces were pale and their injuries were very serious. Their clothes were dyed red with blood and their auras were very weak. President Gu and Qiu Qingshan are both seriously injured. We can't give Lu Yuntian a chance. Lin Jiuxuan frowned and stared at Lu Yuntian in the distance. Lin Jiuxuan stared at Lu Yuntian and Lu Yuntian stared back at Lin Jiuxuan. Lu Yuntian's thoughts were the same as Lin Jiuxuan's. I didn't expect your strength to improve so much in these years of seclusion. No wonder you dare to be enemies with me, the heavily injured Qiu Qingshan said with difficulty. His cold gaze never left Gu Tongtian. Gu Tongtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled weakly. Didn't you improve a lot too? However, you still can't escape death today. Qiu Qingshan said fiercely. He waved his hand and 3 runes appeared out of thin air. Innate grade runes. Gu Tongtian's face changed slightly. President Gu, be careful. Lin Jiuxuan was shocked and quickly shouted. He immediately shot out with all his strength. Qiu Qingshan was heavily injured and Lin Jiuxuan was 100% confident that he could stop Qiu Qingshan. 3 innate grade runes. Gu Aoshan and the others' faces changed and they were in a panic. Immortal grade runes were originally very powerful and Qiu Qingshan's runes were even more powerful than immortal grade runes. They were even more terrifying. Humph. Lin Jiuxuan, do you think I don't exist? Lu Yuntian said fiercely. He also shot out with terrifying speed and intercepted Lin Jiuxuan. Lin Jiuxuan's face was gloomy but he had no choice. His strength was on par with Lu Yuntian and he couldn't do anything to him. At this moment, Qiu Qingshan had already forcefully activated the remaining strength in his body and activated the 3 innate grade runes. They were filled with terrifying power. Gu Tongtian, it's time for you to die, Qiu Qingshan sneered mockingly. Gu Tongtian said gloomily, I didn't expect you to have a trick up your sleeve. President Gu, leave quickly. Lin Jiuxuan shouted anxiously. None of you can leave. Qiu Qingshan said fiercely. His pale face was very frightening. Swish. Swish, Qiu Qingshan had just finished speaking when 2 terrifying energy light pillars suddenly shot out from the distant sky. They brought along a strong ear-piercing sonic boom. Everywhere they passed, the space shook and exploded. In a short while, 2 figures shot over like lightning with majestic auras. Heaven God Realm. 2 elders of the Chamber of Commerce, humph. You're also here to die. Qiu Qingshan's face darkened and his eyes became even more ferocious. The people who came were the Chamber of Commerce's first elder and second elder. The first elder was already at middle stage Heaven God Realm while the second elder was at early stage Heaven God Realm. Qiu Qingshan waved his hand and a rune shot out. It instantly turned into a terrifying energy palm. Boom. Boom, buzz. buzz, the two terrifying light pillars collided with the palm. Two explosions resounded throughout the celestial sect's mountain range. Terrifying energy ripples swept out crazily and forced the two elders to retreat. Humph. Xianxia snorted and waved his hand again. Two runes turned into terrifying energy and shot out ferociously. Be careful. Gu Tongtian was shocked. He immediately activated his heaven origin energy and flashed to the back of the two elders. He pressed his palms on their backs and injected his remaining energy into their bodies. The two elders immediately took out their immortal equipment and activated their full strength. A majestic aura burst out, and at the same time, they shouted, "Heaven origin energy protection!" Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Two terrifying rune forces shot out and crashed onto the energy shield. The terrifying energy caused Gu Tongtian and the other two to spit out blood as they were sent flying. Xianxia had the rune forces. Gu Tongtian and the other two elders couldn't withstand it. Humph. You overestimate yourselves. You dare to make a move with such abilities? It's like hitting a rock with an egg. Xianxia said in disdain. He was extremely arrogant. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Fanatic Cultivation God and Eternal War Soul completed works. Prideful Cultivation God serialized works. End of this chapter. Xianxia is still holding back his strength. Gu Tongtian was shocked. Xianxia is seriously injured. How can he still have such powerful strength? The great elder said in disbelief. He had just attacked and was already seriously injured. Xianxia forcefully activated the remaining strength in his body. Combined with the innate rune, the strength that erupted was not weaker than Xianxia at his peak. Even if the seriously injured Gu Tongtian joined forces with the other two, there was still a huge gap in strength. President Gu. Lin Jiuxuan turned pale with fright and rushed forward in a panic. Humph. Xianxia stared coldly at Lin Jiuxuan. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Be careful, sect leader Lin. The seriously injured Gu Tongtian shouted. What? Lin Jiuxuan's expression changed. Lin Jiuxuan. You can't save them. You should worry about yourself. Xianxia shouted coldly and attacked Lin Jiuxuan with a fierce palm. Celestial Art. 7-star wind-splitting palm. Lin Jiuxuan hurriedly formed a seal and attacked Xianxia with a palm. Humph. A mere early heavenly god. Even if I'm seriously injured, I don't care. Xianxia said arrogantly. He did not take Lin Jiuxuan seriously at all. Boom. Puff. The two palms collided fiercely and there was a loud explosion. Without a doubt, Lin Jiuxuan spat out blood and was sent flying. Sect leader. Guoshan and the rest turned pale with fright. The celestial sect disciples who were watching the battle from afar felt their hearts in their throats. Xianxia, how much primordial spirit energy do you have to use? Gu Tongtian shouted angrily. Xianxia looked coldly at Gu Tongtian and said, I can absorb your primordial spirit energy to recover. If I don't kill you today, I'll be the one who dies. Guardians, elders, do it. Xianxia ordered. Sect leader, leave the rest to me. Lu Yuntian came in a flash. With Lu Yuntian's strength, dealing with the seriously injured Gu Tongtian and the rest was a piece of cake. Leave Guoshan and the rest to us. An elder sneered. Preposterous. Guoshan's face was filled with rage, and veins bulged on his face. Let's go. Lu Yuntian shouted. He immediately unleashed his terrifying power. The elders of the Moon God Palace and the Heaven Monarch Realm martial experts attacked again. They rushed out in a frenzy with overbearing aura. Without hesitation, Guoshan led the celestial sect's Heaven Monarchs to launch a fierce counterattack. This battle was unavoidable. They could only fight with their lives on the line. Xianxia hastily took out a few pills and swallowed them. He hastily sat cross-legged in midair to heal his injuries. Pa. Lu Yuntian put his palms together, and with a crisp sound, he opened them abruptly. In the blink of an eye, 4 green energy spears containing a terrifying aura were formed. Gu Tongtian, Lin Jiuxuan, go to hell. Lu Yuntian sneered and waved his hand. 4 terrifying energy guns shot out. Seeing this, Gu Tongtian hurriedly shouted, "Give me your power." The 2 elders ignored their injuries and forcefully channeled their power into Gu Tongtian's body. Gu Tongtian was the first to activate it. He put his palms together and shouted, "Immortal art." Shenluo shield. A powerful purple energy formed in the shape of a Taiji diagram, blocking in front of Gu Tongtian and the others. Boom boom boom. PFFF. 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 The 4 terrifying energy guns blasted on the Shenluo shield consecutively. The explosion was earth-shattering. The terrifying energy caused Gu Tongtian and the others to vomit blood again. Their injuries were rapidly worsening. Her. Gu Tongtian, you are all severely injured. You are not a match for this guardian. Lu Yuntian sneered mockingly. Gu Tongtian was severely injured in the battle with Xianxia. After that, he was severely injured by the rune power. It was undoubtedly one disaster after another. Now that the 3 of them were working together, they were simply unable to withstand Lu Yuntian's power. "Guardian, hurry up and do it." Xianxia, who was recuperating, shouted. "Go to hell." Lu Yuntian suddenly shouted. An even more terrifying power was released, and the power of the 4 energy guns suddenly increased by several folds. "This bastard." Gu Tongtian gritted his teeth and said angrily. President Gu. Guoshan and the others were in a panic. However, they were only at the Heaven Monarch realm and couldn't help at all. The situation was very critical. Once they couldn't withstand it, Gu Tongtian and the others would definitely die. Lin Jiuxuan and the rest of the celestial sect wouldn't be able to escape the fate of extinction. Buzz. Buzz, Gu Tongtian and the other 2 used all their strength to resist. The terrifying collision force was unrestrained, and the void trembled violently. "Give up and accept your death obediently." Lu Yuntian's expression became crazed as he released an even more terrifying power. "I can't hold on anymore," Great Elder said strenuously. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. "Huh!" Lu Yuntian suddenly shouted. An extremely terrifying power burst out. He pushed his palm forward, and the power of the 4 terrifying energy guns increased crazily. Hiss! Hiss! Under the crazy impact, the divine Luo shield was full of cracks and was about to shatter. "I can't hold on anymore." Gu Tongtian gritted his teeth. His whole body was trembling. "Haha!" Lu Yuntian laughed crazily. "Kacha! Kacha! Kacha!" At this moment, the 4 terrifying energy guns suddenly shattered. The laughing Lu Yuntian's face instantly froze. "This is..." Lu Yuntian's expression changed greatly. Boom, PFFF, before Lu Yuntian could react, there was a sudden explosion. An extremely terrifying power burst out from Gu Tongtian's body. The shock caused Lu Yuntian to vomit blood and his body to fly backward. The extremely terrifying power severely injured Lu Yuntian in one blow. How is this possible? How can Gu Tongtian still have such terrifying power? Lu Yuntian's expression changed greatly. He was extremely frightened. What's going on? Guoshan and the others looked over in confusion. However, when everyone's gazes swept over, their expressions changed drastically. Heaven Rank 1 Assassin Tian Ming. Lin Jiuxuan and the others couldn't help but shout. What? Tian Ming? Lu Yuntian's expression changed greatly. He looked over and saw Tian Ming's figure. Behind the 2 elders of the Chamber of Commerce, there was another person. It was Tian Ming, the Sky Shadow Pavilion's assassin. Xianxia, who was healing himself, stared at Tian Ming with a ferocious expression. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Tian Ming. President Gu, elders, are you all right?" Tian Ming asked with a smile. "Thank you for your help." Gu Tongtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. If Tian Ming had come half a step later, the 3 of them would have been dead. Big brother Tian Ming, Xianxia and Lu Yuntian are already severely injured. This is a good opportunity. If we kill them, Moon God Palace will be finished. Feng Wuchen's cold laughter rang out. Wind Shadow. Xiao Qingshan's expression changed greatly. Lord Feng is here too. Lin Jiushuan and the others were overjoyed. Master. Tianlan was completely relieved. A bright smile appeared on her pretty face. Xiao Qingshan, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? To be honest, I didn't expect you to die in my hands either, Tian Ming said with a cold smile. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Tian Ming shot out without hesitation. End of chapter. Boom. An intense explosion resounded through the air. Tian Ming shot out with a monstrous aura. He flipped his hand and a dagger appeared in his hand. His killing intent soared. Xiao Qingshan's face was gloomy. He immediately urged his power to retreat, but Tian Ming didn't give him any chance. Palace Master, be careful. Lu Yuntian shouted in panic. Not good. Xiao Qingshan's expression changed. His eyes were filled with fear. Tian Ming sneered, Xiao Qingshan. Die. In the blink of an eye, Tian Ming had already arrived at Xiao Qingshan's left side. The dagger flashed coldly as it mercilessly slashed across Xiao Qingshan's neck. Tian Ming. Just when the dagger was half an inch away from Xiao Qingshan's neck, a cold and majestic voice suddenly resounded in the sky. Gu Xingfeng. Tian Ming's expression changed as he felt a strong murderous aura. At that moment, Tian Ming retreated without hesitation, giving up on killing Xiao Qingshan. Gu Xingfeng's strength was terrifying. Even though Tian Ming wasn't weak, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could deal with Gu Xingfeng. Sovereign Gu. Xiao Qingshan was also shocked. He was surprised that Gu Xingfeng would come to his rescue at this time. Gu Xingfeng. Gu Tongtian and the others' faces became very serious. They were all too familiar with this voice. They knew that it was Gu Xingfeng. After a while, a figure appeared out of thin air in the sky. An extremely terrifying aura and pressure covered tens of thousands of feet of space, causing everyone's faces to be filled with fear. The person who came was the sovereign of the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace, Gu Xingfeng. Tian Ming, you seem to like meddling in other people's business. Gu Xingfeng stared coldly at Tian Ming and said arrogantly. Without waiting for Tian Ming to speak, Feng Wuchen sneered, Gu Xingfeng, your injuries are recovering very quickly. Hearing this, Gu Xingfeng's face instantly became ferocious. He looked at Feng Wuchen with murderous eyes and said, Wind Shadow, don't be so proud. I'll make sure you can't laugh later. Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered fearlessly. Staring coldly at Xiao Qingshan, Feng Wuchen asked, Xiao Qingshan, what is the relationship between Dong Huangyu and the Spirit Emperor? Because of this piece of news, you actually personally destroyed the celestial sect. Seems like things aren't as simple as they seem. Humph. Meddling in other people's business. Xiao Qingshan spoke gloomily, and he wished for nothing more than to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. Xiao Qingshan, recuperate well. Leave the rest to me. Gu Xingfeng said coldly. His cold eyes swept towards Tian Ming. Boom, a terrifying aura instantly erupted. Gu Xingfeng ruthlessly attacked. With a loud boom, he rushed towards Tian Ming at supersonic speed. Gu Xingfeng arrived in the blink of an eye. He had a disdainful sneer on his face as he threw a punch. In Gu Xingfeng's opinion, this punch was enough to deal with Tian Ming. Tian Yuan body protection. Tian Ming activated his Tian Yuan with all his might, condensing an energy barrier. Gu Xingfeng said disdainfully, Humph. Can you block it? Boom, gotcha, the punch landed on Tian Ming with a loud boom. The terrifying power easily shattered Tian Ming's energy barrier and sent him flying a few thousand meters away. Tian Ming's blood and qi churned violently, and he almost vomited blood. With just this little bit of strength, I don't even put you in my eyes. Gu Xingfeng laughed arrogantly. As a late heavenly god, Gu Xingfeng had the right to be arrogant. Lord Gu, since you look down on the assassins of the Sky Shadow Court, why don't I play with you? Lord Gu, you bully the weak with your strength. Just as Gu Xingfeng's arrogant laughter subsided, a calm and confident voice rang out. Zhu Feng. Upon hearing that, Gu Xingfeng frowned. The arrogance on his face instantly disappeared. Xiao Qingshan's expression was extremely serious. He thought to himself, Zhu Feng's strength is probably not below Gu Xingfeng's. Who knows how many heavenly gods have died in his hands? This person is definitely a terrifying assassin. This voice belongs to the #1 assassin in the Sky Shadow Court, Xu Feng. Gu Tongtian was shocked. That's right. It's Xu Feng. Lin Jiuxuan said with certainty. The great elder of the Chamber of Commerce said solemnly, it's rumored that Xu Feng's strength is extremely terrifying. He's a terrifying assassin with half a foot in the Heavenly Emperor realm. His speed is even said to be the fastest under the Heavenly Emperor realm. However, very few people have seen him in action. Before he even arrived, Xu Feng's name already made them feel shocked and fearful. So you came prepared. Staring at Feng Wuchen, Gu Xingfeng said coldly. There was still no fear on his face. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a cold smile, but he didn't say anything. Whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Xingfeng. It was so fast that it seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It was beyond everyone's reaction. The person who had arrived was the Sky Shadow Court's top assassin, Xu Feng. Xu Feng was wearing a white brocade robe. His long black hair was draped over his shoulders. He was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. Boom, Xu Feng arrived in an instant and sent Gu Xingfeng flying with a punch. Gu Xingfeng didn't even have time to react. So he's Xu Feng. No wonder he's the strongest Sky Shadow Court assassin. His speed is extremely fast. Feng Wuchen exclaimed as he sized Xu Feng up. Feng Wuchen had joined the Sky Shadow Court for so long, but this was the first time he had seen Xu Feng. So strong. Lin Jiuxuan exclaimed. As expected. Xu Feng's speed is simply impossible to guard against. The great elder of the Chamber of Commerce said in shock. Peak late-stage heavenly god realm. Xu Feng's cultivation has already surpassed Gu Xingfeng's. It's not easy for him to come this far. Gu Tongtian said. All the heavenly monarchs present were dumbfounded. They were all shocked by Xu Feng's terrifying strength. Xu Feng, the power of that punch isn't that great. I admit that your speed is above mine, but that doesn't mean that you can defeat me. I'm also a peak late-stage heavenly god. Gu Xingfeng, who had stabilized himself from afar, stared at Xu Feng darkly. Buzz. Buzz, as he spoke, a terrifying energy surged out of Gu Xingfeng's body. A bright blue light shot up into the sky, and a huge whirlpool formed in the sea of clouds. The entire spirit capital was shaking. Gu Xingfeng was hiding his cultivation. Gu Tongtian exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Tianming frowned as he felt Gu Xingfeng's terrifying aura. This guy's cultivation has increased so quickly. He's not far from becoming a heavenly emperor. Come on. Xu Feng, let me see if your strength is as strong as the rumors say. Gu Xingfeng shouted. His monstrous aura burst out and shook the hearts and souls of people. Xu Feng's expression did not change as he took a step forward. Boom. What? How is this possible? Xu Feng had just taken a step forward, but in the blink of an eye, another punch landed on Gu Xingfeng's chest. With a loud boom, Gu Xingfeng was sent flying again. Xu Feng's speed was so fast that even Gu Xingfeng could not react to it. They were of the same cultivation, but Xu Feng's speed was so fast that Gu Xingfeng did not even notice it. Loading up next chapters. What kind of speed is that? I didn't even notice it. Qiu Qingshan, who was healing himself, was dumbfounded. What terrifying speed! Gu Tongtian and the others were also stunned. Their gazes were originally fixed on Xu Feng, but in the blink of an eye, they only shifted their gazes when Gu Xingfeng was sent flying. They couldn't see how Xu Feng attacked at all. They finally saw what terrifying speed was. Wasn't the #1 heaven-ranked assassin an undeserved reputation? Wind attribute cultivation technique and wind attribute movement technique. Moreover, both of them have been cultivated to perfection. No wonder he has such terrifying speed. With Xu Feng's strength, if he were to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, I'm afraid his achievements would not be inferior to the Sky Chief Assassin, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Damn it! Gu Xingfeng's face was ferocious as he glared at Xu Feng. However, Gu Xingfeng's expression changed again when he looked at Xu Feng. Xu Feng's figure had already disappeared without a trace, giving people the impression that he was a dragon whose head and tail could not be seen. Where are you looking? Xu Feng's calm voice sounded behind Gu Xingfeng. Boom. Before Zhu Feng finished his words, he attacked again. With a loud explosion, a terrifying force hit Gu Xingfeng's back and sent him flying again. Gu Xingfeng couldn't fight back at all. Sovereign Gu, strength alone isn't enough. Speed is also very important. Zhu Feng said indifferently. Gu Xingfeng said furiously, I don't need you to remind me. Boom. Weng weng. Gu Xingfeng shot out furiously, his aura surging. A loud explosion sounded in the void again as terrifying power exploded. Wherever it passed, the void would collapse. Boom. Pooh. Gu Xingfeng was hit by a punch without any warning. The terrifying power caused him to spit out blood as he was sent flying again. Sovereign Gu, you're a peak late heavenly god. How weak do you think you are? Zhu Feng sneered. He could injure Gu Xingfeng with just a little bit of strength. Zhu Feng was the #1 heaven-ranked assassin. Other than his terrifying speed, his strength was definitely not weak. The ferocious punch caused Gu Xingfeng to spit out blood. One could see how strong Zhu Feng was. Preposterous. How could Zhu Feng be so fast? I didn't even notice his attack. Gu Xingfeng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Zhu Feng's speed is simply comparable to a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Xiao Qingshan thought in fear. He had finally witnessed the strength of the #1 heaven-class assassin. Zhu Feng is ridiculously powerful. Lin Jiuxuan was shocked. He could not believe that Gu Xingfeng could not fight back against Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng's speed was as fast as teleportation. Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. Then, relying on his terrifying speed, Zhu Feng started to attack mercilessly. Gu Xingfeng could not defend against all of his attacks, and all of them landed on his body. Gu Xingfeng kept vomiting blood, and his injuries were getting worse and worse. In the end, he was brutally smashed into the ground by Zhu Feng, creating a huge hole in the ground. Xiao Qingshan, Gu Tongtian, and the others were shocked when they saw Gu Xingfeng being beaten up. They were completely stunned by Zhu Feng's terrifying strength. In their eyes, Gu Xingfeng was extremely powerful, but in front of Zhu Feng, he was nothing. After all, Gu Xingfeng was also a peak late-stage heavenly god. How big was the gap between their strength? Sovereign Gu, this is your strength? As a sovereign of the Spirit Emperor Divine Palace, isn't this a little too weak? Zhu Feng sneered. In the huge hole below, Gu Xingfeng dragged his injured and battered body up to the sky. His pale face was extremely ferocious, and his veins were bulging. He looked extremely frightening. Not long ago, he was beaten up by the mysterious Heavenly Emperor, and now, he was beaten up by an opponent of the same level. Gu Xingfeng was extremely unlucky. Gu Xingfeng, your life as a sovereign is really suffocating. You were severely injured last time, and your injuries have just recovered. Now, you are being targeted again, and you don't even have the chance to fight back. How does it feel? Feng Wuchen mocked. Shut up. Gu Xingfeng shouted at Feng Wuchen. Buzz buzz. A terrifying power was unleashed. Gu Xingfeng formed a seal with both of his hands, and a dazzling blue light burst out. Immortal art. Gu Xingfeng wanted to use the immortal art, but Zhu Feng did not give him the chance. Boom. Pfft. Before Gu Xingfeng could use the immortal art, Zhu Feng's attack had already landed on Gu Xingfeng's chest. With a loud explosion, Gu Xingfeng spat out blood, and the power he had just gathered dissipated instantly. Bastard! Gu Xingfeng was furious. In front of Zhu Feng, Gu Xingfeng did not even have the chance to use the immortal art. With Zhu Feng's terrifying speed, killing Gu Xingfeng in an instant was not a problem. Gu Xingfeng, your speed is too slow. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Zhu Feng sneered, and then launched another fierce attack. Boom boom boom. Pft, pft, pft. After a series of fierce attacks, Gu Xingfeng's injuries worsened, and his aura became weaker and weaker. Gu Xingfeng did not have the chance to fight Zhu Feng from the beginning to the end. Zhu Feng's strength is too terrifying. Lu Yuntian was trembling in fear, and his pale face was filled with fear. Xiao Qingshan was so frightened that he could not speak. This is too strong, isn't it? I'm afraid no one below the Heavenly Emperor is Zhu Feng's match. Gu Tongtian was shocked to the extreme. Gu Xingfeng did not have the chance to fight at all. Gu Xingfeng is also a peak late-stage heavenly god. Gu Aoshan's voice trembled, and his face was filled with fear and disbelief. They all knew that Zhu Feng's strength was terrifying, but no one expected him to be so powerful that Gu Xingfeng could not even fight back. This was simply a heavenly emperor expert. Seeing Gu Xingfeng being beaten up, everyone was stunned. No one dared to believe that Zhu Feng's strength was so strong. Boom! Zhu Feng kicked Gu Xingfeng into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and creating another huge crater. Gu Xingfeng was heavily injured, and all the bones in his body were shattered. He could no longer move, and the fist marks on his body were shocking. In this battle, Gu Xingfeng lost miserably. Gu Xingfeng, be on your way. Zhu Feng said coldly, and an energy sword the size of an arm formed in his palm. Whoosh! Zhu Feng did not hesitate to wave his hand, and the energy sword shot down with a strong sonic boom, mercilessly stabbing towards the heavily injured Gu Xingfeng. However, when the terrifying energy sword was half a meter away from Gu Xingfeng, it suddenly stopped strangely. Zhu Feng, your strength is not simple. I admire you, but it's a pity that you are not willing to pledge your loyalty to me. You have disappointed me. At this time, a majestic voice came from the void. Spirit Emperor. Zhu Feng frowned slightly. Spirit Emperor. Gu Tongtian and the others were shocked. Loading up next chapters, has the Soul Emperor recovered from his injuries? Feng Wuchen frowned and looked at the sky. Above the void, a voice rang out soundlessly. It was the Spirit Emperor. A heavenly emperor-level elite. His terrifying aura shocked everyone. The Soul Emperor's injuries had not fully recovered, but as a heavenly emperor-level elite, his power was still terrifying. A heavenly god could not compete with him. Greetings, Soul Emperor. Qiu Qingshan and the others from Moon God Palace knelt on one knee. The appearance of Gu Xingfeng and the Soul Emperor was beyond Qiu Qingshan's expectations. He thought he would not be able to escape today, but the Soul Emperor showed up. The Soul Emperor waved his hand, and the energy sword in front of Gu Xingfeng dissipated. He waved his hand again, and the heavily injured Gu Xingfeng floated up and flew toward Qiu Qingshan. Soul Emperor. Tian Ming was furious when he saw the Soul Emperor. He gritted his teeth, and his face twitched violently. A terrifying murderous aura surged. However, Tian Ming's rationality told him that he was no match for the Soul Emperor. Tian Ming tried his best to suppress the anger and hatred in his heart. Gu Tongtian, it seems that you want to be a traitor. Do you know the consequences of going against the god race's Migres? The Soul Emperor asked coldly. Everyone in the heaven realm knows that the god race's Migres is corrupt. The Soul Emperor has been in charge of Spirit Realm for many years. Have you ever done anything to benefit Spirit Realm? You are high above, but you don't care about the lives of others. Countless people in the heaven realm have suffered from your unreasonable oppression. What's the point of having such Migres? Gu Tongtian said in a low voice. He was not afraid even in front of the Soul Emperor. How dare you, the Soul Emperor shouted. Gu Tongtian, how dare you insult the god race's Migres? This is a capital offense. Capital offense? So what? Gu Tongtian was not afraid. It seems that the Spirit Realm Chamber of Commerce has no reason to exist in Spirit Realm. All traitors must die. The Soul Emperor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He glared at Feng Wuchen and said to Zhu Feng, I'll ask you one more time. Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me? Zhu Feng said coldly, even if you ask me 100 more times, the result will be the same. Humph. Very good. Then don't blame me for being merciless. With a cold glint in his eyes, the Spirit Emperor snorted and immediately disappeared. Zhu Feng frowned and disappeared in a flash. Boom. Pooh. When the Spirit Emperor appeared again, his palm had already landed on Zhu Feng's body. The terrifying power severely injured Zhu Feng and sent him flying. Zhu Feng. Tian Ming's face paled and he quickly dashed out. Injuries haven't healed and there's still such terrifying speed. Worthy of being a heavenly emperor realm. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself, secretly anxious in his heart, but helpless. The strength of a heavenly emperor powerhouse was so strong that even if everyone present joined forces, they would not be able to shake Spirit Emperor in the slightest. A heavenly god is still a heavenly god. No matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than a heavenly emperor, Spirit Emperor said proudly. He flashed forward at an even more terrifying speed and grabbed Zhu Feng. With just a single palm strike, the powerful Zhu Feng was severely injured. As a heavenly emperor powerhouse, the Spirit Emperor was above Zhu Feng in both strength and speed. The difference was huge. Tianming, if you want to save someone from me, you'll have to measure your strength first, the Spirit Emperor said coldly, his cold gaze sweeping toward Tianming. Zhu Feng's life was in the Spirit Emperor's hands. Tianming could do nothing. I'm a person who loves talents. Since you can't be used by me, I'll destroy you without mercy, the Spirit Emperor said fiercely. He grabbed Zhu Feng's hand and gathered a terrifying power. Stop! Tianming suddenly roared. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and rushed forward. Scram, the Spirit Emperor roared. His monstrous aura shook Tianming so much that he spat out blood. Big brother Tianming. Feng Wuchen's expression changed. With a thought, he immediately used teleportation to bring Tianming back. Just his aura alone could hurt Tianming. A heavenly emperor powerhouse was extremely terrifying. Boom, poof, the Spirit Emperor followed up with a palm strike on Zhu Feng's chest. The terrifying power crushed Zhu Feng's chest. Zhu Feng spat out blood and his body flew out like a cannonball. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Zhu Feng. Tianming was shocked. Feng Wuchen's expression darkened. He used teleportation again and in the blink of an eye, he brought the severely injured Zhu Feng back. Zhu Feng's injuries are very serious. He needs to be treated immediately. Big brother Tianming, bring Zhu Feng to the celestial sect for treatment, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. He quickly took out an elixir and fed it to Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng. Hang in there. Tianming said anxiously. He hurriedly brought Zhu Feng down with him. The Spirit Emperor's palm strike was extremely vicious. Zhu Feng was lucky to be alive. Wind Shadow, what's the point of saving him? After being hit by my palm, Zhu Feng will definitely die. Today, all of you will die. Even if old Ghosting Hun comes, he won't be able to save you. The Spirit Emperor glanced coldly at Feng Wuchen. Oh right, a mysterious heavenly emperor powerhouse secretly protected you last time. He even injured Guardian Gu Xingfeng. I really want to know who he is. If you are in danger, he will definitely help, right? The Spirit Emperor stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen and walked towards him. Boom, the Spirit Emperor took a few steps and suddenly stepped on the void. With a loud boom, the void collapsed. He charged towards Feng Wuchen at a terrifying speed. I want to see who he is. The Spirit Emperor said fiercely. Do you really want to know? Just as the Spirit Emperor finished speaking, an illusory and cold voice sounded. The Spirit Emperor's expression changed drastically. He became extremely frightened. Obviously, he recognized the owner of the voice. There really is a powerhouse hiding in the dark. Tianming was shocked. He couldn't sense this person's aura at all. Gutong Tian and the rest were also shocked. They looked up at the sky. They didn't know who it was, but they were sure that this person's strength was far above the Spirit Emperor. This voice is the Venerable Dragon Gods. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He didn't expect the Venerable Dragon Gods to be secretly protecting him. Feng Wuchen was definitely familiar with this voice. It's him. The Spirit Emperor trembled in fear. Above the void, an unparalleled and terrifying aura pressed down. The Spirit Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. His body bent, unable to withstand the surging aura. That terrifying aura scared everyone present. Even all the cultivators in the spirit realm were scared out of their wits. This was a terrifying aura that they had never felt before. It's him. An 8th Heaven Emperor. Who is Wind Shadow? He actually has an 8th Heaven Emperor secretly protecting him. The Spirit Emperor clenched his teeth and held on. He was terrified. Spirit Emperor. Looks like you don't know how to write the word death. I'll teach you how to write it. The illusory and cold voice sounded. Suddenly, a terrifying and huge golden palm pressed down from the sky. Great Venerable. Save me. The Spirit Emperor transmitted his voice in fear. Loading up next chapters, the Venerable of the Dragon Gods, Long Nidian. In the celestial worthy temple, the great Venerable who was cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. Other than hearing the Spirit Emperor's cry for help, the great Venerable also sensed Long Nitian's terrifying aura. The great Venerable frowned and said, "Peak 8th level Heavenly Emperor. Looks like Long Nidian will break through to the 9th level Heavenly Emperor soon. This guy's cultivation is always higher than mine. I'd like to test your strength." The great Venerable's lips curled up slightly. The great Venerable's cultivation had also reached the 8th level Heavenly Emperor realm, but compared to Long Nidian, he was still slightly weaker. What kind of aura is this? It's even more terrifying than the Spirit Emperor. Who is it? To be able to make the Spirit Emperor so terrified, this terrifying aura has surpassed the Heavenly Emperor realm. It's too scary. I wonder what level of Heavenly Emperor he is. Gu Tongtian and the others were incomparably terrified. This vast and terrifying aura also made them feel endless pressure. In the sky above the celestial sect, an extremely terrifying golden palm pressed down. It was like the Buddha's palm, filled with unparalleled terrifying aura. Gulp. Gu Tongtian and the rest looked at the huge golden palm in horror. They could not help but swallow their saliva in fear. 8th level Heavenly Emperor. Xianxia was extremely terrified. His face was as pale as paper, and his body was trembling. Even his voice was trembling. The terrifying aura of an 8th level Heavenly Emperor had far exceeded their limits. If not for the fact that it was only targeting the Spirit Emperor, everyone present would have been injured. No. Looking at the terrifying palm pressing down, the Spirit Emperor roared in fear. Rumble. Buzz buzz. The terrifying golden palm pressed the Spirit Emperor down to the mountain range below. The loud rumbling shook the heavens and the earth. The entire spirit capital shook violently, instantly stirring up dust in the air. On the ground, an extremely huge palm print was imprinted on the surface of the earth. It was a shocking sight. The Spirit Emperor was under the palm print. He was already heavily injured, covered in blood, and on the verge of death. One palm defeated the Spirit Emperor. The Spirit Emperor had no resistance at all. This is ridiculously strong. This is 100 times more terrifying than the immortal Heavenly Emperor. Who is it? What realm is this terrifying strength at? Everyone present was extremely shocked. They were all scared silly. They had never seen such a terrifying expert before. Other than Feng Wuchen, Gu Tongtian and a few others, the rest of the heavenly monarchs and celestial sect disciples did not know the cultivation level of the mysterious man. Xiao Qingshan, Lu Yuntian, and the other cultivators of Moon God Palace were so scared that their faces were filled with despair. They wanted to run for their lives, but their bodies couldn't move at all. Their bodies no longer listened to their commands, and their souls were trembling from the sheer terror of Nitian's aura. As expected of the Venerable of the Dragon Gods, his strength is truly terrifying. Feng Wuchen was in awe. He didn't know when he would be able to reach Long Nitian's level. Buzz. After severely injuring the Spirit Emperor with one palm strike, a terrifying power descended from the sky again. It was filled with unparalleled pressure. The entire spirit realm was shaking violently. The mountains and the ground of the spirit realm were collapsing. It was a spectacular sight. Swish. Buzz. A dazzling golden light descended from the sky. The moment it appeared, the void within tens of thousands of feet suddenly collapsed. The terrifying power scared Gu Tongtian and the others out of their wits. Swish, at this moment, a figure appeared in a flash. It was so sudden that no one could react in time. Grand Venerable. Seeing who it was, Qiao Qingshan's eyes widened. 8th Heaven Emperor. Feng Wuchen frowned and said to himself, this person seems to be from the Temple of Celestial Worthy. The Temple of Celestial Worthy's Grand Venerable. Gu Tongtian's old face changed drastically. Everyone looked at the Grand Venerable in horror. The person who came was the Temple of Celestial Worthy's Grand Venerable. The appearance of the Grand Venerable had a completely different aura. He exuded a terrifying aura. It was very frightening. Boom. Buzz. The Grand Venerable raised one hand into the sky. With a boom, a terrifying power swept out wildly, and the space shook violently. Even with such terrifying power, it couldn't shake the Grand Venerable at all. The Grand Venerable clenched his hand into a fist and forcefully crushed the terrifying golden energy. The power dissipated instantly. Long Nidian, if you want to play, I'll play with you. Show yourself. The Grand Venerable said coldly. He then waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept out, dispersing the surrounding energy ripples. The space returned to normal. Greetings, Grand Venerable. Xianxia and the others quickly knelt down respectfully. The Grand Venerable didn't care at all. With his status, he could completely ignore the existence of Xianxia and the others. So it's the Grand Venerable. No wonder you can block my power so easily. High in the sky, Long Nidian's voice sounded. Then, another voice appeared silently. It's indeed the Grand Venerable of the Dragon Gods. Feng Wuchen looked at Long Nidian. The Grand Venerable of the Dragon Gods. Seeing the person who appeared, Gutong Tian, Tian Ming, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They all froze on the spot. Tian Ming said in disbelief, It's the Grand Venerable of the Dragon Gods, Long Nidian. Dragon Gods. The celestial sect's disciples in the distance were all dumbfounded. Huge waves surged in their hearts. Although Tian Ming and the others had already guessed that the person's identity was terrifying, they didn't expect it to be the Grand Venerable of the Dragon Gods. The one secretly protecting Feng Wuchen was the Grand Venerable of the Dragon Gods. If the Grand Venerable of the Dragon Gods were secretly protecting him, then wouldn't Feng Wuchen's identity be terrifying? What's Wind Shadow's identity? Tian Ming was extremely curious. He only knew that Feng Wuchen was a member of the Dragon Gods, but he didn't know his specific identity. Only Ying Hun and Tian Kuei knew about the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. The Grand Venerable glanced at Long Nidian coldly, and said coldly, Long Nidian, long time no see. Your cultivation base has improved a lot. Looks like you'll soon step into the 9th Heavenly Emperor realm. Hasn't the Grand Venerable's cultivation base improved a lot too? You're just a little weaker than me. Long Nidian smiled faintly. Pausing for a moment, Long Nidian continued with a smile, since Great Sovereign has personally stepped forward, then I'll give you face and take them away. If Great Sovereign wants to fight, then I'll gladly oblige. The Grand Venerable glanced at Feng Wuchen and thought, as a Grand Venerable of the Dragon Gods, he's secretly protecting Wind Shadow. It seems like Wind Shadow's position in the Dragon Gods isn't low. If we fight now, Long Nidian will definitely protect Wind Shadow. Thinking of this, the Grand Venerable waved his hand and disappeared with the Spirit Emperor and the others. Long Nidian, let's fight again next time. I hope your 8th Heavenly Emperor realm won't disappoint me. The Grand Venerable's cold voice came from the void. I'll be waiting. Long Nidian was never afraid of the Grand Venerable. After the Great Honored Warrior and the rest left, the battle came to an end. After an intense battle, Celestial Sect was saved. The reason why the Great Honored Warrior did not make a move was because it was meaningless. Firstly, the Great Honored Warrior did not have the confidence to kill Feng Wuchen from Long Nidian. Secondly, it would be a waste of time. Hence, retreating was the best option. Of course, it was not because the Great Honored Warrior was afraid of Long Nidian. If he was, he would not have come. Facing Long Nidian, the Great Honored Warrior was confident in his own strength. He just felt that it was unnecessary. Young Master, the Celestial Worthy Temple has their eyes on you. I have a very important mission to complete. You must be careful during this period. Long Nidian looked at Feng Wuchen respectfully and transmitted his voice. Don't worry, I will be careful. Feng Wuchen replied. Long Nidian's figure disappeared without a trace. Master, are you all right? After the battle, the Celestial Sect disciples flew back. Tian Lan was the first to ask Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen shook his head and smiled. I'm fine. Lord Feng, President Gu, thank you for your help. Otherwise, Celestial Sect would have. Lin Jiuxuan said gratefully. Old Man was asked by Lord Feng to come. You don't have to thank me, President Lin. Gu Tongtian smiled politely and looked at Feng Wuchen. Sect Leader Lin, this is all my fault. I have an undeniable responsibility, Feng Wuchen said. If Feng Wuchen did not ask Tianlan to investigate, Qiu Qingshan would not have found out. If Qiu Qingshan did not find out, nothing would have happened. It's good that everyone is fine. Gu Tongtian smiled. Brother Tianming, bring Zhu Feng back to heal. His injuries are too serious. Feng Wuchen looked at Tianming. Tianming nodded and smiled. It's all thanks to your pills. Otherwise, Zhu Feng would have died. He's tough. With Zhu Feng's condition stabilized, Tianming could finally relax. Thank you, Wind Shadow, Zhu Feng said strenuously. He had already regained some of his consciousness. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I should be the one thanking you. Wind Shadow, once you're done, return to Sky Shadow Court. You must be careful. I'll bring Zhu Feng back to recuperate first, Tianming instructed before leaving with Zhu Feng. President Gu, elders, thank you for your righteous help. You were heavily injured, and more importantly, the Chamber of Commerce was implicated. I feel very apologetic. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked Gu Tongtian and the others politely. This battle had indeed implicated the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce had been regarded as a traitor and had become the target of the Protoss extermination. Gu Tongtian waved his hand, his eyes filled with respect. He smiled politely and said, Lord Feng, you're exaggerating. The Protoss have always been unreasonable and oppressive. We've endured it for many years. Now that Lord Feng has stepped forward, we naturally can't shirk our responsibility. President is right. Even if we die, we must die with dignity. Living on while at death's door is a waste of our cultivation. The great elder agreed. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, President Gu, elders, your injuries are serious. It's more important to go back and heal first. It's fine. As long as we're not dead, our injuries will recover. Lord Feng, you don't have to worry. Gu Tongtian didn't mind. After this battle, Qiu Qingshan won't come looking for trouble again. Sect Master Lin can rest assured. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll return to Sky Shadow Court first. Farewell. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists. Lord Feng, take care. Lin Jiuxuan and the others said respectfully. Master, take care. Tianlan said reluctantly. Cultivate well. Don't be lazy. Feng Wuchen reminded Tianlan. I know. Tianlan nodded reluctantly. They didn't manage to destroy Celestial Sect in this battle. Qiu Qingshan knew that Dong Huangyu's news couldn't be kept. Qiu Qingshan had tried his best. Moreover, Spirit Emperor had taken action personally. But they still failed in the end. After returning to Sky Shadow Court, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the 7th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to cultivate. However, Feng Wuchen didn't want to increase his cultivation. He wanted to increase his Inscription Master's realm. Because in a month's time, the Immortal Dominion's Inscription Master battle would begin. Feng Wuchen had already agreed to participate in the Inscription Master battle. There was still plenty of time. After all, the 7th floor had 5 times the time. It was enough for Feng Wuchen to increase his cultivation realm. There's enough time for me to reach the Heaven Immortal grade. There are so many talented Inscription Masters in the Heaven domain. Without reaching the Khanate grade, it would be hard to fight against them. The Immortal Dominion is the Immortal Heavenly Emperor's territory. I have to be careful. Feng Wuchen mumbled to himself as he cultivated. Feng Wuchen planned to use 3 months to increase his Inscription Master's realm. The remaining 2 months would be used for cultivation. This way, he could reach the Khanate grade and the later stages of the Heaven Lord realm. With the help of so many treasures, reaching the later stages of the Heaven Lord realm shouldn't be a problem. Feng Wuchen mumbled to himself. After getting rid of all the distracting thoughts, Feng Wuchen started to cultivate. Celestial Worthy Temple. After the Great Honored Lord returned, he immediately summoned the other 7 Heavenly Emperors. Even Mr. Guegu was summoned. Great Honored Lord, why did you summon us in such a hurry? Immortal Heavenly Emperor asked respectfully. He was puzzled when he saw the severely injured Emperor Ling. The Great Honored Lord said expressionlessly, I met Long Nidian today. Emperor Ling was injured by him. If I didn't intervene, Emperor Ling would have died. What? Long Nidian? Immortal Heavenly Emperor and the others were shocked. Their eyes flashed with intense fear. The Great Honored Lord said, the Dragon Gods sent Long Nidian to protect Fengying secretly. This means that Fengying's status is not low. Moreover, he has the Heavenly Tao divine power. In addition, Mr. Guegu said that Fengying has the aura of the young master of the Dragon Gods. I guess that Fengying is the new young master of the Dragon Gods. Young master of the Dragon Gods? Mr. Guegu, Immortal Heavenly Emperor and the others were shocked again. We have to get rid of Fengying as soon as possible. I called you here to hear your plan. The Great Honored Lord said as he looked at Mr. Guegu and the others. Great Honored Lord, Fengying is secretly protected by Long Nidian. I'm afraid we can't touch Fengying. Immortal Heavenly Emperor smiled bitterly. They were extremely afraid of Long Nidian. Great Honored Lord, old man has a plan. Mr. Guegu said. Mr. Guegu, feel free to speak. The Great Honored Lord looked at Mr. Guegu. Mr. Guegu said, in a month, the Immortal Divine Domain will hold an Inscription Master competition. Inscription Masters from various regions will participate. You may not know that Fengying is not only a blacksmith and alchemist, he is also an Inscription Master. Old man saw Fengying's name on the list of participants. He represents the Heavenly Master Immortal Mansion. This is the best opportunity. Loading up next chapters, Inscription Master? Alchemist? How is this possible? 3 domains in one? Mr. Guegu, are you sure that Fengying has 3 domains? Immortal Heaven Emperor and the others were shocked and in disbelief. They could not believe that there was such an abnormal person. However, it would take a lot of time to cultivate just 1 domain, let alone 3. A battle between Inscription Masters? Great Honored frowned and asked, Mr. Guegu, do you have a specific plan? Mr. Guegu said faintly, there is no need for a plan. We can only act according to the situation. Some things do not need a plan. When the time comes, as long as Great Honored stops Long Nidian, it will not be difficult to kill Fengying. After a pause, Mr. Guegu continued, however, just in case, we will need the help of the major forces in Immortal Domain. We can only succeed. Once we fail, we will not have a second chance. After all, Fengying's identity is not simple. We must kill him as soon as possible. Mr. Guegu is right. This is indeed a good idea. Death Heaven Emperor agreed. Immortal Heaven Emperor said, without the help of Sky Shadow Pavilion, Immortal Sect, and Blacksmith Guild, Fengying will definitely die. Immortal Heaven Emperor, I will leave this matter to you. Don't disappoint me. If you succeed, I will reward you handsomely. Great Honored looked at Immortal Heaven Emperor and said. Immortal Heaven Emperor cupped his fists respectfully, rest assured, Great Honored. I will do my best to kill Fengying. You can all leave. Great Honored waved his hand. Mr. Guegu and the 8 Heaven Emperors left the hall respectfully. Shui Tuesday, Great Honored called. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the hall and knelt down on one knee. Great Honored, please give me your orders. The Great Venerable said coldly, immediately send people to secretly track down the whereabouts of the Dragon Gods. We can't miss any place in the Heaven Realm. I need to know every one of their lairs. If we find them, we can't alert them. Yes. Xuetu accepted the order and disappeared immediately. Xuetu's aura was very terrifying. He was an existence that surpassed the 8 Heaven Emperors. The Dragon Gods had been active in the Heaven Realm for many years, and no one knew what the Dragon Gods had been doing all these years. The Great Sage was worried that the Dragon Gods were planning something. Empyrean Draconic God, you've been planning for so many years. I want to see just what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves. The Great Venerable coldly said. His narrowed eyes flickered with a cold light that could shake one's soul. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating in the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, successfully broke through to the Heaven Immortal grade and the late-stage Heaven Monarch realm. With his cultivation base greatly increased, Feng Wuchen's battle prowess increased by dozens of times. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is indeed a good treasure. In just a month in the outside world, it helped me break through to the innate grade and the late-stage heaven monarch realm. Feng Wuchen laughed in ecstasy. Activating his soul force, Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. With my soul force at the Xianxia grade, a sky immortal grade powerhouse can't threaten me at all. I'm sure there will be many geniuses in this inscription master competition. There might even be Xianxia grade geniuses. After Feng Wuchen stepped into the innate grade, his soul force had undoubtedly become stronger. When Feng Wuchen was still in the heaven immortal grade, his soul force was already at the heaven immortal grade. Now that he had broken through, his soul force had already surpassed the heaven immortal grade. Clenching his fist, Feng Wuchen could clearly feel the surging power in his body. The second section of the wrist guard should be able to bear it. Feng Wuchen muttered and immediately took out the second section of the wrist guard and leg guard. The sudden huge weight on his body made Feng Wuchen's body bend. The terrifying pressure was like a mountain pressing down on his body. Very good. I can finally bear it. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth. Although it was strenuous, he could bear it. It was just that he wasn't used to it yet. After a simple exercise for half an hour, Feng Wuchen gradually adapted to the huge weight. It's about time. With a thought, Feng Wuchen exited the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Feng Wuchen finished his cultivation 3 days early and had enough. Time to go to the immortal dominion. Wind Shadow, where are you going? Feng Wuchen had just left the main hall when he heard Tian Ming's voice. Then, Tian Ming flashed over. Uncle Wind Shadow. Ling Er happily pounced on Feng Wuchen. Ling Er is such a good girl. Feng Wuchen hugged Ling Er and smiled. I've already promised Senior Su to go to the Immortal Dominion to participate in the Inscription Master competition. Going to the Immortal Dominion is no different than going to your death. That is the territory of the Immortal Celestial Emperor. Mingyu's voice sounded and a beautiful figure appeared. Mingyu? Feng Wuchen looked at Mingyu in shock. Wind Shadow, this trip to the Immortal Dominion will be very dangerous for you. The 8 Celestial Emperors will definitely keep an eye on you. Mingyu said seriously. Mingyu is right. Furthermore, the Great Venerable has already noticed you. If you appear in the Immortal Dominion, they will definitely make a move. Tian Ming agreed. After the battle at the Celestial Sect, anyone could guess that the Great Venerable would not let Feng Wuchen off so easily. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Big brother Tian Ming, don't worry. Don't forget that the dragon gods are secretly protecting me. If the 8 Celestial Emperors want to touch me, it will depend on their strength. Feng Wuchen knew that Long Nidian would not secretly protect him on this trip. Instead, he was going to carry out an important mission. Feng Wuchen just did not want Tian Ming and the others to worry. Tian Ming was speechless. Tian Ming was very clear about how terrifying Long Nidian was. Wind Shadow. I'll go with you. Tian Kuei's voice suddenly sounded. Tian Kuei assassin. Feng Wuchen and the others suddenly exclaimed and looked in the direction of the voice at the same time. Tian Kuei assassin appeared silently. After this period of recuperation, his injuries had completely healed. Lord Tian Kuei, have you fully recovered from your injuries? Tian Ming asked respectfully. Tian Kuei assassin nodded and said, yes. That's great. With Lord Tian Kuei accompanying me, I'm relieved. Tian Ming smiled happily. He was really worried about Wind Shadow going alone. Feng Wuchen looked at Tian Kuei assassin and asked, how are Pavilion Master's injuries? Almost healed, Tian Kuei assassin replied. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said with a smile, then let's set off. We should be able to make it in time. Senior Su and the others are probably still waiting for me. Wind Shadow, I'll go too, Mingyu hurriedly said. You're going even though it's so dangerous? Feng Wuchen asked. I have Lord Tian Kuei accompanying me. What's there to be afraid of? Even if you don't agree, I'll go myself, Mingyu hurriedly explained, her face slightly red. Looking at Mingyu's determined eyes, Feng Wuchen said helplessly, all right, let's go. The battle of the Inscription Masters was about to begin. The top geniuses from various regions of the Heaven Realm were about to show off their skills in the battle of the Inscription Masters. Loading up next chapters, Feng Wuchen and Ming Yu headed to the Celestial Master's residence while Tian Kuei hid in the dark. After arriving at the residence, Feng Wuchen and the others headed to the Immortal Divine Domain under Su Xian's lead. There were countless factions in the Immortal Divine Domain. Most of them were loyal to the Immortal Heavenly Emperor and were stronger than the Spirit Realm. The Spirit Realm was very far from the Immortal Divine Domain. Even with Feng Wuchen and the others' cultivation, it would take them at least 3 days to get there. The Heavenly Realm had 8 large regions and it would take a lot of time to fly. Therefore, the 8 regions of the Heaven Realm all had their own teleportation arrays. The teleportation arrays could lead to any region at will. After passing through the formation, Feng Wuchen and the others arrived at the Immortal Divine Domain. Senior Su, you haven't told me where the inscriptionist competition is held. Feng Wuchen suddenly asked during the flight. Su Xian smiled faintly. The Inscriptionist Guild. The Inscriptionist Guild. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. The Inscriptionist Guild is the strongest guild in the Heavenly Realm. It's much stronger than the Craftsman Guild. They have a Heavenly Emperor. Even the Immortal Heavenly Emperor has to respect them. Ming Yu said. Feng Wuchen looked at Ming Yu in surprise. Ming Yu, I didn't expect you to know so much about the Immortal Divine Domain. Ming Yu said, I'm from the Immortal Divine Domain. I joined the Sky Shadow Pavilion because I was hunted down. Hunted down? Feng Wuchen frowned. My family was killed by the Immortal Heavenly Emperor. It was the Pavilion Master who saved me. Ming Yu said expressionlessly. I'm sorry for bringing up your sad past. Feng Wuchen said awkwardly. It's okay. I feel much better after holding it in for so many years. Ming Yu said faintly. There was even a faint smile on her face. This was probably the first time Ming Yu smiled in so many years. The 8 Heavenly Emperors are unforgivable. Who knows how many people they killed back then? The God race's heavenly authority is in power and we can't fight back. Su Xian sighed. One day, I will destroy the God race's heavenly authority. I want to annihilate all of them, Feng Wuchen said angrily. His eyes flashed with viciousness. I believe that you can do it, Ming Yu said without a trace of doubt in his eyes. Su Xian smiled faintly and said, the old man also believes that Lord Feng can do it. About an hour later, Su Xian brought Feng Wuchen and the others to Tianming City. The Inscription Association was located in the Sky Underworld mountain range in the center of the Immortal Domain. Behind Heavenly Underworld City was the Heavenly Underworld mountain range, a majestic mountain range that stretched for 100,000 miles. At this moment, many inscription masters had already gathered in Sky Underworld City. They had all come from different regions. The streets of Sky Underworld City were filled with people of all ages. The restaurants and inns were packed to the brim. A battle between inscriptionists is simply a grand event. There are actually so many inscriptionists, and there are also quite a few heaven-grade inscriptionists. As soon as he entered Sky Underworld City, Feng Wuchen was stunned. Great Elder Jin Xiantong smiled and said, Lord Feng, they are inscriptionists from the 8 regions. It's normal for there to be so many people. All the inscriptionists in Heaven Realm had come to participate. Naturally, there were many people. Lord Feng, let's go eat something first. We will go to the Inscription Association later. Su Xian smiled faintly. They found a restaurant in the city. It just so happened that there was a table of people paying the bill. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen and the others would have no seats. Most of the people in the restaurant were inscriptionists. The others had to be respectful. No one dared to offend an inscriptionist. Inscriptionists were quite polite among themselves. Senior Su. You are here too? As soon as Su Xian and the others sat down, an inscriptionist immediately recognized Su Xian and quickly bowed respectfully. It really is Senior Su. Celestial Master Immortal Mansion Master Su Xian. Senior Su. After a while, the inscriptionists in the restaurant all came forward to greet him. Su Xian's name had already shaken the Heaven Realm. All the experts in the 4 regions knew Su Xian. Even the juniors had heard of Su Xian's name. Elder Su, long time no see. How have you been? When the juniors were greeting him respectfully, an old and cold voice sounded. Hearing this, Su Xian slightly raised his head and smiled faintly. So it's the sect master of the Death Region's heavenly pattern sect. Indeed, long time no see. Senior Yang. Seeing an old man walking over, the other juniors respectfully bowed and retreated to the side. The restaurant instantly quieted down. Even the genius inscriptionists had to bow their heads in front of the two old men. Heaven Immortal Grade inscriptionists. Feng Wuchen looked back at the old man who was slowly walking over. He could tell at a glance that the old man was a Heaven Immortal Grade inscriptionist. The Heaven Immortal Grade was already a very powerful realm in Heaven Realm. Until now, he had never heard of the existence of a Divine Grade inscriptionist. The old man was the Death Region's heavenly pattern sect Xianxia. This person was extremely powerful in the Death Region. He was not inferior to Su Xian of the Spirit Region. Behind Yang Songqing were three young men. If Su Xian guessed correctly, they should be the disciples of the heavenly pattern sect's genius inscriptionists. This time, they were also here to participate in the inscriptionists' competition. Yang Songqing came to Su Xian's side and said arrogantly, "Elder Su, your cultivation has improved a lot. Elder Yang, please." Su Xian smiled politely. He did not care about the arrogant Yang Songqing at all. "Hey, kid, get up." A disciple behind Yang Songqing patted Feng Wuchen's shoulder and rudely signaled for Feng Wuchen to get up. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen, who was eating, turned around and looked at the man. He then looked at the empty seat beside him and said, "Isn't there a seat here? Get up when I tell you to. You have no right to speak here." Feng Wuchen's words infuriated the man. The man's voice turned cold. The man's arrogant words immediately made Su Xian and the three elders unhappy. Their faces were extremely ugly. Mingyu was even more unhappy. She wanted to stand up and teach the man a lesson. However, she was stopped by Feng Wuchen. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Su Xian and the others, "Elder Su, three elders, ignore him and don't care about me. Just treat me as a passerby." Sensing the expressions of Su Xian and the three elders, Yang Songqing could not help but scold the disciple, "Don't be rude. The genius disciples of the Heavenly Master's immortal mansion don't care about seniority. Don't you have any manners? How do I usually teach you? Don't be arrogant. Know how to respect." "Yes, sect master," the disciple said respectfully. Yang Songqing looked like he was scolding the disciple. In fact, he was mocking the disciples of the Heavenly Master's immortal mansion for being rude and arrogant. Feng Wuchen ignored Yang Songqing's words and continued eating. Feng Wuchen's disregard was obviously the highest damage. Yang Songqing was so angry that his face turned ashen. Su Xian then smiled faintly and said, "Looks like Elder Yang's teachings are useless. They have already become rude, arrogant, and don't know how to respect people." Hearing this, Yang Songqing's old face turned gloomy. The three disciples behind him were even more furious. Loading up next chapters, Senior Su is not to be trifled with. This time Senior Yang is going to suffer. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. As expected of the master of Immortal Mansion. Admirable. Shu. Lower your voices, do you want to die? The young inscription masters in the restaurant discussed in low voices, all of them praising Su Xian. Yang Songqing suppressed the anger in his heart and laughed, "Old man will definitely discipline him properly when he returns." But this disciple of Elder Su, with his arrogant attitude, if it was someone else, I'm afraid they would not be able to keep their life. Before Su Xian could speak, Feng Wuchen said calmly, "Only your heavenly rune sect disciple will lose their life. If you want others to respect you, you have to respect others first. If you say others are arrogant, you have to look at your own attitude. Not everyone is afraid of your heavenly rune sect." Feng Wuchen's words almost made Yang Songqing's internal organs explode from anger. His fury soared to the sky. "Stinking brat! What did you say?" A disciple behind Yang Songqing immediately shouted at Feng Wuchen with killing intent surging in his eyes. "Impudent!" Sensing the disciple's killing intent, an extremely terrifying aura burst out, causing the disciple to spit out a mouthful of blood. Su Xian suddenly scolded, "Impudent! Do you think old man doesn't exist? Or do you think Santian realm is great? Yang Songqing, is this the disciple you are teaching?" No matter what, old man is still a heavenly immortal inscription master. I don't know what kind of senior your disciple is. Do you need old man to teach him personally? Su Xian's terrifying aura scared the disciple to the point that he did not dare to fart. Many inscription masters in the restaurant were terrified, no one dared to speak. The atmosphere in the restaurant is very heavy. Su Xian's anger is absolutely terrifying. The disciple of Heavenly Rune sect scolded Feng Wuchen for the first time in front of Su Xian. He did not give Su Xian any face, but Su Xian did not bicker with him. The disciple of Heavenly Rune sect even dared to scold Feng Wuchen for the second time in front of Su Xian. Obviously, the master of Immortal Mansion does not exist. Yang Songqing's face is gloomy, but he did not speak. Go. Yang Songqing glared at Feng Wuchen and shouted in a low voice. Then, he turned around and left. The three disciples followed behind him with their tails between their legs. Before Yang Songqing and the others could walk out of the restaurant, Feng Wuchen sneered, "The Heavenly Rune sect's disciples really don't know the difference between seniority and inferiority. They don't even have the slightest bit of etiquette. The Heavenly Rune sect is really good. You." Yang Songqing's lungs were about to explode, but he had nothing to say. This damned brat. The disciple's face was ferocious as he cursed in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could slap Feng Wuchen to death. What? Don't you even know how to apologize? Feng Wuchen's cold voice sounded again. Hurry up and apologize to Manor Head Su. Yang Songqing's face twitched violently, and his veins bulged. He immediately shouted angrily at the disciple. Sect Master, I. The disciple was extremely reluctant, and his expression was extremely ugly. What about me? Apologize. Yang Songqing angrily rebuked. Senior Su, I'm sorry. The disciple quickly bowed and apologized. Humph. Su Xian coldly snorted, ignoring the disciple. The disciple's face twitched violently, but he didn't dare to do anything. He could only suppress it in his heart. Su Xian, just you wait. Yang Songqing fiercely glanced at Su Xian and viciously said in his heart. He then left in anger. Su Xian disdainfully glanced at Yang Songqing. Feng Wuchen had a divine rank soul force, so Su Xian wasn't afraid of Yang Songqing. A Xiantian inscription master, no wonder he's so arrogant. After Yang Songqing and the others left, Feng Wuchen spoke. Feng Wuchen had seen too many arrogant geniuses. The Heavenly Rune sect isn't simple. There are many genius inscription masters in the sect. The three people just now were the top disciples of the Heavenly Rune sect. Su Xian frowned and said, the Heavenly Rune sect has always been arrogant and thinks highly of themselves. Yang Songqing is like that, so naturally, the disciples taught by him are also like that. Lord Feng, do you have the confidence to defeat the Xiantian inscription master? Second Elder Nie Guhong looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Second Elder, don't worry. I can lose to anyone but him. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Su Xian and the others felt relieved. If Feng Wuchen didn't have the confidence and lost to the Heavenly Rune sect's disciple, wouldn't they be laughing at him? Mocking and ridiculing? After eating and drinking, Su Xian brought Feng Wuchen and the others to the Inscription Masters Guild. There were many inscription masters in the Inscription Masters Guild. There were also many powerful inscription masters. More importantly, there were heavenly emperors in the Inscription Masters Guild. There were already many genius inscription masters in the Blacksmith Guild, all of them came from different regions. Celestial Master Immortal's Mansion Master Su has arrived. At the entrance of the Inscription Masters Guild, a guard shouted. Senior Su is here. Su Xian. Elder Su? Quickly invite him in. Hearing Su Xian's name, the faces of many inscription masters present changed. A large group of people hurriedly walked towards the door. Senior Su. Seeing Su Xian and the others walk in, the inscription masters from various regions all came forward to greet them respectfully. Even the elders of the Inscription Masters Guild personally came to receive them. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Su Xian's status in the heavenly realm was. Su Xian's attainments in the Inscription Masters realm were extremely high. He was on equal footing with the president of the Inscription Masters Guild. No matter what, Su Xian was also an inscription master of the heavenly immortal realm. His realm was far above the powerful inscription masters of the Inscription Masters Guild. With such a precious and transcendent status, the inscription masters from various regions naturally had to give Su Xian face. Elder Su, you're finally here. The president can't wait in the main hall. The third elder of the Inscription Masters Guild excitedly came forward to personally receive Su Xian. It could be seen how high Su Xian's status was when an elder received Su Xian. Third elder, you're too polite. Su Xian cupped his fists and smiled politely. He did not have the arrogance of a mansion master. Elder Su, please. The third elder politely made an inviting gesture. Senior Su, I'll walk around the guild and take a look at the battle. I won't be going in. Feng Wuchen quickly said. Su Xian nodded and entered the main hall with the third elder. This was the Inscription Masters Guild. Su Xian did not need to worry about Feng Wuchen's safety. In the main hall of the Immortal Shrine, a guard entered and reported respectfully, Immortal Heavenly Emperor, Feng Ning has arrived at the Inscription Masters Guild. Hearing this, the Immortal Heavenly Emperor's lips curled into a dangerous arc. He sneered and said, very good. Pass down my order. Once the battle between the Inscription Masters begins, the 5 superpowers of the Immortal Divine Realm will immediately seal off the Inscription Masters Guild. Not even a fly is allowed to escape. Yes. Immortal Heavenly Emperor. The guard respectfully accepted the order. Humph. Feng Ying, don't even think about leaving this place alive. This is my territory. I have the final say. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor muttered to himself with a cold smile. His eyes flashed with ferocity. Loading up next chapters, end of chapter 1288. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.